Chapter 32:20. No one spoke until about half an incense stick's worth of time had passed. Suddenly, several shouts were heard in the wind. "Holy Sun! Lord Holy Sun!" 2 priests and 3 temple guards put away their flying spirit beasts with a look of pleasant surprise and hurriedly ran over while gasping for breath. Holy Sun me, Yin turned to look at them, his voice slightly weathered. The temple no longer exists. You can also leave on your own. He knew the background of these people very well. It was impossible for them to be related to a cult like the Heavenly Fate sect. The priests and guards looked at each other in dismay and hurriedly knelt down in front of Holy Sun Yin. Wherever Holy Sun is, the temple will always exist. We are willing to follow Holy Sun. Holy Sun me, Yin looked at them for a long time before saying, "You have followed them all the way, so you should also know. The temple master of the temple betrayed our faith, betrayed the gods, and turned to a cult called the Heavenly Fate sect. That's good too." Holy Sun me, Yin slightly raised his head and looked at the scorching sun in the sky. He faintly smiled. "If we don't perish in the ashes, we will be reborn in the ashes. As long as you are here and I am supporting the temple, it will rise in the end." Yes. The priests and guards nodded one after another, joy of being reborn after a calamity in their eyes. The cry of flying spirit beasts came from the sky again. Everyone turned to look and saw that Yushio and Hidden Flower had returned. Upon seeing the 2 people's unsightly expressions, Mo Yin understood what had happened. He creased his brows and asked, "They ran away?" Yushio nodded. "I don't know if they were covered by the mountain." This subordinate and Hidden Flower searched the back of the mountain and didn't find any signs of living people. Mo Yin's handsome face was calm, and he muttered to himself for a moment before faintly nodding. "Let's go back to the academy first." Just now, the temple master of the temple had thrown out a signal before he died. Presumably, the Heavenly Fate sect would send people to check it out soon. It wasn't that he was afraid of them, but after being tossed around for so long, everyone was in a bit of a mess. He really didn't want to argue with them anymore. Besides, Jojo's face was still a bit pale. It was better to go back and recuperate first. The academy had Yun Piaomiao, this great Buddha, keeping watch. Even if the enemy came to attack, let Yun Piaomiao block it. Who asked him to be the dean? Principal Yun, who was drinking tea and reading at the misty peak of the royal school, suddenly sneezed and looked around with a puzzled expression. "Jojo," Mo Yin had just called out when he saw his wifey turning her head to face him with the back of her head. He cursed in his heart and hurried to her side. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. "Jojo, your husband swears that if we encounter any danger in the future, I won't let you run away alone. Duan Yu, Rotten Peach Blossom, and I will run with you. Let's run together and advance and retreat together, all right?" Holy Sun me, Yin immediately came back to his senses and felt somewhat stifled by this display of affection. So it turned out that Prince Mo, Duan Yu, and the others had implicated her in the scolding from Sir Jojo just now. Sir Jojo was scolding him along with Prince Mo, Duan Yu, and the others. Why was he so unlucky? Sir Jojo expressionlessly glanced at that man. She should have flared up at the Red River Canyon, but after her body grew up, she inexplicably forgot about this matter. He let Sir Jojo run away first every time they encountered danger. Wasn't this proof of his capability? Did he think Sir Jojo wouldn't get angry? Humph. Ignore him. Chapter 32:21. Prince Mo hastily shook his wifey's body and repeatedly sent Duan Yu a look. Duan Yu obediently stood on the side without moving. He didn't want to go up and get rebuked. This scoundrel. Prince Mo glared at Duan Yu with all his might before switching to a beaming expression at his wife. "Jojo, Duan Yu knows his mistake." "Duan Yu, how could he be wrong? Weren't all these rotten ideas Mo Yin, that imbecile, the one who came up with them? For example, you take Jojo away, Rotten Peach Blossom, and I will cover the rear." Wasn't that what he was trying to convey with his eyes? Why was he pushing the blame onto him now? It's all Rotten Peach Blossom's fault for coming up with such rotten ideas. It was all his ideas time and time again. Thankfully, Mo Yin didn't make him the scapegoat in front of him. But how innocent was the venerable peach blossom immortal just because he, little Tai Sui, and the others were still wandering around the temple to check out the terrain. He was used as a shield by Prince Mo Duan, who twitched his mouth and flashed to Arbor's side. He said with a grin, "Jojo, let's go back. I'm a bit hungry." He should be hungry after all this time. It would have been fine if he didn't mention it, but now that he did, Sir Jojo also felt his stomach rumble. "If you two make eyes at each other again in the future, I dare you to throw me away." Sir Jojo harumphed and turned to roar at Emolien. "Don't keep making Rotten Peach Blossom the scapegoat." Duan Yu blinked and glanced at Emolien. Emolien immediately rolled her eyes at him and grumpily said with her eyes, "Who the hell is making eyes at you? What are you two talking about now?" Sir Jojo abruptly turned around and grumpily looked at them with his large eyes. "No, nothing." Emolien quickly strode forward and pulled his wifey's hand. He said with a chuckle, "Duan Yu told me that he'll be roasting the colorful divine fish in a bit." The little stoic's eyes brightened slightly, and she feigned a reluctant expression. "All right, then let him do it. Originally, I want to grill it for you." She also felt that Duan Yu's roasted meat tasted better than hers. Emolien curled her lips, and Duan Yu looked at them exasperatedly. Soon, the venerable peach blossom immortal, little Tai Sui, and the others split up and returned. He said, "The surroundings have been cleaned up. Let's go." Holy Sun Mi, Yin covered his broken arm and looked back at the ruins. Then, he followed the crowd and jumped onto the back of the golden dragon. The group flew in the direction of the academy. After flying for nearly 2 hours, they left the vicinity of the temple. Only when they returned to the ruined Red River Canyon and entered the no-fly zone did they casually find a place to rest and get some food to fill their stomachs. After finishing their meal, they set off again. Arbor activated the teleportation array, found a general direction, and teleported to the royal school. In the evening, a man wearing a silver devil mask led a dozen of his trusted subordinates onto the scorched earth of the Sun Moon Temple, which was now in ruins. Looking at everything before him, he couldn't help but sigh ruefully. Ruined, completely ruined. Truly a group of vicious and merciless people. Look at what the Sun Moon Temple had become. Reporting to Hall Master, the rear mountain has been razed to the ground. The eyes of the trusted aide who came to report also flickered with disbelief. "Have you found the Hall Master's corpse?" The Ghoul Mask Hall Master took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, a shrewd glint flitted across them. Broken Dreams. Chapter 32-22. The Temple Master of the Sun Moon Temple was dead. His life lantern hanging in the organization was completely extinguished at noon today. Thinking of the huge price they had spent on him, the Ghostface Hall Master had a headache. This was a peak immortal venerable that the organization had spent a lot of money to raise. How could he suddenly die like this? Something must have happened that he didn't know about. The Ghostface Hall Master looked coldly at the scorched earth in front of him. The temple's surroundings had been burned to the point that its original appearance couldn't be seen. A few people who were sorting out the remains on the scorched earth would occasionally pick up 1 or 2 bones from the pile of ashes. The Ghostface Hall Master looked at everything with a cold expression. He took a deep breath and exhaled. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he said coldly, "No need to clean it up." He had already used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. There was no one alive, so there was no point in cleaning it up. "Hall Master, the way these people died is a bit strange." A black-clothed masked man approached him and said softly, "Their bones seem to have been gnawed by something. I can't find a single complete piece." The Ghostface Hall Master frowned slightly. "Let's go to the back of the mountain to take a look." The Ghostface Hall Master flicked his sleeves and led a dozen of his trusted subordinates toward the back of the mountain. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but when he did, even though the Ghostface Hall Master was a little wary, he still looked at the ruined mountain range in shock. The extent of the destruction here was simply beyond his expectations. Compared to the scorched earth of the temple, at least half of the mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles had sunk because of the earth's sinkhole. Inexplicably, the Ghostface Hall Master thought of that expressionless face. Then he shook his head. Impossible. How could this little guy be so capable? Could it be that he could move mountains and break rivers? He didn't really become a god. The Ghostface Hall Master thought for a while and secretly curled his lips. Then he ordered his subordinates, "Go search around and see if you can find the Temple Master's body." His body had been improved many times by drugs. Those drugs were unique things that could only be found by chance. Speaking of which, the Temple Master's body should be 10 times stronger than ordinary cultivators. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had copper skin and iron bones. But such a person had died so suddenly. What was even stranger was that the life lantern left in the headquarters did not capture any useful information. This meant that when the Temple Master's body was destroyed, his soul was instantly and mercilessly destroyed. There was no time for the life lantern to record what had happened. When the Ghostface Hall Master thought of this, he felt a little depressed. The Temple Master's body was still useful to him. It would be great if he could get it back. The Ghostface Hall Master's trusted subordinates followed a vague aura and began to search around the entrance of the passageway. "Hall Master," one of them called out. The Ghostface Hall Master followed him and looked at the pitch-black pit with a complicated expression. The Holy Land's 9 stars killing array must have been activated. The Ghostface Hall Master couldn't figure it out. The Holy Land was not a place that just any outsider could enter. That is to say, someone brought Arbor and the others here, and then this place became the burial place of the Temple Lord. Mien, Ghostface Hall Master gritted his teeth. "I must have brought them here." Chapter 32:23. If it weren't for Mien, no one would know the location of the temple's sacred ground. The black-clothed masked man next to Ghostface Hall Master also said, "It must be Holy Sun Yin who brought them here and even plotted to open the 9 stars fatal formation, killing the Temple Master of the temple. This person has opposed us time and time again. Hall Master, we definitely can't let him off." Ghostface Hall Master glanced at him and said aloofly, "Then according to what you say, what should we do? How can we capture him and not let him off?" That person was clearly taken aback by the question. Presumably, he was just talking big and didn't actually think of a way to deal with Holy Sun Yin. Ghostface Hall Master couldn't help but sneer at him. "Do your own thing. You don't need to meddle in other matters." He didn't need this kind of flashy guy who only knew how to bootlick by his side. What he needed was someone who knew how to do things. Soon, Ghostface Hall Master's dozen subordinates all returned to his side after checking the surroundings. "Hall Master, this mountain range has completely collapsed." A trusted aide who rushed over to report hastily said, "This subordinate has checked the surroundings and didn't find any trace of the Temple Master of the temple." Hearing this, the Ghostface Hall Master nodded in understanding. In truth, he already had this worst-case scenario in his mind. It was just that he hadn't given up previously. It was also relatively difficult for the 9 stars fatal formation to instantly kill the Temple Master of the temple. What he was more curious about now was how did the Stoic Faces group possess the strength to annihilate a venerable at the peak of the immortal venerable realm in the blink of an eye without the slightest ability to resist. He suspected that this Stoic Face definitely had a secret. The little Stoic naturally had a gargantuan secret. When the little girl first came to the Divine Province, she once instantly traversed the void and wandered through the starry sky for a long time. At that time, the Danteon star domain had once taken in 3 spirit domains from the starry sky like bandits and formed 3 nameless stars. These 3 nameless stars had never been reclaimed from the beginning to the end. As always, there was nothing on them. That was why the little Stoic didn't hesitate to toss out one of them in the nick of time at the entrance of the Temple of the Gods' Holy Land's passageway, and had the little water child use it to kill the peak, immortal venerable realm Temple Master of the Gods. Everything was just worldly possessions. Losing a nameless star could kill an extremely dangerous peak, immortal venerable realm cultivator, and even completely kill him. Even his soul force fragments would disappear from this world. To the little Stoic, this was an extremely profitable transaction. On the other side, Chun Baojia had long frantically escaped from the tunnel entrance while the little Stoic's group was fighting the Temple Master of the temple. Later, when the mountain collapsed, she was buried by a few pieces of thick earth and rocks. Because she was buried deep, she was able to avoid the search of the hidden flower constellation. She didn't know that she had unintentionally escaped a calamity by burying herself in this mountain rock. 2 days later, she used all her spiritual power to dig her way out of the pile of rocks. The moment she saw the sun, she actually had the feeling of crying tears of joy. It was too difficult. She wanted to return to the capital immediately to talk to her father about this matter. The temple master of the Temple of the Gods had personally said that this stoic face actually had a spirit domain on him. A spirit domain was a land of heavenly fortune. It was usually buried among spiritual mountains and clear waters, and could only be encountered by chance. However, the stoic face actually had a spirit domain on him. Chapter 32:24. It had to be known that mystic cultivators could open their inner worlds on their own, which was already the envy of most normal people. A normal inner world was 3 to 5 cubic meters, and a larger one might be a dozen or so cubic meters. This was already pretty good. As for this stoic face, she actually had a portable spirit domain. Chen Baojia's breathing gradually became hurried. What kind of existence was a portable spirit domain? Chen Baojia actually wasn't sure, but she was certain that this portable spirit domain was definitely much larger than everyone's inner worlds. No wonder this stoic face could always pull out some strange things, and the number of Ling beasts around him was several times more than normal Xiuzha. Could it be that she hid these things in this portable spirit domain? If she could obtain this portable spirit domain, Chen Baojia's complexion became abnormally flushed, and her breathing became increasingly heavy. Heavens, she was about to go crazy with jealousy. How could there be someone with such exceptional luck in this world? Chen Baojia crawled out of the mound with disheveled hair and a dirty face and walked unsteadily on the rubble ruins. Looking at the desolate scene in front of her, she really couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. Was she excited to discover the little stoic's secret? Or was she angry to discover that she was the only one left in this place? She, Chen Baojia, had worked hard to follow the team to the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm to search for treasures. But in the end, she didn't even see a single strand of treasure. Instead, she was so poor that she was almost buried under the mountain and almost couldn't get out. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. At this time, Chen Baojia suspiciously felt that Arbor definitely obtained some benefits from the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm. Otherwise, why would the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm suddenly collapse? It must be because Arbor took too many treasures from inside, causing the spirit energy that was enough to support the Mystery Realm to suddenly decrease, causing the entire Mystery Realm to collapse and be destroyed. It had to be said that Chen Baojia's suspicions were somewhat on point. Xiao Mu had taken everything in the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm. She hadn't taken too much, as Chen Baojia had thought. Chen Baojia walked on a barren mountain top, her heart filled with apprehension as she walked. As far as her eyes could see, this place had inexplicably become a concave valley. There were rugged rocks everywhere, and she couldn't find a proper path. She coughed a few times and raised her hand to wipe her messy gray hair. Just as she was about to release her spirit beast, she heard a laugh coming from behind her, which immediately made her hair stand on end. Sister Baojia, what a coincidence! Ba Shu jumped down from the flying beast and ran forward with a smile. He hugged Chen Baojia's body and his eyes flashed. Chen Baojia didn't look like a pretty girl at this moment. In fact, at this time, Chen Baojia was not only dirty, but her hair was also drooping on her forehead. She looked no better than a beggar on the street. However, thinking of her enchanting figure, Ba Shu didn't dislike her appearance at this time. He put his arms around her waist and said with a smile, "Sister Baojia, you see, we are quite fated to meet each other. How about it? Why don't you accompany Big Brother, Ba Shu, home? You don't have anything to do anyway." Chen Baojia was shocked. She struggled violently and exclaimed, What are you doing?" This person was like a big head fly, buzzing around her all day long. She was really annoyed to death. However, his cultivation level was higher than hers, so resistance was futile. Chapter 32:25. What can I do, little sister Baojia? Ba Shu chuckled and hugged her waist. His smile was wretched. Didn't I just invite you to my house to play? Chen Baojia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She did not expect Ba Shu to be so daring as to do this in broad daylight. No, I can't. Chen Baojia forced a smile at him. I still have to return to Dragon Flame City. My father is still at home, waiting for me to come back. I'll go back and tell him about this trip. Ba Shu suddenly hugged her waist and lifted her up. He flew onto his flying beast and laughed. No hurry, little sister Baojia. Look at how dirty you are now. Let's go. I'll take you to find a place to wash up. Chen Baojia was anxious, angry, embarrassed, and annoyed. She pounded Ba Shu's shoulders with her fists and said sternly, "How dare you be so impudent to me? My father will not let you off." Ba Shu was not frightened by her harsh words and expression. He laughed and said, "Don't worry. When we become a family, there won't be so many disputes." Ha ha. Chen Baojia was so angry that she almost fainted. She screamed, "Who's your family?" He was really a barbarian. Chen Baojia was extremely anxious. She watched as she was brought onto that person's flying beast, and they flew off in an unknown direction. At first, Chen Baojia thought that Ba Shu was joking with her. After flying for a long time, her heart sank bit by bit. Looking at Ba Shu's appearance, was he really going to kidnap her? What should she do? She had to calm down. Calm down. Chen Baojia kept repeating in her heart, but her mind could only stay clear for a moment. When Ba Shu brought her away from the back mountain of the temple, he forced a sleeping pill on her to prevent her from trying to escape these days. Xiao Mu's time in the academy could be considered comfortable. No one was looking for trouble, so Sir Jojo was more at ease. When he had nothing to do, he went into seclusion to cultivate. He summoned the Thunder Sword from his conscience and trained with it for a period of time. After a few days, when things had settled down, everyone realized that Tianyun did not take the opportunity to attack the royal school. It was probably because Yun Piaomiao was in charge of the academy. Arbor and the others waited for another 2 days and found that nothing had happened. They went to the dean at the same time to ask for leave, planning to return to Dragon Flame City the next day. Mu Mansion, Eldest Miss is back. Eldest Miss is back. The servants' cheerful voices drifted into Mu Qingya's gilded garden. Mu Qingya was stunned when she heard this. She quickly put down the cup in her hand and walked to the door with a smile. "Xian, why are you back so early?" Mu Rochuan stepped through the door with a cold face and clenched her fists. Mu Qingya looked behind her. "Xian, where's your older brother? Don't mention him." Mu Rochuan roared furiously, scaring the maids to lower their heads. Mu Qingya's expression changed slightly, and she turned to look at Nanny Xiao. Xiao Mama hurriedly understood and waved her hand, allowing the servants in the room to withdraw one by one. "Xian, what's wrong with you? How can you treat your older brother like this?" Mu Qingya said with a displeased expression. "He's not my older brother. He's Arbor's older brother." Mu Rochuan shouted angrily. "Mother, do you know how he treated me in the mystic realm? It was quite a busy day today. The fourth night watch would continue tomorrow." Chapter 32:26. Mu Qingya's face darkened as she looked at Mu Rochuan with displeasure. "Xian, is there some misunderstanding between you and your older brother? Don't keep harping on our family's mistakes. If there's a misunderstanding, it's better to resolve it." "Mother, you're always like this." Mu Rochuan shouted angrily. "Whenever there's a conflict between Big Brother and me, you always say that it's my fault and tell me not to bicker with him. I really don't understand. Who exactly is your biological child? Mother, am I your biological daughter or not?" Mu Rochuan screamed angrily as she swept a set of fine white tea sets onto the floor with a clang. Mu Qingya's chest hurt from her daughter's insensibility. She took a few steps back and sat down on the brocade couch. Nanny Chio hurried forward to support her. Madam, Eldest Miss, what are you doing? Madam is doing this for you. What good is it for Eldest Miss to offend Eldest Young Master?" Nanny Chio glanced at Mu Rochuan and shook her head. "Eldest Miss, look at how angry Madam is because of you. Has it been easy for Madam all these years? While managing the family, she also has to do her best to plan for Eldest Miss's future. Who else could Madam be doing this for? How could Eldest Miss say such heart-wrenching words to Madam? Mu Rochuan was feeling a bit regretful, but when she saw that her mother's words were all about protecting her older brother, she couldn't help but feel angry. Big brother didn't care if I lived or died in the mystic realm. Mu Rochuan pulled open her collar slightly and showed her mother the hideous scar on her chest. The scar left a scorched mark, and it was obvious that it had been struck by lightning. I was seriously injured in Du Chunjiang, but Big Brother still didn't help me. Right now, all he can think about right now is that little witch. That witch came back to seduce people. Slap. Mu Qingya slapped Mu Rochuan's face heavily. She was so angry that her entire body trembled. Her chest heaved up and down, and her voice trembled. Evil, evil girl. One of them is your older brother, and the other is your younger sister. How could you say such things? What nonsense are you talking about? Let her continue. A deep voice came from outside the door. Mu Jingfeng stepped through the door, his face filled with cold fury. Big brother didn't care about my life or death in the secret realm at all. Right now, he only had eyes for that little demoness. Father, that demoness is a great disaster. She really knows people from the cult. Father, you don't know, but when we were in the Red River Canyon, that evil cult's hall master specifically asked her to come out and meet him. She's a real scourge. Sooner or later, our whole family will be killed by her. Shut up. Mu Qingya was so angry that she was half lying on the couch. She reached out to touch her chest and pointed at Mu Rochuan as she cried out in a trembling voice, how did I give birth to a daughter like you who can't tell right from wrong? Master, don't listen to her nonsense. What cult member? Mu Jingfeng suspiciously glanced at Mu Rochuan. Speak clearly. Father, do you still remember Xiaoxing who turned into a zombie in our backyard? Back then, there was such a huge uproar because of her matter. Concubine Sure was even punished and her legs were crippled. But did you know? This time, we encountered that evil cult on our way to the Sun-Moon Mystic Realm. Chapter 32:27. They're the evil cult that creates monsters, and the little witch actually knows them. Shin'er, don't spout nonsense in front of your father and slander your sister's reputation. Mu Qingya was truly anxious. She signaled Nanny Chio to bring people over to shut Mu Rochuan's mouth. Let her continue. Mu Jingfeng roared and stopped Mu Qingya's actions. There's nothing that can't be said. Since she can do it, why would she be afraid of others talking about it? Husband. Mu Qingya hurriedly propped herself up from the couch and panted. How could Jojo be such a person? How could she be involved with that evil cult? The holy nun is absolutely right. She's the source of disaster. She definitely has connections with those people from the evil cult. Mu Rochuan sternly interrupted her mother. Otherwise, why didn't the evil cult's Ghostface Hall master talk to her in the Red River Canyon? I don't believe that they don't know each other at all. Shut up. Mu Qingya was so angry that her face flushed red. She raised her hand and pretended to slap Mu Rochuan. What nonsense are you spouting in front of your father? How did I raise such a daughter who can't distinguish right from wrong? Think about it. With Jojo's identity, does she need to be related to that evil cult? Mu Qingya's expression was furious. Can you use your brain and think properly? How did she raise such a stupid daughter? She wasn't like her at all. Mu Qingya's heart felt tired as she looked at her daughter in disappointment. She knows that the organization is called Heavenly Fate. Mu Rochuan straightened her neck and said loudly, "What's so strange about that?" Mu Qingya propped herself up and reprimanded angrily. Which of the great aristocratic families doesn't know the words Heavenly Fate? Even someone like me who doesn't cultivate has heard people talk about this evil cult that wants to cause chaos in the world. As the crown princess with a high status, how could she not know this? Mu Jingfeng's eyes flickered, but he still asked with a cold face, Xin, other than knowing the hall master of Tianyun, did she do anything out of line? That's right. Did you gain anything from your trip to the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm? Mu Jingfeng's eyes flashed again. He was looking forward to the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm. It was said that in that secret realm, one could casually grab a handful of spirit tools and medicinal pills, and they could be found all over the floor. Who knew if that was true? If Roxian had brought something back, he could have her consecrate a portion of it to show filial piety to her father. Mu Rochuan's expression became very ugly and strange. I didn't get anything. Nothing. Even the secret realm has collapsed. How is that possible? Mu Jingfeng's expression instantly darkened. He looked at his daughter with a scrutinizing gaze, thinking that his daughter was being stingy and unwilling to take out the treasure she had obtained. She must have wanted to keep it for herself, so she came up with such a big lie. Mu Jingfeng looked at her coldly. He used to think that this daughter was a good person. Compared to that troublesome and rebellious girl in Arbor, she was many times better. But now it seemed that she wasn't all that great. Mu Qingyao's heart thumped. She hurriedly stood up and gently advised Mu Rochuan, Xin, if you obtained a lot of things in the secret realm, let your father have a look. Some treasures might not be suitable for you female cultivators to cultivate. Chapter 32:28. A trace of mockery flashed through Mu Rochuan's eyes. Only now did she realize that this mother of hers was truly virtuous. It was fine if she obeyed her father's every word, but even her daughter had to be subservient. She had never heard of a father who wanted something from his daughter. He really was a good father. If she had really narrowly escaped death and obtained a treasure from the mystic realm, shouldn't she still contribute it to her father? How laughable. This was her father. There are no treasures. There are no elixirs. Nothing at all, Mu Rochuan coldly said. Before Mu Jingfeng could get angry, she indifferently said, whether you believe it or not, the mystic realm collapsed. I escaped from the mystic realm on the brink of death, Mu Rochuan coldly said. Mu Rochuan coldly said, after running for a long time in the back mountain of the Sun Moon Divine Hall, I finally managed to escape capture. Mu Jingfeng inexplicably stared at this daughter in front of him, as if trying to discern a trace of truth from her eyes. He didn't believe her. Her father didn't believe his own daughter. He still felt that she was hiding something and didn't tell the truth. Mu Rochuan didn't know if she felt more bitter or more indignant. Before returning from Arbor, she had always felt that she was living a good life. She had an upright father, a loving mother, and a handsome big brother who only treated her well. But now, everything seemed to have changed. Her father became more and more repulsive. He was so short-sighted that he actually stared at such a small item in his daughter's pocket. And her mother? She didn't distinguish right from wrong and only wanted to maintain the peace and tranquility of this family on the surface. She just had to force her to marry someone she didn't like and coexist peacefully with someone she didn't like. She deceived herself to the point of ridicule. Big brother? Speaking of Big Brother was even more heartbreaking. It seemed that he only had that demoness in his heart. Was this still the happy and harmonious family from before? It had completely changed. Mu Rochuan was both sad and angry. She flung her sleeves and strode outside. Every word I said is the truth. The mystic realm collapsed, and we didn't get anything. If someone really obtained something, then it must be your other good daughter, Arbor. Mu Rochuan's lips curled up in ridicule. If you want it, ask her. Stop. Mu Jingfeng was also enraged. He glared at Mu Rochuan's back and scolded. Is this how you speak to your father? Come back and make things clear. What do you mean by Arbor got something? Her cultivation isn't even as high as yours. How come she got it, and you didn't? Mu Rochuan abruptly turned her head and laughed maniacally at her parents. Her cultivation is inferior to mine? Not as good as me? Ha! You've all been deceived by her. She was a damn liar, a stinky witch. She can even draw a teleportation talisman array. Do you think her cultivation level is lower than mine? Ha. After saying that, she saw a trace of fanatical joy in Mu Jingfeng's eyes. Mu Rochuan's heart felt increasingly bitter and uneasy as she silently spurned herself. Who asked you to be so talkative? Who asked you to tell others? Now, everyone in the Mu family, including her parents, would definitely pay more attention to Arbor. Her palms tightly clenched into fists as she repeatedly told herself in her heart, perhaps she died. Perhaps she already died in that mystic realm. After all, an earthquake had occurred in the entire back mountain of the Sun Moon Temple. Perhaps she was already buried in the back mountain, crushed to death by the rocks in the abyss. She better not come back. Chapter 32:29. Xian'er. Mu Jingfeng seemed to have realized that his previous attitude was not very good. So he hurriedly smiled, placatingly, and deliberately put on the appearance of a loving father. Since you say so, father will naturally believe you. He gazed lovingly at Mu Rochuan, but the latter inexplicably felt very uncomfortable when she saw his sudden change in expression after what had just happened. Mu Jingfeng continued to look at his daughter with a smile and said, "Oh, right, your grandfather's birthday is coming up soon. Properly prepare a gift and don't embarrass our eldest branch." Every year, the Mu family's old master's birthday was the highlight. In order to please the old master, each branch would use all sorts of methods and come up with all sorts of clever schemes. Mu Jingfeng still felt a little indignant that the second branch's birthday gift was overshadowed by the pine bamboo mechanism diagram last year. And you, find out what gifts each branch is preparing as soon as possible. Don't mess things up again. Mu Qingyan nodded repeatedly and softly said, "Okay." Actually, she had already sent people to find out these few days and planned to tell Mu Jingfeng about it in 2 days. Father, mother, if there's nothing else, this daughter will take her leave first. Mu Rochuan bowed and left without looking back. Look at how well you've taught your daughter. Mu Jingfeng could not help but feel angry when he saw her attitude. In the past, he had Arbor, that rebellious daughter, to annoy him, but now, even Xian'er was disobedient. It was truly infuriating. Mu Rochuan hurriedly comforted him gently. "Old master, Xian'er narrowly escaped from the mystic realm and did not obtain anything. She's probably in a bad mood. Old master, don't lower yourself to her level. She's a girl and has shallow knowledge. She likes to think about herself first and haggles over minor matters. Actually, how would she know that going to the mystic realm to train is a very rare opportunity in itself? It's good to obtain treasures, but if she has no fate with them, she can only blame her shallow fortune. Old master is very knowledgeable, so there's no need to lower yourself to her level. After she hits a wall everywhere, she'll naturally know how good the Mu family is. Only then will she understand that she can only be better if the family is better." Mu Jingfeng was very pleased with her words, and his complexion gradually improved. Mu Qingyan invited him to sit down and personally served him tea and pastries. She said softly, "Master, the crown prince and the crown princess wedding is near, so they will definitely return to the capital." Mu Qingyan sat beside Mu Jingfeng and asked gently, "Husband, should we send someone to invite them home for a short stay? Seeing that old master's birthday is coming soon, old madam must be looking for a chance to meet her granddaughter." Mu Jingfeng frowned, but when he recalled what Mu Rochuan had said earlier, a glint flashed across his eyes. Arbor could draw teleportation rune arrays. He didn't know if this was true or not, so he had to test it out. He nodded and patted the back of Mu Qingyan's hand in satisfaction. "Thank you for your hard work. Go do it." If the crown princess and the crown prince came back to live with the first branch at this time, the first branch would have the support of the two of them at the old master's birthday banquet. They would definitely have the upper hand over the others. Thinking of those troublesome brothers of his, Mu Jingfeng felt vexed. "Crown princess, in Aichang Market's Bu Nyang has arrived." Kai Chi ran in with a grin from the Eastern Palace's small reception pavilion and bowed. The little crown princess unhappily waved her small hand. Not going to try, not going to try. It hadn't even been half a day since she came back, but just trying on clothes was annoying her to death. Chapter 3230. This servant's young crown prince consort. This old servant just had this gown redone at noon. How can you not try it on? Following this cheerful voice was a gust of fragrant wind that assaulted their nostrils. Achoo, achoo. The little crown princess sneezed twice with a blank face, then covered her nose with an unfriendly expression as she looked at Sun Yang, the middle-aged woman with a graceful figure. The woman was wearing a bright red dress with butterfly sleeves and a narrow waist, painted in red and green, making her look very coquettish. As soon as she entered the door, she wanted to pull the little crown princess's clothes, but the little crown princess expressionlessly slapped her hand away. "Why did you change the powder again? Bu Ernyang said with a little grievance. Didn't you say that the fragrance in the morning was bad? Achoo! The little crown princess covered her nose and took a few steps back. But your smell is even worse. So fragrant, where is the smell? Bu Ernyang raised her arm and sniffed her own body, then showed an intoxicated expression. It smells so good. Jojo looked at her expressionlessly and took a few steps back. Bu Ernyang immediately said with dissatisfaction, Little Crown Princess, I bought this powder from the fragrance shop. That's 1 or 2,000 gold. The little crown princess raised her eyebrows and looked at her noncommittally. It doesn't smell good. Can't you smell that pungent smell? Bu Ernyang shook her head with a confused expression. Can't smell it. At this time, Aunt Jing bowed and said, Crown Princess, the Mu family's first madam sent a letter outside the palace, asking to see you. The little crown princess was slightly surprised, then looked at Bu Ernyang, who was sniffing her sleeve. This woman is really wretched. I don't have time now. Let her go back. Arbor said lightly. She came back less than half a day, and the Mu family sent someone here. The news is really fast. Bu Ernyang. Hey, little crown princess, what orders do you have? Bu Ernyang heard her call out and quickly came up with a smile. Achoo! The little crown princess pushed her face away and said with a serious face, Go and wash the smell off your body. I will give you a new fragrance. She heard that the little crown princess was good at business, but she didn't expect her to do business with Bu Ernyang. Bu Ernyang was curious, but obediently went to wash the fragrance off her body. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the young crown prince consort felt that this fellow was much more pleasing to the eye. Not only was the color on her face, the smell on her body also became clean and refreshing. The young crown prince consort took out a small box from her inner world and handed it to her. Try it. Opening the box, there was a silk handkerchief inside. The silk handkerchief was a very good quality silk handkerchief, but the corner of the silk handkerchief was embroidered with a crooked black lotus, which looked particularly ugly. She didn't know what kind of taste the little crown princess had, but few people would embroider such an ugly lotus on such a high-quality silk handkerchief. The little crown princess saw her standing there in a daze, so she reached out and took out the silk handkerchief from the box. With a shake of her little hand, she held the silk handkerchief in front of Bu Ernyang. Bu Ernyang immediately smelled a faint fragrance that assaulted her senses. That smell, while making people feel refreshed, it was also indescribably quiet and indifferent, like the evening breeze blowing on the face, making her unable to help but take a deep breath. Chapter 32-31. The young crown princess expressionlessly put the silk handkerchief back and said dryly, This smell can probably last for 3 days. What do you think? Bu Ernyang was intoxicated and carried the wooden box in the young crown princess's hands. Thank you, crown princess, for bestowing this gift. This smell is really too good. The 2 maidservants from Nikhang Market also nodded repeatedly to express their approval. The little stoic slapped Bu Ernyang's hands away and put the silk handkerchief back into the small wooden box. She closed the box and put it back in her inner world. This is the first handkerchief I personally embroidered. Arbor pursed his lips and said, I didn't say I was giving it to you. How could Sir Jojo give such a meaningful handkerchief embroidered to someone else? When she finished embroidering it, her husband even praised it for its beauty, saying that the lotus flower at the corner was embroidered according to his original design and was especially exquisite and brilliant, a work of art surpassing the heavens. Although Sir Jojo knew that her husband was lying through his teeth, her husband still praised Sir Jojo. Bu Ernyang stared dumbfoundedly at the young crown princess in front of her. No, that wasn't it. The young crown princess was toying with her. She just let her brush this powdered handkerchief for a look and then took it back. Our precious painting workshop has orders. The young crown princess continued expressionlessly. Bring your own embroidered handkerchief. You only need to dye it with fragrance. It's 10,000 spirit coins for one. Dye it with fragrance and buy the embroidered handkerchief. It's 18,000 spirit coins for one, and it also comes with a beautifying pill with a 3-day effect. Bu Ernyang was instantly even more dumbfounded. Was a young crown princess promoting her shop's products? Was that right? But, I'm tailoring a dress for the crown princess. It's only 50 to 50,000 spirit coins. When a young crown princess heard this, she immediately revealed a disdainful expression. You're really expensive. It wasn't a defensive spiritual garment, yet a wedding dress was actually sold for the astronomical price of 50,000 spirit coins. Her husband had found Nikhang Market and said it was the best garment workshop in the Divine Continent. As expected, the price was also astronomical. If that wasn't the case, he could have directly ordered the Imperial Palace's production department to prepare the wedding dress. Mimi? Boer Nyang opened her mouth. Was she expensive? It wasn't easy for her to earn 50,000 spirit coins. She had to work overtime with all the embroiderers in the Ni Chong market. The little crown princess glanced at her silently. Have you settled the 50,000 spirit coins? Bu Ernyang nodded her head. Husband gave you money? The young crown prince consort's voice suddenly rose a little. Eunuch Chun, who was standing at the side like a wooden block, heard this and subconsciously twitched his mouth. Bu Ernyang nodded, but then she thought of something and quickly shook her head. No. His Highness the Crown Prince gave me an IOU and told me to ask the great emperor for money. This son of mine, the young crown prince consort, blinked her eyes. She wanted to laugh out loud on the inside, but her expression remained impassive and expressionless. Her husband was really interesting. She wondered what kind of expression his father would have when he received the IOU. Suddenly, he felt a little sorry for his father. This son of mine, wherever he went, he would cheat his father. In the past, he was used to cheating the old great king of the Mo Kingdom. Not long after returning to the Divine Continent, he began his daily routine of cheating the great emperor. Do you want to buy it? I want to buy it. Bu Ernyang nodded repeatedly. Is it the Precious Painting Workshop? The little crown princess nodded. Our Precious Painting Workshop sells all kinds of jewelry and accessories. We also sell spices and beauty products. It's okay. You can go shopping and improve your eyesight. Chapter 32. Throw away all those cheap fragrances and beauty creams that you have on you. Arbor curled his small mouth and said, It smells so bad, it must be hard for you to endure it all day long. Bu Ernyang pitifully turned her head and looked at Arbor. Can you give me a discount, Crown Princess? Your 18,000 spirit coins are too expensive. Sir Jojo rolled his eyes. Good stuff doesn't get a discount. Puffed. The two maids at the side couldn't help but burst out laughing. Bu Ernyang suddenly felt that these words were very familiar. Wasn't this what she often said? It's really the cycle of heaven and retribution, Wu, at the same time. A group of people from Mu Estate were anxiously waiting outside the palace, standing by the side of the road and looking in the direction of the palace gate from time to time. After the vermilion lacquered small side door opened inwardly, a young eunuch with delicate features quickly walked out. Young eunuch, did the Eastern Palace reply? Mu Qingya hurriedly walked forward and asked. The young eunuch faintly nodded at her. Please go back. The one in the Eastern Palace is very busy today. Mu Qingya was startled and quickly pulled on the young eunuch's sleeve. Young eunuch, I don't know if you can help me pass on a message. Tell the Crown Princess that there's an important matter at home, and I want to see the Crown Princess. As she spoke, she stuffed a bulging bag of things into the young eunuch's hand. The young eunuch used his hand to feel the weight of the bag of spirit coins, feeling a bit more satisfied, and the expression on his face also eased a lot. It's not that I don't want to pass on a message, but that one's temper, you should also be clear. He's a man of his word. The young eunuch secretly pointed in the direction of the Eastern Palace and whispered, seeing that it's not easy for you. I'll give you a reminder. Those two just came back this morning. The people from Ni Chong Market came back in the morning and in the afternoon. They should be busy with the wedding dress. Madam, it's best if you come back tomorrow at noon. At that time, His Highness will return to the palace for lunch. If that person is in a good mood, she might see you. Mu Qingya sighed and thought that the little eunuch was quite honest. She nodded and thanked him again before getting into the carriage to return home. Xiao Mama and Song Lu were accompanying her at the bottom of the carriage. At this time, seeing that Madam's face was a little tired, Song Lu couldn't help but say, Madam, The crown princess is not putting the Mu family in her eyes at all. Mu Qingya glanced at her indifferently. She's the crown princess, the wife of the crown prince of Shenzhou. Although the Mu family is a big aristocratic family, with her status, it's up to her whether she respects us or not. Hearing the helplessness in the eldest madam's words, Song Lu felt even more dissatisfied. But she is still the daughter of the Mu family. How could she be so ignorant of the ways of the world? Madam is the eldest madam of the Mu family's eldest branch after all. How can she ignore you like this? After all was said and done, it was because her madam's temper was too good. Otherwise, how could that little stoic be so arrogant? Xiao Mama glared at her. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you instigating madam to fight with the crown princess? That's enough. Let madam have a good rest. From yesterday's eldest Mrs. sudden return to cause a ruckus to today's afternoon of waiting for the little crown princess to summon her, madam had been as busy as a spinning top for the past 2 days. It was truly too hard and too tiring for her to rest. Mu Qingya was indeed too tired. Chapter 32-33. As a normal person, her body was naturally not as sturdy as a cultivator's. On the carriage ride back, she took a short nap and only felt a bit better when she arrived at the Mu estate's entrance. Not long after she returned to Gilded Garden, she heard that concubine Yuan had come over with her child and was wailing nonstop at the entrance. Mu Qingya really didn't have the patience to talk to her, so she sent Nanny Qiu out to inquire about the situation and sent Yuan Xiong away. The Mu family's eldest branch was in a state of chaos every day, but the little crown princess lived peacefully. When Prince Imo returned to the Eastern Palace in the evening's afterglow, he happened to see Bu Ernyang walking out with a long face after packing her clothes. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Bu Ernyang hurriedly squeezed out a smile and curtsied to Prince Imo. Imo Lien nodded and walked past her without consulting anyone. He then turned to look at Bu Ernyang walking out with a long face and asked Hui Feng, who was following behind him, in bewilderment, did she take the wrong medicine? Hui Feng's mouth twitched. He had been by His Highness the Crown Prince's side the entire day, so he naturally didn't know what happened to Bu Ernyang. Imo Lien only found it a bit comical. Before going to the Sun Moon Mystery Realm, when he had Bu Ernyang cut Jojo's clothes, she was still smiling like a Methriya Buddha all day long and looked at him as if she was looking at a running golden pig. What was wrong with her today? She had a long face and looked as if she had lost her parents. It was completely different from her usual style. The crown prince strode into the inner hall and heard Sir Jojo call out crisply, "Hubby." Prince Mo's gloomy mood, which he had been suppressing in the old man's imperial study for the entire afternoon, instantly dissipated. He quickly walked over and pulled the little one into his arms. "Jojo, I feel like I haven't seen you in a year and a half." Half a day had been too long. Lady Xiao blinked her eyes and then reached out to pinch his chin. "Husband, we even had lunch together." Speaking of this, Great Emperor Lunch felt very stifled. This son of his had to go back to the Eastern Palace to have lunch. He even said that he was having lunch with his wife. Didn't he think about his father? Couldn't he set aside some time to have lunch with his father? "I don't care. I just feel like I haven't seen you for a year." Imo Yin rubbed her body and smiled. "What happened to Bu Ernyang? You look like you lost your father." Jin Xiu couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Your Highness, it's not that your father is gone. It's that your money is gone. Our crown princess gave Bu Ernyang several new beauty products. Bu Ernyang ordered a lot of them. Tomorrow, she will go to Zhanhua Fong to pay the bill." When the crown prince heard this, he was amused. His wife really knew how to stir up trouble. Look, while earning a wedding dress, she also sold a lot of good stuff to Bu Ernyang. "How much?" the crown prince asked excitedly. "A total of 88,000 spirit coins." Jin Xiu couldn't help but burst into laughter when she said this. When Bu Ernyang heard the total price, she looked like she had lost her father. So to say, this Bu Ernyang did this wedding dress business and spent more than 30,000 spirit coins. No wonder she looked so sullen. Crown Prince Imo guffawed and lifted his wifey into his arms. "Wifey, you're too awesome." Sir Jojo tilted her head and rubbed her head against his hair. She sweetly called out, "Hubby." Suddenly, His Majesty has arrived. Tomorrow, the fourth watch will continue. Chapter 32-34. The great emperor's sudden appearance caused the little eunuchs guarding the eastern palace to be thrown into chaos. Just as they were about to pass the message, Mo Lushing waved at them impatiently and strode in with his hands behind his back. However, the moment he walked in, he saw a heart-wrenching scene. Prince Mo was hugging his little wife. Lady Qiao Qiao was hanging onto his body. Public morals were degenerating day by day. It was an eyesore in broad daylight. When Mo Lusheng strode in, the young couple turned to look at him, their gazes revealing a strange look. "Your father is here." Lord Si Qiao jumped down from his body and landed on the ground, glancing at the great emperor. Prince Mo felt that his father was a little annoying. Didn't he just leave the imperial study? Why did he follow him here again? Couldn't he just let him and his wife get along well? The great emperor saw that his son's face was dark, as if he didn't want to see him. He snorted with his hands behind his back. "What's with that expression? You don't want to see your father?" Prince Mo muttered softly. "What did you say?" Mo Lusheng turned to glare at his son. Prince Mo stepped forward and bowed. "Your son said, you came at the right time. My wife and I were just about to eat. Since you're here, let's eat together." This troublemaker of a son, he finally said something reasonable. Mo Lusheng nodded in satisfaction. Pass the meal. Prince Mo and Sir Jojo looked at each other, then walked hand in hand to the side hall's dining hall. Today, His Majesty was eating in the Eastern Palace. The little eunuchs and palace maids below were especially busy. The dishes flowed in like water. When the three of them entered, the dishes had already been placed on the table. Mo Lusheng looked at the little couple holding hand from start to finish and felt that it was a little painful to the eyes. He coughed and said, "How was your experience in a mystic realm? Did you encounter any danger?" Prince Mo shook his head. "It felt pretty good." Mo Lusheng put down his chopsticks and secretly twitched the corner of his mouth. "Cough. But why did we hear that your trip this time is full of danger?" Mo Lusheng looked at his son and asked, "Did you encounter danger all the way from Du Chunjiang to Red River Canyon? Is there anything wrong? You can see that we're still in high spirits, and we're not missing any limbs. You can tell that we're fine." Prince Mo secretly rolled his eyes and then said, "But father, my wife has suffered a lot along the way. Do you want to open a storehouse or something to nourish her body?" Mo Lusheng, how dare you say that? As a father, he was more tired than anyone else. Just because the crown prince was squandering, he had to follow behind and pay the bills. Which crown prince would be like him, acting recklessly and in a complete mess? The more Mo Lusheng thought about it, the more he was about to blow his beard and glare. The little stoic bluntly glared back at the emperor and said crisply, "You're not allowed to glare at Jojo's lotus." Mo Lusheng, Mo Lien, was overjoyed. He leaned closer to his wife and picked up a piece of fish for her. "Jojo, eat." Mo Lusheng felt even more stifled. This son treated his wife 100 times better than his father. "We encountered Heavenly Fate's people at Red River Canyon." Sir Jojo glanced at Mo Lusheng and said, "It looks like Heavenly Fate is about to take action. You have to make preparations as soon as possible." Prince Mo nodded repeatedly on the side, completely agreeing with his wife's words. Although we eliminated the temple's forces, Heavenly Fate, this underground organization, has probably developed for several hundred years. Chapter 32-35. Its hidden forces are very intricate, and many of them aren't easy to unearth. Prince Mo said seriously, "Have you considered what I said to father this afternoon?" Mo Lusheng's expression also became slightly more serious. "The transfer orders have already been issued. From tomorrow onwards, all the fortifications will be stepped up." Mo Lusheng paused before asking, "Do you think this place will be like Seacombe Planet in the lower star domain, becoming chaotic because of the sudden outbreak of zombies?" Mo Lien nodded. "This will happen sooner or later. No matter what, we have to make preparations early. Watchtowers must be set up in all the cities, and people must be stationed day and night. Once a flying beast of unknown origin appears, it must be shot down immediately." Mo Lien glanced at Mo Lusheng and said, When the zombies on Seacone Planet broke out, they relied on nightcaw birds to spread the disease. Mo Lushing nodded with a serious expression, indicating that he had already taken the Crown Prince's words to heart. Hubby, Sir Jojo picked up a piece of meat for her. The food is cold. Mo Lien glanced at her with a smile, then patted her little head. Let's talk after eating. Because of his son's words, Mo Yoshing's mood was a bit heavy, so he was a bit absent-minded while eating. But when he took the first bite of rice, he returned to his senses and looked down at the white jade porcelain bowl in his hands with slight surprise. The rice grains inside were plump and sparkling, and the chubby appearance was adorable. Could this be the holy rice that is all the rage in the capital now? He had heard of the special product that Kaidai Veranda fought over. Lady Jojo held her bowl of rice and nodded her small head. Mo Lusheng took 2 more bites, feeling a bit surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. We heard that the Kaidai Veranda you manage is now full of customers every day, and you still need to make reservations early to be able to get a seat. Recently, your holy rice has been auctioned off for 180,000 yuan per bowl. When the emperor thought of this, he felt that his wife must be filthy rich. He was already so rich, but this shameless couple still came to scam him often. Lady Qiao expressionlessly looked at the great emperor. The bowl in your hand is a special offering among special offerings. It's the best holy rice. I won't sell if it's not at least 500,000 yuan per bowl. The little stoic pursed her lips. The holy rice in the emperor's hands was not only watered with holy water, but it was also grown with the power of holy wood and cooked with holy fire. Regardless of whether it was the texture or the power contained within, it was incomparable to the one sold outside. The great emperor went from small bites to big bites. Then he gracefully put down his bowl and chopsticks and called out, "Hu De Quan." Eunuch who quickly ran in from outside and bowed to them with a smile. "Your Majesty, do you have any orders? Pack a bag of holy rice and bring it back. Have a small kitchen cook a bowl for me every day." Eunuch who looked dumbfoundedly at the little crown princess who was expressionless. Crown Prince Mo blinked before abruptly saying, "Then you have to give my wife the right to enter and exit the precious herb garden." This little brat really wasn't someone who could take a loss. Mo Lushing thought, and then he rolled his eyes. That won't do. There's so many good things in the herb garden. What if they are accidentally destroyed by an outsider? Mo Lien harumphed. My wife is an earth-grade alchemist. She didn't expect to be so busy today and was asked to work overtime. Chapter 32-36. That's right, don't be arrogant and complacent just because of a little achievement. In our divine continent, mid-level alchemists are everywhere, and even high-level alchemists aren't few. Don't think that just because you can provide a bloodshed vermilion fruit, you've already entered the ranks of alchemists. The path of alchemy is broad and profound. There are many things to learn. Wait a minute. Mo Yoshing's voice paused slightly, and he suddenly glanced sideways at his son, raising his voice slightly. What did you just say? Mo Lien rolled her eyes in annoyance. I said my wife is an earth. Level. Pill. Master. Now you heard it clearly, right? Mo Lien glanced at her father with a smile that wasn't smile. This guy's mind was wandering, and he didn't even hear it clearly, yet he was admonishing them with certainty. Mo Yoshing's expression at this time was very surprised. Sure enough, he seemed to come back to his senses all of a sudden, staring at Arbor with wide eyes for a while before saying, "You know how to make earth-level pills?" Arbor glanced at him and nodded. Sort of. Now, she could sometimes produce heaven-level pills with a small probability, and last time, she even produced a black-veined earth-level pill. Her alchemist realm seemed to be developing in the direction of higher quality. Mo Yoshing's gaze was somewhat complicated, and he looked at her deeply. He wouldn't have noticed if he didn't look, but with this look, Mo Lushing couldn't help but frown slightly, and he said with some surprise, Did your cultivation level increase again?" Arbor threw him a "you just realized" look, nodded calmly, and said in a calm tone, "It's just so now I can barely be considered a beginner level 13 level great spiritualist." The emperor actually felt somewhat speechless, and his gaze seemed to be looking at an otherworldly weirdo, staring blankly at Arbor for a good while. Why did he look like an idiot? Arbor's little eyes glanced at the Emperor, and she couldn't help but say, although my realm didn't increase much, my divine sense increased a lot. Now it's already a 4th-level divine sense. Mo Lusheng, why did he keep feeling stifled? And what the hell was with this inexplicable huge blow? This advancement was due to the fact that the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm had fused into her galaxy. Even the little tree had benefited greatly. Previously, after the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm had fused into the star field, all kinds of things had happened one after another. She hadn't had enough time to flee for her life, so naturally, there hadn't been time for her to go into seclusion to advance. She suppressed her realm and waited until she returned to the academy before she calmed down and advanced a level. Now, her cultivation had successfully stepped into the realm of level 13 Great Spiritual Master. As for the little tree, it had already entered the realm of middle growth stage. Seeing the Emperor's shocked expression, the little stoic pursed her small lips. What was there to be surprised about? Before you went to the Royal Academy, you were only a level 10 Great Spirit Master. Mo Lusheng restrained himself, but in the end, he still couldn't help but open his mouth. At that time, she had removed the aura concealing talisman in the study room. He had seen it with his own eyes, hadn't he? But now it had only been a little over a month, and this little guy had actually leaped into the realm of a 13th rank Great Spirit Master in one go. Moreover, with Mo Lusheng's eyesight, he could naturally tell that this little brat's cultivation did not seem to be fake. It was extremely stable. This little guy was really quite amazing. Mo Lusheng glanced at the little girl again, inwardly thinking, this kind of talent is completely not inferior to the Pangu clan's Princess Jing. Chapter 32-37. Cough. The Emperor suddenly felt that his expression was a bit like an idiot's, so he quickly adjusted his expression and put on a solemn face. You've improved a lot recently, but you have to maintain it. That's right. Since you're an Earth Grade alchemist, then have you gone to the pill house to test your grade? I haven't. The little stoic recalled Fairy Huang He's words and couldn't help but sigh ruefully. She heard that with the alchemist certification issued by the pill house, you could get a discount at any medicinal herb shop in the 3 provinces. Hence, the Emperor fumed and glared. You haven't even tested it. So how can you boast that you're an Earth Grade alchemist? This Earth Grade alchemist title wasn't a boast. Someone who can steadily refine 100 Earth Grade pills in one go isn't an Earth Grade alchemist? The Emperor twitched his mouth and nodded indifferently. Then don't be arrogant and continue to work hard. There are plenty of young alchemists who are better than you in this world. When Prince Mo heard this, he was immediately unconvinced. Which girl of the same age in this world can be better than my Jojo? Mo Lusheng glared at his son. There's always someone better. There's still a 28-year-old divine alchemist in this world. When Mo Lusheng mentioned this person, he couldn't help but sigh ruefully. Unfortunately, this expert's whereabouts are erratic. It's very difficult to find her. Can your wife reach the divine alchemist realm when she's 28? The Emperor shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. It'd be great if she could become a divine alchemist. Mo Lusheng was unhappy when he heard this. His little wife was clearly more outstanding than anyone else. So why did she seem so unsightly in his father's mouth? He simply didn't know what was good for him. Mo Lusheng was just about to rebuke his father when Arbor grabbed him. In truth, there were many things that didn't need to be argued with. When her strength reached that level, that would be the best way to slap their faces. In any case, it wasn't the Emperor's first time being slapped in the face, so he didn't mind the pain. Arbor pursed her lips, indicating for Prince Mo to pay attention to the Emperor's current expression. Her hopeful expression softened his chiseled, handsome face. You're looking for that divine grade alchemist? Mo Lusheng raised her eyebrows. A 28-year-old divine grade alchemist was indeed quite outstanding, but Mo Lusheng believed that his little wife would definitely be able to reach the realm of a divine grade alchemist in less than 10 years. Have you heard of the soul-returning pill? The Emperor suddenly asked, his gaze landing on the little stoic. The little crown princess glanced at him. A saint-grade pill that reverses yin and yang. To make them, you need divine phoenix wood Sangzhou snowfield flower, and underworld remote ghost grass. Also, add a Saint Grade spirit fruit, the bloodshed vermilion fruit. Mo Lushing nodded his head excitedly. Speaking of the bloodshed vermilion fruit, she had casually taken one out and given it to him when he was testing the young crown princess. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited at that time, but the great emperor was used to pretending. Even if he was overwhelmed with emotions, no one would be able to tell. Do you know how to make it? Mo Liuxing's eyes were faintly suppressed with anticipation. Only a Saint-grade alchemist can make this pill, the little stoic said indifferently. Although a divine-grade alchemist can also make it, the success rate is extremely low. It wasn't easy to gather the materials for rare treasures like divine phoenix wood, remote ghost grass, and snowfield divine flower. How could a person with a low success rate carelessly make a pill like this? Chapter 32-38. Mo Lushang's expression changed slightly, and after a long silence, he asked, "How low is the success rate of a god-grade pill refiner?" "About 10%, Arbor said indifferently. The moment she said that, Mo Lushang's expression turned even uglier. He let out a long sigh, as if he had been hit so hard that he seemed to have lost his soul. Arbor glanced at him. "You can wait for that talented god-grade pill refiner to advance to a saint-grade pill refiner and then give her the ingredients to refine. In this way, even if there is a possibility of failure, the success rate can be more than 60%. Mo Lushang glanced at her, moved his lips, and finally sighed faintly. Mo Lien held her little hand. "In the past 1,000 years, there hasn't been a saint-grade pill refiner in the divine continent. Wait until when? This god-grade pill refiner might not be able to advance to a saint-grade pill refiner in her lifetime." Arbor raised her delicate brows and glanced at the emperor, who had a hint of melancholy in his eyes. "Then wait for me," she suddenly said. "When I grow up, I'll help Lien's mother refine the soul-returning pill. 5 years is enough." Mo Lusheng looked at her as if he was looking at a weirdo for a long time, then silently got up, turned his head, and shouted to Hu Dequan, who was standing at the side like a statue. "What are you standing there for? Take the sacred rice and return to the palace." Prince Mo twitched his mouth and hurriedly said, "The entry and exit token for the herb garden." A bolt of lightning flashed before his eyes, and Mo Lien reached out to grab that herb garden token and stuffed it into his little wife's hands. Arbor glanced at the emperor's back as he left in a huff, blinked, and asked, "What's wrong with him?" Just now he left halfway. Lord Jojo tilted her head in thought and asked her husband with a serious face, "Does your father not believe me?" She said that she could become a saint-grade pill refiner in 5 years, and it wasn't a joke. She was someone who had 12 times the flow of time, and saying 5 years was to take care of the emperor's mood, and purposely said long. She didn't expect that when she said 5 years, he didn't believe her. What an inexplicable person. Mo Lien looked at his wife's conflicted expression and almost laughed out loud. He nodded and said, "It's okay. We'll use the truth to slap him in the face in 2 years." Jojo thought about it and nodded. Then he walked to his side and reached out to touch his face. "Don't be sad. I will cure your mother." Mo Lien's eyes flickered and seemed to overflow with tenderness. She reached out to hold the little fellow's waist and kissed her gently on the cheek. "I know. When your old man is happy, bring me over to have a look," Lady Chow Chow said expressionlessly. "All right. Don't worry. A small soul-returning pill won't be a problem for your master Jojo," the little fellow said with a serious look on his serious face. Emolien picked her up and said with a smile, I know everything." There were many things that didn't need to be said. Everything was in tacit agreement. Jojo rubbed her little head against his face. "Come back early tomorrow afternoon. I want to eat sweet osmanthus and lotus root. You can make it." Emolien smiled and nodded. "Wife, if there's anything else you want to eat, just tell your husband." Your Highness, Your Highness." Hurried footsteps came from outside. Chapter 32-39. Eunuch Chun ran in with small steps and bowed while panting. "Your Highness, something happened at Yongren Palace." Yongren Palace was the Empress Dowager's bedchamber. What could happen? Mo Lien subconsciously raised his brows. Eunuch Chun continued, His Majesty invites your highness over. Mo Lien was a little unhappy. So many things happened as soon as he returned to the palace. Why did he look for him, the crown prince, when something happened at Yongren Palace? He wasn't familiar with the old lady, so he didn't know why his father called him over. However, Arbor tugged at his sleeve and said, You go, I'm going to bathe first. Emolien's eyes brightened slightly. Actually, he would rather stay at home and help Sir Jojo bathe. Prince Mo reluctantly went to Yongren Palace, while Arbor went to the hot spring to take a bath. In the corner of the Eastern Palace's back garden, there was a naturally formed hot spring. The water was clear all year round, and the air was dense with moisture. Arbor took a liking to this place not long after he returned. This treasured place became a place where Sir Jojo frequented. Because the little crown princess often needed to bathe here, the crown prince had people renovate the hot spring and build it into a bath. Recently, the servants cleaned the hot spring very diligently, afraid that they would neglect the little crown princess and incur His Highness's displeasure. Bored to death, Sir Jojo sprawled on the edge of the hot spring, holding a cup of spirit tea and sipping it absent-mindedly. Due to the integration of the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm, Chochio had also advanced. Recently, she was busy stabilizing her realm, so she didn't hear this fellow's chatter. After returning to the capital, she didn't have time to visit her business, so Arbor planned to take a look tomorrow afternoon. When she heard the emperor say that the holy rice was auctioned for a sky-high price of 180,000 taels, she couldn't help but feel a little curious. Could it be that the business model of valuing things based on their rarity really worked? After soaking for a while, Jojo climbed out of the water. He wiped himself clean and put on a soft shirt. Crown Princess. Kaichi hurried over and bowed. His Majesty has sent another decree for you to make a trip to Yongren Palace. Xiaomu creased her brows. This old lady was a little too much. She had nothing to do with her at all, so why did she have to drag her over? After letting Saishio and Saichi do a simple makeup for her, Lady Jojo changed into her red battle clothes and got on the carriage with a cold expression on her little stoic face. The eunuchs and palace maids accompanying her all had tense faces. They felt that the little crown princess was in a bad mood. At this moment, the atmosphere in Yongren Palace was a little strange. Everyone was in the open space in front of the Empress Dowager's bedchamber, looking nervously at a eunuch with disheveled hair in the middle. That eunuch was around 30 years old. At this time, he was in a delirious state and was being propped up by 4 or 5 guards. He shook his head and roared like a madman. Empress Dowager Chen's face was a bit pale. She grabbed the arm of an old nanny and looked nervously at that eunuch. The emperor's expression was also very unsightly. He turned to look at the imperial physicians huddled at the side. Have you checked everyone in Yongren Palace? Is there anyone else with the same symptoms? Those imperial physicians were already scared half to death. When they heard this, they hurriedly said, We've only checked half of the people. There's nothing strange. Then what are we still doing here? Why don't we check the other half? Are we waiting for their symptoms to act up? Mo Lushing shouted. Chapter 3240. The emperor's aura surged, scaring the group of old physicians. They all hurriedly agreed. Mo Yin looked on coldly from the sidelines, watching as they turned around to leave like a bunch of pinched flies. He couldn't help but frown. He said indifferently, Have someone gather all the palace maids and eunuchs in Yongren Palace and examine them together. If these old imperial physicians, who couldn't even walk properly, were to walk back and forth, they would probably lose half their lives. The crown princess has arrived. Mo Yin's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to walk towards the door, he was caught off guard by his father's glare. Prince Mo turned a blind eye and left the group of people behind. He happily walked to the arched door. Soon, he walked back with a smile on his face, holding his little wife's hand. He muttered to her in a low voice, Jojo, a eunuch in Yongren Palace has mutated. Arbor blinked and looked curiously at the crazily screaming eunuch. He saw that there were several ropes around his neck, and several people were exerting all their strength to pull him in several directions at the same time. He was like a trap bird. No matter how hard he flapped his wings, he couldn't break free from the crowd's grip. How did he mutate? This was truly impossible to guard against. It seemed that a portion of Tianyun's power had already infiltrated the capital, but they hadn't made a move for many years. So now, they wanted to make a move step by step. Wang Fu made a trip to Kaidai Pavilion on Chang'e Avenue today to purchase holy rice. An elderly nanny beside Queen Dowager Chen stealthily peeked at Xiao Mu as she spoke. He became like this after he came back. The young couple turned their heads at the same time and looked at her with cold eyes. The nanny shrank back. She felt a chill at the back of her head and couldn't help but shiver. Empress Dowager Chen reached out and patted the nanny's hand. Her gaze fell indifferently on the little crown princess. Crown princess, what do you have to say about this? Ijia heard that the crown princess was called the source of disaster the moment she entered the capital. After that, every time he attacked, he was incomparably ruthless. Now, after making a trip to the Kaidai Pavilion that you're managing, Empress Dowager Chen has become like this. What do you have to say for yourself? Ignoring the young couple's glare, Queen Dowager Chen asked Xiao Mu coldly. Mo Lushing frowned and said with a cold face, Empress Dowager, the criticisms of the ignorant people on the streets are not credible. Could it be that just because they said that the little crown princess was the source of the disaster, she really was? Moreover, this rumor was made up by the saintess of the temple. Presently, they already knew that the deity hall was the fangs and claws of Tianyun, and the reason why they would deal with the crown princess was clear as day. The crown princess has repeatedly opposed Tianyun. They are like fire and water. She will never walk together with Tianyun. Empress Dowager, don't worry too much. Empress Dowager Chen turned to look at the emperor and sighed in her heart. It seemed that the rumors were not false. The emperor seemed to be gradually protecting the little crown princess for the sake of the crown prince. The deity hall was willing to become the fangs and claws of Tianyun. Now that it has been destroyed, the Tianyun organization is naturally unwilling. Mo Lusheng said indifferently. Today's move might be a crooked method that Tianyun thought of to deal with the crown princess. Your Majesty, then what about Ijia's Baojia? What about Baojia? Empress Dowager Chen revealed a pained expression. Chapter 32:41. She looked at the little crown princess and said, Tell me, did you harm my Baojia? She's only an 18-year-old girl. She's just a little willful because she's spoiled by her family. Why do you have to make things difficult for her and make it so that she can't even return to Dragonflame City? Xiaomu looked her up and down before tugging at her husband's sleeve. What did she ask me to come here for? Was it because of the corpse puppet or Chun Baojia? If it was the former, she could gather the stewards to ask about it when she returned to Kaidai Pavilion tomorrow. If it was the latter, sorry, she couldn't care less about Chun Baojia. What did Chun Baojia's life have to do with her? What a joke. They weren't on the same team. Could it be that Miss Chan died during her training and she had to blame it on Sir Jojo? Wouldn't that be the biggest joke in the world? Arbor hadn't interacted with Empress Dowager Chun before and didn't know her at all. However, seeing Chun Baojia's usual behavior and thinking of the Chun family style, she didn't like Empress Dowager Chun. Not to mention that Empress Dowager Chun was like an old fool who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Arbor couldn't help but frown. Mo Yin lowered her head and held her little hand, comforting her softly. Then, she looked up at Empress Dowager Chun and said, Although Chun Baojia went to the Sun-Moon Mystic Realm with us. But to put it bluntly, we're not on the same team and don't know each other well. Prince Amos said coldly. I've already told Father about the collapse of the Mystic Realm. As for what happened to Miss Chun after the collapse of the Mystic Realm, we don't know. At that time, Jojo and I were in danger and exhausted. We really didn't have the time to care about Miss Chin's life and death. Please forgive us, Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Chun was a little annoyed by the tactful rebuff. Chun Baojia was the most talented girl in their family. She was already a level 9 spiritual master at such a young age and had a bright future. But now, however, his whereabouts were unknown and there was no news of him. How could the Qin clan not be anxious? Your Majesty, how should we deal with Fu Wang? His personal eunuch, Hu Duquan, walked forward shakily and carefully glanced at the emperor. The great emperor glared. What else could he do? Naturally, he burned it with fire. Prince Imo said calmly, "Let's deal with it later. My wife won't take the blame for this," he said coldly, his gaze drifting to the Empress Dowager's face. "Tomorrow, we'll go to the Kaidai brothel to investigate this matter. We can't splash dirty water for no reason." Jojo nodded his little head vigorously, expressing his agreement. Empress Dowager Chen's face was a bit ugly. Although the crown prince didn't say anything harsh, every word he said was directed at her, making her heart feel suffocated. Empress Dowager Chen looked at the young couple again. She saw that the two of them had their fingers tightly clasped together from beginning to end. Although the two of them looked indifferent and didn't have any big fluctuations, she didn't know why, but she felt that it made people feel uncomfortable. The emperor didn't know how to reprimand the two of them. The crown prince was the heir to the throne of the divine prefecture. How could he disregard his image and stick to the crown princess everywhere? Empress Dowager Chen's eyes sharpened. The Kaidai brothel's matter must be investigated, but it shouldn't be the crown prince. Empress Dowager Chen said coldly, "Your Majesty, I think this matter should be handed over to the Supreme Court to investigate." Chapter 3242. Queen Dowager Chen said aloofly, "What does Your Majesty think?" The emperor glanced at Queen Dowager Chen before reflexively looking at his son. Seeing that his son's face was unperturbed and didn't seem to have any other expression, the emperor coughed lightly and was about to speak. Then he heard the little stoic say coldly, "It's not impossible to hand it over to the Supreme Court for investigation. But you two also know that it's not an exaggeration to say that my Kaidai pavilion rakes in gold every day. Investigation is one thing. If my Kaidai pavilion's business is delayed, the royal court must compensate me." The emperor's eyelid twitched inexplicably. Whenever he heard the word compensation, he would feel his scalp tingle for no reason. That bastard Giant Pain's compensation had implicated him for no reason, causing him to inexplicably bleed. This time, it had nothing to do with him at all. If he still had to pay this compensation, then wouldn't he be too bloody unlucky? Then let the crown prince supervise from the side while the Supreme Court investigates. The emperor didn't feel like he was being cowardly at all. Queen Dowager Chen creased her brows. If the crown prince supervised from his side, would the Supreme Court's people still dare to properly interrogate the Kaidai pavilion's people? Just as she was about to express her dissatisfaction, she heard the emperor say righteously, "Let's do it this way. Queen Dowager, you must be very tired after being tormented for the majority of the day. Rest early." Mo Lusheng turned to glance at that incessantly howling eunuch. With a move of his palm, he struck out a swift and fierce force that directly penetrated the back of that thing's head. Bam! That eunuch instantly fell to the ground and didn't move at all. Queen Dowager Chen jumped in fright and pursed her lips with an unsightly expression. "If Your Majesty kills him now, won't there be no witnesses at that time?" Mo Lusheng creased his brows. "This eunuch has already metamorphosed and will gradually lose consciousness completely. There's no use in keeping him. Then didn't he not completely lose his humanity right now?" Queen Dowager Chen was a bit angry. "Guards!" Mo Lusheng made a prompt decision. "Drag him out and burn him. Remember to be careful." "Yes." The emperor's personal bodyguards immediately cupped their hands in salute and dragged the eunuch out without another word. Although Empress Dowager Chen was angry, she couldn't stop it. Furthermore, this eunuch had indeed mutated. Leaving him in the Yongren Palace would be a disaster. But even so, she still felt a little uncomfortable when she saw the emperor protecting the crown princess in every way. Their Bao Jia did not return from the arcane realm this time. According to Gui Xuan and the others, the death of the second daughter of the Zhongli family seemed to have something to do with the little crown princess. She doesn't know if Bao Jia's case has anything to do with this vicious little girl. Thinking of this, Empress Dowager Chen's eyes became very sharp. She coldly glanced at Jojo. The latter tilted her head and glared at her. Then, she tugged at her husband's finger. Mo Lien followed behind her and said mildly, Imperial Father, it's getting late. We still have to go to Kaidai Pavilion tomorrow morning to investigate the matter. I'll take my leave then. Empress Dowager Chen couldn't help but say angrily, "Stop right there." This old lady had been paying attention to the young couple the entire time. How could she not see the little crown princess hooking her finger? His Highness the Crown Prince was hooked by his little wife and ran away. What kind of scandal was this? Crown Prince and Crown Princess have returned to the capital for several months. Empress Dowager Chen's voice was very cold. Chapter 3243. If you want to talk about adapting, after these months, the Crown Princess should have adapted to life in the palace. Empress Dowager Chen coldly looked at the little Crown Princess and said, "But looking at it now, how come you still don't know etiquette? It's clear that you need to be taught by the palace's old nannies and learn the palace etiquette. If you don't go out, you'll lose the face of our royal family and become a joke." When the little Crown Princess heard this, a nameless fire immediately appeared in her heart. She turned her head to look at Empress Dowager Chen with cold eyes and said word for word, "Do you want to die?" The little fellow pulled her little hand out of Prince Mo's hand and walked step by step towards Empress Dowager Chen, who was staring at her. "Old lady, I advise you to mind your own business. It's fine as long as you take care of your own Chen family. If you want to mind this Crown Princess's business, I'll let you know how the word death is written." Empress Dowager Chen was stared at by her bone-chilling eyes and couldn't help shivering. She was so angry that her body trembled and her face turned green. She trembled as she shouted, Your Majesty, look at her, look at her." Threat. This was a naked threat. Empress Dowager Chen never would have thought that this little crown princess in front of His Majesty would be so terrifying as to say that she wanted to kill her. She was so angry that she couldn't say a complete sentence. The young crown prince consort smiled faintly at her and clenched her small fists. In this world, strength is revered in the first place. Could it be that old Madame's mind has become muddled after staying in the inner court for too long, and she no longer understands the laws of the 3 provinces? I'll give you a piece of advice. If you anger this crown princess, even the heavens won't be able to save you. After saying this, she sent out a kick that created a deep hole in the stone floor. Empress Dowager Chen was so shocked that she fell back. The old nannies beside her screamed and quickly reached out to support her. "You shameless thing." Arbor looked at the old lady coldly, turned around, and left. She wasn't a good-natured little white flower who would repeatedly compromise for the sake of her family's reputation and righteousness. Get lost. If it happened once or twice, she could let it slide in Arbor, but if it happened a third time, she would use her strength to kill it. That was her principle. Don't blame her for being ruthless, heartless, and cold. Mo Lien quickly reached out to pull his little wife over and carefully looked at the little fellow's face. He turned back to Empress Dowager Chen and angrily said, "My wife is very busy. Don't bother her with these random things. What about learning the etiquette of the palace? Wasn't that a joke?" His wife would be in seclusion for 70 to 80 days on the fish orchid planet. Who would have the time to learn etiquette from these old women? "Your Majesty, look. Take a look." Empress Dowager Chen was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She almost couldn't finish her sentence. "Look at this. Is this still the appearance of a crown prince? How? Is this the appearance of the future mother of the world? If this goes on, the royal family's reputation will be completely ruined by the 2 of them." When the emperor heard this, his expression also turned ugly. "Empress Dowager, what are you saying? The 2 children are still young and can't be impatient. You have to teach them slowly. Also, how is the crown prince not behaving like a crown prince?" The emperor was very dissatisfied that his son was not good enough. Chapter 3244. This was his and Empress' only son. His little glutinous rice ball had outstanding talent and intelligence since he was young. The moment he was born, he inherited the ancient Mo Lien bloodline that no one in the family had been able to inherit for thousands of years. The emperor believed that if his son claimed to be number 2 in the world, no one could become number 1 in the world. He didn't like hearing the Empress Dowager's words. In view of the fact that the Empress Dowager had been in the palace for a long time and was his father's second empress, She had been a kind old woman all these years. Even though she had her own thoughts and considerations, she didn't play many small tricks. The emperor was more respectful to her for his father's sake. But hearing her talk about his son like this today, his mood immediately soured. If she said that his son didn't look like an heir, then it wouldn't do. His only son would definitely inherit everything he had in the future. Who else could he give the country passed down by the previous emperor to but his little glutinous rice ball? Besides, his son was so smart. In just a few months after he came back, he had most of the people in the court, old and young, so convinced of him. With this ability, how could he not look like an heir? Simply laughable. Seeing the emperor's face suddenly darken, the empress dowager naturally felt a bit stifled. That was why people said that dogs had to be raised and sons had to be born. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on the same page no matter what. Looking at the stepson she had watched grow up in front of her, but now he was glaring at her like this, Empress Dowager Chun felt a chill in her heart. Your Majesty. Empress Dowager, no need to say more. Mo Lucian gruffly retorted the Empress Dowager's words. The Crown Princess's cultivation has just risen and needs to stabilize. You shouldn't get involved. Tomorrow, have them follow the people from the Supreme Court and see what's going on at Kaidai Pavilion. Mo Lucian waved his hand. We'll talk about the rest after the investigation. Empress Dowager Chan was so angry she couldn't speak for a while. Seeing the emperor about to leave Yongren Palace, she hurriedly called Amama to support her and walked forward shakily. Your Majesty, there's one more thing. The matter of taking a consort that I mentioned to you last time. Mo Liuxing's face pulled even longer, impatient to talk about this with the Empress Dowager. He waved his hand and said, It's not like Jin doesn't have a son. Why take a consort? Empress Dowager Chun leaned back in anger. Why don't you take a look at how many sons the great emperor of the Tsang Prefecture and the Underworld Prefecture has? What about you? She was his only biological child. No wonder he treated her like a treasure. Because you don't have any other candidate for the Crown Prince. She took a look at the Crown Prince's character and temper. He wasn't even half as reliable as King Zheng. Every time the topic of concubines was brought up, the great emperor would leave in a hurry. The more Empress Dowager Chen thought about it, the angrier she got. Naturally, she wouldn't let him escape this time. She hurriedly had someone help shivering forward and block the emperor's path. She earnestly said, Your Majesty, you're not young anymore. He only has 2 children, and one of them is just an adopted son. The Empress has been asleep for so many years, and the position of the Empress of the Divine Prefecture has been empty for so many years. I'm just your stepmother. You don't have to listen to me, but you have to consider the feelings of the previous emperors of the Divine Prefecture. The great emperor said with a solemn face, What objections could the previous emperor have? If he has any complaints, tell him to come and find me. Huda Quan was speechless. Empress Dowager Chun was furious. She reached out to grab his hand and said anxiously, Zhu Xi country is close to the barbarian tribe. The terrain is dangerous. Chapter 32:45. They seek the protection of our divine prefecture all year round. This time, they even sent over their country's youngest and most beautiful third princess. Aijia has already met that Princess Yinyan. She is well-educated and exceptionally gentle. Why don't Your Majesty take her in this time? On one hand, it can let the little king of Zhu Xi kingdom rest assured. On the other hand, it can also help our divine prefecture's imperial family spread its bloodline. Aijia thinks that Your Majesty should like. Mo Liuxing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He raised his hand and waved it forcefully, stopping the Empress Dowager from continuing. No need. That Princess Yinyan, he had never even seen her before. This Empress Dowager was baffling, acting on her own initiative and actually saying that he would like her. Where did her confidence come from, to think that he could take in that small country's princess? Mo Liuxing's face was full of anger as he flicked his sleeves and left. They were all troublesome people. The thought of his Wu Xia still lying in that cold place, silent and motionless, made his heart tremble. Yet there were still so many troublesome people who wanted to stick to his side. Every time he thought of this, he couldn't suppress the rage in his heart. He only wanted to tear all those bitches who intentionally or unintentionally wanted to get close to him to shreds. Whoever came would be unlucky. Lord Jojo waved his hand, drawing open the demonic eye's vision vortex that was circled with spiritual energy. In the vortex of spiritual energy, the last thing that appeared was the great emperor's figure striding out of Yomran Palace. Lord Jojo said with displeasure, "That old lady is really troublesome. She can't torment us, so she want to torment your father. She want to find you a stepmother." Lord Jojo was full of displeasure when he thought of this. Jojo's Lian's mother was still lying unconscious, and these people were always thinking of finding someone to replace her. How could this be? On the other hand, Mo Lian chuckled soundlessly and said while holding her hand, "My dad isn't that stupid. This proper father wasn't that lustful old great king of Mo Kingdom, who would be charmed by trash like Young-hee. If he wanted to take in concubines, after all these years, the harem would have bloomed everywhere. His younger brothers and sisters were already running around. Even after so many years, his father was still unmoved. It was obvious that he only had his mother in his heart. As long as his heart is firm enough, I have a way to make this old lady stop." Mo Lian lightly said. "Find something for the old lady to do," Mr. Jojo said impatiently, "so that she won't keep staring at other people's family matters. Don't the Chin family have a lot of problems? Give her more." Mo Lian chuckled. He hugged his wife and nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to my wife." Lord Jojo nodded in satisfaction. He reached out and pushed his husband's body. "Go take a bath. You stink." "Where does he stink?" Mo Lian pursed her lips and resentfully went to take a bath. Early the next morning, the young couple followed the great emperor's orders and left the palace. As a result, Mu Qingya, who came to invite the little crown princess home at noon, came back empty-handed again. Even Nanny Chio's expression turned ugly. "Greetings to your highnesses the crown prince and the crown princess." Shopkeeper, who hurriedly bowed, then cupped his hands at the young man beside him. Zhang Xiaoqing, the vice-chancellor of the Supreme Court, Zhang Heng, sized up the shopkeeper and nodded. "Did anyone from the palace come to buy holy rice yesterday? Tell me about the situation." Shopkeeper, who glanced at the little crown princess. Seeing the latter nod at him, he relaxed. Chapter 3246. Shopkeeper, who organized his thoughts and said methodically, "Yesterday there was indeed someone from the palace who came to purchase holy rice. But everyone knows that a few days ago, this last bowl of holy rice was sold for 180,000 taels." Zhang Xiaoqing immediately turned around to glance at the young crown princess. He heard that this Kaidai restaurant was the young crown princess's business. In that case, the young crown princess really was a super millionaire who earned 10 million taels a day. The little stoic was suspicious and also glanced at this deputy minister of the Supreme Judiciary. This deputy minister of the Supreme Judiciary was a man of few words. Being able to sit in this position at such a young age indicated that he was very capable. Zhang Xiaoqing coughed lightly and said, "Continue." "Sir, when this palace servant came to inquire, this humble old man naturally told him that there was no stock. At that time, this person was very angry and repeatedly stated that a certain noble from the palace wanted to try something new. He even threatened this humble old man to not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." When shopkeeper who said this, he involuntarily laughed bitterly when he recalled yesterday's scene. We naturally didn't dare to deceive a noble from the palace, but we also couldn't conjure something that we didn't have. Shopkeeper who sighed and said, "That palace servant messed with us for half a day and ruined several of our business deals in a row. In the end, when he left, he even pointed at our signboard and cursed loudly, saying that there might not be any rice better than our holy rice that was sold in the Eastern Street Market. As a result, he left in a huff." Shopkeeper who said, "After that, we didn't know what happened." Zhang Xiaoqing nodded and turned to say to Prince Mo, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this humble official wants to make a trip to the Eastern Street Market to see if I can find some clues." Mo Lian nodded indifferently. "This matter has nothing to do with Kaidai Restaurant. After returning, just write a complete report and submit it to his majesty. Zhang Shaoqing was startled. He wanted to say that this matter needed to be investigated further, but when he saw Prince Mo's cold gaze, he had an inexplicable feeling that he couldn't continue. Kai-Dai Pavilion doesn't even have enough time to earn money every day. Do they have the time to make life difficult for a eunuch? Mo Yin calmly swept a glance at Zhang Shaoqing before saying, Huifeng. Huifeng instantly emerged from behind the crown prince. Take some people and follow Zhang Shaoqing. Remember to wear protective armor. Disperse the crowd first, then focus on searching every nook and cranny of the market. Zhang Shaoqing, there must be a big surprise waiting for you. After Mo Yin said this, she held the little stoic's hand and walked upstairs to Kai-Dai Pavilion. Since he was already here, he would naturally have lunch before leaving. As for Zhang Shaoqing and the others, since they have work to do, I won't keep them any longer. Huifeng silently shed tears as he watched the crown prince and the little crown princess go upstairs together. The bitterness in his heart bubbled out. Huifeng also wanted to go upstairs to eat. Huifeng didn't want to follow Zhang Heng, this guy, to the Eastern Street Market to search for clues at all. While the two of them sat down in the private room and waited for their food, Sir Jojo involuntarily pursed his lips and said, It's such a big contribution. It's better to let stubborn Chow lead people there. Mo Yin couldn't help but break into laughter. Their positions are different. How can the capital governor meddle in the Supreme Court's affairs? His Jojo was truly adorable. As long as it was someone she took a fancy to, she would always spare no effort to help them. He got off easy. Sir Jojo humphed. Chapter 32:47. Zhang Shaoqing's expressionless face didn't even smile as he walked over. It was as if Sir Jojo owed him 180,000 taels. Prince Mo curled his lips in amusement and reached out to hold one of her little paws. Jojo, actually, your expression is not much better than his ahem. It's not much better. Wasn't it just facial paralysis meeting facial paralysis? Did they not like each other? Sir Jojo rolled his eyes at him. You're the only one who did something superfluous and made Huifeng run over to help him. We should have let stubborn Chow take action. He could have caught the source of a disaster in one go and become famous both inside and outside Dragonflame City. Prince Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How much did this child Jojo admire stubborn Chow from the capital office? Okay. Next time, I'll definitely let stubborn Chow do it. Prince Mo raised his hand to rub the little fellow's head. Then, he turned to look at the group of people who were quickly walking in with plates of food. The waiters from Kai-Dai Veranda all came in with smiles on their faces. They deftly put down the plates and asked if the two of them needed anything before retreating in unison. Everyone in Kai-Dai Veranda was beaming with joy. Whenever their little crown princess came over, they would definitely reward her handsomely. When Zhang and Jia came in, he saw the little crown princess picking up some winter bamboo shoots with her chopsticks and placing them on the crown prince's plate. Greetings to your highness the crown prince and crown princess. The little crown princess looked up and sized him up. I saw the new menu you designed just now. It's not bad. Not only was the price tag very clear on the menu, but every dish was also painted with color, aroma, and taste. As long as a customer saw it, no one could resist the temptation of such delicious food. Thank you for your praise, Crown Princess. Zhang Enjia's emotions were strangely complicated. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. He seemed to be a little proud and satisfied. Strangely, why did he feel like he was floating after being praised by the little Crown Princess? While they were talking, they heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside the room. When a group of people passed by the door of their box, they inadvertently glanced inside. Suddenly, a female voice called out, "Big sister, it's her? She's back? Didn't you say that she might have died in the secret realm?" Mu Rochuan's face was slightly pale. She stared at Arbor in front of her, as if she was unwilling and in disbelief. That's right, shouldn't she have died in that secret realm? Looking at the situation now, she had returned in one piece. Mu Rochuan stared at the Arbor in front of her, as if she was possessed. Her mind was in a mess as she exclaimed, You're not dead? You didn't die?" When Mo Yin heard this, a trace of displeasure arose in her heart. She coldly glared at him. Throw him out. Tong's figure suddenly appeared in front of Mu Rochuan and reached out to grab her neck without saying a word. No sooner said than done. A trace of anger flashed across Mu Rochuan's pale face. Her entire body tensed up in an instant as she raised her fist and punched at Tong's palm. Bang! After a muffled sound, Tong's expression changed slightly and he retreated a few steps. Prince Imo suddenly got up and floated behind him. He pressed one hand against Tong's back and stopped him from continuing to fly backward. With his other hand, he quickly formed a pitch-black lotus eel and threw it straight at Mu Rochuan's face. The latter was shocked, and her pupils shrank. Chapter 32:48. Bang! Mu Rochuan screamed as she fell. If it weren't for Prince Imo showing mercy, Mu Rochuan would have been sent flying. Of course, Imo Yin wasn't showing mercy to Mu Rochuan. It was mainly because she didn't want to destroy Kaidai Pavilion's entrance for no reason. As a result, it still caused quite a commotion. Everyone couldn't help but run over. Peak level, 15 Great Spiritualist? Looking at Mu Rochuan, who had fallen into the corner and couldn't get up, Imo Yin's expression changed unpredictably. She couldn't be clearer about Tong's strength. Currently, he had reached level 14 Great Spiritualist. But he couldn't take Mu Rochuan's punch? What did that mean? It meant that Mu Rochuan's realm was above Tong's. Arbor also walked to the door. Her gaze carried traces of suspicion as she sized up Mu Rochuan. "What did you do?" she asked coldly. It was impossible for a person's strength to instantly increase by 5 levels in a short month. Previously, Mu Rochuan was only a level 10 Great Spiritualist. After coming out of the secret realm, she advanced to level 15 Great Spiritualist. How was that possible? One had to know that Lord Jojo had absorbed the spiritual power of the entire Sun Moon secret realm. But that was only enough to jump 3 levels and enter the threshold of level 13 Great Spiritualist. Even so, she was still paranoid that her realm might be unstable. During this time, she had been cultivating to stabilize her strength. And Mu Rochuan's advancement speed was actually faster than her, who had absorbed an entire secret realm's spiritual power. Wasn't this ridiculous and funny? This couldn't be called a fortuitous encounter. There had to be some problem. Even secret techniques weren't as exaggerated as Mu Rochuan's. She carefully sized up this woman's complexion. She discovered that other than her face being a bit weak and pale, her aura was very stable. She naturally couldn't see anything wrong with her eyes. The best method was to take her pulse. It would be best if she used her divine sense to investigate. But with Mu Rochuan's vigilant attitude, this was naturally impossible. She would not let Jojo get close to her. Arbor's eyes turned, and he tilted his small head to glance at Mu Rochuan. A meaningful expression hung on the little stoic's face. Mu Rochuan, you couldn't have embarked on some crooked path, right? Mu Rochuan's heart trembled, but her expression didn't change in the slightest. She raised her head and coldly glanced at Arbor, her mouth full of sarcasm. "What, because my cultivation has increased greatly, you're worried and afraid?" Arbor couldn't help but roll his eyes. "There's always someone better than me. What's there to be afraid of? As long as you work hard enough, live up to your life, and don't waste time, that's enough." Mu Rochuan's fingers clenched tightly into her palms as she stared fixedly at Xiaomu. After a long while, she said, emphasizing each word, "Everyone will be jealous. You're lying." Right now, she was already a peak level 15 Great Spiritual Cultivator. Shouldn't Arbor be like Mu Rochuan and Mu Royun, looking at her with faint jealousy and adoration? What right did he have to tell her so nonchalantly that it was enough as long as she lived up to her life? Pretend. Keep pretending. Mu Rochuan only felt her stomach turn. She propped herself up inch by inch from the corner and coldly looked at Arbor. "Every year on Grandfather's birthday, the Mu clan competition will be held. On that day, do you dare to accept my challenge?" She had a provocative expression. Chapter 32:49. Arbor's gaze was so cold that it seemed like it was going to poke a hole in her face. This gaze caused Mu Rochuan's heart to involuntarily shrink. Then, for some reason, Anger surfaced on her face. Why should she be afraid of the gaze of someone whose realm was lower than hers? What a joke. She was already able to completely crush this wretched girl. So why should she be afraid of her? My surname is not Moo. Arbor coldly threw her a few words before turning to head back into the private room. You're being a coward. Mu Rochuan excitedly stared at her back, her eyes about to spit out sparks. Arbor turned around and expressionlessly glanced at her. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. You're not my match. Arbor had already seen through her earlier move. Mu Rochuan's realm had not stabilized at all. Tong was only knocked back by her punch because she was caught off guard. If they were to get serious, it would be hard to tell who would win. Mu Rochuan could not help but laugh out loud. Her gaze swept back and forth across her body as she coldly said, You don't need to find such an excuse if you're afraid of losing. For Big Brother's sake, I'll give you a piece of advice. Arbor indifferently glanced at her and said, There are some crooked paths. Once you walk up, you won't be able to come down. You're on your own. With that, the little fellow pulled her husband into the private room and ordered someone to close the door. Arbor, don't think that you can make me feel afraid just because you're spouting nonsense to me. Mu Rochuan sternly shouted from outside the door. You just don't dare to fight with me. Why do you have to find all kinds of high-sounding excuses? Big sister, she only knows how to flaunt her powerful connections. Mu Ruyan went up to support her and softly said, If we're talking about true ability, she really doesn't have it. Look, she didn't even dare to fight with you before. Didn't she let a guard by her side fight with you? Mo Yin slightly frowned and was about to flare up in displeasure when Arbor reached out to press her down and casually picked up 2 slices of beef for her. Ignore them. There was no need to get angry with some idle people. It was not worth it at all, and it would even lower his status. She didn't want to bother Jojo's Lotus with the trivial matters of the Mu family. Mo Yin knew that she didn't want to make things difficult for him. He raised his hand to touch her little head and said, I don't like them talking about you like that. His Chow Chow was not a coward, and she disdained to do such a thing. Let's eat. Chow Mu winked at him and said, Why are you being so long-winded with them? Just get someone to chase them away. As for Mu Rochuan, she had chosen her own path. When the time came, she would have to walk it herself even if she cried. What are you doing here? A gentle voice came from outside the door. Chow Mu creased her brows slightly before concentrating on eating without looking up. Knock, knock, knock. The polite knocking sound was heard again. Sir Jojo frowned and put on a displeased expression. This meal was so annoying. One moment, Mu Rochuan brought a few of her sisters to make a scene, and the next moment, Mu Rochuan's mother came. Sir Jojo naturally recognized the voice outside the door. It was Mu Qingya outside. Yesterday, Mu Qingya had asked to see her outside the palace, but she had dismissed her with one sentence. At that time, Jojo knew that this woman would try to find a way to see her again today. Unexpectedly, she had followed her all the way to Kai Dai restaurant. He's really persistent, Jojo thought. Chapter 3250. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door again. Mo Yin put down her chopsticks and gestured to Tong with her eyes. Tong immediately opened the door and stepped to the left. What's the matter? Mu Qingya stepped forward and curtsied. Greetings, Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Mu Rochuan's expression immediately turned ugly. She felt that her mother was degrading herself by curtsying to the little Crown Princess every time she saw her. As the eldest madam of the Mu family's first branch and Arbor's stepmother, she didn't need to curtsy to a junior. Moreover, if Arbor really cared about her mother, he would have asked her to dispense with the formalities before her mother curtsied. But now, she had to watch her mother curtsy before glaring at her coldly. Arbor couldn't be bothered to look at Mu Rochuan's angry expression. No matter what she did, Mu Rochuan would always be dissatisfied with her. Since that was the case, why should she care? Mu Qingya looked up and smiled at Prince Mo and Arbor. Sorry to disturb you too. Sir Jojo looked up at her and said indifferently, Madam, you must have chased us all the way to Kai Dai restaurant. What's the matter? Mu Qingya smiled and said, Old Master and Master are very happy to know that the Crown Princess is back. They want to invite the Crown Princess to come home and stay for a few days. Old Master's birthday is just around the corner. Old Madam is also looking forward to meeting the Crown Princess, Mu Qingya said with a smile. Mu Qingya said with a smile, I was thinking that since the two elders in the family are so kind, I made the decision to invite the Crown Princess back. I hope that the Crown Princess and His Highness won't take offense. So she wanted to invite them back to the Mu family to stay. Arbor glanced at Mu Qingya indifferently. Of course we should go back to Old Master's birthday. We're just going back to stay. Arbor directly rejected Mu Qingya. She didn't want to go back to the Mu garden and cause more trouble for herself. Wasn't it good to live a peaceful and happy life with Jojo's Lien in the Eastern Palace? Why was she in such a hurry to return to the Mu family? Crown Princess, Mu Qingya hurriedly said, Old Madam has been talking about you for a long time. Seeing that Old Madam misses her grandson very much, the Crown Princess should go home. Arbor looked Mu Qingya up and down, curled his lips, and said, Don't you think I'm disgusting? Mu Qingya was stunned. She quickly shook her head and said, Crown Princess, what are you talking about? You are our Mu family's young lady. How could I? Arbor waved his hand and took a deep look at Mu Qingya. To be honest, from the day she returned to the first madam of the Mu family's eldest branch, she had never seen through this person's true thoughts. Logically speaking, as the second wife, she would more or less feel some disgust towards her ex, and she wouldn't care much about her ex's children. However, she still couldn't see through Mu Qingya. She didn't seem to dislike her and even protected her in every way. Why was this? Mother, it's fine if she doesn't want to go back. Why do you have to invite her? Mu Rochuan said angrily. Rochuan, shut up. Mu Qingya glanced at her daughter and frowned slightly. You're becoming more and more unruly. You're becoming more and more disrespectful. How have I been teaching you? How dare you rush to the Crown Prince and Crown Princess's door and shout like this? Go back to the temple and carefully copy the family rules 100 times. Don't come out until you're done. Chapter 32:51. Mu Rochuan's eyes widened in shock as she looked at her mother in disbelief. Her heart was filled with grievance, bitterness, and depression. She really couldn't understand why her mother had been so strict with her since she was young. This Xiao Mu had only returned to the Mu family for a little more than a month, yet her mother was already completely devoted to her. On the other hand, she was like a child that had been picked up from the streets. This caused her to be dissatisfied and a deep hatred to rise in her heart. Her own mother didn't dote on her, but instead doted on her ex's child. Why was this? Mu Rochuan was very indignant and didn't even want to take another look at Arbor. She straightened her back and turned around to leave. Mu Qingya angrily reprimanded her. Rochuan, what's wrong with you? What have I been teaching you? Why don't you even care about etiquette now? Shouldn't you tell His Highness the Crown Prince before you leave? Mu Rochuan turned around hatefully and stomped her feet with tears in her eyes. Mother, I hate you. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and fled like a defeated rooster. Eldest sister, eldest sister, eldest sister, wait for me. Mu Rian looked back at Arbor and hurriedly chased after Mu Rochuan. Mu Qingya sighed as she looked at Mu Rochuan with disappointment in her eyes. She raised her hand to massage her throbbing temples. She turned and smiled apologetically at Arbor. Crown Princess, please forgive me. Your eldest sister has been spoiled by the family since she was young and didn't know her limits. Arbor had been watching coldly from the sidelines for a while. In the end, he couldn't help but praise Mu Qingya in his heart. This Mu Qingya was much more knowledgeable and intelligent than Mu Rochuan. If Mu Qingya hadn't apologized first, based on Mu Rochuan's attitude, Sir Jojo would have flared up and punished her for insubordination. Now that Mu Qingya had taken the initiative, if she continued to harp on that small matter, it would appear that she wasn't magnanimous enough. Arbor coldly curled his lips and nodded at Mu Qingya. It's indeed time to discipline the young ladies of the Mu family's first branch. If you continue to spoil them like this, they will end up hurting themselves in the end. Not everyone is as good-natured as this Crown Princess. She said indifferently, if you meet a powerful consort and she doesn't care about anything, she will whip you. What do you do to her? Mu Qingya nodded awkwardly. The Crown Princess is right. I'm not in the mood to eat anymore after being disturbed by you guys again and again. Arbor threw his chopsticks and stood up. Emolien also stood up. She casually pulled out a thin rabbit fur cloak and draped it over Arbor. Her fingers moved, loosely tying a knot for her. He didn't even look at Mu Qingya, who was standing at the door, and said flatly, "Madam, please go back." Mu Qingya bowed slightly and then couldn't help but say, "I hope that your highness and the crown princess will reconsider today's matter. For the sake of the two elders, please take the time to go home." With that, she didn't continue to pester them. She bowed to the two of them again and then turned to walk out holding Nanny Chio's hand. Arbor glanced at her departing figure. "It seems that the first branch hasn't been doing well recently." He sneered. "How could it be good?" Chapter 3252. Ever since the first branch paid that compensation, the days of the Mu family's first branch, from the masters to the servants, had become difficult. In the past, the servants of the first branch would receive a generous reward every 3 to 5 days. In the entire Mu family, the treatment of the first branch's servants was the best. The patriarch and the first madam were very generous. Even the servants of the first branch, when they walked in the Mu residence, they also walked with their heads held high and their footsteps carried the wind. But ever since they collected that compensation and paid it all to the crown princess, the first branch's life began to decline. The first branch's days took a nosedive and could never return to the past. Yesterday, it was said that the talented and intelligent young master of the second branch had returned home, and all the servants of the second branch were given meat to eat and wine to drink. The reward was also not small, and everyone received 2 to 10 spirit coins. The servants of the first branch were envious to death. Usually, it was only others who envied their first branch, unlike now. The servants of the second and third branches, although they didn't laugh in front of them, they were secretly laughing behind their backs. Emolien smiled and took her little wife's hand, pulling her outside. "We've already paid out so many spirit coins and supplies. How can we have spare money to pay that rich man? Naturally, our days won't be too good." Mu Jingfeng definitely can't come up with a good gift for the old master's birthday this time. That's why this person has set his sights on us, wanting to invite us home to support the scene. Prince Emo slightly raised his eyebrows and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "What gift should we give the old master? We'll talk about it when the time comes." There were still 10 days before the old master's birthday. What was the hurry? Prince Emo smiled and nodded. Then let's go back to the palace first." The little guy tugged at his sleeve. "Have the people sent to inquire about Jing Minyao returned?" "Don't worry, I don't think they've returned to their clan's land yet. We'll go and ask in 2 days." Arbor nodded. Thinking of the Pangu clan's treasure, she couldn't help but secretly plan to find time to sneak into the Pangu clan's territory. So, how could she have so much time to go back and chat with the Mu family? Before evening, Prince Emo was invited to the Emperor's study to discuss important matters. Not long after, Arbor received news that the Vice Minister of the Supreme Court, Zhang Heng, had made a great contribution. They brought some people to the cellar of a rice shop in the Eastern Street Market and killed 2 mutated undead hags. This incident had spread throughout the entire Dragonflame City. Everyone's expression changed at the mention of this monster. The Crown Prince began to get busy, having his subordinates explain the scourge of the corpse bug to the entire Jingdo. As soon as the Imperial Court's document was posted on the square, it caused a huge uproar. Fortunately, the Crown Prince had sent people to stand guard before the announcement to explain to the public that the risk of the zombie disaster was still manageable. Ignorance meant that when danger came, you didn't even know what was going on. Since they already knew that Tianyun was about to launch a large-scale operation, they naturally had to spread the news of the dangers so that everyone would be on high alert. Some families with sensitive information had already known about this matter. Now that the Imperial Court had made a public announcement, they weren't surprised. Some of the ordinary civilians, on the other hand, were in a constant state of panic. But when they thought that the current situation was still within the control of the Imperial Court, the uneasiness in their hearts calmed down a little. Chapter 3253. At least for now, there was basically no danger inside or outside Dragonflame City. Third young Master Fu stood guard in front of the notice board with his men. When he saw the crowd clamoring, he said coldly, "This matter is still under control. The imperial court informed everyone first for the sake of your safety. Some important information about zombies will be posted on this notice board in the future, while warning everyone to be vigilant. We will also continue to teach everyone some basic strategies to deal with zombies." Although some people were terrified, they agreed and understood the imperial court's actions. Many people said, "Everyone, don't panic. Since the imperial court has announced this matter, there will definitely be a series of corresponding preventive measures in the future. At least our city is still safe for now. We have to be more careful when we leave the city in the future." Safe? Didn't we catch 2 mutated zombies in the basement of the rice shop? Haven't we already caught them? Third Fu raised his hand to suppress the crowd's argument and said indifferently, "The imperial court has recently recruited a large number of able-bodied men to prepare to build large defensive fortifications in the outer city. Starting from our Dragon Flame city, we will gradually expand and build outwards. As long as our city is as strong as an iron bucket, we can believe that no monster can break it. Mr. Fu is right. I believe the imperial court will definitely protect us." Everyone started talking at once. Many people expressed their belief in the imperial court's decision. Naturally, a small number of people still felt very terrified and were already thinking of ways to stockpile some rice. At that time, if the world really became turbulent, they might not even be able to eat their fill. At this moment, Third Fu said, "His Highness the Crown Prince has already ordered that the prices of all rice shops and grain shops must remain the same. Once you find that a merchant is taking advantage of the situation to raise prices, you can immediately report it to the capital office. You will be rewarded with a certain amount of silver. The imperial court will find the shops that deliberately raise prices and take a series of targeted measures." When everyone heard this, the panic in their hearts finally subsided. Did this mean that His Highness the Crown Prince had already taken precautions and considered many aspects of many things? Everyone, don't feel afraid, and there's no need to rush to buy things like food and hoard them. Our treasury is abundant and resources are abundant. As long as you are willing to work, you won't starve. Tomorrow at 7 a.m., the Eastern Palace will open the granary to distribute food. Those over 60, as well as the elderly and children under the age of 10, will be able to receive a portion of the relief allowance. The whole city can participate. Everyone cheered. Their hearts, which had just sunk, were slightly encouraged again. When Fu Sen saw this, he took the opportunity to say, "His Highness means that everyone should be as vigilant as possible. If you find any strange people or strange things around you, you can report them to the capital office. Those who make a report will be rewarded handsomely. Yes, we'll be careful in the future. Yes, yes. Everyone, be careful." The imperial study room was brightly lit. As your Highness can see, the people in the city are not in chaos. The one who spoke was the right minister, Galbaran, who was looking at Prince Mo with appreciation. Before this matter was discussed and publicized, many old officials were against it. He felt that once this matter was made known to the public, it would definitely cause chaos in the world and even cause unrest. But it turned out that His Highness was right. Chapter 3254. Seeing that Tian Yun was about to make a move, it was a disregard for human life to suppress all the fatal news and not announce it. Only when the people were on their guard could they ensure safety to the greatest extent. The entire Dragon Flame City would be filled with spies from the imperial court. Once they discovered something unknown, the capital office would receive the news immediately. This was the most appropriate method. "Minister Zhang, you did well this time." The emperor sat behind the desk and nodded at Heng with a serious expression. Heng's heart was in turmoil. Hearing the emperor's words, he hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. "Reporting to your majesty, this time, if His Highness the Crown Prince had not sent his personal guards and purple forest guards, this matter would not have been resolved so easily. Who would have known that such a terrifying stronghold was hidden in the East Street Market? These few days, the entire city must be under martial law and search carefully. That eunuch should not be the only one who came into contact with this rice shop. We must not let the situation worsen. Yin said. Chao Jito nodded repeatedly at the side, carefully memorizing everything. When he returned, he would set up defenses and put the entire city on alert. At this moment, Zhang Shaoqing was full of admiration for His Highness the Crown Prince. He was now certain that when KKD Pavilion's shopkeeper who mentioned the East Street Market, the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess might have already come to a conclusion. That was why His Highness had specially sent a team of experts to follow him to search the East Street Market. He still remembered that His Highness had told him that there was a big surprise in front of him. Wasn't this a surprise and a fright at the same time? Zhang Shaoqing exhaled and said to the Emperor, Your Majesty, this time in the East Street Market, not only were 2 corpse puppets found in the cellar of the rice shop, there were also several special ability users. Oh, Mo Lusheng raised his handsome eyebrows slightly and asked in a low voice, They were all captured? Hung nodded. That young and steady face of his revealed a rare trace of faint joy. Thanks to the help of His Highness' personal guards, all 4 special ability users were captured. 2 of them were strength-type special ability users, and 1 was defense-type. There's also a speed-type special ability user who almost got away, but fortunately, we had a lot of people outside, so we were able to catch him. Mo Lusheng nodded. What are these special ability users doing in the cellar? Did Tianyun send someone to stay behind? Gao Baran asked. My lord, there is something you don't know. 3 of them are indeed guards, but 1 of them is a defensive type. When we found him, he was in a cylindrical container. His entire body is soaked in medicinal liquid, as if he is undergoing a transformation. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Gao Baran pondered for a few seconds and said, But His Highness said before that the night-caw birds spread the corpse poison to the outside world on rainy days. The corpse poison is only effective against ordinary people. That is to let a portion of the ordinary people awaken to become people with special abilities, while the others fail to awaken and become zombies. Mo Lien nodded. It is indeed so. Then why is this person who has already awakened a special ability soaking in the medicinal liquid? Could it be that Tianyun still has a kind of medicine that can enhance the ability of special ability users? Mo Lien declined to comment. Tianyun's goal was now clear at a glance. It thinks it's the heavenly Tao. Chapter 3255. Since ordinary people can be turned into superhumans, why can't this group of people be further transformed? Mo Lien said indifferently, Give a superhuman soaked in the medicine barrel to me, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Hu Dequan jogged in and said anxiously, The Chancellor of the Supreme Court sent a message saying that the defense-type superhuman locked up in the dungeon suddenly spontaneously combusted. In the end, all that was left was a smear of black ash. Nothing was left. Mo Lusheng said coldly, Let's go and take a look. Crown Princess, Matriarch Mu has sent a letter and invites you to admire the flowers in New South Garden tomorrow. When Saishio walked in, the little Crown Princess had just come out of the bath. She was lazily leaning on a chaise lounge, taking some fish food and feeding a tank of nimble little fish. Hearing this, she couldn't help but turn to look at Saishio. Saishio hurriedly stepped forward and presented a red letter with both hands. The little Crown Princess flipped through it and nodded. Get ready. We'll leave early tomorrow and take a look at Precious Painting Workshop. Crown Prince Consort, what if old Madam invites you to live in the Mu family's courtyard? Kaishio stopped halfway through her words. The little Crown Princess understood what she meant. If Matriarch personally invited her, it would be hard for her to refuse. But if she lived in the Mu family, Jojo's Lotus would definitely follow her back. Morning Court was inconvenient, and she didn't get along with the Mu family's first branch. When the time came, she would have to live in chaos again. She didn't want to wrong Jojo's Lotus. We'll talk about it later, Arbor said indifferently. When the time comes, reject Matriarch's invitation if you can. If you can't, delay it for a few days. The Crown Prince was busy until midnight before returning to the Eastern Palace. When the palace servants saw the Crown Prince's carriage arrive, they hurriedly moved. The hall was instantly brightly lit. Sir Jojo had already slept for 2 nights while waiting for this fellow to come back. When he opened his eyes to find that he was back, he looked at the time and saw that it was almost midnight. He immediately rolled on the bed unhappily and got up. Your father really doesn't know how to dote on people. What time is it? Emolien went to see her as soon as he came back. When he found that she was awake, he smiled and hugged her. I'm so hungry. Mr. Jojo was dissatisfied with the emperor. You're not even giving me supper? Crown Princess, did you call for me? Someone suddenly poked his head in through the window. The little Crown Princess was speechless. The Crown Prince, who didn't know how to name things, was speechless. Cough, I didn't call you. The little Crown Princess said expressionlessly, Oh, forget it. Tell the kitchen to stop working and go to sleep. Okay. Xiao Yi shrank his neck and disappeared. Xiao Yi, Sito Yi, Liang Qingqing, and the others had followed Arbor to Dragonflame City and did not return to the sect. However, the few of them were quite worried. They suspected that the people of their sect would send people to pursue them and question them. It was said that Fire-Smelting City and Ice-Sealed City had been at odds with each other for hundreds of years. The disciples of the sect would fight for the slightest thing, and there would be 300 battles. Every year, Fire-Smelting City and Ice-Sealed City would have a competition. Now that Senior Brother Situ and the others had collectively run away, the sect would probably not let them off. However, they had finally gathered together. So how could they bear to part just like that? Besides, the journey to the mystic realm was full of danger. They didn't even have time to talk to Sir Jojo. Of course, they had to come back with her and play with her for a while. Arbor took out the all-purpose food box from his inner world. Chapter 3256. It was already the middle of the night. Arbor brought 2 light side dishes and a bowl of noodles for Emolien to eat. Prince Emo, the poor guy, had been tormented the whole night and was already impatient. Actually, he wasn't hungry at all, but he wanted to act cute in front of his little wife and see how worried she would be for him. Jojo, Dad is too annoying. Crown Prince couldn't help but complain. Tomorrow, I have to go to the East Street Market personally to check it out. Arbor raised his brows slightly. What happened to the people we caught? They all spontaneously combusted. Crown Prince pursed his lips, his face full of disdain. When we received the Supreme Court official's message, Dad dragged me over. When we arrived at the dungeon, we happened to see the other 3 superpowered people spontaneously combusting. Not only did they make a mess of the dungeon, but a few of the prisoners almost escaped. Arbor couldn't help but frown. Why spontaneously combusted? Do they have the fire attribute among their superpowers? Arbor asked curiously. Emolien shook her head. No, but we haven't been able to find out what happened yet. It must have something to do with drugs. Arbor couldn't help but assert. Crown Prince, Emo nodded upon hearing this. I also think so. It's just that when we caught them back then, we had already searched their entire bodies and didn't leave anything behind. Arbor glanced at Prince Emo. What about space? Emolien paused. But they're superpowered people and don't have an inner world. I'm not talking about an inner world. Arbor thought for a moment and said, this is also one of the superpowers, a space superpower. One of them might have a space superpower. Emolien suddenly understood. So one of them put the spontaneously combusting drug in this space? Heh, I've never seen such a superpower. It's rare, Arbor said. It appears occasionally, but the probability is 1 in 1,000. Emolien put down her chopsticks and nodded with a sigh. These guys are really hard to guard against. Prince Emo was in a bad mood after wasting half a day without any results. Arbor saw that he was a little depressed, so he reached out and stroked the back of his hand. Okay, don't be depressed. Go to the market tomorrow and walk around. Who knows, maybe you'll get something. Why do you think they're hiding in the cellar of the rice store and don't come out to harm people? This was also what Arbor found strange. Judging from the size of that small stronghold, it was likely that they had been lurking in the market for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that the palace servant had gone to buy rice and had done something else, he would have been unlucky enough to be scratched. If he hadn't acted up after returning to the palace and attracted everyone's attention, who knew when this small stronghold would have been discovered? Maybe they don't want to appear in front of the public so early. Arbor pondered for a moment and said, This accident might have disrupted Tian Yun's plan. Mo Yin raised her eyebrows slightly. No matter what, the entire Dragon Flame City needs to be investigated. No matter how much manpower and energy it took, they had to carry out a carpet search. They had to remove all the small strongholds that Tian Yun had placed in the city. We haven't gone out shopping since we came back. The Crown Prince held his wife's hand regretfully. Look, we don't have time tomorrow. You're busy tomorrow, and so am I. The little Crown Princess glanced at him and raised her hand to pat his head comfortingly. Chapter 32:57. Mo Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw her acting as if she was petting a pet dog. Jojo. He moved closer to her and rubbed against her body. Where are you going tomorrow? Old Madam has invited me to the new South Garden. Arbor felt a headache coming on when she thought of this. She raised her hand and pressed her small forehead. She couldn't help but feel a little more conflicted. She had to respect Old Madam's invitation. Otherwise, she would seem too unreasonable. Moreover, judging from the current situation, Old Master Mu treated her quite well. If she rejected Old Mistress Mu's invitation, wouldn't the Mu family be gossiping about her? They would definitely say that she didn't care about Old Master Mu. Mo Yin pulled her into his embrace with a smile and poked her small nose with his finger. Remember to wear your crimson battle uniform. Don't be afraid. I'll cover for you if you make any trouble. Arbor chuckled and rolled her eyes at him. What about you? Me? I'm going to fight tomorrow, too. I'm going to wear a red battle suit, too. Mo Yin mumbled. I'm going to wear red, and I'm going to be as pretty as a rotten peach blossom. Mr. Jojo's eyes curved, and he tapped his forehead with a finger. Go take a bath. Mo Yin got up with a smile and walked to the bathtub. He turned around and winked at her. Wife, if we make any trouble together, I'll cover for us. How unlucky must your father be to have such a troublemaker like you? Arbor pursed her lips and nodded in agreement. The night passed quietly. The next day, when Mr. Jojo opened his eyes, Prince Mo had already left the East Palace to run some errands. The little girl rolled around on the bed and sat up. She looked expressionlessly at Kai Xiao, who came in with a basin of water and happened to see her rolling around on the bed. There was a hint of a smile on the girl's calm face. Don't think that Sir Jojo couldn't tell. Change clothes. The young Crown Prince Consort hopped off the bed. Kai Xiao quickly helped her put on her shoes. Crown Princess, the floor is cold. It's very hot. The little Crown Princess didn't mind at all. She ran barefoot to the washstand. Kai Xiao hurriedly took the shoes and followed her. Crown Princess, your feet are cold. Put on the shoes first. Kai Chi came in with a group of people who were holding clothes and jewelry. She casually ordered, put them on the shelves first. Crown Princess, N.I. Chong Market's first batch of clothing and jewelry has arrived. Kai Chi's small mouth opened as she chirped. It's worthy of being called N.I. Chong Market's clothes. The flowing cloud brocade is not only smooth to the touch, but also very cool to the touch. It's perfect for summer. In another 2 months, the scorching summer would arrive. Mr. Jojo expressionlessly looked at them. For a level 13 Great Spirit Master, whether it was hot or cold, it didn't make any difference after freshening up and changing into a bright red battle suit. Mr. Jojo looked down at his own outfit. Didn't I, Chong Market, make a red outer garment for me this time? They made several. Oh, that's good. She only had one set of battle clothes, so it was a bit too monotonous. Did they embroider lotus flowers? Kai Chi's mouth twitched as she tried to suppress the urge to laugh. She repeatedly nodded and said, N.I. Chong Market's clothes were made according to Crown Princess's instructions. They embroidered lotus flowers on the corners of the clothes. The little Crown Princess' mouth slightly curved as she nodded with a stoic face. It's definitely not as good as mine. Chapter 32:58. Kai Chi almost burst out in laughter. Oh my, our little Crown Prince Consort. Where did you get such great confidence from? The few of them escorted the little Crown Princess out the door. The carriage was already waiting outside. After Arbor boarded the carriage and lowered the curtains, the carriage moved along the red walls and glazed tiles towards the palace gates. As it was still early, Arbor followed the plan and got someone to drive the carriage to Changle Street. Unexpectedly, The carriage was blocked at the intersection of Changle North Street before it could even make a turn. The driver was Aoye, who had escorted the little crown princess out. It had been a long time since he drove the crown princess's carriage. He felt a little excited as he drove the carriage today. Seeing that the carriage was blocked, he jumped down from the carriage and ran forward for a while. Not long after, he turned back and said, "Crown Princess, the road ahead is completely blocked." "Eh? Why are all the noble ladies of the imperial capital leaving on the same day?" Kai-Chi muttered. She recognized the emblems on the carriage. They belonged to the right Prime Minister's family and Assistant Minister Zhou's family. Arbor frowned. "What's wrong?" "Crown Princess, please wait a moment." Kai-Chi jumped down from the carriage and ran to the front to ask around. Not long after, the young lady ran back with a strange expression. She glanced at the little crown princess and seemed to want to say something. "Speak." Arbor couldn't help but urge her. "Crown Princess, do you know why they're here?" "They're here to bid for the beautifying pill at Precious Painting Workshop." Kai-Chi looked at the little crown princess strangely. "It is said that the madam of a wealthy family in the city sent servants to sleep at the entrance of Precious Painting Workshop every day to wait for the crown princess to come and stop you." Stay Up Late raised his head and looked at the emblem on the carriage. It was the emblem of the Eastern Palace of the imperial family. It was very eye-catching, and with so many people coming and going, even a blind person would notice it. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, quite a few people crowded over and shouted, "Has the Crown Prince Consort graced us with her presence?" "Crown Princess, I'm from Prime Minister Gao's residence. Madame Gao requests an audience with the Crown Princess." "Crown Princess, this lowly one is from Imperial Censor Wang's residence. My wife has come to pay her respects to the Crown Princess." Suddenly, the originally congested road became even more crowded. At this moment, the carriage couldn't even turn around and leave, let alone move forward. Kai-Chi and Kai-Shio both rolled up the carriage's curtains, and everyone saw the stoic-faced young crown prince consort sitting upright in the carriage. Her red clothes fluttered in the wind, and her face was as cold as snow. Her small, snow-white face appeared exceptionally cold in her red brocade robe, and her gaze was so indifferent that it made people slightly apprehensive. "Crown Princess, Crown Princess, this lowly one is a servant of the Liu family. My mistress wishes to have a chat with the Crown Princess. The price of the beautifying pill is easy to negotiate." The Gao family's servant turned around and glared fiercely at the servant. What was this? A woman from a merchant family dared to come up and fight with Prime Minister Gao's wife over the beautifying pill? The little crown princess looked at these people expressionlessly, until the shopkeeper of Precious Painting Workshop shouted excitedly, "Make way! Please make way, everyone! Make way, ah! Don't block the road! Please make way!" The shopkeeper was quite agile, and he squeezed through the crowd with great difficulty and arrived in front of Arbor's carriage. When he saw the little crown princess, he couldn't help but cry tears of joy. "Crown Princess, you finally returned." Chapter 3259. The shopkeeper had been having a hard time recently. When he went out, he was chased by people asking for the beautifying pill. When he returned home, he was chased to his door and forced to hand over the beautifying pill with a kitchen knife. No matter where he went, he was surrounded by people. From earnest persuasion to neurotic threats, everyone had tried all kinds of methods. But who knew that the shopkeeper's heart was suffering more than anyone else? The little crown princess was the one who said that the beautifying pill was limited in supply. When she left him 3 pills. The price of each pill had been raised to 5 million spirit coins, but there were still many noble women and noble ladies who rushed over like ducks. These noble women couldn't buy the beautifying pill, so they had to settle for the beautifying cream. The beautifying cream was also limited in quantity. Thus, all the other precious jewelry in Jinhua Workshop were sold out. It was almost to the point of being out of stock. The shopkeeper had been experiencing both pain and happiness recently. When he saw the little crown princess, his eyes were brimming with tears as if he had seen his own mother. He cried and rushed over, wishing that he could hug her thigh. "Crown Princess, I beg you, do you still have a beautifying pill?" Release a few more. Otherwise, I really can't continue living like this. Kai Chi, Kai Xiao, Aoyi, and the others looked at the old shopkeeper with black lines on their heads. Sir Jojo's face was expressionless as he glanced at the old shopkeeper. Are they all sold out? Almost all the unrelated products in Zhenhua Workshop have been sold out. When the shopkeeper said this, he didn't mind the jealousy of the other shops. On the entire Chang'an North Street, the Zhenhua Workshop was not the only shop that sold jewelry and makeup products. But every day, Zhenhua Workshop was crowded with people. The other shops could only look at them with envy. The little crown princess nodded. Suddenly, a cry was heard. A plump madam, who was decked out in gold and silver and had a head full of pearls and emeralds, squeezed her way through the crowd. She pounced onto the carriage and wanted to hug the young crown prince consort's thigh. Crown princess, I beg you, sell me a beautifying pill. I can pay any price. The fat woman's body was very large, and her movements were very slow. Naturally, the little crown princess could not be caught by her legs. When Lord Jojo saw her rushing towards him, he immediately shrunk his arms and legs and dodged into the carriage. Stay Up Late stepped forward and used his sword to stop the woman's inappropriate actions. He frowned and scolded, "Speak properly. Don't get physical." Crown Princess. The young woman was from the Liu family, whereas Princess Kang's eldest sister-in-law. That plump woman hastily exclaimed, "I beg you, Crown Princess, for the sake of Princess Consort Kong, please sell this humble woman a beautifying pill." The effects of the beautifying pill were too good. This story started when Princess Consort Kong proved that the effects of the beautifying pill were extraordinarily good. An Imperial Censor Zhang's wife gritted her teeth and spent 1,000,000 spirit coins to buy a beautifying pill. There was no need for the next day. She took the pill on the spot, and the beautifying effect gradually appeared. Madame Li, who was with her, regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. Even if the beautifying pill was restored to its original price of 2,000,000 spirit coins the next day, Madame Li still hurriedly bought it. These two madams, together with Princess Kang's trio, became the brand of Zhenhua Workshop's beautifying pill. Who else could match the effects of Zhenhua Workshop's beautifying pill? Not only did it beautify one's face, but it also reduced one's weight. One would look 10 years younger after taking it, and one could see their skin becoming younger every day. Thus, the shopkeeper sold the remaining 2 beautifying pills at the sky-high price of 4,000,000 and 5,000,000 spirit coins, respectively. Even then, the supply could not meet the demand. Every day, people would block the door and force them to buy. Chapter 3260. Madame He of the Liu family, who was dressed in gold and silver, used her fat body to try to push away Aoyi, who was blocking her way. She mumbled, "Hey, young man, please make way. Don't block the way. Make way. Make way, make way. Make way, my ass." Aoyi narrowed his eyes and stood straight in front of Madame. He said impatiently, "Who dares to make a ruckus in front of the crown princess? How rude." Chow Chow expressionlessly looked at the surging tide of people outside the carriage. Her pair of clear and cold eyes, from time to time, wandered around the faces of several people. Weren't they a little too excited? It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. What happened to your dignity and manners as upper-class ladies? Me? I'm Princess Kang's sister-in-law. That nay, he repeatedly used her fat to push against the sword in front of her and shouted, "Crown Prince Consort, we're relatives. No matter what, you have to sell it to me first, ha, Crown Prince Consort." Noisy. The young crown princess looked impatiently at the fat madam. She then got out of the carriage. Aoyi, Kai Xiao, and Kai Chi quickly blocked the crowd coming from the left and right. They shouted, "Don't push. Everyone back off." The young crown princess looked expressionlessly at the crowd that kept coming up and being pushed away by Aoyi, Kai Xiao, and Kai Chi. She said coldly, "If you continue to push, you will all be blacklisted." A upper-class lady quickly called out to her servant, "Wang Kai, stop pushing. Come back, come back." They had heard of the blacklist before. It was said that the young crown princess was a willful and reckless person. All the businesses under her had a blacklist. It was said that there was even a portrait. As long as you were on the blacklist, you were not allowed to enter any of the shops under the Crown Princess name. Even if you had money, you would not be able to buy anything from the Crown Princess shop. She was just that willful. Xiaomu walked towards the entrance of Precious Painting Workshop. As she walked past the crowd, everyone subconsciously retreated to the sides, leaving a wide path for her to pass through. For some reason, the young Crown Prince Consort looked harmless despite her young age. However, these people couldn't help but shiver from the bottom of their hearts. He always felt that the little Crown Princess was not to be trifled with. If he made her unhappy, who knew what would happen? The shopkeeper welcomed the little Crown Princess in with a smile. He took out the account book and happily talked about the profits for the past month. His old face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. Crown Princess, you didn't see it. The rush to buy goods is almost like the rush to buy goods for the new year. Crown Princess, the reputation of our Precious Painting Workshop's beautifying pill has been completely established. As long as we replenish the stock, the beautifying pills will probably sell like crazy this month. The little Crown Princess shook her head. It's already the 3rd of this month. I'm not selling it. Starting from next month, 2 beautifying pills will be sold on the 1st of every month. The highest bidder wins. If there are any special circumstances, we'll talk about it then. The shopkeeper's old eyes lit up as if a series of little stars were about to float out. Oh, my dear Crown Princess, how could such a young girl have such a good business mind? In this way, their Precious Painting Workshop would auction 2 beautifying pills on the 1st day of every month. Regardless of whether they did other business or not, these beautifying pills would be enough to earn a lot of money. In addition, we will sell 10 boxes of beautifying ointment every month. The starting price will not be lower than 500,000 spirit coins. Chapter 32:61. The young Crown Princess pondered for a moment before saying, "Wait until I make a new, beautifying product. We'll talk about it then." In the future, she might even be able to pair it with the longevity pill and sell it together with the beautifying pill. At that time, the effects would definitely be very good. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly and cheerfully recorded everything the young Crown Princess said in a small notebook so that he could check it from time to time in the future. The expressionless young Crown Princess gazed indifferently at this old shopkeeper, but she couldn't suppress the collapse in her heart. Was this fellow going to record every word she said in a book and worship it as if it was an imperial edict? There was a hustle and bustle outside the door. None of the upper-class ladies waiting outside left. They were probably waiting for the latest news from Precious Painting Workshop. The shopkeeper closed a small notebook and said with a beaming face, "Crown Princess, this subordinate will post a notice to inform them now." The little stoic indifferently hummed in agreement and glanced at the shopkeeper, who swiftly dashed out the door to attend to the matter. The people outside didn't have to wait too long. In less than 5 minutes, Precious Painting Workshop's latest notice was posted. When everyone saw the notice and found out that the young Crown Princess wasn't planning to sell the beautifying pill today, how could they be willing to leave the matter at that? That Madame Lu was the first to shout, hurting a group of servants to break down the door and enter. "I want to see the Crown Princess. I want to see the Crown Princess." Madame Lu shouted harshly. After being blocked at the door, her face that resembled a white steamed bun instantly became somewhat disorderly and contorted. "I don't care. I must see the Crown Princess." What kind of joke was this? She had waited for almost half a month for that beautifying pill, but now they actually said they weren't going to sell it this month and had to wait until the 1st of next month? This was simply a bolt from the blue. How could it not make her stomp her feet and howl in indignation? Xiaomu sipped her tea while sitting inside Precious Painting Workshop. Her expression was a bit nonchalant. The ruckus outside was really too much. A single beautifying pill could make this group of women chase after it to this extent. It could be seen that her business acumen was quite good. But then again, which girl didn't pay attention to her appearance? With Princess Consort Kong, Furinjiang, and the other living signboards, how could people not be envious and their hearts beat faster? They scrambled like a flock of ducks to buy her beautifying pills. The little Crown Princess calmly took a sip of tea. When she saw the shopkeeper running back with a smug look on his face, she said calmly. "I've been too busy recently. Everyone in the shop has been working hard. Double the monthly salary." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up when he heard this, and the shop assistants were even more jubilant. Everyone hurried forward to thank him for the reward. The little crown princess jumped off a stool and walked out. "Let's go to New South Garden." "Take care, Crown Prince Consort." The shopkeeper led a group of workers to escort her to the door, their faces wreathed in smiles. As soon as she saw Madame Lu, she saw her slightly misshapen round face squeeze through the open window. Madame Lu's expression was a bit sinister as she roared at her. "Crown Princess! Crown Princess!" The little crown princess's eyes twitched for no reason. She maintained an expressionless face and continued to walk out the door. Other than this Madame Lu, who was more anxious than the rest, although the other madams of the officials were also anxious that they wouldn't be able to buy the beautifying pill, at least they didn't go as far as Madame Lu, completely exposing their ugly selves in front of others. Chapter 3262. The young crown princess indifferently swept a glance over Madame Lu, then walked out of the crowd and boarded the carriage again. Madame Lu wanted to continue making a ruckus, but Ao Yi impolitely pushed her aside. "Try making a ruckus again." Clang! The snow-white longsword appeared in front of Madame Lu for a moment. Madame Lu was a coward. She immediately retreated several steps in fright and didn't dare to make another sound. When the young crown princess carriage left, the shopkeeper hurriedly tried to smooth things over. He smiled apologetically at the madams and young misses. "It's not like our humble store doesn't sell beautifying pills. It's just that the beautifying pills craftsmanship is rather complicated and wondrous. The crown princess worked hard to obtain one, so she can only make 2 a month at most. Naturally, we can't sell them every day." When everyone heard this, realization dawned on them. Most of them expressed understanding, but they didn't know that the shopkeeper, this sly old fox, was just casually making things up. Although the old shopkeeper didn't know if the young crown princess was making the beautifying pills as difficult as he said, he knew that he had some understanding. But from his understanding, the young crown prince consort seemed to have quite a number of these beautifying pills ready-made him in. Sell them slowly. There was no rush. "Prepare the carriage," Madame Lu shouted in exasperation. "Go to Prince Kang's estate. Hurry," Madame Lu sternly yelled at a group of servants. The carriage driver was so frightened that his hand trembled, and he hurriedly lashed out with his whip. The crowd was already squeezed together, so when she recklessly barged through the crowd, many of the upper-class madams couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The 2 servants dodged left and right, almost getting hit by the carriage. Seeing the Lu family's carriage rush out of the crowd and leave, the 2 servants, who managed to avoid a calamity, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Madame Lu directly ordered the carriage to arrive at Prince Kang's estate, wanting to barge in without a care. The gatekeeper naturally recognized this barbaric madam. When he saw her, his expression immediately became very unsightly. This madam did not care whether the other party was going to pass on the message or not. She directly got off the carriage and quickly rushed in. The bodyguard guarding the door stopped her, and she even raised her hand to slap him in the face. Then, she quickly walked inside, crying and shouting, "Lan Yun, your sister-in-law won't be able to live this time. Lan Yun." Princess Kong was chatting happily with Imperial Censor Zhang's wife and Imperial Censor Li's wife in the side hall. When she heard this commotion, the veins on her forehead bulged. Sure enough, that uneducated madam, Lu didn't care if there were guests in other people's homes and rashly barged in. She rolled to Princess Consort Kang's side and wailed, "Lan Yun, help your sister-in-law. Help me ask the little crown princess for a beautifying pill." Imperial Censor Zhang's wife and Imperial Censor Li's wife both became embarrassed and exchanged glances. They didn't know whether they should leave immediately or continue to treat Madame Lu as heir. Madame Lu wept and wiped her eyes as she cried out. You didn't see the little crown princess's stoic face. She's so cold, even to her relatives at home. She doesn't give you any face at all, treating your sister-in-law like a radish, as a vegetable. Princess Kang's expression instantly chilled, and she bluntly shouted, "What kind of relative are you to the crown princess?" This Madame Lu He was usually extremely short-sighted at home and liked to take advantage of people everywhere. Now, she actually ran to the little crown princess to embarrass her. Chapter 3263. Shameless to the extreme. Seeing Princess Kong lose her temper, Lu He was startled and couldn't help but shrink her neck. Naturally, she was somewhat afraid of her sister-in-law. Her sister-in-law had been able to hold the position of Princess Kong for decades. Needless to say, she was definitely the most accomplished person in the Lu family in several generations. For a merchant family like the Lu family to be able to raise such a young lady, wasn't there smoke coming from their ancestors? Usually, they relied on this Princess Consort Kong, so the Lu family's days were very good. In just a few decades, the Lu family had risen from a merchant family to a first-class family in Dragonflame City. Naturally, this Princess Kang's contributions couldn't go unnoticed. Lu He didn't dare to offend her and could only smile apologetically. Sister-in-law doesn't know how to speak. Wanyan, don't be angry. Sister-in-law, for the past few days, I've been lining up in front of the precious painting workshop early in the morning just to buy a beautifying pill. I didn't expect to not only fail to buy the pill, but also get angry. Sister-in-law, I misspoke just now. Lu He was thick-skinned. It didn't take long for her to get used to Princess Kang's cold face. She chuckled and tried to find something to say. Wanyan, I don't ask for much. It's not like our Lu family can't afford it. Lu He gestured at her bloated figure and said with a distressed expression, I just want to improve my figure. On the side, Censor Zhang's wife pursed her lips and didn't laugh out loud with good manners. She only used the excuse of drinking tea to cover the smile at the corner of her mouth. Lu Lanyin was speechless. She glanced at her sister-in-law and sighed. Why are you in such a hurry? You've been like this for decades, and my eldest brother has never despised you. Isn't your position as the mistress of the household very stable after so many years? My eldest brother is already a few decades old. As long as you're not muddle-headed and act like you're the mistress of the household, would he divorce you? Lu He couldn't help but ridicule inwardly. Of course you'd say that. The old prince is in a high position and has been loyal to you for so many years. Even if you haven't given birth to a child in these decades, the old prince has never married a concubine to warm the house. One can imagine how comfortable your life is. Your big brother isn't that kind of person. There are so many beautiful wives and concubines in the Lu family. It's hard to guarantee that your eldest brother won't be confused for a moment and be bewitched by a vixen, causing her to lose her position in the Lu He family. What's more, you've become so slim and young. Of course, the old prince will love you so much that he can't part with you. Of course, you're not in a hurry. Lu He complained in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. She only sobbed and said, Younger sister-in-law, take pity on sister-in-law. If his sister-in-law continued to gain weight, she would become extremely fat. Sob, sob, sob. Since you have a good relationship with the little crown princess, why don't you ask for a beautifying pill for me? Sister-in-law can even pay you double. Lu Lanyin was annoyed. With a cold face, she said, You go back first. I'll go and ask about the situation first. Sister-in-law can only beg you. Lu He wiped her tears and looked at her pitifully. Lu Lanyin was both annoyed and amused. He was already a few decades old, but he was still as emotional as a child. When she thought about her sister-in-law's current situation, she couldn't help but sympathize with her. After all, she had known her sister-in-law for several decades. No matter how unbearable she was, she still had some true feelings. Lu Lanyin nodded and said indifferently, This consort understands. You go back first. Lu He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Chapter 3264. She understood her sister-in-law's character the best. She looked like a hard-hearted person, but her heart was actually very soft. If she nodded, it meant that there was a chance. Lu He happily went out and bumped into Louis Ran, who had just returned from shopping. Lu He hurriedly greeted her with a smile and called out, Rana. Louis Ran merely glanced at her, then turned and left. The smile on Lu He's face instantly froze. Looking at her daughter's departing figure, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. In the past, when Louis Ran was still in the Liu family, she was raised by the matriarch. At that time, she was closer to the matriarch than to her mother. She did not expect that ever since she was sent to Prince Kang's residence, her daughter's relationship with her became more and more distant. In Arbor, naturally, they did not know that Liu Hashur had gone to Prince Kang's residence to cause such a ruckus. The little fellow sat in the carriage, sleepy all the way. After the carriage left Changal Avenue, it headed straight for New South Garden. The spirit stallion's steps were very fast, and it did not take long for it to reach the southern part of the city. New South Garden was on the adjacent street of Hua Chi Street. The carriage passed through an arch bridge, and in less than half an instant's time, it arrived at the entrance of a landscape garden. There were already people waiting there. When they saw the Eastern Palace's carriage, they hurriedly went forward to greet it. They respectfully bowed and carefully asked, "Can the Crown Princess carriage stop at the entrance?" The matriarch and the rest are at the entrance of the garden right now. The young Crown Princess opened her eyes and nodded. Kai Xiu lifted the curtain and said, "Stop here." The servants who came to greet them were just about to move the petals over when they saw the young Crown Princess had already jumped down from the carriage. She did not need anyone to help her. The servants raised their heads to look. They saw that there was not much expression on her snow-white face, and they could not help but feel a little apprehensive. Actually, for young ladies of noble families like them, no matter how high their cultivation level was, they would pretend to be delicate outside. When they got on or off the carriage, they basically had to show off and let the servants help them. Cough. The young Crown Princess was an honest person. She felt that she had not reached the age where she needed people to help her. "What are you waiting for?" Kai Chi had been following the little Crown Princess for a long time, and her movements had also begun to become nimble. Seeing the servants standing there foolishly, she couldn't help but glare at them. "Lead the way." "Ah, yes, yes." The several servants turned around and hurriedly said, "The old lady has come out." When Xiaomu looked up, she saw a dozen or so upper-class madams and noble ladies, as well as several dozen maidservants, walking over while escorting a benevolent and good-natured old woman. The old woman's hair was white. Other than a few wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, her face was still very smooth. She wasn't tall at all, and her face was pale, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. She stared at Arbor with a faint smile. "Quickly come over and let grandmother take a look. Last time, I heard from your grandfather that you had returned. Who would have thought that I had been ill all this time and was afraid that my illness would pass on to you? With this delay, who would have thought that you would go to the Imperial Academy? I haven't seen you all this time." Mu Qingya supported the old lady and smiled gently. "Old madam, don't be sad. Look, isn't the Crown Princess here?" The old lady's face was filled with undisguised joy. She nodded repeatedly and walked toward Arbor shakily. Chapter 3265. For 865, the heart of a fist Arbor dared not let a sick old lady tire herself out. She hurriedly walked over and bowed to the old lady according to etiquette. Old Madam happily grabbed her hand and quickly took off a ring from her finger, stuffing it into Qiao Mu's hand. She said joyfully, "Qiao Qiao, this is grandmother's greeting gift to you. Take it. It's not a lot. It's just a little something for grandmother." Jojo felt that the ring was a little hot. She had mercilessly slapped the old lady's son in the face earlier. How could she accept the old lady's gift? Just as she was about to return the ring, the old lady put on a stern face and patted the back of her hand. "This is from grandmother. Just take it. It has nothing to do with your bastard father." Mu Qingya's expression instantly became a little awkward. "Old madam, please sit down first. Why are you calling me old madam?" The old lady patted the back of Arbor's hand unhappily and said, "I'm your biological grandmother. You have to call me grandma. Quick, call me grandma." She was not an old man like Mu Tsang who could not swallow his pride. She did not want her granddaughter to call her old madam. She wanted her granddaughter to call her grandma. Arbor felt a little helpless. After spending a long time with this little girl, he could actually grasp her weakness. If she was gentle and kind to her, she would not be able to harden her heart and keep a straight face. On the contrary, the more he tried to force her, the more stubborn she would be and would not give in at all. Therefore, Arbor really could not put on a cold face in front of this amiable old lady. He could only helplessly call her grandmother. The old lady was overjoyed and corrected him repeatedly. Good grandson. Remember to call me Grandma next time. Mu Qingyao smiled and said, Old Madam and Miss Jojo really hit off. This is probably what we call kinship. One look and I feel that they hit it off very well. Old Madam Mu smiled and nodded. Then she corrected, according to seniority, Jojo should be the second in line. She's the second daughter of the Mu family. Yes. Mu Qingyao was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly said with a smile, It's time to rearrange the seniority. When Mu Royan heard this, she was so angry that smoke was about to rise from the top of her head. Previously, when she saw Old Madam casually take off a space ring for Arbor, she was so jealous that she was about to go crazy. Now that she heard the Old Madam's tone, was Arbor going to squeeze out her identity as the second miss of the Mu family in the future? How could this be? She couldn't help but shriek. Grandmother's really biased. She doesn't usually give us sisters a space ring as a greeting gift. Even Big Sister has never been treated so well. Mu Roxian's face was already very pale. When she heard Mu Royan mention her face turned even paler. Mu Qingyao frowned and glanced at Mu Royan unhappily. Royan, how can you speak to grandmother like that? Don't be so sarcastic. If you have something to say it properly. Mother, in grandmother's heart, Long Chuyun is her only daughter-in-law. Arbor is her only direct granddaughter. We all have to stand aside. Mu Royan was so angry that she couldn't help but spit out her thoughts sourly. Mu Qingyao shouted, Royan, you're too rude. What nonsense are you spouting? Chapter 3266. Mu Royan was flustered and exasperated. Mother, did I say something wrong? She just couldn't stand it. Why do they have to come so early in the morning and wait here to welcome this country bumpkin? Why did even his grandmother treat this village woman differently? She was also grandmother's biological granddaughter, okay? Why did she have to give way to this village woman who hadn't returned home for more than 10 years? Royan, how can you be so rude to the crown princess? A gloomy reprimand came from behind the crowd. The second branch's Madame Chiu secretly smiled and used a handkerchief to wipe the corners of her mouth. She coldly watched the first branch's group of muddle-headed people making a ruckus in front of Old Madam. Would they think that this ruckus would benefit the first branch? Didn't it just cause Old Madam to despise them even more? Madame Chiu exchanged a glance with her daughter without batting an eyelid. She smiled and looked away. Following the sound of wheels, Shi Huixin, who was sitting in a wheelchair with a very gloomy expression, arrived. Concubine Shi had a green handkerchief tied around her head and combed all her hair inside. Her eyes were like the eyes of a poisonous snake, containing a bit of frightening, moist coldness as she stared fixedly at her. Don't forget what kind of price you have to pay to offend the crown princess, Concubine Shi said coldly. I'm your example. I still have to thank the crown princess for not killing me. She saved this lowly concubine's life. It's just that I'm crippled. When Concubine Shi said the last 4 words, she gritted her teeth as if she was chewing on Arbor's flesh. Of course, if it was possible, Concubine Shi would have pounced on her and torn her apart. Sir Jojo glanced at her and said coldly, Men. Old Madam's eyelids twitched slightly, and a bad premonition arose in her heart. Stay up late jumped in front of Sir Jojo with a whoosh. He secretly suppressed the twitching corners of his mouth and bowed. This subordinate is here. A mere lowly concubine dares to be sarcastic in front of this crown princess. She's simply bold and presumptuous. Kill her. Everyone was dumbfounded. Shi Huixin's face was slightly distorted. She was also shocked in her heart. Cold sweat involuntarily dripped down her face. Seeing that Aoyu was about to make a move, Qiushi, the second branch, pursed her lips and couldn't help but smile and lower her eyes. The first branch really had a wonderful show every day, one after another. It was just a matter of which one was better you. Mu Royan shrieked. You dare shut up. Mu Qingyao saw that things were going in a strange direction and hurriedly scolded the concubine's daughter who only knew how to scream. She glared at Hui Xin and her daughter mercilessly. He clearly knew that the little crown princess was someone who never played by the rules, so why did he have to rush over to find trouble with her? Did they really think that the little crown princess, who had just returned from studying at the royal school, would be kinder than before? This pair of brainless mother and daughter were simply looking for trouble. Mu Qingya took a deep breath and hurriedly reached out to block stay up late. She smiled apologetically at Arbor. Jojo, ever since Concubine Shi's legs became inconvenient, her brain has also become muddled. Don't be calculative with her. The little crown princess looked coldly at Hui Xin. I don't think she's muddled. She just hates this crown princess. Since she doesn't want to live such a good life, then let her die. Chapter 32:67. Mu Qingya's pupils constricted as she glanced at Old Madam. However, Old Madam was looking straight ahead as if she hadn't heard what the crown princess said. She didn't say anything or stop her. Mu Qingya felt a little depressed. Old Madam was clearly showing that she didn't care about anything. With Old Madam's status, as long as she said something, the crown princess might give her some face. However, Old Madam didn't say anything. Mu Qingya glanced at the pale-faced Hui Xin and couldn't help but curse in her heart. Now, she knew to be afraid. She didn't have her way before, but now she had a loose tongue. Aoyi raised his arm in front of Mu Qingya. Madam Mu, please make way. Mu Qingya took a deep breath and hurriedly said, Jojo, your grandfather's birthday is around the corner. It's not good for a bloody disaster to happen. Concubine Shi. Mu Qingya shouted sternly, get over here and apologize to the crown princess. Hui Xin trembled, unable to suppress her anger. What did I say? Concubine Shi suppressed her surging anger and said with forbearance, this concubine is only grateful to the crown prince consort for not killing me. Grateful to the crown prince consort for sparing this concubine's lowly life. How am I speaking without reason? The little crown princess glanced at her coldly and said rudely, I never thought of sparing your life. First, you found someone to impersonate me and try to ruin my reputation. You made me a rat that everyone despises. Arbor looked at her coldly and said, then, you sent a few servants to disgust His Highness and me. Your actions are still vivid in my mind. Why should I let you off? I wanted to beat you to death that day. You were lucky to have escaped this disaster. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me instead of staying in your rat hole? Do you think that I, the crown princess, can't deal with a lowly servant like you? Aoya's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly cupped his hands and shouted, Crown princess, please calm down. Saishio, your servant is here. Give her a piece of white silk, a dagger, and a bottle of poison. Let her choose. When Xiaomu said this coldly, the scene instantly turned silent. Even Madame Nei Chio's eyelids couldn't resist twitching. She thought that the first madam of the Mu family's first branch could protect that lowly concubine. It turned out that in front of the crown princess, the first madam could only suffer. Kaishio walked up with a solemn face and directly threw the 3 items that the crown prince consort had mentioned in front of Hui Xin. She coldly said, Concubine Shi, the crown prince consort grants you death. Do you want to do it yourself? Or do you want me to help you? Hui Xin's chest trembled, and she couldn't help but let out an ear-piercing scream. How dare you? You dare. You're really lawless. What is the ancestral law in your eyes? I, the crown princess, grant you death as a lowly concubine. I really don't need any laws. Arbor looked at her coldly. She had completely lost her patience with this person. Concubine Shi had never been humiliated like this. She was so angry that she sat paralyzed in her wheelchair, trembling uncontrollably. Mu Royan was also about to go crazy. She rushed forward and waved her fist. How dare you treat my mother like this? I'll kill her. A strong and agile female servant quickly came out from the old madam's side. Without saying a word, she pulled and twisted the second Mrs. arm and pinned it behind her back with one hand. Mu Royan felt that the other party's strength was so strong that it seemed like she was going to break her arm. It was so painful that cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Chapter 32:68. Without another word, Kai Xiao had already kicked up the white silk on the ground and walked over with Kai Chi. The white silk was about to wrap around Concubine Shi's neck. Concubine Shi's entire body suddenly erupted with power. Kai Xiao and Kai Chi were only level 8 or level 9 mystic cultivators, so they naturally couldn't withstand this sudden burst of spiritual power. Seeing that this spiritual power was about to land on them, Oh Yi flew forward and punched. The ferocious power collided head-on with the incoming spiritual power. Without any suspense, Concubine Shi screamed and flew out with her wheelchair. She fell to the ground with a thud and couldn't get up for a long time. Kai Xiao knitted her brows and exchanged glances with Kai Chi. The two quickly walked forward and wrapped the white silk around her neck twice. Seeing those two servant girls expressionlessly tightening their grip on the white silk, Shi Huixin's face instantly turned ashen. Her spiritual power was currently being suppressed by that black-clothed young Imperial Guard, so she couldn't even use half of it. Could it be that she was going to watch helplessly as she was hanged to death in such a cowardly manner? Arbor coldly glanced at her and said in a seemingly nonchalant manner, "Still not sending a message to Shuntian Prefecture? You're about to die. If you die, you won't have a chance to ask Prefecture Lord Gong for help." Shi Huixin's eyes flickered, but she didn't speak. Seeing Shi Huixin's guilty expression, could it be that she really knew Shuntian Prefecture's Prefecture Lord, Gong Pengcheng? Seeing that she didn't seem to be faking it, Arbor couldn't help but frown. Should he just deal with her like this? This woman really did seem to have some small secrets on her. Could it be that the old rival who had been contacting Shuntian Prefecture's Prefecture Lord, who had been chasing after Sir Jojo for years, was really this Shi Huixin? But seeing how she had previously accepted Xiao Yingchuan's impersonation and used Xiao Xing, Zhu Xian, and the others to do that, she didn't seem to be that brainy. Could it be that a person's intelligence also had its highs and lows, and sometimes it worked, and sometimes it didn't? Arbor only felt that the fog was thick and couldn't help but hesitate. Should I keep her for further investigation? However, Mr. Jojo was a man of his word. Since he had said that he would kill her, there was no way he could go back on his word. Otherwise, where would she put her little face? Jojo was in a dilemma when a warm hand patted the back of his hand. "Jojo," the old madam finally spoke, "Concubine Shi is wrong, but Qingya is right about one thing. Your grandfather's birthday is just around the corner. It's not good for our Mu family to see blood. Just take it as giving face to your grandfather and let her off this time," the old madam said kindly. She turned around and glanced at Shi Huixin. Her eyes were slightly stern as she said, "Why aren't you thanking the crown princess for her grace?" A mere servant dared to shout in front of the crown princess. She simply didn't know what she was talking about. When you return, reflect on your mistakes. In the future, if there's nothing important, don't step out of the courtyard. Sir Jojo was originally considering whether he should keep this concubine Shi for a few more days to find out the whole story from her. In the end, was this concubine Shi the mastermind behind the order for Shuntian Prefecture to chase after her? One had to know that in her previous life, she didn't even know until her death that her tragic fate was actually manipulated by someone. One could imagine how vicious and ruthless the person behind the scenes was and how deeply they had hidden. Was Concubine Shi really the mastermind behind the assassination of Sir Jojo? Chapter 3269. Did she have such a meticulous brain? Judging from the slight reaction in her eyes when she heard the words Manor Head Gong, it was clear that she knew this person. Arbor was perplexed. "Thank you, Crown Princess, for your grace." As soon as Caixio and Saichi let go, Shi Huixin hastily coughed several times before lying on the ground and shouting in a slightly hoarse voice. Arbor coldly swept a glance at her. Since the old madam had spoken, she would go along with it and let this woman off for now. She would find a day to have a deep chat with this woman. Mu Qingya sighed in relief and hurriedly said with a smile, "Look at us. We were so focused on talking with the crown princess that we're standing at the entrance of the garden. The food and wine are already prepared inside. Crown princess, please." The old madam also smiled and said, "Come, come, come. The sea of flowers in New South Garden is famous for being beautiful. You girls love it the most. Grandma will take you for a stroll." Sir Jojo wanted to laugh. He stole a glance at the old madam and saw that she was in high spirits. It was obvious that he was more interested. "You've just recovered from a serious illness and still need a rest. Although it's spring now, it's still quite cold today. It won't be good if you catch a cold." The old madam pursed her lips and muttered softly, "You're saying the same thing as your grandfather. I've been cooped up at home all year round. It's rare for me to come out to play." Jojo accompanied Grandma for a stroll. Arbor was a bit helpless, but seeing that the old madam was in high spirits, she nodded. The group of people clustered around the old madam. They appeared to be a harmonious and beautiful family, chatting and laughing along the way. However, who knew what the people in each branch were thinking at that moment? Jojo accompanied the old madam all the way. Blooming flowers filled their eyes. New South Garden was indeed a place to admire flowers. No wonder the old madam was in such high spirits. Today, the Moo family had booked the entire New South Garden, so the only people walking in the garden were the Moo family's members. There were no other people strolling around. The group walked around half of the garden. After all, the old lady was old and had just recovered from a long illness. Although he had some foundation in cultivation, he was still a little tired. Arbor then helped her to a nearby gazebo to sit down. Moo Qing'ao virtuously went out to make arrangements. She asked the servants to deliver tea and water, as well as a clean handkerchief for old madam to clean her hands. The old lady sipped her tea with a relaxed expression. Then she held Arbor's hand and said, "Jojo, your grandfather's birthday is coming soon. Why don't you move back here tomorrow for a few days? Ever since you came back from the royal school, you haven't come back to stay. Your grandfather really misses you." Arbor tried his best to squeeze out a smile for the old lady, but his little face was still a little tense. The crown prince has been quite busy these days. He has to attend court every day. It's not very convenient for him to move back. The old madam looked disappointed, but she still held Arbor's hand and said, "Can't you just come back and stay for a few days? Yulon Court is cleaned every day. You don't have to bring anything with you when you come back. Just bring yourself back." Arbor saw the sincerity in the old madam's eyes, and his heart couldn't help but waver. He nodded and said, "Let's delay it for 2 days. I'll go back and tell the crown prince." The old madam's face instantly brimmed with a smile. She nodded repeatedly with joy in her eyes. Chapter 3270. "Yes, I have to tell you. Grandma will wait for you at home 2 days later," old madam said happily. Arbor had been trying to shirk responsibility for 2 days, but she didn't expect old madam to take it so seriously she couldn't help but sigh helplessly and nod hesitantly. Old madam was overjoyed. She reached out and pinched her little granddaughter's tender cheeks. "You can't lie to your grandma. I'm already a few decades old. I can't be fooled by a little girl like you." Arbor looked at her gloomily. "We said we'd come back, so we must. Got it." Xiao Mu could only nod her small head again. Old madam laughed happily. Mu Qing'ao hurriedly comforted her with a smile. "Old madam, look at how happy you are. Old master has instructed us to keep an eye on your emotions. We can't let you be too happy or sad." "Tisk." Old madam pouted angrily and snorted. "I'm not a puppet. How can I not laugh?" Madame Chiu hadn't been able to get a word in. Seeing this, she hurriedly said with a smile, "Isn't that so? Old madam is full of energy. It must be because she's happy to see the crown princess. That's why she's in such good spirits." After what happened just now, Mu Royin had been biting her lip and lagging far behind the crowd with her auntie. When she heard Madame Chiu's shameless flattery, she couldn't help but spit. How shameless! Chiu of the second branch usually looked like a shrewd person, but she didn't expect that she would speak without integrity. Seeing that the old Tai liked the crown prince consort so much, she rushed to flatter the crown prince consort. She was simply shameless. Sure, Huaxin's face was dark, but her heart was still pounding. Just now, after she had come back from the gates of hell, she suddenly realized something. In the future, she couldn't face the crown princess directly. She could only beat around the bush. After all, their statuses were worlds apart. Even if the crown princess didn't use her full strength, she could still crush her like an ant just by using her status to suppress her. Thinking of this, Sure Huaxin couldn't help but shudder. She secretly scolded herself for acting rashly just now. But how could a normal person have such good self-control? How could they not fly into a rage when they suddenly saw their enemy right in front of them? A group of people sat in the pavilion and surrounded the old lady. They were enjoying tea and snacks happily. Suddenly, they saw a manservant rush over in a hurry. He quickly kowtowed and repeatedly shouted, "Old madams, it's not good." Madame Chun brought a group of guards and broke in. We couldn't stop dozens of them. The old madam frowned. Which madam of the Chun family is so rude? Since the Mu family had reserved this garden for a day, it meant that during this day, as long as the Mu family did not leave, New South Garden could not be open to outsiders. This was an established rule. Everyone in Long Yin City knew about it. The old madam frowned and was about to stand up to ask when she saw the noisy group of people approaching. The woman in the lead, with an ugly expression, looked very familiar. The old madam narrowed her eyes and then put on a surprised expression. "Isn't this the wife of the Prime Minister? Why did you barge into New South Garden today?" Madame Chun immediately spotted Xiao Mu, who was sitting next to old madam, and suddenly dashed over. Chapter 3271. Ao Yi, Kai Xiao, and the others' expressions changed. They subconsciously reached out to stop the woman and scolded, "Stop! Get out of the way! I want to see the Crown Princess." Madame Chun barged her way to the front of everyone and gritted her teeth as she looked at Xiao Mu. Suddenly, she knelt before Xiao Mu with a plop and pleaded in a tearful voice, "Crown Prince Consort, please tell me my daughter's whereabouts on account of this subject's motherly love. I only have one daughter, Baojia. It is inevitable that I spoil her. If she has offended the Crown Prince Consort in any way, you can vent your anger on this subject, wife. I hope that you can spare my daughter." Arbor looked at the woman in front of her with cold eyes. This person's words were really sophisticated. She insisted that she had something to do with Chun Baojia's disappearance. On the surface, she begged for mercy, but in fact, she was reprimanding her. She was clearly saying that she couldn't get along with Chun Baojia, the child who had been spoiled by her family. She, the Crown Princess, was not magnanimous enough. She was really a shrewd woman. If she followed her words, then it would be true that she had something to do with Chun Baojia. In fact, she had no interest in knowing whether Chun Baojia was dead or alive. She really didn't understand why these people liked to bite her and didn't want to let go. They only thought that she had done something to Chun Baojia. What a group of strange people. Was she, Arbor, such a boring person? If she wanted to make a move, she would directly kill her. Doing these sneaky things was not in line with her personality. Arbor sat quietly beside the old madam and stared coldly at Madame Chun. Madame Chun saw that she didn't speak for a long time and subconsciously looked up at her. However, when she met those dark and deep eyes, she couldn't help but shiver. This girl's awe-inspiring aura was really hard to resist, not to mention her poor daughter Baojia. Even she, as the left prime minister, has seen many families of officials in the officialdom. She has already practiced the style of officialdom. However, at this time, she can't help being awed by the momentum of the little girl in front of her. Chun Baojia's life or death has nothing to do with me. The young crown princess's cold words froze Madame Chen's heart. Her body inexplicably trembled, and her eyes narrowed as she looked at her. But Gui Xuan and Long Min, who came with us, have witnessed the conflict between the crown princess and Baojia. Even Miss Zhongli died in. Does this crown prince consort still need to explain to you what she says, or does? Xiao Mu interrupted her coldly, her eyes containing a frigid intent. Chun Baojia was missing and didn't return to Dragon Flame City. Perhaps she died on a mountain behind the Sun Moon Temple, or perhaps she had an accident and was still trapped there. These people didn't investigate anything and didn't care about anything. They only listened and believed that she dealt with Chun Baojia. If she really did it, did they think that Chun Baojia would still be alive? It was simply ridiculous. Arbor's cold gaze slid across Madame Chen's pale face. She said coldly, "Madame Chun, you mustered a lot of people today and brought dozens of people here. Do you want to fight with the crown princess or something? Does the crown princess dare to confront the boy from the Gu family and the girl from the Long family face to face? What right do those two unpresentable things have to confront the crown princess face to face? You really think they are important people? Chapter 3272. Madame Chen's expression changed slightly. She inwardly suppressed her anger and took a deep breath. Crown Prince Consort, you don't understand. When a mother goes crazy, who knows what kind of outrageous things she will do? Are you threatening me? Arbor narrows his eyes coldly. Bang! Madame Mu slams her hand on the stone table and glares at Madame Chen. Madame Chen, although the crown princess has lost her mother, she still has me as her grandmother. As long as I and the old man are here, no one can bully her. Madame Mu, I didn't mean that. Madame Chen softens her tone when she sees the atmosphere getting more and more stiff. Madame Mu stands up slowly. Arbor also stands up and reaches out to support her. Madame Chen, you think too highly of your daughter. What is the status of the crown princess? Does she need to feel sorry for your daughter? I believe in my granddaughter. Since she said it has nothing to do with her, then it has nothing to do with her. Today is the day of the Mu family to visit the garden and enjoy the flowers. I don't want outsiders to be present. Please go back. Madame Chen is so angry that her chest rises and falls slightly. She can't help but say, the crown princess said it has nothing to do with her. Then do you have any evidence? What evidence do you have? Madame Mu interrupts Madame Chen's words with dissatisfaction. Did you see the crown princess kidnap your daughter with your own eyes? Or did you see the crown princess kill your daughter with your own eyes? Where's your material evidence? Where's your witness? Just because Miss Long from the Long family and Gu family's brat made some baseless accusations, this basin of dirty water can be splashed onto the crown prince consort's head? Old Madame sneered. You are too naive. Madame Mu, she killed the girl of the Zhongli family in the secret land. Madame Chen can't help but interrupt Madame Mu's words with a sharp voice. She has been dissatisfied with our Baojia for a long time. At the beginning, Baojia and Jiwei were both assigned to His Highness the Crown Prince. Now one is dead and the other is missing. Are you happy, Crown Princess? Why don't you just admit that you're a jealous woman who wants them dead with all your heart? Shut up. A deep and cold voice came from outside the courtyard. Everyone was slightly startled and turned to look. He saw two figures standing on the cobblestone path leading to the pavilion. Mo Lien was dressed in an ink-colored court robe. He stood tall and straight, not far away. His handsome face was covered with a layer of frost. His phoenix eyes were slightly raised, and the coldness was threatening. Left Prime Minister Chun Chaoji stood behind the crown prince. He felt waves of cold air coming from all over his body. He was so frightened that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. In his heart, he was cursing his wife for being brainless. When he received the news that Madame had brought people to New South Garden to cause a ruckus, he had hurried over. Who knew that he would still run into His Highness the Crown Prince and let His Highness hear his wife's rude words? This matter could be big or small. If it was big, it would be disrespecting the Crown Princess. If it was small, it could be said that a mother spoke without thinking in a moment of desperation. It all depended on how the Crown Princess would deal with it. Why have you come? The young Crown Prince Consort blinked at Mo Lien, who was striding over with large strides. Prince Mo reached out and took the little fellow into his arms. He raised a hand and lightly patted her back. If I didn't come over, I would have been kept in the dark. So this is how these people treat you behind my back. Greetings to your Highness the Crown Prince. Chapter 3273. Every time Madame Chen and Madame Gao see you, do they yell at you without any manners? It's not as exaggerated as you say. Arbor was speechless. What does this have to do with the wife of the Prime Minister? This morning, she had seen Madame Gao at the entrance of Zhenhua workshop. Although Madame Gao was also quite impatient and wanted to buy the beautifying pill, she wasn't like Madame Luha, who stopped her and threw a tantrum and refused to let her go. Madame Gao did not take the blame. She was still very well-mannered. Mo Lien reached out to hold her little chin and carefully looked at her. Seeing that the little fellow's eyes were not red and teary, he sighed in relief. Arbor was baffled and raised her little paw to slap his hand away. What are you doing? The way the two of them interacted with each other naturally made the entire Moo family a little dumbfounded. The little crown princess actually slapped His Highness the Crown Prince's hand away without any trace of politeness. Matriarch Moo was the first to recover her wits and hurriedly led people forward to greet them. Mo Yin retracted his hand and reached out to support Matriarch Moo, who was bowing in greeting. He said softly, "Grandmother, no need to be so courteous. Grandson-in-law still wants to greet grandmother." You can't. Matriarch Moo hurriedly pulled him back and exchanged a few pleasantries with a smile. She secretly looked at the crown prince and secretly nodded in her heart. Unparalleled in character and appearance, outstanding in style. Her little granddaughter's taste was really superb. Arbor reached out her little hand and secretly tugged at his sleeve. "Have you finished inspecting the market?" Prince Mo turned back and nodded at her. He smiled and reached out to pull her to his side. "Jojo, I missed you." Everyone was stunned and felt a little uncomfortable being stuffed with a mouthful of dog food. What was going on? Did His Highness the Crown Prince usually get along with the little crown princess like this? Sir Jojo secretly glanced at grandmother and the others, and somewhat embarrassedly reached out to push Prince. "Oh, don't push." Prince Mo glared at the little fellow. "You promised not to push me again. You promised me." Arbor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He secretly pinched his waist and whispered, "Everyone's here." And Mo Lien grunted, but he did not let go of her waist. He turned to look at Chun Chaoji and shouted angrily, "Chun Chaoji." Chun Chaoji was secretly wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead when he was suddenly called out by the crown prince. He felt a little uncomfortable. He stiffened for a moment, then hurriedly walked forward and bowed stiffly. Old subject is here. You heard what your wife said just now, right?" Mo Yin glanced at him coldly. "Do you have any thoughts?" What thoughts do you have?" Chun Chaoji only felt that the cold sweat on his head was becoming denser and denser. "Your wife spoke rudely and slandered the crown princess. This prince wants to submit a memorial to His Majesty and strip her of her second-rank title. Do you have any objections?" Although this was a question, Chun Chaoji was very clear that this was His Highness the Crown Prince's decision. "Do you have any objections?" Actually, what he meant was, "Do you have any objections?" This meant Chun Chaoji's face stiffened. He was the prime minister, but his wife was stripped of her second-rank title. In the future, when the official family gatherings were held, his wife would be many ranks lower than the right prime minister's wife. Madame Chen widened her eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, when did this subject slander the Crown Princess?" Chapter 3274. You just said that the Crown Princess is a jealous woman. Mo Yin coldly looked at Madame Chun in front of him. Originally, with his status, he didn't want to bicker with the shrew, but what kind of words did she say? Who gave her 100,000 iron guts, daring to point at his Jojo and scold him like this? Chun Chaoji hurriedly stepped forward and pinched his wife's lower back, stopping this stupid woman from spitting out the words that were about to come out of her mouth. He said with an embarrassed smile, "Your Highness, please calm down." It was this old official, this stupid woman, who spoke indiscreetly. "I ask your Highness to forgive her on account of her longing for her daughter and being a bit delirious. You also said that Chun Baojia and Zhongli Jiwei were the ones who were assigned to this prince?" Mo Lien coldly looked at the stupid woman in front of him, his voice like it was fished out from an ice cellar. "Who gave you the courage to speak such nonsense? Who admitted it? Those two women have nothing to do with this prince. Does this prince's crown princess need to be jealous of these two ignorant women? Simply ridiculous." Prince Mo indifferently looked at her and said, "From beginning to end, this prince only has the crown princess. Who does the crown princess need to be jealous of? Chun Chaoji, your wife slandered this prince's crown princess like this. You must give this prince an explanation." The onlookers suddenly felt strangely stifled. They only felt that this dog food was so fucking full, so uncomfortable. What to do? Can you stop showing off your dog food in front of this group of resentful women? In a Moo family, other than fourth uncle who was widowed and never married, Which one of the masters of the first branch, second branch, and fifth branch didn't have a few beautiful concubines by their side? Like the crown prince, who clearly stated that he only wanted the crown princess alone, there probably wasn't a second person in the divine continent, right? At this time, they collectively lost their memories, leaving aside the two brothers, the great emperor and Prince Kong, and intuitively felt that His Highness the Crown Prince's situation was very abnormal. On their continent, of course, the strong would become stronger. When one's cultivation rose, would they still have to worry about not having money and beauties throwing themselves at them? Who could point out that a strong person only accompanied by beauty to pass his days? How is that possible? Was this little crown princess a reincarnated demon? How did she manage to bewitch the future crown prince? Chen Xiaoji, what do you plan to do? Prince Mo continued to interrogate. He didn't intend to let Madame Chen off so easily. It was beneath him to deal with Madame Chen. Let Chen Xiaoji personally deal with Madame Chen. Anyone who dared to bully his little emperor would definitely not have a good ending. Chen Xiaoji smiled bitterly. He realized that he had no way of glossing over the matter today. According to the crown prince, if they didn't give him an explanation today, it was inevitable that the crown prince would hold a grudge against the Chun family because of this stupid woman. Being remembered by the future crown prince was not a good thing. Chen Xiaoji hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "Your Highness, don't worry. When this official returns, I will definitely— Are you trying to fool me?" Prince Mo looked at him coldly. "Forget it. Wait for this Highness to report to Imperial Father and let Imperial Father make a decision. Don't. Chen Xiaoji jumped in fright and hurriedly stopped him. This shrew spoke without reason. She deserves 20 lashes. He secretly glanced at the crown prince's expression and gritted his teeth. 30 lashes. This official will do it right away. I hope your Highness will not be angry. It's not me who will not be angry. It's my little crown princess who will not be angry. Prince Mo coldly corrected. Chen Xiaoji nodded and hurriedly turned to the crown princess. I hope the crown princess will not be angry. Chapter 3275. The little crown princess only feels that this Chen Xiaoji is a bit funny. With his character, he can actually sit in the position of the left prime minister. The great emperor's vision is really bad. The little guy curls his little mouth and looks on coldly as Chen Xiaoji orders the servants to hold down Madame Chen and tie her to a tree. Then he personally lashes her 30 times while panting. Not one less. He doesn't dare to be lazy. While waving his arms, he hears Madame Chen's screams and curses. Mo Yin looks at Chen Xiaoji and his wife with disdain. She reaches out and takes the little guy's little hand. Jojo, don't be angry anymore. What can she be angry about? Arbor shakes her head, but she can't help but ask in a low voice. Where do you think Chen Baojiao went? It had been so long, and those who should have returned had already returned, but Chen Baojiao still hadn't returned. Could it be that her crow's mouth was right, and she was still sealed in some corner of the back mountain of the Sun Moon Divine Hall, unable to respond to her cries, unable to do anything? Prince Mo snorts. What does it have to do with us? Let's not talk about her. He looks like he doesn't want to talk about it. Jojo secretly finds it funny, but her face is calm. She naturally won't drag him to talk about another woman. Did you find anything in the city square today? Arbor asks in a low voice. She raises her hand and pinches the back of his hand. Are you tired? Very tired. Mo Yin squeezed her side aggrievedly and muttered quietly. We searched every nook and cranny of the market, wishing nothing more than to dig up every single floor tile. We didn't find anything. Arbor is a little surprised. She originally thought that if they searched the city square again today, they might find some small things. She didn't expect Tianyin's movements to be so fast. In a flash, they've cleaned up and disappeared without a trace. Jojo, your husband has been busy all morning, but I didn't get anything. My heart hurts. Prince Mo held her little hand and said softly, You have to comfort me. Arbor suppressed the smile in his heart and turned to look at him seriously. He nodded his little head vigorously. Yes. Mo Yin's gloomy expression was swept away. She immediately beamed and said, We have nothing to do in the afternoon. Let's go to Dragon Flame City for a walk. Ahem. Matriarch Mu coughed lightly at the right time. She could tell that this crown prince only had eyes for her little granddaughter. He had been staring at her for so long, and he didn't even look away. Mo Yin hurriedly turned her head and smiled at the old madam. "Grandma, do you have any instructions for me?" Matriarch Mu was overjoyed to hear her calling her grandma. She inexplicably switched sides and sided with her. "Your Highness, this old one has discussed with Jojo just now." Matriarch Mu quickly recounted the matter of asking Arbor to come home. Then, she looked at Prince Mo and said, "Since both of you have nothing to do in the afternoon, pack up a little and move back here for a few days." Mo Yin looked at Arbor inquiringly. Arbor looked at him helplessly. Mo Yin instantly understood his little wife's meaning. He thought for a moment and said, "Grandma, it's just that we didn't have a good time staying here last time." He blinked and acted cute. "Jojo and I are both kind people. We always get bullied when we go back to the Mu family. It's not impossible for us to go back, but we have to set some rules. Both of you are kind people." Everyone looked at Prince Mo and the Crown Princess as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 3276. You two black-hearted people are already famous throughout Dragon Flame City. Speaking of the two of you, the number of things you've done to others is simply too many to count. You still call yourself a kind person? I really don't know where you get the face to actually say such things. Everyone secretly peeked at the Crown Prince and his wife. Matriarch Moon nodded with a smile. Okay. Grandma promises you. You can make your own decisions in Jade Orchid Court. You can do whatever you want." The more Matriarch looked at these two children, the more she liked them. They were such good children, good-looking and reasonable. She really didn't know how she could have angered them last time. It was most likely because Qingya didn't make proper arrangements. "Qingya, now that the two children are back, don't interfere in their court matters anymore," Matriarch instructed with a smile. Mu Qingya's face immediately flushed red. How could she interfere in the Crown Prince's court matters? How could she have the ability and courage to intervene in the Crown Prince's and Crown Princess's affairs? When the Crown Prince and Crown Princess returned last time, she had kindly arranged for some people to be at their disposal. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? And she had been criticized to this day. Mu Qingya took a deep breath and didn't refute Matriarch. Instead, she nodded with a smile. "Yes, old madam. Qingya won't let anything like Shaoxing and Zhu Xian happen in Jade Orchid Court again." Matriarch nodded happily and patted the back of Mu Qingya's hand. "I'm also very assured when Qingya does things." Mu Qingya pursed her lips and smiled gently, looking like it was Qingya's honor to be able to reassure Matriarch. She looked gentle and docile. The young Crown Prince Consort took a careful look at this person before turning her face away with a slight frown. At this time, Chen Xiaoji had finished whipping Madame Chen. He hurriedly threw away the bloody whip in his hand and ran to Prince Mo, trembling. He bowed and said, "Your Highness, this humble subject has finished his punishment." Mo Yin swept him a glance before nodding coldly. "Bring him back and discipline him strictly. If he dares to disrespect the Crown Prince Consort again in the future, a mere 30 lashes won't be enough to save him." Yes. Chen Xiaoji let out a slight breath and ordered people to carry the whimpering Madame Chen out of New South Garden in a hurry. He didn't dare to stay here for a second longer, afraid that the Crown Prince would suddenly change his mind. Prince Mo looked coldly at Chen Xiaoji's back. His eyes flickered, and Stay Up Late understood and prepared to leave. Jojo suddenly said, "Come back." Stay Up Late blinked and turned to look at Prince Mo, seeing him nod with a slight frown. Stay Up Late hurriedly retreated. "That's enough." Xiao Mu cast a sidelong glance at him, and her soft, small claws pinched his large hand with distinct joints. Chen Xiaoji has been an official for 30 years, so he's a shrewd person to begin with. How could he not be on guard? Prince Mo pursed his lips. Holding his wife's hand, he turned to Matriarch Mu and said, "Grandma, we'll go back first." Okay. Grandma will wait for you at home." Matriarch Mu nodded with a smile. On the other hand, after Chen Xiaoji ordered people to carry Madame Chen out of the garden, he hurriedly ordered people to be on guard and pay attention to their surroundings. It wasn't until he ordered people to quickly drive back to the Chun estate that he breathed a sigh of relief. When he alighted from the carriage, Chun Chaoji's back was drenched in sweat. He subconsciously raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Chapter 3277. Master, what's wrong? The coachman looked at his master with some confusion. Chun Chaoji said with a sullen expression, "Close the gate and carry madam to the guest court, quick. Prepare a visiting card. This official will personally visit Prince Kang's estate in the afternoon." After saying this, Chun Chaoji ordered people to carry madam to the guest court. As soon as the gate to the guest court was closed, Chun Chaoji slapped Madam Chen's face, unable to bear it anymore. Madam Chun had been whipped 30 times and was covered in blood without any strength. How could she withstand Chun Chaoji's hard slap? She immediately rolled down from the stretcher carried by the servants and called out, "Master," with tears and snot running down her face. "Stupid woman," Chun Chaoji shouted angrily. "Impossibly stupid." After the Crown Prince and Crown Prince Consort returned from the mystic realm, did anyone go up against them? Only an idiot like you would foolishly run to New South Garden to seek death after being instigated by few words. If this official hadn't arrived in time, do you think you would have been able to keep your life? Although he didn't have much contact with His Highness the Crown Prince, he had received information from various sources that he was a vicious and merciless person. When he left New South Garden and returned to the Chun estate, he thought he would be attacked by the Crown Prince's men. In the end, the journey that left him on edge was peaceful and uneventful. Although he didn't know what was going on, Chun Chaoji had a premonition that His Highness the Crown Prince's actions were definitely not limited to these 30 lashes. Madam Chen's behavior of berating the Crown Princess and slandering the Crown Princess had clearly crossed His Highness the Crown Prince's bottom line. He definitely wasn't joking when he said he was going to submit a memorial to His Majesty to strip Madam of her title. Chun Chaoji took a deep breath and turned to say to his attendant, "Immediately prepare a sedan. We're going to Prince Kang's estate now." If His Highness the Crown Prince really submitted a memorial to His Majesty to strip Madam of her title, then his Chun family would definitely become the biggest joke of the spring. "Master." Madam Chen's face was covered in blood as she cried out pitifully, "Master, I couldn't bear it any longer and committed such an impulsive act." Chun Chaoji flicked his sleeves and strode out. He had just arrived at the gate of Prince Kang's mansion when he found that the gate of Prince Kang's mansion was tightly shut. His heart thumped. On the other side, the Crown Prince's letter of impeachment, as well as the letters of admonition from the imperial censors, entered the imperial study like snowflakes. Chun Chaoji was given the cold shoulder at Prince Kang's mansion, so he hastily went to Prince Jianping's mansion, asking Prince Jianping to come forward and mediate. After receiving Lord Chen's generous gift, the old king of Jianping patted his chest and promised that he would definitely help. Without even eating, he rushed into the palace to seek an audience with the great emperor. The courtiers who had received the news could not help but secretly watch a good show. The king of Jianping seemed to have forgotten how he had suffered at the hands of the young couple. No one knew what the king of Jianping and the great emperor were talking about in the study after they closed the door. However, when it was close to evening, the decree of the imperial noble title had arrived at the Qin residence. Not only that, His Highness the Crown Prince also bestowed 2 beauties to Lord Chun. The imperial eunuch's words infuriated Chun Chaoji so much that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. His Highness said that Madam Chun is the paragon of virtue and virtue in the imperial capital. You definitely won't be jealous of these 2 beauties, nor will you become a jealous woman. Lord Chun, please accept these 2 beauties first. His Highness said that there will be more in the future if it isn't enough. It was normally 6 o'clock at night. Chapter 3278. If that's not enough, there will be more in the future. Lord Chen's eyebrows twitched. His Highness the Crown Prince spoke as if the 2 beauties in front of him were oranges and pears in the market that night. The old king of Jianping angrily sent a letter to the Eastern Palace, wanting to argue with the 2. The result was, sorry, His Highness the Crown Prince followed the Crown Princess back to her parents' home. The old king of giant pain smashed the orange tree in front of the door with a slap. How could that couple be so infuriating? And this crown prince, wasn't he too lacking in moral integrity? The crown princess went back to her parents' home, and you followed her. Kai Xiao and Kai Chi led a group of palace maids and eunuchs of the Eastern Palace to tidy up the jade orchid garden inside and outside, then led everyone away. Arbor had someone bring Chun Kuei over. The current Chun Kuei had washed away the gloomy smell on her body and had a bit more sunshine. Half of her face was black, and it didn't look as dark as before. Sit. Arbor pointed to the seat beside her, letting Chun Kuei sit down. Chun Kuei bowed and cupped her hands, then said, "Thank you, little Mississippi." Arbor looked at her and asked, "Have you gotten used to it?" Chun Kuei smiled and said, "Little miss, don't worry. Chun Kuei is doing very well. Every day, when I have free time, I plant flowers and drink tea. When I have an epiphany, I go into seclusion to cultivate. It's much better than living alone in the past." The little crown princess nodded. "That's good. Chun Kuei, I want to ask you something." "Little miss, please speak. Are you familiar with Mu Qingya?" Chun Kuei was slightly surprised, then smiled and said, "We usually don't communicate much, but occasionally we will contact each other. But since your mother left the Mu family and I went to chasing Wind Garden, we haven't contacted each other." Arbor nodded. "I remember Mama mentioned it to me before. She said that mother's relationship with Mu Qingya is not bad?" "Yes." Chun Yi nodded. "Your mother once praised Mu Qingya, saying that although she didn't have any cultivation and looked weak, she was actually a very strong woman. It's indeed not easy for Qingya to manage such a big Mu family all these years." Arbor nodded. "Can you tell me more about her?" Hearing that, Chun Kuei laughed. "What does little miss want to know?" Chun Kuei will definitely tell you everything he knows. Logically speaking, she should hate my mother. After all, according to normal people's thinking, it should be my mother's arrival that broke her and Mu Jingfeng apart, right? But she can actually befriend my mother as if nothing has happened. Chun Kuei hurriedly advised, "Mu Qingya, this woman, is somewhat different from other women. Look, even your mother praised her for her strong personality. Ever since your mother married into the Mu family, Mu Qingya has completely cut ties with your father. Everyone in the Mu family knows this. But your father isn't a good thing. He wants to have a wife on both sides and hug on both sides." Chun Kuei snorted disdainfully and sighed. "If it weren't for the Mu family and the Long family having a marriage agreement of 300 years, how would your mother have married into the Mu family?" "What do you mean?" Arbor blinked. "The Mu family's ancestor, Chuyang, once saved the life of the Long family's ancestor. At that time, the two families had a marriage agreement of 300 years. Chun Kuei smiled bitterly. Chapter 3279. It's agreed that within 300 years, there will be a pair of juniors in each generation who will marry. Regardless of whether it's a Long family girl marrying into the Mu family or a Mu family girl marrying into the Long family, there will always be a pair that needs to be married. So my mother is merely a sacrifice for the marriage alliance?" Arbor frowned slightly, a bit of displeasure in his heart. This kind of marriage alliance was too undesirable. If it was done carelessly, wouldn't it ruin his mother's lifelong happiness? Chun Yi sighed deeply. "This is something that can't be helped. The ancestors' agreement cannot be violated. Due to the Long family's bloodline, the number of direct descendants is decreasing with each generation. In your mother's generation, there are only 2 siblings, your uncle Long Chuyu and your mother. For the sake of this marriage alliance, Miss married over, but the ending is heartbreaking." Chun Yi sighed. She then looked at Arbor and said, "Fortunately, Miss married well. If your mother's spirit is in heaven, she will definitely be very gratified." His Highness the Crown Prince was really too good to their family's Mississippi. A man like the Crown Prince was hard to find in this world. Sir Jojo wrinkled his little nose. Since Mu Qingya's personality is as strong and tenacious as Senior Nurse said, why did she still get involved with Mu Jingfeng, even though she clearly knew that the marriage alliance between the Mu family and the Long family was inevitable? This, Chunyi couldn't help but laugh bitterly, glancing at the stoic-faced young lady in front of her. This old one has never experienced love in her life. Mrs. Words really stumped me. Arbor's lips curled. Perhaps it's just that she hid it too well, and senior nurse and mother were kept in the dark by her. That won't happen. Chun-Yi shook her head, subconsciously wanting to defend Mu Qingya. Ever since Qingya became pregnant, she repeatedly tried to get rid of the child. I remember the most ruthless time was when she took abortion medicine. However, it was strange that Mu Rochuan had managed to survive despite being surrounded by danger several times. Later, it was old Madam who came forward to keep the child. Speaking of which, Mu Rochuan is quite lucky. Speaking of the past, Chun-Yi couldn't help but sigh slightly. She looked out the window in the distance and said softly, "Not long after that, because of the Long family's matter, Miss didn't have time to care about anything else. Miss, you don't have to be suspicious. At that time, I checked the abortion medicine, and old Madam also sent people to check it. She wasn't acting, it was real." The young crown prince consort pursed her lips and absent-mindedly nodded. How can there be such a good person in this world? Chun-Yi didn't try to persuade him any further. He knew that this child was extremely cautious and wouldn't have a good impression of Mu Qingya for no reason. Arbor Mu's is Miss of the Mu? Arbor's? Why? Why don't you miss? Mrs. Miss? Miss, why are you always in our way? An ear-piercing scream came from outside the door, mixed with the cries of a few infants. Impudent! Annie Jing's voice abruptly rang out. How dare you barge in without being summoned by the crown prince consort? You're really too bold for a mere concubine. Who gave you the guts to do this without any rules and regulations? Yuan Xiong? Er's face paled, and she tightly hugged her daughter in her arms. She was like a little white flower, teetering in the wind and frost, on the verge of tears. Miss 8 is seriously ill. Please treat her, Crown Princess. Chapter 3280. Scoundrel. Aunt Jing had been in the imperial palace for a long time. When had she ever seen such an impudent and rude woman? She was truly angered to the point that her heart ached. What is it? The young crown princess walked out of the door and saw Yuan Xiong, Er's disheveled and tearful appearance. It was as if someone here had bullied the mother and daughter. She frowned and looked coldly at Yuan Xiong. What are you doing? When Yuan Xiong saw the young crown princess walk out of the room, she hurriedly hugged the child and struggled with all her might. She repeatedly cried out, Crown Princess, please save 8th young Miss's life, Crown Princess. The two little palace maids who were holding her didn't dare to kill her because they were obstructing her from carrying the child. In the end, Yuan Xiong broke free from them. Yuan Xiong stumbled and fell at the young crown princess's feet with the child in her arms. She wailed loudly and shouted, Crown Princess, please be merciful and save 8th young Miss's life. Arbor coldly glanced at her. The bone-chilling coldness in her eyes made Yuan Xiong shiver all over for no reason. The young crown princess's eyes were too cold, as if she was looking at a corpse. Yuan Xiong was subconsciously hugged the baby in her arms tightly. 8th young Miss Mu Roshua was only 20 months old from birth. Being tightly held by Yuan Xiong, she burst into tears. Pull her away. The young crown princess coldly shouted. A few low-level servant women pounced over her. One of them grabbed Yuan Xiong's collar and pulled her away from the young crown prince consort. Yuan Xiong cried out in alarm, and the child in her hands was snatched away. Her eyes instantly reddened, and she screamed crazily. What are you doing? Are you trying to snatch someone's child in broad daylight? She didn't expect that the young crown princess would order people to attack her the moment she saw her. Not only that, she even directly snatched the child in her arms. What was she trying to do? Was she trying to kill her 8th young mistress by throwing her to her death? At this thought, Yuan Xiong couldn't help but tremble all over. She stared at Arbor in horror, as if she was a poisonous snake or a fierce beast. Crown Princess. An old nanny gently handed the child to Arbor. Arbor looked down and saw that the little person's face was already red from being strangled. Coupled with the fact that he was crying nonstop, his mouth had sucked in a lot of air. At this moment, He was panting and gasping for air with his little mouth open. She reached out and gently rubbed the baby's swaddling clothes. Then, she untied the apron around the baby's neck and gently pressed it twice. Finally, the baby's crying gradually stopped. Yuan Xiong widened her eyes in anger and screamed with a pale face. "Crown Princess, what are you doing? Slap him." The old nanny at the side immediately rolled up her sleeves, took 2 steps forward, and slapped Yuan Xiong's white and tender little face. "Ah!" Yuan Xiong. Body tilted and she fell to the ground. She felt a burning pain on her cheek and felt that the left side of her face was swollen. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she angrily looked up in the direction of Arbor. She seemed to be very confused as to why she was suddenly slapped. "Saishio, tell her the reason," Arbor said coldly. Saishio took a step forward and said sternly, "You don't know the rules. You barged in without being summoned by the Crown Princess. This is the first crime. You were possessed by a drama queen and showed off in front of the Crown Princess. This is the second crime." Chapter 3281. You're just a mistress of the Mu family. Isn't it good for you to live a simple life? Why do you have to make trouble in front of the Crown Princess? You even dragged your own child into this mess. The child is still so young. Do you want her to learn your cheap ways from now on and become a despicable person like you when she grows up? Yuan Xiong widened her eyes in shock. She didn't expect that the little palace made beside the Crown Princess would dare to reprimand her like this. You. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. Arbor didn't bother to look at her and directly carried the child into the room. After checking the child's body, he took out a mild antipyretic medicine and carefully poured it into the child's mouth. When Mo Lien stepped into the courtyard, he saw a woman with a head full of pearls and jade ornaments. Her hair was disheveled, and she was forced to kneel in the courtyard. He frowned and walked over as if he didn't see anything. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw his little fellow bending over with her back to him and pouring medicine into the mouth of a baby. Mo Lien slipped to his wife's side like a gust of wind and glanced at the baby who was placed on the fluffy blanket. "Is the fever gone?" "Yes." Arbor had already finished feeding the baby. He put down the medicine bottle and turned to look at him. "You sent the state preceptor away?" Mo Lien pursed his lips and nodded. The state preceptor suddenly came to visit the Mu family, so the old master called him over. He didn't know why that old evildoer came to the Mu family. He said a lot, and in the end, he even took the old master's birthday banquet invitation card. This made the crown prince very suspicious. Did the state preceptor come here today for no reason to personally ask the old master for an invitation card? Arbor tidied up the baby's swaddling clothes and picked her up. At this time, the child was already asleep. The abnormal blush on her small face gradually faded. At this time, there was a little pink and tender color on her porcelain white face. Her breathing was also much more normal than before. The young crown Prince Consort's gaze inexplicably softened a little. Prince Mo's eyes lit up as he watched from the side. His wife liked children. This was a good sign. In the future, perhaps they could cough, have a few more babies to make their wives happy. Your Highness. When Yuan Xiong saw Prince Mo walking out of the room with the little crown princess, she couldn't help but struggle for a moment, desperately trying to move forward on her knees. The old woman who was pressing down on Yuan Xiong's shoulder had an angry look in her eyes. She exerted some strength in her hand, causing Yuan Xiong to cry out in pain. "Your Highness, please uphold justice. The crown princess suddenly beat me up without saying anything and stole my child." The old woman who was pressing her down was even more ruthless. Yuan Xiong cried out in pain. "Teach her the rules," Mo Lien coldly said, then walked out of the door with the little crown princess. They hadn't walked far when they heard the sound of slapping in the face, accompanied by the old woman's angry rebuke. "You're just a lowly servant outside. How dare you call yourself me in front of the crown princess? This Mu family is indeed uneducated." It seemed that Yuan Xiong had received the education she deserved. "Where are we going, Jojo?" Prince Mo asked. "To the old master's north courtyard." Arbor looked down at Mu Roshua, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. It's better to leave this child with the old madam. Chapter 3282. When Arbor arrived, Matriarch Mu was just about to have dinner. Hearing that her granddaughter and her husband had arrived, she was overjoyed and hurriedly ordered the servants to bring more chopsticks, pulling them to eat together. Who is this child? Arbor glanced at Kai Xiao, who was behind him. Prince Mo was secretly amused, knowing that this little fellow was too lazy to explain. Kai Xiao hurriedly stepped forward and recounted what happened in Yulan Court. Matriarch Mu's face darkened, and she felt a little depressed. She had just invited this little ancestor back home to stay for a while. How did that ignorant mistress come to her courtyard to cause a ruckus? She suddenly had some doubts about Mu Qingya's housekeeping skills. Previously, when she saw Mu Qingya managing the entire Mu family, she was quite organized and didn't have so many messy matters. Why did it feel like her abilities had declined a lot recently? Or was it that the mistress, Yuan Xiong, was too good at causing trouble by jumping up and down in the eldest branch? Grandmother, you've just recovered from a serious illness, so you still need to recuperate. But that Yuan Xiong, you've seen her character. Arbor couldn't help but explain. Her brain isn't good, and her methods are even more vulgar. With her current momentum of being favored by Mu Jingfeng, her child's fever is so high. How could there be no doctor to treat her child? She just has to pretend in front of me. Does she think everyone is a fool like her? Matriarch Mu sighed. Naturally, she was cursing Yuan Xiong in her heart. Everyone thought that the little crown princess was young and inexperienced, but she was smart and didn't know anything. Her eyes were as clear as fire. I don't care about the grudges between her and the eldest branch's wife. Today, she came to my court with her child, which means she doesn't know proper etiquette. This crown princess taught her a fierce lesson. It's also good for her to remember in the future that she shouldn't cause trouble for me and Qian when she has nothing better to do. Since she pretended in front of me, I'll give her an unforgettable lesson. Matriarch Mu nodded, but she didn't know whether to laugh or cry in her heart. The young crown prince consort's stoic face was taut, but she was truly swift and decisive when it came to doing and speaking, not giving the slightest bit of face to others. I understand. Matriarch Mu patted the back of Qiao Mu's hand with a smile. She then turned to the nanny beside her, who had her head bowed, and said, "Bring the child to my room. I'll raise her here for a period of time." "Sorry to trouble you, grandmother." "How is it troublesome?" The old madam smiled and said, "Little 8 is also my granddaughter. Letting her stay by Yuan Xiong's side is harming her." Speaking of this, old Madame Fu felt a little angry in her heart. The reason why Yuan Xiong dared to do this was definitely because of Mu Jingfeng's protection. It was really enough. Jingfeng, this child, looked good in the past, but in recent years, he had become worse and worse. Since he had found Qingya to be his second wife, he had also created a mistress to humiliate her. If it was any other madam, they would not be happy. Moreover, this child was actually raised by an outsider. It was truly unruly to the extreme. Arbor said, "Grandmother, when you were cultivating, you were too eager to advance, which led to a bit of qi deviation. If grandmother trusts me, take the medicinal cuisine I prescribed for her for half a year. She should be almost fully recovered." Matriarch Mu's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard this. There were some problems with her meridians that even an old physician might not be able to see, but her granddaughter was able to point it out. Chapter 3283. Jojo, do you really have a way to cure grandmother's chronic illness? Old Madame Mu hurriedly asked. Will eating medicinal cuisine work? Arbor nodded. Grandmother, do you want to try? Yes, of course. Eating medicinal cuisine is such a simple thing, so why not try it? Old Madame Mu nodded with a grin. Besides, if my granddaughter says there's a way, then there's definitely a way. Arbor nodded. The young couple accompanied Old Madame Mu for dinner. Today, Old Madame Mu had a great appetite and ate a lot. The dinner table was also filled with laughter and laughter. Although Sir Jojo was expressionless the entire time, for some reason, Old Madame Mu felt that the little fellow's cold face was inexplicably cute. Old master, what's wrong? The voice of a nanny who was guarding the door suddenly sounded. Then, the nanny seemed to have been pushed to the side and bumped into something, causing her to cry out in pain. The door to the room was forcefully pushed open. Mu Jingfeng stood at the door, fuming. He strode in and bowed to old Madame Mu. "Mother." He then turned to glare at Arbor. "Where's the child? You evil creature, you've only been back for less than half a day, yet you're already running amok." Old Madame Mu slammed the table in anger. "What are you doing?" Barging in and shouting. "Do you still have His Highness the Crown Prince in your eyes?" When Mu Jingfeng found his beloved concubine in Yulan Court and saw that her cheeks were red and swollen from being slapped, his mind went blank. Then, he heard Yuan Xiong complain tearfully that the crown princess had snatched her child and indiscriminately hit her. Mu Jingfeng was even angrier when he heard this. This evil creature, did she want to anger her father to death the moment she returned? Now that he heard old Madame Mu's reprimand, he could not help but inwardly quiver. He quickly turned to look at Mo Lien, who was sitting at the table with an unusually cold and furious expression. Seeing Prince Mo's expression that was about to explode, Mu Jingfeng's heart thumped. However, he couldn't help but clench his fists and say, "Mother, I'm here to pick up little 8. Xiong is very worried about her daughter. The crown princess fooled around and brought little 8 to you. Xiaoba will stay here with me for a period of time." Matriarch Mu calmly interrupted Mu Jingfeng. The moment he said this, not only did Yuan Xiong's expression change, even Mu Jingfeng could not help but reveal a look of surprise. "Old madam," Yuan Xiong cried out. The old madam shot her a cold glance. "I've already made up my mind. Don't say anything else. How is little 8 going to live her life in the future if she follows such an unpresentable person like you?" Yuan Xiong's eyes widened in surprise. Mu Jingfeng suppressed the anger in his heart and shouted at Arbor, "Are you happy now? You're causing trouble the moment you come back." "Shut up." Mo Lien slammed the table and stood up. Her cold eyes turned to Mu Jingfeng. "Mu Jingfeng, try scolding my wife again. It was my idea to raise little 8 by my side," Matriarch Mu coldly said. Matriarch Mu said coldly and glanced at Mu Jingfeng. "If you have an opinion, tell it to your father." Arbor curtsied. "Grandmother, I'll take my leave first." She felt like her breathing was about to stop if she stayed with that scum for a second longer. Arbor pulled Mo Lien out of the door and came face to face with Mu Qingya, who had hurried over. Arbor looked meaningfully at Mu Qingya. "Great Madame Mu, you've got some tricks." Chapter 3284. Mu Qingya was startled. Then, she calmly took half a step back and bowed to Prince Mo and Arbor. "Greetings, Crown Prince and Crown Princess." Xiao Mu's gaze swept over her coldly before she nodded and said, "This Crown Prince Consort knows that you have the intention to scheme against that outside. Do you know why I'm so considerately cooperating with you?" Arbor slowly walked up to Mu Qingya, whose head was slightly lowered. "Because in my opinion, these tricks of yours, both inside and outside the house, are very stupid. I can cooperate with you this time to suppress that mistress. Next time, it can also be your turn." Arbor stretched out his hand. Mu Qingya subconsciously took a step back and shrunk her shoulders. Arbor's small hand paused in midair for a while, before gently falling down and helping Mu Qingya smooth the hair that was floating in front of her eyes to the back of her head. "There's no trick that can escape my eyes." Arbor stretched out 2 fingers and gestured with his eyes. He said coldly, "Be a good first, madam, and don't provoke me." "Okay. I know you're a smart person." She gently stroked Mu Qingya's shoulder twice and suddenly smiled. The smile in her eyes was deep and cold, as if a cold light had passed through the cold moon. "If you want to hide it, then hide it deeper. Don't let me find out anything." She took a deep look at Mu Qingya, then turned around and walked slowly to Mo Lien, who was smiling faintly, and took his hand. It wasn't until the 2 figures disappeared from the end of the corridor that Song Lu, who had been standing stiffly with her head lowered, couldn't help but fall to the ground. Wet with cold sweat, Nanny Chio couldn't help scolding in a low voice, "Hurry up and get up. What are you doing?" Mu Qingya took a deep breath. Her straightened back was already drenched in cold sweat at some point. The little girl's eyes were like a venomous snake from hell. When she stared at him, it made his heart darken. He couldn't see the slightest bit of light. It was a little scary. Inside, Yulon Cordarber sat on the brocade couch. With a wave of his small hand, a circle of spiritual energy appeared in front of him. The demonic eye that was attached to Mu Qingya's shoulder came into play and clearly reflected their current situation. After Mu Qingya paid her respects to the old madam, she pacified the irritable Mu Jingfeng before returning to her own gilded garden. Along the way, Song Lu naturally talked about the little crown princess's vile behavior. Mu Qingya couldn't help but scold her when she saw that her words were getting out of hand. Nanny Chiu hurriedly asked her to calm down. After the master and servants returned to the courtyard, Mu Qingya sat down by the window, looking exhausted. She supported her chin with one hand and stared blankly outside the window for a long time. Xiao Mu creased her brows and abruptly cast a sidelong glance, her vigilant gaze sweeping over her surroundings. Emo Yin just happened to step through the door. Seeing her wide, open eyes and her head turning back and forth as if she was looking at something, she couldn't help but smile and step forward to hug her. "Looking at your husband?" "No," Sir Jojo said expressionlessly. "Chirp." Emo Yin lowered his head and pecked her on the lips. Punishment for lying. Lord Jojo absent-mindedly looked around and subconsciously reached out to cover his thin lips that were close to hers. Chapter 3285. "I feel like someone's watching us," Arbor said with a puzzled expression, her little hand falling loosely on his lips. "Little hoodwinker." Prince Emo lowered his head and continued to kiss her. "Really?" Sir Jojo looked into his eyes with a serious expression. Emo Yin was slightly taken aback. Only then did he realize that this little guy wasn't joking with him. So he collected his thoughts and looked around. There's no divine perception fluctuation. Emo Yin blinked. Sir Jojo jumped off the couch and walked barefoot to the window. He stuck his head out to take a look, then retracted his gaze in puzzlement. There was a prickly feeling in his back, and he didn't know what was going on. Emo Yin held his wifey's hand and returned to the brocade divan to sit down. He carried her onto his lap and wrapped his arms around her small waist. "Chow Chow, is it because you feel uncomfortable all over in the Mu family? It's fine. If you don't like it, we can leave tomorrow." Sir Jojo also felt that he might be a little too sensitive. He turned his head to glance at him and said, "Humph. If I leave right after coming, wouldn't I be telling everyone that I'm afraid of Mu Jingfeng?" She drew the light and shadow circled by the demonic eye closer to her eyes and frowned at Mu Qingya and the others. No matter how she looked at it, Mu Qingya looked like a docile and amiable woman. She really couldn't find any flaws in her. Could it be that she was really overthinking it? "Go and close the doors and windows." Mu Qingya gave Nanny Chiu a look. The latter immediately understood and hurriedly closed all the doors and windows before returning to Mu Qingya's side. Mu Qingya stood up. Seeing that Song Lu wanted to follow her, she impatiently brushed her sleeve and pushed her away. "Song Lu, if you criticize Second Miss in front of me again in the future, you can leave on your own. I can't control you anymore. In the future, I'll have your new master take care of you." The servant turned pale with fright. She hurriedly knelt down and said with tears streaming down her face, "First, madam, I won't dare not casually criticize the crown princess again. Remember what you said today," Mu Qingya said coldly. "Wait outside." "Yes." Song Lu wiped her tears and pitifully climbed up from the ground. She then retreated to the door and closed it again. "This girl is too unruly." Mu Qingya sighed. With First Madam taking care of her, she can always become more mature. Nanny Chiu smiled and held Mu Qingya's arm. Mu Qingya smiled faintly and patted Nanny Chiu's hand before leading her behind screen. The two of them walked to a row of wooden cabinets at the back and looked at each other. Mu Qingya stretched out her hand and twisted open a jade wall beside her. The wooden cabinet on the left moved backward, making a small path that only allowed one person to pass through. Mu Qingya and Nanny Chiu walked in one after another. Unexpectedly, There was a small room behind the wooden cabinet. There was only a small birch table in the small room. It was more than a meter long and had 2 curved corners. In the middle of the table was something covered with a piece of black cloth. Muchinya stared blankly at the thing on the table. When she turned her head to the side, a ruthless glint flashed across her eyes. At that moment, Nanny Chio had already quietly walked behind her. She was holding a large black lacquered wooden box in her arms, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. She put the box on the ground and opened the lid. Arbor's pupils contracted. Chapter 3286. Inside the lacquered wooden box was a naked wooden figurine. It had a golden ring on its head and silver needles pierced into all the major acupuncture points on its body. It was so bright that it made people dizzy. Mo Yin curled her lips. I didn't expect Madame Mu to play this trick. The two took a closer look and saw a string of birth characters engraved on the figurine's chest. Arbor thought for a moment and saw that it wasn't her mother's birth characters, nor was it her own. A trace of doubt appeared in her eyes. Nanny Chio handed a small hammer to Mu Qingya with a murderous look on her face. Mu Qingya punched the wooden figurine and muttered something under her breath. What is she saying? Arbor narrowed her eyes. Mu Qingya was muttering in the image. Her voice was so soft that she couldn't hear it clearly. However, looking at her ferocious face, it seemed that the little person under her was her mortal enemy. Mu Qingya kept hitting the figurine with the hammer in her hand. Every time she hit it, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. When she hit it for the 9th time, she seemed to be suffering from the backlash of the yin shang technique. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of her lips. Madam, Nanny Chio hurriedly reached out to support her. It's been nearly 10 days. That long guy will get the retribution he deserves in 3 days. I know Madam is eager to take revenge, but we can't be too hasty. I've waited long enough. Mu Qingya's eyes seemed to be flickering with light. She leaned against Nanny Chio and slowly stood up. She coughed a few times and wiped the blood from her lips. Long Shoshin deserves to die. Long Shoshin? Arbor couldn't help but be taken aback. Wasn't Long Shoshin the name of the head of the Long family branch in Longyin City? Arbor had a big conflict with Long Shoshin's family at the palace banquet. After that, she had investigated the Long family quite a bit. Why did Mu Qingya say that Long Shoshin was trustworthy? Madam, this kind of thing can't be rushed. You're using the body of a mortal to do this yin shang technique. Now the backlash is not small. If you don't pay attention in time, Mu Qingya raised her hand to stop Nanny Chio. I've waited for so long. Finally, I found a chance to take revenge. This time, I have to seize it no matter what. Mu Qingya took a deep breath and turned to look at Nanny Chio. Nanny, you'll help me, right? You will definitely help me. Yes, yes. Nanny Chio nodded repeatedly. If this little technique of mine can help Madam and let Madam untie the knot of her heart, then I will definitely help Madam without hesitation. Mu Qingya's eyes wandered as she stared at the small wooden table in front of her. Nanny Chio took a few steps forward and lifted the black cloth covering the object. A memorial tablet appeared in front of everyone, with the words Long Chuyun engraved on it. Fresh melons and fruits were placed in front of the memorial tablet. A small birch table was wiped clean and spotless. Mu Qingya quickly walked forward. With Nanny Chio's help, she knelt on the green futon in front of the birch table. Sister, if your spirit is in heaven, please bless me. This time, I must get rid of that traitor Long Shoshin. I'm not afraid of any hardships. I'm just worried that Long Shoshin will continue to get away with it. Sister. Mu Qingya took a few steps forward on her knees and looked at Long Chuyun's memorial tablet with gentle eyes. Don't worry. I will definitely protect Jojo for you. Chapter 3287. Madam, should we go and explain to Second Miss? No, don't try to explain. Mu Qingya quickly grabbed Nanny Chio's hand and shook her head. Jojo has been living in the lower star sector since she was a child, so it's understandable that she's so defensive. Let's not say anything. I believe that time will reveal a person's heart. One day she'll know. Go and pack up. We'll come back tomorrow. Madam, you've already suffered a backlash. Why don't you stop for a day? No. Muchinya interrupted Nanny Chio sternly. It wasn't easy for me to get a death warrior planted in Long Mansion to steal that old thief's birth characters and sow the curse rune into his purse. I've done so much. I can't let all my efforts go to waste. So what if he has cultivation? He's still going to fall into our hands, Muchinya said coldly. There's only 3 days left. I can make him die without anyone knowing. At that time, others will only think that he was obsessed with cultivation and died from chi deviation. They won't suspect us at all. In short, Long Shoshin must die. I've tolerated him for long enough. Nanny Chio nodded. Yes, I'll do my best to help, madam. Thank you, Nanny Chio. Muchinya looked back at her and took a deep breath. I believe that if Sister's spirit is in heaven, she'll bless us with success. The two of them left the secret room, moved the wooden cabinet to its original position, and opened the door. Just as senior servant Chio called out, Song Lu, she saw a reckless little girl running over from not far away in the corridor. She tripped slightly, and, with a splash, a basin of cold water was splashed all over. Nanny Chio's eyes sharpened. She raised her hand and waved her sleeve to brush away the water that was coming straight at her. But no matter how fast she moved, a portion of the water still splashed onto Madame Mu beside her. You're courting death, Nanny Chio scolded angrily. In front of Arbor, the scene in the spirit energy circle formed by the demonic I was gradually fading. Since the demonic pupil was soaked in water, the effects were naturally much worse. Arbor retracted his gaze and looked at Lien blankly. Is Muchinya really my mother's good friend? Could it be that I really misunderstood her? Xiao Mu creased her small brows in bewilderment. Lien couldn't help but laugh and hold her little hand. All right, you're not allowed to worry about other people's matters. How about this? Tomorrow I'll send someone to the Long family to ask around. Won't we know if Long Shoshin has been cursed by someone? Okay, Lien's Jojo, let's go to sleep now. I'm so sleepy. Lien carried his little wife and got up and walked towards the bed. Sir Jojo looked at him expressionlessly. After a while, he said, Make a defensive barrier. Lien, I feel like there's a pair of eyes staring at us. Lien turned around with the little fellow in his arms and used his divine perception to carefully check the room. He saw the candlelight flickering slightly. Behind a row of pine and bamboo screens was a large floor-to-ceiling vase decorated with beautiful patterns. Behind it was 100 treasures grid. Were the eyes okay? Everything my little emperor says is right. Lien casually set up a defensive barrier, then placed his darling on the bed and kissed her gently. Go to sleep. Chapter 3288. Lord Xiao narrowed her eyes. Her furry little head burrowed into the man's embrace and said in a small voice, If I've really wronged her, then I'll apologize to her. Lien pursed his lips in amusement as he rubbed the little one's head. I know, my family's little emperor is the most considerate. Sir Jojo nodded his little head, stretched out a pair of slender arms, and hooked his waist as he whispered softly, Lotus, remember to wake me up tomorrow morning, the next morning. Sir Jojo rolled out of bed, blinked his eyes, and looked around. His little face couldn't help but tense up. Where's Jojo's Lotus? Kai Chi, who was carrying toiletries into the room, couldn't help but smile when she heard this. The crown prince went to the palace early in the morning. Sir Jojo's little face tightened unhappily. Didn't I ask him to wake me up? Kai Chi used a lot of strength to maintain the expression on her face. His Highness did wake her up, but the crown princess was in a deep sleep, and no matter how hard he tried, she didn't wake up. Sir Jojo looked at Kai Chi and said expressionlessly, Do you feel like laughing? Sai Chi vigorously shook her small head with an end, but still said fearlessly, The Crown Prince Consort is still holding onto a strand of His Highness the Crown Prince's hair, without letting go. In the end, His Highness had no choice but to cut his hair. Look, isn't it still in your hand? Sir Jojo looked down with an expressionless face. Sure enough, her white and clean little hand was still holding onto a strand of Jojo's lotus hair. Kai Chi said seriously. Before His Highness left, he kept shaking his head and muttering that if this goes on, he thinks he'll become bald sooner or later. The eunuchs and palace maids who were trying hard to keep a straight face couldn't help but let out a snort, and then quickly shut their mouths. The young crown prince consort hopped down from the bed expressionlessly. She casually found a brocade pouch and put Xiao Qiao's Lian's hair inside. She glanced at them from the corner of her eyes and pattered past them. After the little fellow finished washing his hands and rinsing his mouth, he turned to look at Kai Chi and said, "Prepare the carriage. I'm going to Prince Kang's mansion." "Yes." Kai Chi held back her laughter as she turned around and left in a hurry. The little crown princess glanced at the group of junior eunuchs and junior palace maids who had their heads lowered. She walked out with small steps and snorted, "If you want to laugh, then laugh. As soon as Jojo walks out of the room, you can laugh. Why hold it in?" Oomph. The second branch of the Mu family had been bustling since early this morning. After the most outstanding young master of the second branch, Mu Erkshu, came back from the academy, the entire second branch was full of jubilation for several days in a row. They had even rewarded the servants several times. The old master's birthday banquet was getting closer and closer. Each branch was also busy raising funds and spending a lot of money to buy birthday gifts for the old master. Not only that, each branch also sent clever manservants to inquire each other about what gifts other people would give to the old master. The second branch was naturally no exception. Early in the morning, someone sent a message to the second branch's old master, saying that the expensive jade Buddha hand ordered by the fifth branch had arrived. The second branch's madam, Qiushi, pushed open the door to her daughter's room and walked in. At a glance, she saw her daughter, who was wearing thin clothes and sitting in front of the dressing mirror. She was combing her hair and staring blankly at the mirror. These days, because her son came back, the house was very lively every day. She didn't pay attention to her daughter's difference. Chapter 3289. Today, she heard from Mama that 7th Miss hadn't left her room for 2 days. She couldn't help but suspect that her daughter was unwell because of the sudden change in weather. "Rosian, what are you doing? Why are you wearing so little and sitting in front of the mirror in a daze?" Madame Chiu frowned and walked to her daughter's side to tug at her. Mu Rosian returned to her senses and hurriedly stood up. "Mother!" Madame Chiu poked her forehead. "I thought you were possessed, sitting in front of the dressing table in a daze. What's going on? Tell Mother." "It's nothing." Mu Rosian pursed her lips and casually used a wooden comb to comb through her hair. Madame Chiu saw her bashful expression and her girlish demeanor. She couldn't help but be startled for a moment before smiling. "What is it? You can tell Mother what's on your mind." "No, nothing's on my mind." Mu Rosian put down the wooden comb and her eyes darted around. She couldn't help but pull her mother to sit down. Twisting her body, she stammered, "Mother, can I ask you something?" "Go ahead." Madame Chiu couldn't help but laugh. "The entire second branch has been busy preparing for your grandfather's birthday banquet. Mother neglected you and didn't even know that my daughter is a young girl in love and has something on her mind. Mother, don't make fun of me." Mu Rosian blushed and shook her mother's hand. She thought for a moment and mustered her courage to ask, "Mother, I want to ask that I heard that His Highness the Crown Prince is only in his early 20s, but his cultivation is very impressive. Is that true?" Madame Chiu nodded and then looked at her daughter with a vigilant expression. She sized her up, and her heart sank for no reason. She recalled that her daughter had become reluctant to go out in the past 2 days. To be more precise, it was after returning from New South Garden. It couldn't be the object of her daughter's love was His Highness the Crown Prince, right? Madame Chiu's heart instantly felt uneasy, and her gaze was very vigilant as she looked sharply at Mu Rosian. "Rosian, tell Mother the truth. Why did you suddenly mention the Crown Prince? Could it be that you fell in love with him after seeing him once at New South Garden?" "Mother, what nonsense are you saying?" Mu Rosian was so embarrassed that her face turned crimson. She hurriedly covered her face and cried out, No, Mother, don't speak nonsense." Madame Chiu looked at her carefully and felt even more uneasy. His daughter had grown up. It was time to consider finding a match for her. In the past, Madame Chiu had always thought that her daughter was still young. Besides, People in Shinjo generally lived long lives, so it was not the time to talk about marriage. But now, it seemed that it was better to settle his daughter's marriage as soon as possible, so that she wouldn't keep thinking about nonsense. Xiosher said seriously, Ro-Sien, that day in New South Garden, you saw with your own eyes how His Highness the Crown Prince treated the Crown Princess. Even Miss Chun from the left Prime Minister's family was not able to enter the Crown Prince's eyes. Do you think you can do it? Don't ever do something you're not confident in. Otherwise, you'll waste time and hurt yourself. Xiosher said coldly. Don't think that just because the Crown Prince listens to the Crown Princess wholeheartedly and is extremely good to her, that if you were in her place, perhaps you could also receive the Crown Prince's favor. You're not the Crown Princess. You'll never be her. It's extremely important to recognize your own status. Mu Ro-Sien's heart skipped a beat. She widened her eyes at her mother and couldn't help but tear up. Chapter 3290. Madame Chio's words to her could be said to be harsh. She had never seen her mother with such a stern face. How could she say this to her? Mother is saying this for your own good. Madame Chio sighed. The young lady's first awakening of love was not sensible, and her thoughts were too simple. She only saw the Crown Prince's gentleness and hated that she couldn't replace the Crown Princess. However, she didn't know that the Crown Prince's gentleness was all because of the little Crown Princess. If it were her, that man might not even cast a cold glance at her from the corner of his eyes. Don't indulge in wild fantasies. Beautiful dreams definitely won't come true. You saw His Highness the Crown Prince treating the Crown Princess gently and doting on her like a pearl or a treasure. That's because the Crown Princess is beautiful enough to make one's heart ache. If it were you, His Highness the Crown Prince wouldn't even look at you. Madame Chio coldly threw down these words and stood up to walk out. Tidy up yourself and don't think about anything else in the future. Your grandfather's birthday banquet is only a few days away. Come out and help. Seeing Madame Chio walk out without looking back, Mu Ruian was so angry that she slapped a head ornament on the dressing table, and it fell to the ground. Her personal maidservant, who had quickly walked in, was so scared that her face turned pale. She hurriedly stepped forward and looked at the broken head ornament on the ground in shock. Young miss, why did you break the head ornament? This is your favorite one. At this moment, Mu Roshian's heart was bleeding. How could she have known that she would break her beloved jewelry in a fit of anger? While her heart was bleeding, she also felt grief and indignation. Being scolded by her mother like this, she felt ashamed and unconvinced at the same time. Why did her mother deny all the feelings she contributed when she first awakened of love? It was really laughable. Just because she and her father were married into a family, she didn't allow her daughter to awaken to love? Was there any mother who would say that about her own daughter? Why did she say that she was inferior to the Crown Princess? Empty words without any comparison. Since they had never crossed swords, how could she know that she was inferior? Mu Roshian's slender fingers twisted together as she stood up and walked out quickly. Her personal maidservant hurriedly called out to her, "Little mistress, please slow down. You haven't changed your clothes yet." On the other side, Arbor's carriage had already arrived at the gate of Prince Kang's mansion. She had not sent a greeting card to Wang Fei. Thinking that she had been back for 2 days and had not come to visit Imperial Aunt, she could not help but come in a hurry. Imperial Aunt had taken the warm jade pill for a long time. Today, she came over to check her pulse and see if she could use acupuncture. Who would have thought that when she arrived at the door, she would coincidentally see Princess Consort Kong coming out, surrounded by people in front and behind, looking like she was about to go out. The little fellow had just come down from the carriage and met Princess Consort Kong, who had just come out of the door. Both of them were stunned. Princess Consort Kang's eyes instantly lit up, and she quickly walked forward with a big smile. She laughed and said, I was wondering why there was a magpie chirping outside my door so early in the morning. So it's because our family's JoJo is coming. Haha, I was just about to go to the Easter Palace to look for you. I didn't expect you to come over. Princess Consort Kong was extremely happy. She went forward and hooked her arm around Arbor's small arm, smiling intimately as she said, Quick, let Imperial Aunt take a look. She's gotten thinner after going to the academy. Arbor could not help but be speechless. No, how has she gotten thinner? I heard that your Imperial Academy's principal is quite stingy. His usual meals are also not that great. Chapter 3291. Sir Jojo's eyes lit up. Who did you hear that from? It's true. Dean Yun was a miser and greedy person. Even a school uniform could be sold at a sky-high price. Who else could I have heard it from? I just heard some gossip from your Imperial uncle. Imperial uncle is so insightful. Arbor nodded her little head in all seriousness. Lu Lanyin couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw this. Let's go in and chat with Imperial Aunt. I haven't seen you in a long time. You have to stay here tonight and listen to Imperial Aunt. The young crown princess blinked. She had just raised a small hand when Princess Consort Kong pulled it down. I'll find someone to inform the crown prince later. I'm borrowing his wife for a night. He can't be so stingy as to refuse, right? As she said this, she couldn't help but burst into laughter first. The young crown princess tilted her head in thought, then nodded and said, all right, then I'll have to trouble Imperial Aunt. Io, what trouble is there? Imperial Aunt can't ask for more. Princess Consort Kong said with a wide grin. Imperial Aunt, I'll take your pulse in a bit. Yesterday, the old prince told Lien that all the materials on the list of medicinal ingredients have been found. Let's take a look in a bit. If your body's condition permits, we can begin the acupuncture treatment. Okay. Lu Lanyin nodded repeatedly and said with a chuckle, there's no rush. Let's have a good chat first. Older sister. The two of them were intimately holding hands as they walked into the estate when they heard a soft and weak call from behind them. Arbor clearly felt Princess Consort Kang's arm around her stiffen slightly, and her body involuntarily tensed up. She couldn't help but frown. She turned around with Princess Consort Kong to look at a delicate woman who was walking down from a carriage. She was dressed in white silk with a small white flower in her hair. This woman was like a willow branch swaying in the wind. Her palm-sized face was filled with tears. Before she spoke, tears had already streamed down her face. Arbor only felt Princess Consort Kang's body tense up even more. She pursed her lips and didn't say a word. Elder sister. That weak and helpless woman looked pitifully at Princess Consort Kong. She said softly, sorry to disturb you. It's just that elder sister knows about my current situation. After my late husband passed away, I was chased out by his whole family. I really had nowhere to go, so I could only come and look for my sister. Lu Lanyin's face looked terrible. Arbor couldn't help but look at the delicate woman curiously. This woman looked delicate and weak, as if she would be blown away by a gust of wind. Tears flowed down her cheeks before she spoke. Standing at the entrance of Prince Kang's Fu, she looked so pitiful that the passers-by could not help but cast their gazes on her. Those who didn't know better would think that Princess Kong had bullied this woman and made her cry nonstop at the entrance of Prince Kang's mansion. The head maidservant of the Wang Fei, Dan Ling, stepped forward with a cold smile and stood in front of the weak woman. She said in a neutral tone, third young lady, third young master suddenly passed away. Our Wang Fei has already sent people to express her condolences. She also sent consolation money and arranged for people to send third young lady back to Lu family. Why did third young lady come to Prince Kang's Fu instead of returning to Lu family? Your maternal family is Lu family, not our Prince Kang's Fu. Danling couldn't help but roll her eyes. The old madam of Lu family was truly a weirdo, or rather, she was someone whose mind was already biased to the heavens. She clearly knew that this younger daughter's actions were wrong, but she still tacitly allowed her to come to Prince Kang's Fu to look for her Wang Fei. She glorified it by saying that her late husband had passed away and that she had no relatives to rely on to seek shelter from her older sister. Chapter 3292. Fuck, don't you have a maternal family? Your biological mother, old Madame Lu, isn't dead yet. Do you need to seek refuge with older sister? Her intentions are truly obvious. Danling couldn't help but roll her eyes. She then gave a look to the two young maidservants behind her before walking up to tug at the delicate woman. Third young miss, the wind is strong here. Don't get a headache from the wind again. This servant will have someone send you back. Older sister. The delicate woman looked at Princess Consort Kong with tears in her eyes, looking helpless and melancholic. It was as if Princess Consort Kong would commit an unpardonable crime if she didn't take her in. Princess Consort Kong was utterly disgusted. She immediately turned her head away and said coldly, "Send third young miss back." Woo-woo, older sister. The delicate woman wiped her tears with a handkerchief and cried out mournfully, "Older sister, I know you hate me, but Lanxin has no other choice. That's why I came to find you. If it weren't for the fact that my husband's family couldn't tolerate a weak woman like me, why would I come to beg for older sister's mercy?" Princess Consort Kong turned to glare at her. "I had someone send you to the Liu estate, but you came to my place to cry and make a fuss? Others might think that the Liu estate couldn't tolerate you either." "Aunt, what are you talking about?" A girl in her early 20s popped out from the delicate woman's side. She stomped her feet and said indignantly, "It was maternal grandmother who sent us here to find Aunt. It's not like we had to come here to look for trouble." Princess Consort Kong was instantly angered into laughter. She looked coldly at the mother and daughter and said, "Since you've lost your husband, it's fine if you go back to your maternal home. But you came to me, your older sister. Do you want to do something like 20 years ago and stir up trouble again?" Princess Consort Kong didn't expect that Liu Lanxin still hadn't completely given up on the old prince. She was both amused and angry. She was truly blessed. That's why he ended up with such a top-grade mother and sister. 20 years ago, Liu Lanxin had caused a farce. On the day of her wedding, Liu Lanxin brought her a bowl of ginseng soup the next night. Fortunately, she had always been on guard against this little sister. She didn't dare to drink it and pretended to faint. In the end, her good sister was so naive that she thought of the play of changing the bride before the bridal sedan chair. She planned to make her faint and replace her, happily going to the prince's mansion to be the mistress of the house. The farce of the Liu family was laughed at for 3 whole years. Every time Princess Consort Kong thought about it, she couldn't help but have a headache. Liu Lanxin looked at Princess Consort Kong with a pale face. She trembled all over like a little white flower shivering in the wind. She cried pitifully, "Sister, what are you saying? It's been 20 years. Why are you still brooding over it? I really didn't expect Big Sister to be such a person." Liu Lanxin wiped her tears and said, "There are some things that I can't say here. Why don't we go into the mansion first?" Princess Consort Kong looked coldly at the little white flower in front of her. "I, Liu Lanyun, am an upright person. There's nothing to hide. If you have anything to say it here. Enter the mansion in your dreams. Don't even think about entering the mansion in this lifetime." Seeing her resolute attitude, a trace of coldness flashed through Liu Lanxin's eyes. Then she sobbed and said intermittently, "This is also Mother's intention. Big Sister has been childless for so many years. We can't let the old prince die without an heir." She sobbed and said pitifully, "I'm sorry." Chapter 3293. Although I've adopted Liu Yiran for my sister-in-law, I'm still raising him. Liu Lanxin sniffed and pretended to wipe her tears with a handkerchief. She stole a glance at Liu Lanyun. She continued, "But there's no heir to the prince's mansion. Although I've had a hard life, I'm still a woman with a son and a daughter. If you want to adopt our Zongbao, it's not impossible." Liu Lanyun was so angry that she laughed. It seemed that the mother and children had already planned this out. They wanted to bring their families into the prince's mansion. They wanted to start with the prince's stepsons and stepdaughters, and then the family of 3 would become the new masters of the prince's mansion, right? She did not have a son, but why did she have to adopt Huang Yubao, a good-for-nothing who was almost 20 years old and had a bad reputation? She must have eaten her fill and had nothing else to do. Would it not be better for her to choose a baby from any of the Mo family's royal relatives to raise? She wanted to choose someone with a different surname, and such an unreliable playboy at that. He was already so old. Could he still be of one mind with her in the future? It was so funny. Princess Consort Kong sneered. Before she could speak, the little crown princess frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? People in China generally live long lives. What's wrong with imperial aunt living for a few hundred years? Just because she doesn't have children now doesn't mean she won't have children in the future. As long as Imperial Aunt takes care of her body, she can have as many children as she wants in less than 2 years. Why should she adopt her child? Are you kidding me? Lu Lanxin heard the crisp voice and could not help but be stunned. Then, she cast a displeased glance at Arbor. Huang Yubao, who was casually standing beside his mother and sister and playing with a horsewhip in his hand, looked over when he heard the voice. With one look, his eyes widened in shock, and the horsewhip in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. On the other hand, Princess Consort Kong couldn't resist becoming slightly agitated. She pulled over Qiao Mu's small hand while secretly restraining her emotions. She asked softly, Qiao, is this what you said true? Of course it's true. In the past, Wang Fei's body was too cold to conceive. Now that she had taken a warm jade pill, her body should have improved a lot. In the future, I will perform acupuncture for another half a year. Wang Fei's body will only get better and better. When I said 2 years, I was talking about a long time. If nothing goes wrong, she should be able to conceive in a year or so. This time, Lu Lanyin was truly moved. Tears welled up in her eyes. Good child, I believe in you. Hearing this, Lu Lanxin felt very uncomfortable. She sneered at the princess consort and said, Sister, don't be so naive. Don't trust a child too much. Look at her age. For her to be able to say such exaggerated words, it must be mostly boasting. Lu Lanxin pursed her lips and pretended to wipe her tears with a handkerchief. Don't you know what your body looked like since you were young? If that cold disease was so easy to cure, it would have been cured decades ago. As soon as I heard it, I knew that this child was lying. How could you believe that? She's just a child. Is she going to help you nurse your body back to health? Can she nurse you back to health that you've had for decades? Haha, that's the biggest joke in the world. Only someone as naive as you would believe it. The princess consort sneered. I believe in Jojo's medical skills. If she says she can, then she can. Chapter 3294. Lu Lanxin sobbed and said with a pitiful look, Sister, please don't be so willful anymore. Haven't you been willful enough in the past few decades? Do you really want the Prince Mansion to have no descendants because of you? The princess's face suddenly changed, and she glared angrily at the blabbermouth woman in front of her. I'm doing and saying these things for your own good. If you were my sister, I wouldn't be bothered to say these intimate words to you. Sister, although the old prince is good to you, you can't take this for granted. Which man in the world doesn't care about children? You haven't had a child for many years. Although the old prince doesn't say it, I don't believe he doesn't have any thoughts about it. If you adopt our Yubao, you'll have a son in the future, won't you? In the future, you'll be able to hold your head up high in front of those royal relatives. They won't be so thick-skinned as to force you to take in those children who are far away from you, right? The princess sneered, so I should be grateful to you as my sister. Lu Lanxin wiped her tears. We don't need to be so polite between us. I'm just thinking that you and I are sisters. We're related by blood. If I don't help you, then no one else in this world can. Sir Jojo listened on the side, and he was almost disgusted by the woman in front of him. Why did this woman have to rush the princess to adopt her son, who was already so old? He had already told her that the princess would have her own children in the future, but she didn't seem to understand what others were saying. She just kept nagging as if she knew everything. So annoying. Lu Lanxin, you and I know what you're planning. You don't have to pretend to cry here. The princess sneered, Go back to your Lu family. Don't tell me now that I know Lu Feng and I can have our own children. Even if we can't, we won't adopt your Huang Yubao. Give up. Sister. Lu Lanxin twisted the handkerchief in her hand and took 2 steps forward. How can you say that, sister? I'm doing this for you. Do you think I'm doing this for myself? It's you who doesn't have a son, not me. Seeing that we're sisters, I agreed to entrust Yubao to you. What are you waiting for? How could he let this blabbermouth woman cry and kick up a fuss in front of the Prince Yu's mansion? Hit him. Arbor suddenly raised a small arm. The servants of the prince's mansion on both sides immediately rushed forward like a swarm of bees, as if they were wooden men who had been triggered by a mechanism. Oh my God, I've long found this little widow an eyesore. Now that I've received the crown princess order, How could I not be overjoyed? Like a swarm of bees, the servants all rushed forward. In a flurry, they raised their sticks and shovels and smashed them on the heads of the mother and children. Bang, 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 bang. Chaos ensued, mixed with the little white flowers crying and shrieking. Elder sister, Io, elder sister, what are you doing, elder sister? Hey, don't hit me. Sigh. Io, elder sister. Arbor looked at the scene in front of her expressionlessly. She pulled Princess Kong and turned to walk into the door. Elder sister, tell them to stop. Elder sister, Chapter 3295. The gate of the prince's mansion was immediately closed. Lu Lanxin and her children were beaten up by the servants of the prince's mansion. They ran into the carriage as if they were escaping and ordered someone to drive the carriage away from the prince's mansion as soon as possible. Not long after the carriage left, a wicked servant of Prince Kang's mansion picked up a ball of horse dung and pasted it on the window. Lu Lanxin and her daughter, Huang Yoxia, screamed and cried in each other's arms. Mother, Anne has changed. How did she become so snobbish and treat us like this? Huang Yoxia screamed. Lu Lanxin also cried and said with tears in her eyes, Let's go back and ask your grandmother for justice. I was thinking, how can there be such justice in the world? She doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. We want to help her, but she beat us up and drove us out. The older she gets, the more disrespectful she becomes. Huang Yoxia smoothed her messy hair and paused when she heard the word old. Mother, don't you think that Aunt seems to have become prettier? Did you notice that she seems to have become 20 years younger? Hey, do you think it's possible that she'll really be able to give birth to a son like that wretched lass said? Bah, she's already so old, and she still wants to give birth to a son. Huh. Lu Lanxin twisted her thin lips harshly. She's destined to die without a son. She shamelessly stole my prince. Now, she can't give birth to a son for decades and still wants to keep that man. If she's the second meanest person in the world, no one is the first. Even though Lu Lanxin said that, she still felt a little jealous. She naturally saw Lu Lanxin's change. Not only did she become slimmer, but she also became prettier and younger. Her delicate skin was comparable to a young girl's. How is this possible? She had to go out and find out what was going on. For the past 2 years, she had been detained at home by that wretched person and had to take care of that wretched tuberculosis ghost. Her news was lagging behind. Now that she finally hoped that guy would rise to the heavens, she had to fight for a good future for herself. Arbor pulled the Princess Consort in and closed the door. He helped the Princess Consort to sit on the stool. Princess Consort, you can't be so nice. To deal with those bitches, you have to be more ruthless than them. The head maidservant Danling's mouth was slightly agape as she hurriedly nodded her head. Your Highness, the Crown Princess is absolutely right. Since conciliation doesn't work, I'll just beat him up a few more times. I'll beat them up every time they come. After the 3rd time, let's see if they still dare to come and cause trouble. But I've always thought that we still have to take into account the reputation of the prince's mansion. How much is face worth? Xiaomu rolled her eyes and directly sat down next to her. How unpleasant is it to keep feeling stifled in your heart? A person's life can be as short as 100 years or as long as 1,000 years. How much time do you have to squander with those bitches? Just remember my words. If someone makes you uncomfortable, you have to make her uncomfortable 100 times more. That's all. At the side, Danling's little head was about to fall off. Her eyes were bright as she looked at the young Crown Prince Consort. She felt that the Crown Prince Consort's words were too reasonable. She hurriedly went forward to pour 2 cups of water, handing one to Wang Fei and the other to the Crown Prince Consort. She hurriedly slandered, Wang Fei, this servant feels that the Crown Prince Consort's words are too reasonable. Think about it. For so many years, that old lady has been doing unreliable things. How can our prince's mansion maintain its reputation? Chapter 3296. Look at the Crown Princess. After a violent beating, she immediately chased that family of 3 away. That's the right thing to do. You should have done this long ago. If you keep indulging them, they'll take advantage of you instead. Danling said repeatedly. The Princess Consort couldn't help but glance at her in amusement. She looked down at the teacup in her hand and stuffed it into Damling's hand. I think you're the one who needs to drink some water to moisten your throat. Saying so much in one go, how long had she held it in? She wouldn't be happy if she didn't spit it out, would she? Damling pursed her lips and took a step back with the teacup in her hand. Arbor continued, Damling is right. Princess Consort, from the looks of it, that mother and children might come to make a fuss tomorrow. Let me tell you, we have to think of a way to settle this once and for all. Otherwise, you'll be annoyed in the future. Right. Damling nodded furiously like a chick pecking at rice. She hurriedly interrupted, Crown Princess, help our Princess Consort. Give her some ideas and think of a way to keep that family of 3 out forever. This servant is really disgusted every time I see them. If it gets serious, this servant can't even eat. Princess Consort Kong looked at her speechlessly. All right, don't bring up these troublesome matters. Jojo, let's not talk about this. The Princess Consort smiled and took her little hand. Let's go. I'll take you to the back garden for a stroll. Arbor nodded his little head. The Princess Consort suddenly thought of something and turned to look at her. Jojo, I have a presumptuous request. I want to buy another beautifying pill. Imperial Aunt, 1 beautifying pill is enough. It's useless to eat more. Arbor glanced at her and said, Hey, it's not me who wants to buy it. It's that good-for-nothing sister-in-law of mine, Princess Consort. Damling immediately dodged. I said not to meddle in their family's affairs, but you still meddle. The Princess Consort gave her a sidelong glance. She knew Lu Shu's character better than anyone else. He was definitely not evil or treacherous. He was just a little stingy, greedy for small gains, and not magnanimous. For the sake of her elder brother, she wanted to help her if she could. You should have seen her that day. It's the Princess Consort smiled awkwardly. The one who stopped your car at the entrance of Zhenhua Workshop. Oh, now that Princess Kong mentioned it, Arbor remembered. She was the plump woman who kept saying that she was Princess Kang's sister-in-law. My sister-in-law mainly wants to put on some weight. Princess Kong coughed softly and said, I think she has been putting on too much weight recently. When I saw her 2 years ago, she wasn't that fat. Recently, she's like a cabbage that's been injected with catalysts. The longer she grows, the stranger she becomes. Dan Ling, who was following behind the two of them, twitched her mouth when she heard that. Sometimes, the Princess Consort's words were quite sarcastic. Oh, Arbor nodded and turned to look at Wang Fei. That Lu Shu? Ah, that's her. She's so fat. You must remember her. Her sister-in-law's fatness was completely different from her middle-aged fatness back then. She's not fat. Arbor shook her head and said with a serious expression, She's poisoned. Princess Kong paused in her steps and turned to look at Arbor. She's not fat. You said she's poisoned? Yes. Sir Jojo nodded with a serious expression. I noticed it that day when she jumped into my car. Chapter 3297. Her obesity can't be cured by the beautifying pill alone. She has to be detoxified first. Princess Consort Kong looked astonished. She's just a woman of the inner residence and doesn't have much cultivation, but wanted to make things difficult for her and poison her. Xiao Mu shrugged her shoulders. This was not something she could manage. I can give you the detoxification pill. Arbor took out a detoxification pill and handed it to the Princess Consort. Then he said, that day she said she had money and was willing to pay several times the price for my beautifying pill. The Princess Consort, don't worry, Jojo. I'll just let that stingy sister-in-law of mine bleed. She would only cherish it if she bought it at a high price, right? When night fell, Imo Yin and the old prince returned to the prince's residence together. As soon as he entered the main hall, he saw his little wife sitting upright and still. She was holding a porcelain cup in her hand, and her round eyes were looking in his direction. When she saw him, she pretended not to see him and turned her little head away with a whoosh. Prince Imo was immediately amused. He quickly ran over and reached out to hug his wife. Good evening, Jojo. Your husband hasn't seen you for a day and misses you very much. Oomph. The little fellow threw the back of his head at him. Imo Yin smiled and turned her little body around. Jojo, what did your husband do to make you unhappy? You didn't wake me up when you left. Emolian curled his lips and bent down to rub against her delicate neck. Heaven and earth can bear witness. The sun and moon can bear witness. At that time, I called Chow Chow 7 to 8 times, but Chow Chow ignored this hubby. Lady Chow Chow looked at him expressionlessly. She moved her small body and raised her hand to push his face. She said hesitantly, "My wood spirit energy has an exuberant vitality. It can help you grow your hair." Puffed. Emolian laughed out loud. His little wife. How could she think of anything? Then if I use my wood spiritual energy to grow hair, will your husband's hair continue to grow out of the main hall? That's possible. Arbor thought for a moment, then put down his little hand and patted Prince Mo's head. Forget it then. At the side, the old Wang Yi sneakily glanced at the lovey-dovey couple. He lowered his voice and said to the Wang Fei, "Why did you trick the little girl here again? Hey, you didn't see how anxious that little brat was. She didn't even return to the Mu family and directly boarded this prince's carriage, insisting on coming back with me. I didn't invite him." The old prince pursed his lips. Wang Fei giggled and pulled on the old Wang Ye's hand as they walked towards the two. "Crown Prince, Wang Yi, go change first. You'll be able to eat dinner in a bit. Go change your clothes." The little fellow reached out and patted his chest with a look of disdain. Prince Mo couldn't help but laugh. He lowered his head and kissed her hard when she wasn't paying attention. Then he winked and said, "Jojo, something interesting happened in court today. I'll tell you about it later." After saying that, he went to his room to change his clothes. Half an hour later, the four of them sat down at a small round table in the dining room to eat. The old Wang Yi roared loudly. "I heard from the steward that Lu Lanxin came to make a fuss today. How did you deal with her? She didn't make things difficult for you, did she?" Princess Consort Kong looked at him speechlessly. "How could she make things difficult for me? She's just a newly bereaved widow. She can't make things difficult for me." "Oomph." The old Wang Yi snorted in annoyance. "Her husband just died, and she's just a widow. Isn't she ashamed to run out of the house every few days?" Chapter 3298. On the side, Dan Ling was serving food to them and hastily said, "Thankfully, Crown Prince Consort gave the order for the retainers to chase that mother and children away. Otherwise, who knows how long they would have made a ruckus." "Chased away?" The elderly prince was startled, and then he laughed out loud. Good, they should have been beaten up long ago." Princess Consort Kong brusquely glanced at the prince before saying with a smile, "What's the point of saying those senseless things in front of the child? All right, let's eat." "I didn't cook fish soup today," the elderly prince quietly grumbled. "I cooked it." Princess Consort Kong glanced at him in amusement and annoyance. "I wonder why the kitchen hasn't brought it over yet. Then go take a look," the elderly prince repeatedly urged. "Go take a look at the kitchen and see if those servants are slacking off." "All right, I'll go take a look right now." Princess Consort Kong was helpless against him, so she could only stand up and leave the small sitting room. Arbor glanced at the princess consort's departing figure before turning to look at the elderly prince. "What do you want to say by purposely sending the princess consort away?" The elderly prince hastily shifted his stool over a bit and simply sat next to Arbor. He quietly said, "Little stoic, let me tell you something. Tomorrow, that Lu family will definitely come to make a ruckus. I'm telling you, since you have nothing better to do, just stay in this prince's state. At that time, you can help Royal Uncle beat them up." "Royal Uncle? Have you wanted to beat them for a long time?" The elderly prince nodded repeatedly. "Your royal aunt's mother is an old muddlehead. She's especially unreliable when doing things. Help me look after your royal aunt, and I'll gift Huangji rice shop to you later. How about it?" The little stoic nodded her small head, and the two immediately exchanged a tacit glance. Emolian, who was squeezed to the side, couldn't help but laugh. "Royal Uncle, Annie will be back soon. You should quickly return to your seat." This brat was truly a hindrance. The elderly prince disdainfully glanced at Prince Mo before winking at the little stoic. "Jojo, that cough?" The old prince looked like he was constipated. He held it in for a long time without saying a complete sentence. He anxiously looked outside, as though he was waiting to see if Wang Fei would coincidentally enter the door. Ahem, about that. Your Highness, please say it quickly. Arbor rolled his eyes. He felt tired listening to his father stammering. Isn't that your auntie recently that took the beautifying pill you gave her, right? Then, I look different every day. Ah, I'm becoming more and more young and beautiful. You don't like it? Arbor had already guessed what he wanted to say, but he just kept teasing him with an expressionless face. Ah, no, that's not what I meant. The old prince glanced outside again and said in a low voice, what I mean is, that beautifying cream of yours, is it useful for us men? Puffed. Mo Yin almost spat out a mouthful of soup. Oh my, uncle, can you please give me a warning before you tell me a joke? The little stoic's small face was taut as she asked in deadly earnest, Your Highness, do you want beautifying? The elderly prince glanced at his personal page boy, who had his head lowered and shoulders trembling. He waved his hand and shooed him away. Go laugh outside. I'm not joking with you. Don't you also know? In the past, I ate that aging pill. My appearance, cough, has aged quite a bit. Isn't that your royal aunt is becoming more and more youthful? Chapter 3299. When the pitiful prince discovered that his wife was becoming more and more delicate and beautiful, he felt like he was her father when he stood next to his wife. He truly felt extremely stifled. He had to think of a way to change this situation. Hence, this guy immediately thought of Mo Lian's wife. That beautifying ointment is useless on men. If His Highness wants beautifying, I have an ointment here that is also useful for men. Hey, then give it. The elderly prince poked the little stoic's arm. Hurry up, don't keep it to yourself. Give Uncle Emperor a jar. If it's useful later, I'll sell it to you. It's not impossible to cheat Giant Pain. Arbor, you really are the Prince of Giant Pain's biological older brother. Here, take it and use it. I guarantee that you'll be 10 years younger within 3 months. In the future, don't foolishly take that aging pill again. Arbor glanced outside the window, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. Hey, lower your voice. The elderly prince hastily put away the men's beautifying ointment and sneakily glanced outside the door. After a while, the Princess Consort walked in, but her eyes were a bit red. She sat next to the elderly prince and cast him a sidelong glance before saying with a smile, Come, bring in the fish soup. Jojo, Annie will scoop a bowl for you. Annie, we can start the acupuncture tomorrow. I checked on Annie today. Her body is recovering well. Good. The elderly prince said happily. Then you stay at home tomorrow to accompany your auntie. I'll go to the palace to answer a call. If there's nothing else, I'll come back earlier. Do you know how to play horse divinity games? Tomorrow, the 4 of us will play horse divinity games. I'm telling you, I've never lost in horse divinity games. It was night, and the moonlight was like water. After Arbor finished bathing, he sat next to the window and gazed at the night sky. He listened to the gentle wind rustling the leaves outside. His Highness is really happy today. Mo Lian walked out with a smile while drying her wet hair. That's right, I found out about Long Shoshin. Mo Lian put down the towel in her hand and raised her hand to dry her long hair. Then, she sat down beside Arbor and held her little hand. He really hasn't been doing well recently. It's said that his chest and head have been hurting a lot, but they can't find the reason. Everyone in the family said that he was too eager to practice martial arts, which caused his meridians to be blocked. Arbor raised his delicate eyebrows and nodded. Then it seems that the cursed talisman worked. I didn't expect that Mrs. Mu would really avenge your mother-in-law. Mo Lian said, I'll get someone to keep an eye on the Long family. If there's any movement, we'll know immediately. Yes. Arbor nodded and leaned his head against his chest. One day, the clouds will part and the sun will shine. Yes. Mo Lian reached out to brush away the hair on her forehead and looked around. Do you have that feeling today? Arbor shook her head. Today, I feel lighter all over. That creepy feeling of being stared has disappeared. This was also why she agreed to let Princess Kong move into the prince's estate. She wanted to test if she would still have that feeling of being stared at if she stayed at Prince Kang's estate. As it turned out, she didn't. Then it seemed that there's something strange about the Mu family. Emolian naturally trusted his little wife's intuition. Intuition was something that couldn't be explained clearly, but he trusted his Jojo unconditionally. Chapter 3300. Xiaomu busied herself inside Paradise Planet the entire night and made a lot of pills. She then chatted with Mayan, that fellow, for a bit before running out of Paradise Planet. At this time, the sky was already bright. Arbor didn't sleep for an entire night, but she was still full of energy. Thinking that she didn't feel sleepy, she didn't want to go back to Fish Orchid Planet to catch up on sleep. When she was in the Mu family, she always felt that there was an invisible pair of eyes watching her, so she was cautious and didn't enter Paradise Planet. It was only when she came to Prince Kang's residence that she entered Paradise Planet. The enhanced warm jade pill she made for Imperial Ant took half a year to refine. In the short term, she should be fine. After that, she would give Imperial Ant acupuncture treatment once a month and take the enhanced warm jade pill continuously. She wasn't bragging, but perhaps she would be fine in half a year. Maybe by the end of the year, Jojo's Lotus would have a white and chubby little brother. After thinking for a while, Arbor's little face couldn't help but redden. She then called Kaishio to come in and help her dress up. Today, she changed into a bright red battle suit. According to the old prince's speculation, the Liu family would probably come to make a fuss today. She had to protect Imperial Ant well. Speaking of this battle suit, the clothes from Nikkang Market were indeed a little expensive, but the craftsmanship was really good. The few colors that were stitched together were also to her liking. Jojo Darren stepped out of the door and coincidentally bumped into Louis Ran, who was strolling in. Louis Ran's expression suddenly changed. "Why are you here?" Louis Ran went to visit a good sister yesterday and only just returned. She had just returned to the Fu and hadn't heard the servants mention that the Crown Prince Consort was staying overnight in the Wang Fu. As a result, when she saw the young Crown Prince Consort, she wasn't mentally prepared at all and was truly shocked. Louis Ran's reaction was too agitated. The servant girl beside her hurriedly went forward and secretly tugged at her, giving her a look. The other party was the Crown Princess. Louis Ran really didn't know what this Miss Liu was thinking to actually ask such a rude question, since the Crown Princess had appeared in the Wang Fu at this time. Then Wang Fei must have asked her to stay. Arbor couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. He didn't even bother to look at her from the corner of his eye. He just brushed past her. Louis Ran's expression changed, and without thinking, she reached out to grab Arbor's wrist. "What are you doing here again?" Ever since she met the Crown Princess, Louis Ran felt that she had never had a good day. His Highness and His Highness loved this young Crown Prince Consort so much that they loved her even more than their adopted daughter. What right did she have to be the only one doted on by the Prince and Princess Consort and steal all the benefits from her? Previously, Wang Yi had gifted the land within 100 li of Half Moon Cliff to the young Crown Prince Consort without batting an eye, as well as the 5 prosperous shops in the capital, the exquisite fire brocade bracelet that Wang Fei had given her, and so on. When Louis Ran thought about how these things originally belonged to her, but they all fell into the hands of this stoic face for no reason, she felt her heart clench. It was so painful that she almost couldn't breathe. That Crown Princess was too shameless. She came to the Wang Fu with the intention of swindling things out of them. The more Louis Ran looked at this young Crown Prince Consort, the more she looked like a relative who had come to ask for money. Her eyes stared sharply at the Crown Prince Consort's back, as though she wanted nothing more than to pierce a hole through her back. Arbor had already noticed this woman's resentful expression, and she couldn't help but frown slightly. She abruptly turned around, and her icy gaze landed on Louis Ran's face. Poor Louis Ran was currently glaring at the Crown Princess and was caught off guard when she turned around. When she met the little Crown Princess' cold gaze, Louis Ran was instantly defeated. Chapter 3301. How could she possibly look the young Crown Princess in the eye for an extended period of time? There was no harm without comparison. She originally thought that her gaze was sharp enough, but the moment she met the young Crown Princess, all of her sharpness turned into bubbles and shadows. The moment she saw this stoic face's expressionless appearance, She couldn't help but feel apprehensive from the bottom of her heart. The corners of Lu Iran's mouth twitched slightly with sweat on her face, and she appropriately adjusted her stiff facial expression. "Gee, Crown Princess, why are you looking at me like that?" Arbor glanced at her coldly and then said, "Miss Lu, it was you who kept staring at me with a strange gaze just now." Lu Iran was actually a bit speechless. She secretly gritted her teeth, pinched the handkerchief in her hand, and said with a feigned smile, "I was thinking that since the Crown Princess is living in the estate, I ought to perform the duties of a host." "Crown Princess, please." Lu Iran's expression suddenly changed under the constant tugging of her sleeve by the maidservant behind her, and she forced a smile. However, that smile was too fake. When it hung on her face, it looked like a layer of paper had been drawn on, and it was even prettier when she didn't smile. Arbor expressionlessly glanced at her before turning around and walking towards the antechamber. Lu Iran secretly shook off her personal maidservant's hand and quickly followed after her. She asked with a fake smile, "Crown Princess, pardon me for asking, but does the Crown Prince know that you've come to Prince Kang's estate just like that? Would the Eastern Palace allow you to come and go as you please? Even if the Crown Prince allowed you to live in the estate, what would the Emperor think if this matter were to reach his ears?" The Crown Princess was walking so closely with Prince Kang's estate, so she probably had some sort of scheme in mind. Lu Iran's red lips curled slightly, presumptuously trying to figure out the Emperor's thoughts. "Mal Yin naturally came with me," Arbor expressionlessly replied. "That's right, the Crown Prince has to be informed. What?" When Lu Iran reached the end of her sentence, her voice suddenly rose by an octave. "His Highness the Crown Prince followed you into the estate? Is there a problem?" Arbor glanced at her, scrunched up his pink little face, and unhappily glanced at Lu Iran. It was really annoying for him to shout in Lord Xiao Xiao's ear with all his fuss. "I don't think this is a good idea." Lu Iran furrowed her brows and forced a smile. "Although the Crown Princess does as she pleases, she still has to consider your Highness in everything she does." Lu Iran was just short of saying to his face, "You always let the Crown Prince leave the Eastern Palace with you, going back to your maiden home one moment and jumping around the prince's estate the next. It's really not good." Arbor gave her a sideways glance and said confidently, "He's my husband. Wherever I go, he has to go with me. What's wrong with that?" Lu Iran stared dumbfounded at the weirdo in front of her. "Could it be that your identity has been swapped? In their divine land, not to mention the Crown Prince's noble status, even a commoner with a high cultivation in Jianghu had the right to speak in front of women. What kind of godly logic did the little Crown Princess have? What did she mean by His Highness the Crown Prince had to follow her?" Arbor couldn't be bothered with this Lu Iran anymore. He muttered, "You're crazy." Then he took small steps and walked toward the front hall. It was really too much to say when they didn't see eye to eye. He didn't know what this Lu Iran was thinking. If her husband didn't follow her back to her maiden home and didn't follow her everywhere, was he still her, Jojo's husband? Chapter 3302. Lu Iran's expression was somewhat dazed, her mind still digesting Arbor's words. There was too much information in those words. It meant that His Highness the Crown Prince obeyed this weirdo's every command. His Highness the Crown Prince followed her wherever she liked. Since when did the status of women in the divine mainland become so high? Lu Iran followed Arbor blindly. When she turned the corner from the corridor to the front hall, she saw two maids carrying buckets of water and bending over to wipe the corridor pole. Lu Iran's eyes turned slightly. She quickly walked forward and pushed away the hands of the maids behind her, who hurriedly tried to stop her. She abruptly kicked those buckets of water. The buckets splashed with water, splashing straight at the back of Arbor's head. Arbor did not even turn her head. She slightly raised her small hand. A large transparent water droplet suddenly emerged from the top of her head. That water droplet suddenly grew small arms and legs. Its eyes abruptly opened, and before Lu Iran could react, it threw a punch at the water splashing at her. Bang! The water bucket, along with the gushing water, splashed back at him. That wooden bucket even landed on Lu Iran's head with a clang. She was so frightened and angry that she started crying on the spot. She overestimated herself. Xiao Mu did not even spare her a glance out of the corner of her eye. She turned around the corridor and walked straight to the anteroom, slowly entering it. Louis Ran sobbing behind her had long been tossed to the back of her mind. She saw many exquisite pastries on the table, as well as food like porridge and noodles. When Princess Consort Kong saw her enter, she could not help but smile and wave at her. "Jojo, come quickly. Breakfast is ready. Eat it while it's hot." Arbor took small steps and sat down at the table. "Imperial Aunt, I bumped into Louis Ran on the way here." The little fellow complained first. She rolled her eyes and said, "She kicked over a wooden bucket to embarrass me, but in the end, she got herself into big trouble." She had just finished speaking when Princess Kong stilled. Then she heard Louis Ran's sharp cries and angry shouts from outside the front hall. Arbor. Willow was still drenched in water as he rushed in. His eyes were fixed on Arbor as he shouted, "You! How dare you treat me like this?" "Mother!" Louis Ran turned her head towards Princess Consort Kong and cried. Arbor, she shut up. Princess Consort Kong frowned and interrupted her unhappily. "Why are you directly calling the crown princess by her name? Where did all the rules you learned go? Don't get too close to the Xiong family in the future. That girl from the Xiong family isn't a good person either." Princess Consort Kong said coldly. She had no choice but to learn the habits of the marketplace. Her words and actions are unbearably vulgar. Louis Ran looked at Princess Consort Kong and felt her heart turn cold. In the past, the Princess Consort was still somewhat amiable towards her. But ever since she had this crown princess as a comparison, the Princess Consort looked down on her even more. This was all this damned crown princess's fault. The little crown princess turned to glance at Louis Ran and said with a humph, "Be more careful when you walk in the future. Don't like to kick over buckets for no reason. Buckets don't have eyes, and they might even bite back at their owner. Wouldn't the losses outweigh the gains?" You. Louis Ran pointed at Arbor and screamed repeatedly, You're too much of a bully." How could Princess Consort Kong not understand? This Louis Ran asked for trouble and suffered the consequences of her own actions. Chapter 3303. She originally wanted to set up the little crown princess, but she ended up being set up instead. "Aren't you going back to your room to change?" Princess Consort Kong chided. Louis Ran left in tears, wishing that she could stomp a few holes in the floor. "Jojo, I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Princess Consort Kong shook her head and couldn't help but sigh. Back then, wasn't it the old lady who insisted on shoving Louis Ran to her, saying that she saw that she had no children and wanted her to raise a girl so that they could chat and relieve boredom? In the beginning, when they didn't have a close relationship, the Princess Consort thought that Louis Ran was pretty good. Being cheerful and lively did relieve her boredom a lot. But once they got to know each other, Louis Ran's petty nature was completely exposed. This matter couldn't be entirely blamed on her sister-in-law. After all, Louis Ran was raised by the old lady since she was young. To be able to raise such a character, it could be seen that she was deeply influenced by the old lady. Princess Consort Kong pondered whether she should find a day to send Louis Ran back to the Liu family. When her health improved in the future, she would be able to go out more often. With Louis Ran's unpresentable appearance, it wouldn't be good to bring her out frequently, lest she embarrass the Prince Kong estate. But if she didn't bring her out every time, with Louis Ran's petty nature, she wouldn't say anything even if she kept it in for the first or second time. But after the third or fourth time, she would definitely make a fuss. "Imperial Aunt, what are you worried about?" Arbor pulled down her hand that was supporting her forehead and picked up a pastry for her. "It's delicious. Try it." Princess Consort Kong couldn't help but laugh and nodded. She had just picked up her chopsticks when she saw the doorkeeper stumble in anxiously as if he was being chased by a ghost. Oh no. Princess Consort, the old lady of the Liu family, has brought people here to cause a ruckus." Princess Consort Kang's pupils contracted slightly. Her fingers that held the chopsticks tightly clenched, and an expression of disbelief hung on her face. That mother of hers actually brought people here to cause a ruckus? She was really vigorous despite her age. Sir Jojo jumped to the ground with a thump. He waved his hand and called out, "Damling, is everyone in the estate here?" Damling immediately nodded proudly. "Yes, they're all waiting at the door. Follow me." Arbor waved his small hand and rushed out of the hall. Damling immediately shouted. Together with the dozens of servants on her left and right, a group of people followed the little crown princess and ran away. Only Princess Consort was left behind. She stared at the empty hall in bewilderment, speechless for a while. "If they're all ordinary people, then you guys go. Don't worry about asking for compensation if you break it. Just hit them as hard as you can." Sir Jojo led more than 200 servants and rushed to the main entrance of Prince Kang's mansion. "If there are any cultivators, leave them all to me." "Yes, open the door." Arbor waved his hand, and more than 200 servants swarmed forward, following which the vermilion-red doors of the Prince Manor slowly opened to both sides. The old lady immediately appeared at the main entrance of the prince's mansion with 40 to 50 ferocious-looking men. A group of busybodies were hiding in a corner and watching from afar, not understanding what had happened. Looking at the situation, did someone come to Prince Kang's mansion to cause a ruckus? "Oh, isn't this the young widow that was chased away by the prince's mansion yesterday?" A passerby who had seen yesterday's drama called out. He was immediately surrounded by people asking for more information. Chapter 3304. Lu Lanxin was standing beside Old Lady Lu, sobbing and wiping her handkerchief. As soon as the gate of the mansion opened, Lu Lanxin quickly glanced inside. She was stunned by what she saw. Hundreds of servants and maids were standing at the gate of the mansion, all looking at them fiercely. Lu Lanxin's heart sank, and she subconsciously hid behind old Madame Lu. Was Lu Lanyin out of her mind? She didn't want to save the face of the mansion anymore, did she? Thinking of this, Lu Lanxin couldn't help but grit her teeth. Why was this damned woman so difficult to deal with now? Old Lady Lu was also shocked by the group of servants at the gate of the mansion. She quickly glanced at them, but she didn't see her eldest daughter, Lu Lanyin. She was even more surprised, and her eyes fell on Arbor, who was obviously the leader. Who are you? Where's my daughter? Where did you hide my daughter? Hurry up and find my daughter. I want to confront her face to face. Why did she treat her little sister like this? Did she abandon the Lu mansion and her family after becoming the princess? The little crown princess didn't pay attention to them at all. She waved her little fist and said, "Go, go." Damling waved her arm, and all the servants and maids rushed at the people of the Lu mansion as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They didn't hit Old Lady Lu. Instead, they went around her, grabbed Lu Lanxin's bra, and slapped her twice without saying a word. Slap, slap. Lu Lanxin, the little white flower, was instantly stunned by the two slaps. Little White Flower cried with tears in her eyes. "There is no law. There is no law." Slap, slap. 2 more slaps. No one knew who was so fierce, but Little White Flower was slapped so hard that she fell backward. The other servants swarmed up and attacked Lu Lanxin's son and daughter. Huang Yubao and Huang Youxiao were just ordinary people, and Huang Yubao was a useless playboy who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. How could he resist the ferocious attacks of everyone who was whipping him to death? After a round of attacks, Huang Yubao and Huang Youxiao were beaten until they cried out in pain. Huang Yubao stretched out his hand to resist the fierce attacks of the servants. He cried and shouted, "Stop! Stop! Ayo, you guys stop! There were more than 200 servants and maids, and they were divided into 3 waves of attacks. Their cooperation was really good. After the first round of beating the Lu family members, another group of people went up. The cycle repeated, and the person who finished drawing the whip would be able to catch his breath while accumulating his strength. When the other 2 rounds were done, the person in the first round would be able to go up bravely again. The onlookers who were watching from afar were simply dumbfounded and tongue-tied. The passerby who had explained the situation earlier couldn't help but stutter. Then it seems that the Wang Fu has been merciful to that little widow yesterday. Today's attack was even more ferocious than yesterday's. The guards of the prince's mansion were like ferocious dragons out of their cages. Terrifying. Arbor stood aside and watched for a while. Then, he turned and walked into the mansion. Old Lady Lou was so angry that she was about to collapse to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. Looking at the messy crowd around her, she couldn't help but scream, You stop right there! Stop right there!" Arbor didn't bother to talk to her. He waved his hand and left. Chapter 33:05. Halfway there, they ran into Princess Consort Kong, who was hurrying over. Arbor reached out to stop her. She pursed her lips and looked serious as she bombarded her with another round of brainwashing. "Princess Consort, you can't be like this. The reason the Liu family dares to act so recklessly is most likely because of your indulgence. You really have the same temperament as my mother." Arbor shook her head, her expression rueful. "With your soft and meek temperaments, how can you not be completely taken advantage of?" Princess Consort Kong didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her mischievous behavior. "I can't compare to your mother at all. Your mother is a prodigy with outstanding talent. I'm just a normal person, so I can't be associated with her at all." Arbor shook her head and wagged her finger as she said, "You're all the same, too good-tempered. I'm always bullied by some random people." That said, she expressionlessly sighed. "If you can learn a little from me, you won't be bullied again in the future." Princess Consort Kong. This child had to brag about her own awkwardness and even glanced at her worriedly. That little look was truly adorable, making Princess Consort Kong burst out laughing. If I had such a cute daughter like you, I'd wake up laughing even in my dreams." Princess Consort Kong couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her little face. Arbor pulled her back to the antechamber. An hour later, Damling ran back with a grin on her face. She called out as soon as she entered, "Princess Consort, Crown Princess, they've all been chased away." "Well done." Arbor nodded, then turned to look at Princess Consort Kong and said, "Imperial Aunt, if they come to make trouble again in the future, just use this method and give them a good beating. I guarantee that within half a month, no one from the Liu family will dare to come to the Prince Estate's door. You'll definitely have a lot more peace and quiet." Princess Consort Kang's mouth twitched, and she hastily nodded. Then she looked at her suspiciously. This method wasn't planned by the old prince, was it? The more she looked at it, the more suspicious she became. If it wasn't arranged by the old prince, how could the hundreds of people in the prince's mansion all gather together so coincidentally? Arbor said expressionlessly, "His Highness is someone who handles important matters in the court. Why would he be troubled by such trivial matters?" Princess Consort Kong thought it made sense, so she nodded. "I think that after this mess, they probably won't come to make trouble again in the next few days." She was afraid that there would be more rumors in the capital. Who knew how people would spread the word about the violence of Prince Kang's mansion? However, on the second and third days, the capital was calm and peaceful. There was no news at all. There was no rumor that was unfavorable to Prince Kang's mansion. The little crown princess stayed in the prince's residence for 3 consecutive days. Before the Liu family came to make a fuss again, Mu Jingfeng sent someone to rush her back. The moment she entered the Mu family's main hall, she saw Mu Jingfeng's sullen expression. "Why do you keep going to the prince's residence to disturb others? It's better than staying here and looking at your dead face." Arbor's lips twitched. Throwing him an indifferent gaze, he casually walked to the old man's side and sat down. "Jojo, I called you back today to ask you if you want to sign up for the family competition," the old man asked as he looked at her amiably. "Ha, little niece's innate talent is exceptional. Presumably, she must want to sign up." Mu Jingxing's tone was a bit eccentric, and he even secretly peeked at Arbor as he spoke. "What are the rewards?" Chapter 33:06. The elderly patriarch had long been familiar with this granddaughter's tricks, so he said with a smile, "The rewards are naturally quite generous. The top 3 winners can go to Chuyang Pavilion to receive a refined weapon that is at least a spirit weapon. Moreover, they will receive 1 million spirit coins, 500,000 spirit coins, and 100,000 spirit coins respectively." He glanced at his youngest granddaughter's face and inwardly thought, "My youngest granddaughter probably won't take a fancy to this spirit coin reward." No expression could be discerned from the little stoic's face, apart from this, You can also go to the Spirit Beast Garden to pick a spirit beast you like and let a spirit beast trainer tame it for you. In the future, you can train with all of you. But the elderly patriarch coughed, his expression rather awkward. That Chaoyang Pavilion, cough, cough, not everyone can enter. It depends on Ancestor's intentions. If Ancestor doesn't allow you to enter, cough, even if you win first place, you still won't be able to enter. What did he mean? The prize for the first place might turn into a cooked duck and fly away. The little fellow's small face immediately tensed up tightly. The elderly patriarch reflexively twitched his mouth when he saw her small expression, and he hastily added, "But don't worry, even if you can't enter Chaoyang Pavilion, it's fine. At that time, the family will also consider compensating you." It wasn't that the little girl absolutely wanted the rewards inside Chaoyang Pavilion. She had recently plundered a lot of spirit weapons and the like, and a few drops every day were enough for her to play with. However, shouldn't what was supposed to be hers originally be hers? How could he say he would give it and then not give it? Wasn't this the behavior of a big swindler? What kind of place is Chaoyang Pavilion? Oh, that's the treasure trove set up by Chaoyang's ancestor. A round-faced young man at the side hurriedly interjected. Only 1 in 1,000 people in the family can enter to choose the treasures. Most of them are directly ejected when they reach the entrance. They don't even have the chance to enter. The young man was called Mu Wuzi, the child born of 5th uncle's concubine. Arbor normally wasn't very close to the Mu family, and she might not even recognize many of the direct descendants in the family, let alone those born of concubines. Upon hearing this, Arbor only nodded and turned to ask the elderly patriarch, "When is the competition?" "Grandpa's birthday is in 4 days. Old Master Mu strokes his beard and says with a smile, "It's just a competition between the children of the family. Don't overdo it. Don't overdo it." Arbor nodded. "Is there any other way to visit Chaoyang Tower?" The old man was stunned for a moment before he nodded with a smile. Chaoyang Pavilion will only be open 1 month after this old man's birthday banquet. Indeed, this is the only way to get a chance to visit. Cough. Ancestor doesn't like too many people. If more than 3 people go, those below the spirit realm will be repelled. In the past few years, there were still 30 to 50 people who could enter the Chaoyang Pavilion to choose treasures. Although not many people managed to obtain suitable treasures, they could still be considered as having visited the pavilion. But in recent years ahem, the ancestor's temper has worsened. Since the year before last, he has only allowed 3 people in. These 3 must be the most outstanding people in the family. Moreover, those who have entered once and selected a treasure will not have another chance to enter again. The little fellow pursed her lips, thinking that the ancestor's temper was quite bad. He also had a lot of bad habits and rules. Since that's the case, then let this lord go and meet him. Arbor nodded. Let's do it. Chapter 3307. The elderly patriarch laughed heartily and patted her small head. You agreed without even listening to me talk about the competition rules? Speak. Lady Qiao had a resolute look on her face. We are a talisman patrician family. The competition can only compare talismans and the purity of talisman energy. Cultivation, spiritual energy, and pills are all forbidden. The elderly patriarch asked with a grin, "Do you understand?" The little stoic nodded expressionlessly, but she was inexplicably a bit excited in her heart. It was better than talismans. She loved competing with people in talismans the most. Additionally, the competition rules forbid the use of inner worlds and storage talismans. The talismans used in the competition must be drawn in the preliminaries and recorded by a specialist. The preliminaries are the day before the competition and will be supervised by your uncles. All the talismans drawn in the next 24 hours can be used in tomorrow's competition. Of course, you can find helpers to draw with you. After all, it was already pretty good for a normal person to draw 10 talismans in 24 hours. If they didn't find someone to draw with them, they probably wouldn't have enough talismans to use in the competition. Besides, there was also the problem of talisman formation rate. Even if one could draw 20 talismans in a day and use more than 10, the talisman formation rate was already pretty good. Helpers are allowed at most 2 people. These are the competition rules, the elderly patriarch said with a chuckle. Everyone has to compete to see who can draw for the others, Arbor said in confusion. But your eldest brother can help you. The round-faced Mu Woozy couldn't resist interrupting. Your eldest brother has already entered Morning Sun Pavilion, so it doesn't matter if he competes or not. However, your eldest brother helped Mu Rochuan draw last year. Unfortunately, even if Mu Rochuan won first place last year, she didn't have the fate to enter Morning Sun Pavilion. She was still ejected by Morning Sun Pavilion's ancestor in disdain. Woozy. Fifth Uncle Mu Jingyang glared at him irritably. Mu Woozy shrugged and stood to the side with his arms crossed in a sloppy manner. He muttered, "Aren't I speaking the truth? With Mu Xingqian helping Mu Rochuan draw talismans, it would be strange if Mu Rochuan didn't win." Unfortunately, she didn't have the fate to enter Morning Sun Pavilion. Instead, it benefited the third place, Mu Yuan from the branch faction. She actually found a level 15 spiritual weapon in Morning Sun Pavilion. It was close to a divine artifact, so one could imagine how powerful it was. It wasn't that Mu Woozy was being sarcastic. He was just joking when he said it. His vivid description made it feel like he was telling a story. He thought that it was funny that Miss Mu, who was so proud and arrogant, couldn't even compare to Mu Yuan, who was from a branch family, even though she had won first place. Mu Woozy couldn't help but laugh when he thought of her dark expression last year. This eldest miss was usually so arrogant, but didn't she stop at Chaoyang restaurant? Who said that ancestor Chaoyang had to look up to a genius? The ancestor obviously looked down on eldest young miss. Last year was just a small accident. Mu Rochuan's voice appeared at the entrance of the hall. Her elegant and proud figure stood in front of everyone. With a cold face, she walked towards Old Man Mu and glanced at Mu Woozy with contempt. A piece of trash who didn't even enter the top 10 has the nerve to mock others. Mu Rochuan, what are you being so arrogant for? Mu Woozy was furious and impulsively rushed towards her. Woozy, Mu Jingyang stopped him with a warning look. Chapter 33:08. That's exactly what I wanted to throw at you. Mu Rochuan coldly glanced at Mu Woozy. What right do you have to be so arrogant in front of grandfather and uncles? In terms of seniority, I'm a few years older than you, and I'm your legitimate eldest sister from the eldest branch. In terms of aptitude, you're far inferior to me. Take back your sarcastic words and save your energy. Go back and cultivate properly. Mu Rochuan unceremoniously rebuked Mu Woozy with a sharp gaze. A bastard from the fifth branch dared to bare his fangs and brandish his claws in front of her. Did he really think that she wouldn't dare to punish him? Mu Jingyang's face darkened, and he coldly sneered. Eldest brother, your daughter is quite impressive. She's really full of herself when she puts on airs. Mu Jingfeng's lips twitched with a fake smile, but he did not interrupt. Whenever he thought of how this girl had lied to him about everything after returning from the mystic realm, he felt very displeased. With this thought, his gaze landed on Arbor again. He recalled what Mu Rochuan said to him. Could this Arbor really draw teleportation talismans? Did Grandfather Mu know about this? There are many people here, and Mu Jingfeng wasn't stupid. He naturally wouldn't ask about Arbor in this kind of situation. He planned to have a heart-to-heart talk with his daughter after leaving Grandfather Mu's place. Grandfather Mu unhappily patted the armrest of his chair. All right, stop fooling around. Woozy, you can leave. Xian is right. She's your eldest sister, so don't go overboard with your words. Xian Woozy is young. You have to be more tolerant of him. Don't be too calculative with him. After reprimanding Mu Woozy, Grandfather Mu turned to look at Mu Rochuan with a frown. Yes, Grandfather. Mu Rochuan did not refute this time. Instead, she obediently bowed and nodded. On the other hand, Mu Woozy was impulsive. How could he hold back his anger? Fortunately, his father, Mu Jingyang, held him back. Otherwise, he would have rushed up and started a fight with Mu Rochuan. All right. Grandfather Mu looked at these good-for-nothings, and his head couldn't help but hurt a little. There's nothing else. You can all leave. Jojo, stay and talk to me. With Grandpa Mu's words, Mu Jingfeng, Mu Jingyang, and the rest had no choice but to retreat one by one. Before Mu Rochuan left, she coldly glanced at Arbor before walking out with her head held high. Mu Jingyang grabbed his son Mu Wuzi by the neck and brought him to a small path beside the garden. Mu Wuzi cried out, "Hey, Dad, what are you doing?" "Father, be gentle. My neck. Hey, my neck is going to break." "Stinking brat." Mu Jingyang angrily slapped him on the head. "How many times have I told you? Don't be too impulsive, just don't listen. Look at what you said in front of the old man." Umph. That bitch Mu Roxian's words weren't pleasant to hear either. Who was she pretending to be a saintess all day long? Last year, if it weren't for my stinky hands, I wouldn't have failed to break into the top 10 and been eliminated in one round. Those brothers from the side branches who aren't as talented as me all have better results than me. They even mocked me for an entire year. Enough. Mu Jingyang poked his son's head in exasperation. "I don't even know who you take after with your impulsive personality." Chapter 3309. You don't know how to do things all day long, and don't blame yourself for not finding the reason. Why don't you say that your skills aren't good enough, and that you'll be brushed aside as soon as you meet a young lady? Then isn't she older than me? Mu Wuzi retorted indignantly. The father and son pair walked far away while cursing. Mu Jingfeng came out from behind the tree and coldly glanced at the father and son pair's departing figures. Then he stood in place and specially waited for the little stoic. It wasn't until less than an hour later that Mu Jingfeng finally saw the little stoic coming out of the old man's courtyard. His face was gloomy, and he stepped forward to block her path. "I have something to say to you." "There's nothing to say between us." Arbor glanced at him coldly. He was disinclined to say anything else and directly walked past him. "Halt!" Mu Jingfeng was so angry that his face and neck were a bit red. "I'm asking you, do you know how to draw transportation talismans?" Arbor paused and turned to look at him. His eyes narrowed icily. "Mu Rochuan told you?" "It doesn't matter who told me. You just have to tell me yes or no." Arbor snorted and rolled his eyes at him without hesitation. "It's none of your business." Mu Jingfeng was first angry, but then he was delighted. The little stoic didn't deny it, which meant that this matter was true. Mu Jingfeng couldn't help but become excited. As the family head of a talisman clan, he knew better than anyone how difficult it was to draw transportation talismans. His daughter could actually draw a transportation talisman that cost millions of spirit coins on the black market. What did this mean? It meant that Arbor knew how to draw transportation talismans. Mu Jingfeng couldn't help but become excited when he thought of this. His daughter actually knew how to draw transportation talismans that had disappeared for several hundred years. One exciting piece of news this was. It had to be known that the method to draw transportation talismans had long been lost in the Talisman Patrician clan. The existing transportation talisman matrices were all left behind by the ancestors, and there were only a few left on the market. Once Mu Jingfeng thought about how he could grasp the method to draw transportation talismans, he would burst with joy. If that was the case, not only would his status in the Mu clan be raised a lot, he would also gain the support of more elders. Perhaps in the future, no one would be able to threaten his position as the patriarch. In addition, their Mu family's reputation would definitely rise to the next level. The entire Mu family would flourish in his hands, bringing unparalleled glory to their ancestors. Mu Jingfeng seemed to have foreseen the Mu family's future, and he was beaming with joy like a spring breeze. "Jojo, you're a daughter of the Mu family. Naturally, you have to think for the Mu family. The method of drawing the teleportation talisman is extremely important to my Mu clan. If you are willing, I'm not willing." Arbor's cold words were like a bucket of ice water that poured over Mu Jingfeng from head to toe, chilling him to the bone. Mu Jingfeng was incomparably enraged on the spot as he bellowed. "You? What did you say?" "Deafness needs to be treated." Arbor glanced at him, then turned around and walked towards Yulon Court. Not a single word would be wasted if they didn't see eye to eye. She really didn't know where he got the guts to actually think that Sir Jojo would tell him the method to draw transportation talismans. Hee. Even if she told the street cats and dogs, he wouldn't benefit from it. Save it. You're always deceiving yourself and others. Did you think that Sir Jojo would compromise like Mother? Dream on. Chapter 3310. Arbor, stop right there. Arbor, stop right there. Arbor. Mu Jingfeng's shout was louder than the previous one. He then rushed over in a flustered and exasperated manner to block her path. He looked like he was about to explode from anger as he coldly looked at Arbor and said, Arbor, is this how you speak to your father? Arbor curled his lips and looked at him coldly as he mocked. Father. Mu Jingfeng was agitated by his attitude and felt all the blood in his head rush to his head as his face flushed red. Let me ask you, Rochuan said that the Sun Moon's secret realm you guys went to collapsed. Is that true? Arbor swept him a glance, feeling that his style of forcefully changing the topic was a little abrupt. However, the little fellow really wanted to know to what extent this person could continue to discuss people, so she calmly nodded. That's right. Rochuan said that before the secret realm collapsed, you packed up quite a lot of things inside, right? Arbor somewhat understood what he was going to say next and looked at him with raised brows. Don't tell me you want these cultivation resources? Snatch them from your daughter's hands? When Xiaomu uttered the word daughter, she was like a malicious spirit that had walked out from hell. Her pair of eyes that resembled icy pearls stared fixedly at the man in front of her, without a trace of human life from head to toe. Mu Jingfeng's bones abruptly turned cold from her gaze, and he was suddenly unable to respond. He hastily and awkwardly smiled at her. What are you talking about? I just wanted to remind you. Since you have so many cultivation resources by your side, you have to be more careful in the future. Otherwise, if you're accidentally discovered by someone with ulterior motives, you might attract some unnecessary trouble. His words were full of fatherly love, but what he got in return was Arbor's cold gaze that could drop dregs. Mu Jingfeng instantly felt his heart sink as he looked at his daughter gloomily. The little fellow's lips curled slightly as she calmly said, Someone with ulterior motives? Is it someone as ambitious as you? If the thing she placed in Paradise Planet could be snatched away, then there would be no safe place in this world. The conversation between the father and daughter only lasted for a few minutes, but they parted on bad terms. Not long after Arbor returned to the Yulon Garden, he was invited to Madame Mu's gilded garden by two well-looking old nannies with a smile. When he entered, he saw that the young ladies and madams from the second, fourth, and fifth branches were all present. At first glance, it really was a joyous and harmonious scene. The fourth branch's young lady, Mu Rochin, was a sweet-tempered, delicate, and sickly woman. When she saw Arbor, she stood up and bowed. Her voice was soft, so one had to get close to hear what she was saying. The fifth wife, Madame Hua, had been married to fifth uncle for many years, but had not had any children. Mu Wuzi could be considered as a concubine's son raised by her. The second branch's wife, Madame Xiao, and the second branch's daughter, Mu Ruian, had met them once at New South Garden in Arbor, so he had some impressions of them. Arbor had interacted with the first branch's Madame Mu and those few troublesome young ladies quite often. Thus, when they met, they were all familiar faces. Jojo, you're here. Mu Qingya appeared to be in high spirits today, smiling very gently and amiably at Arbor. The fifth wife, Madame Hua, also smiled and said, Crown Princess, do you know how to play Madiao? Arbor calmly replied, I know a thing or two. Chapter 33:11. That's good. Madame Nehua giggled. Since we have nothing to do, we'll have to trouble the Crown Princess to play a few rounds with the ants. Very well. Sir Jojo had an indifferent expression on his face as he readily sat down on his seat. Mu Qingya shook her head with a smile. Second branch's Madame Ne Xiao and fifth branch's Madame Ne Hua quickly called out to her, eldest sister-in-law, let's play together for a while. I won't play. Mu Qingya shook her head and said, I get dizzy when I hit this. Madame Ne Xiao pursed her lips and muttered something in a low voice. Then, she grabbed a nanny next to her to play with her. That old nanny played with her three masters and was so frightened that she felt uncomfortable all over. It was as if there were needles poking her butt, and her body kept twisting here and there. Bam! Madame Nehua waved her hand with a grin. The little stoic was hit by Madame Nehua 3 times in a row and skipped 3 rounds, but she was still expressionless. I is sorry. Madame Nehua covered her mouth with a handkerchief and giggled. Fifth sister-in-law's luck is pretty good today. Madame Chio shot a stern look at the old nanny next to her. The other party shuddered in fright and hastily played a card that Madame Chio wanted. Madame Chio immediately received the card and heard the card in one go. She then picked another card in passing, and her eyes instantly lit up. The smile on her lips was almost unconcealable. Ha, all of them are right. I'm really sorry, everyone. I didn't expect to get off to a good start. It's not your turn to touch second ant yet. The little stoic reminded expressionlessly and then took the card from the stiff-faced Madame Chio's hand. This card is mine. You can't be so shameless. Muchia sat on the side and watched. When she heard this, she involuntarily coughed lightly and drank tea to hide her smile. Madame Chio was stupefied. She recalled her hand speed just now. It seemed like she stole a card. It was fine. She heard it so early, so it would definitely be her turn. A 9 lotus lantern, thank you. 88,000 spirit coins per card. The little stoic pushed the card and extended her slender hand. What? The young crown Prince Consort also wanted the card that she wanted. She even picked a 9 lotus lantern. Fuck. She only knew a little? You must be lying. Madame Hua and Madame Chio were dumbfounded. The old nanny was so frightened that she fell off the stool. Get up, Madame Chio shouted angrily. I'll pay for your share. What are you afraid of? This is just the beginning. The next 8 rounds are like this. Tubular 9 lotus lantern. Thank you. 88 spirit coins for each. 1,000 colored 9 lotus lanterns. Thank you. 88 spirit coins for each. After 13 rounds crown, Prince Emo trod on the afterglow of the setting sun to pick up his wifey, who was playing exceedingly happily. As soon as he stepped through the gate of the Gilded Garden, he was stunned to see Madame Chio and Madame Hua pouncing on him. They threw themselves at his feet and cried, Your Highness, quickly take your crown princess back. It was their fault for being so arrogant. They had thought that the little crown princess was young and easy to trick, so they had teamed up to trick her. Who knew what a terrible price to pay? The little crown princess looked at them expressionlessly and said to Kai Shio, Give the bill to the 2 madams. It's the crown princess. Kai Shio stifled a belly full of laughter, and the corner of her mouth kept twitching as she walked forward. She deftly handed the bill to the 2 madams who were crying miserably. Thanks to the 2 ants' care, this crown princess had a great time playing today. Let's play together again next time. The little crown princess nodded politely at the 2 of them. She stood up and pattered to her husband's side, naturally holding his hand. Let's go home. Chapter 33:12. The 2 of them exited Gilded Garden's main gate and followed a winding stone path toward Magnolia Court. At this moment, the setting sun was shining and the wind was blowing gently. A golden-red afterglow spread over the horizon and dyed the sky red. Emolian secretly suppressed the smile on her lips and held Arbor's small hand as she asked, Both madams said that you only know a little. I didn't know a little. Arbor nodded and thought for a moment before saying, When I played with second uncle and the others in the past, they didn't like to play with me. Whoever played with you would be in for a bad time. The crown prince's mouth twitched as he thought to himself. He drew 13 hands and played all the 9 treasure lotus lanterns in the same color as if he was making cards. I only know this. Arbor blinked and said, I can't remember all the other ways to listen to cards. Emolian was speechless. This was definitely the fucking blessing of the god of cards. Otherwise, how could he make such cards? When I was in Shijo City, I rarely played a few rounds with second uncle and the others in my free time, but they always despised me. Arbor couldn't help but shake his head when he thought of this. The crown prince couldn't help but laugh. He could already imagine the sullen faces of his father-in-law and the others. Originally, playing cards was such a happy thing, but in the end, this little bastard didn't give them a chance to win at all. Most importantly, who the hell could stand the 9 treasure lotus lanterns? Arbor glanced at him. I haven't played for a long time. Later on, every time I asked my parents to play cards, they weren't too willing. They even said that I was young and that they couldn't always bully me and make me lose money. Arbor said expressionlessly, But ever since I was young, I've never lost when playing Ma Diao. Emolien couldn't help but laugh heartily. Her hearty laughter scattered over the two of them on their way back. What are you laughing at? Arbor glanced at her. Why don't we go back and exchange a few moves? Emolien shook his head carelessly and reached out to pick her up. He laughed and said, I admit defeat. Who would want to fight to the death with someone who is favored by the god of cards? Arbor snorted and poked his chin. You met the old prince this morning? How is he feeling? It's pretty good. Those troublemakers of the Liu family didn't succeed in the end and even suffered a hidden loss. The Lord has been in a good mood these days. Arbor nodded. That's why any emperor is so nice. Look, after a few more beatings, he immediately became obedient. Yes, yes, yes. My wife is right. Emolien held back her laughter and nodded. By the way, what gift should we prepare for the old man? Arbor's eyes lit up slightly. He tilted his head and said, I've been refining high-quality longevity pills for the past few days. What do you think of giving this to him? Emolien nodded. When will the finished product be ready? Probably the day after tomorrow. Arbor said, I still want to improve the quality. I'll show it to you when I'm done. Purple Vein Longevity Pill. It can increase lifespan up to 100 years. If it can reach the level of Black Vein Longevity Pill, it can increase lifespan up to 300 years. Shioja above God level would usually spend decades in seclusion. 100 years wasn't enough for them to advance. If she only produced a purple-striped longevity pill, although it would still be very popular on the market, its effects would be of little value to Qiao Mu, who constantly strived for perfection. This kind of longevity pill was the same as the prolongation pill and longevity pill in the past. It could only be used once in a lifetime. The greater the effect, the better. Chapter 33:13. A black-veined pill. Emolien looked at her wife in astonishment, her eyes dancing with joy. But that's the legendary supreme grade pill. Arbor nodded. Recently, when I was refining pills, I had a rough idea of how to do it. However, I still need some time to refine it. She wanted to refine a supreme grade longevity pill for her grandfather. After taking such a pill, it might immediately stimulate the realm that her grandfather had maintained for several decades. Her grandfather was now an 8th grade divine master. Who knew he might be able to advance even further after the birthday banquet? Jojo, if old Master Mu knew that you had such intentions, he would definitely be overjoyed even if you didn't refine a black-veined pill. Emolien smiled and stroked the little fellow's head. Don't give yourself too much pressure. Just let nature take its course. Nothing could be forced. It was the same for refining pills and refining tools. Everything should be done according to one's heart. Forcing things too much would not be good. The little fellow blinked, then nodded his little head heavily. The two's figures disappeared into the distance under the shade of the trees. The afterglow of the sunset bathed them in the multicolored light, entangling them endlessly. When Madame Hua returned, she told her husband with a sullen face that she had lost more than 1,000,000 yuan in horse money. Mu Jingyang almost fainted from anger. You. Mu Jingyang pointed at the prodigal woman and shouted angrily, You, second sister-in-law lost, even more than me. Madame Ne Hua shrank back in trepidation and hurriedly tried to quibble. Who knew that the young crown prince consort would have such good luck? Husband, you don't know, but that crown princess actually made 13 treasures lotus lanterns. She made me and second sister-in-law lose 13 rounds of 88,000 yuan in a row. Slap. Mu Jingyang couldn't take it anymore and slapped that stupid woman's face. That night, the second branch was also incessantly noisy. However, the little crown princess was unaware of all of this. Nighttime. The moon was bright under the starry sky, and the night was as cool as water. A plump figure sneaked in from the side door. Lifting her skirt, she was about to run into her own courtyard. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The maidservant behind her couldn't stop in time and almost bumped into her back. She hurriedly lowered her voice and called out anxiously, Miss, what are you doing? We have to hurry back to the court. If the old man finds out that you sneaked out to meet that actress again, he'll skin me alive. Go. Mu Dongni glanced sideways at the timid girl, then raised her eyebrows and looked at the figure squatting under a large willow tree not far away, digging for something. Mississippi, seeing her miss walking towards the big willow tree, the servant girl couldn't help but become even more anxious. She lowered her voice and called out, "You can't go over there, Mississippi, sister-in-law. What are you doing here?" She exclaimed. "It's dark and you're digging in the middle of the night." "I was wondering who was squatting under the big willow tree at home." "So is sister-in-law. What kind of good stuff is it that you have to trouble sister-in-law to dig it up in the middle of the night?" The figure digging under the big willow tree stiffened slightly. When she turned her head, she appropriately revealed a trace of surprise. "Dongni, why are you here? I saw that you were busy here alone, so I came up to take a look out of curiosity." Mu Dongni looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Sister-in-law, what kind of treasure are you digging for?" Chapter 33:14. 914. One pit is another pit. The one digging under the big willow tree was Madame Hua of the Fifth Branch. Seeing the curious expression on Mu Dongni's face, she hurriedly smiled to cover it up. "Alas, it's nothing. It's getting late. You should go back and rest." Mu Dongni's puzzled expression flashed, and she giggled. "Oh, sister-in-law, aren't you treating me as an outsider? I see that you're busy here. There must be something good you're hiding from me." "Sister-in-law, why don't you tell me about it? Could it be that there's some money hidden underground?" Madame Hua's face stiffened. She hurriedly shook her head and waved her hand. "Oh, sister-in-law, don't talk nonsense. What money can there be underground? Alas, let's hurry back. It's really getting late. Let's go back and rest." Seeing that she was in such a hurry to drive her away, Mu Dongni became even more suspicious. She circled around her sister-in-law and smiled maliciously. "Sister-in-law, did you steal something from home and bury it here?" Madame Hua was startled and hurriedly cried out, "Don't accuse me. How could I steal from home? I didn't steal anything. I definitely didn't steal anything." "Sister-in-law, why are you panicking?" Mu Dongni rolled her eyes and stepped forward, pushing her sister-in-law to the side. Then she squatted down and dug the soil under the willow tree. Not long after, his fingers touched an ice-cold stone box. Mu Dongni's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly dug out the box. Madame Hua's eyelids twitched. Mu Dongni, however, was very fast. She casually opened it and saw a box full of spirit coins. There were at least 20 to 30,000 spirit coins inside, glittering with silver light. "Sister-in-law, you stole it, didn't you?" Mu Dongni shrieked. Of course, Madame Hua refused to admit it. She hurriedly shook her head with a pale face. No, how could I steal it? Don't talk about things you don't know. If it gets out, it will ruin my reputation." Mu Dongni looked suspicious. "You didn't steal it? Don't tell me you buried it here yourself. Why did you bury this box of spirit coins here?" Mrs. Hua wanted to say something, but hesitated. After a long while, she lowered her voice and said, "Dongni, I'm telling you, don't tell anyone about this." Hearing this, Mu Dongni quickly nodded. Okay. Sister-in-law, go ahead." Hua looked left and right sneakily, then pulled her to the side to avoid the servant girls following behind Mu Dongni. "Tony, I'm telling you, I'm planting gold." "Seed gold?" Mu Dongni almost laughed out loud. "Sister-in-law, you must be dreaming. The greatest absurdity in the world. How could there be such a thing as planting gold? Don't tell me that if you bury 10,000 taels of gold underground, it will give you 20,000 taels of gold?" Madame Hua hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth and tugged at Mu Dongni with a displeased expression. Be quiet. I'm telling you this. Believe it if you want." Madame Hua angrily retracted her hand and snatched the stone box back from her. Mu Dongni pursed her lips and her eyes flashed. "Then tell me in detail, sister-in-law, do you see this talisman?" Madame Hua took out a talisman from the bottom of the box, glanced at it in front of Mu Dongni, and then immediately put it away as if it was a treasure. Chapter 33:15. 915 4-star. The talisman was taken back by Madame Hua, but she still carefully placed it at the bottom of the box. Madame Hua breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "Let me tell you, Dongni, you have to believe it. This is an ancient golden talisman. You can definitely make a fortune out of it. It has a wide range. It can grow spirit coins, gold, silver, jade, or jewelry. I grew a set of head ornaments last time. Guess what? Mudoni was a little stunned. She looked at her sister-in-law with shining eyes and asked, "What is it? Tell me, sister-in-law." Madame Hua lowered her voice and whispered, "It grew a set of the same head ornaments for me. The luster and gloss are no different from the original head ornaments." Uff! Mudoni laughed and then glanced at Madame Hua. "Sister-in-law, do you really think I'm stupid? You're trying to fool me. How can there be such a talisman in this world? Grow gold. Grow gold and get gold. Grow the head ornaments and get the head ornaments. Can you really grow spirit coins and get spirit coins?" Madame Hua casually pushed her away and carefully buried the box of spirit coins under the willow tree again. She turned around and grabbed Madame Hua to leave. "If you reveal this to anyone, I won't let you off." The next day, Mudoni originally wanted to meet the legendary Little Crown Princess, but because Madame Hua revealed this secret to her, her mind was a little erratic for the whole day. She sent her personal maid Jinju to watch under the old willow tree. She didn't see her fifth sister-in-law under the willow tree for the whole day, so she couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Could it be that her sister-in-law really didn't lie to her? In the afternoon, the young crown Prince Consort paid a visit to second aunt and fifth aunt's courtyard. The moment she mentioned whether or not they should continue to play horse diao, those two fellows' faces darkened as they respectfully coaxed her away. The little crown princess pretended to be very angry and angrily went out. Midway, she made a detour to the prince's mansion. After getting used to the feeling, she went to Paradise Planet to continue refining medicine. Up until now, she had never tried to refine a black vein top grade pill. One could imagine how difficult it was to refine a black vein pill. Currently, 4 of the 9 stars on her 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron had already lit up. The cauldron fire had also changed from its original red color to a faint glazed color. The cauldron fire was extremely pure, so it would naturally be of great help to her alchemy. Now, she didn't even need to pay attention to the fire anymore. What she needed to do was to put the correct amount of medicinal herbs into the medicinal cauldron. Then, she could be a hands-off shopkeeper and let the medicinal cauldron refine on its own until the sound of the pill being formed could be heard from the medicinal cauldron. At this moment, the little girl was chatting with Little Tree. They were talking about Little Tree's report to her that he needed to find a time to go into seclusion and stabilize his realm in the middle stage of growth stage. That night, Arbor did not return to the Mu family. Instead, he casually found an excuse to stay in the Wangfu. Anyway, there were still 3 days before the old master's birthday. She could go back the day after tomorrow. When she stayed in the Mu family, even when she was in the Jade Orchid Garden, she always felt that something was staring at her. How could she dare to casually enter Paradise Planet? However, it was different in the Wangfu. She could come and go as she pleased. It just so happened that these 2 days, she was going to study the black vein pill for the old master, so she wouldn't return to the Mu family. The time she spent on Fish Orchid Planet was 12 times longer, so she probably wouldn't have enough time to study at the Mu family. Arbor was comforting Little Tree, telling him to go into seclusion tomorrow without worry. Chapter 33:16. 4. 916, just 1. Anyway, Xiao Shui and the others were here. Now that she was staying in Dragon Flame City, what could happen? Besides, if something happened, there was still Emollient and Rotten Peach Blossom. At the very least, he could release Mayan as a helper. The little fellow had already made up her mind. She comforted the Little Tree with a few words and urged it to prepare. He continued to stay beside the medicinal cauldron and began to draw talismans out of boredom. After she finished drawing dozens of flying celestial talismans, she heard a crisp sound coming from the cauldron. According to his experience, the pill was about to be completed. The little guy jumped up and ran to the side of the medicine cauldron. He patted 2 streams of spiritual energy into the medicine cauldron to help it quickly condense the pill. Not long after, a fragrant smell wafted out from the medicinal cauldron. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal had a keen sense of smell. He was the first to smell the soothing medicinal fragrance. He ran faster than anyone else and was the first to float to her side. What is it? What is it? Although he didn't know how to concoct pills, he was still a person with feelings. This medicinal aroma was obviously better than the previous batches of elixirs, but it was much purer. Furthermore, he felt that Jojo seemed to have made a significant breakthrough in alchemy. At this time, Chow Mu had already slapped open the medicinal cauldron, and 3 puppies dashed over from some nook and cranny. They surrounded her while barking and wagging their tails, and their beady black eyes were brimming with want emotions. Arbor looked down at the 3 puppies expressionlessly. With a light wave of his hand, several pills at the bottom of the pill cauldron flew up and were placed into a jade bottle by the little fellow. He didn't get many pills this time. Only 7. One was a black vein longevity pill, while the other 6 were all purple vein pills. But what made her feel a little excited was that the black striped longevity pill had actually broken through the level of an earth grade pill, directly leaping to the divine grade. That's right, this was a divine grade longevity pill. The venerable peach blossom immortal circled around her and said anxiously, "Jojo, quickly show it to me. What is it again?" "I'll show you. You can't swallow it," Arbor said expressionlessly. The venerable peach blossom immortal blinked and asked pitifully, "I can't eat it?" "Arbor, it doesn't work on you." Arbor looked at him speechlessly. "But it looks delicious," the venerable peach blossom immortal muttered to himself. "If the longevity fruit is born, you'll be the first to eat it," Arbor said helplessly. "When will there be results?" The venerable peach blossom immortal looked at her pitifully. Arbor said with a stoic face, "Soon. Once Paradise Planet rises to the God domain, it will definitely succeed." The venerable peach blossom immortal widened his eyes slightly and immediately lowered his head dejectedly. He still had to wait until he reached the divine realm. How long would that take? Oh no, he had to have faith in the little girl. In the hands of this little girl, anything that was impossible was extremely possible. Thinking of this, the venerable peach blossom immortal nodded reluctantly. "All right, let me take a look." The little girl handed over the jade bottle to him. The venerable peach blossom immortal opened the bottle and looked at the light golden round pill inside. The black vein on the pill was very obvious. The venerable peach blossom immortal was slightly shocked and turned to look at her with some joy. "Jojo, did you refine a black vein pill?" "Just one." The little girl pursed her lips. "I'm not familiar with it yet. I estimate that I can only refine 1 out of 100 pills." Chapter 33:17. That's not bad either. This was a supreme grade pill with black veins. Let alone 1 in 100 pills, the pill alchemists outside probably couldn't produce 1 in 10,000 pills. Arbor nodded upon hearing this. "That's true." The venerable peach blossom immortal returned the bottle to the little stoic with great difficulty. The little stoic's lips involuntarily twitched at his grief-stricken expression. She then consoled him, "If I become proficient in refining next time, I'll refine it for you like candy." The venerable peach blossom immortal's eyes brightened abruptly when he heard this, and he stretched out his arms to carry the little stoic. "Stoic face, then I'll rely on you. Refine it well, and quickly become proficient." "Do you really think supreme grade pills with black veins can be refined like candy?" She was just consoling him. She didn't expect this guy to have such great confidence in her. When Arbor saw him randomly carrying her over, he immediately flashed out of Paradise Planet with the pill. The moment he came out, he heard the venerable peach blossom immortal shout, Jojo, quickly come in." Arbor didn't understand what was going on. Before he could react, he heard a clap of thunder coming from the roof. The roof was broken open with a boom, and lightning struck down at him. Fuck, what was going on? What kind of heavenly wrath did he incur that a sudden bolt of lightning would strike him? He hadn't reached the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation yet, so what was there to strike him for? The venerable peach blossom immortal flashed to his side and said with a helpless smile, "I forgot to tell you. A heaven-defying existence like a divine rank black veins pill will definitely be struck by lightning." "Arbor, why didn't you say so earlier?" Looking at the rolling thunder, Arbor flew out of the hole in the roof with a whoosh. At this time, the king consort, who had been alarmed by the thunder, was rushing over here with a group of people in a panic. Arbor only had time to throw down a sentence. "Don't chase after me. Stop Imperial Ant." He flew far away with a whoosh. At the same time, at the Moo estate, Hua Shi, who was digging for a stone box under the large willow tree, was suddenly startled by a sudden clap of thunder. Her hands involuntarily trembled as she held the stone box. Looking up, the entire horizon was illuminated in a snow-white color. "I've really seen a ghost." She couldn't help but mutter, feeling a little guilty. "Sister-in-law!" Mu Doni cried out, startling Madame Hua again. Her hands trembled, and she almost dropped the box. What's the matter?" Hua Shi coughed. "Hurry up and open the box," Mu Doni urged. Madame Hua glanced at her and snorted. "You don't believe me, so why are you here? Why don't you show me?" Hua Shi sneered and opened the stone box. Mu Doni stared blankly as a large pile of spirit coins fell out of the box. Oh my God! These spirit coins were at least twice as much as what he saw last night. Hua Shi happily took out the golden talisman and kowtowed to it. She muttered a few words and bit her finger to feed the talisman paper. Only then did she put the golden talisman back into the box and buried the box in the ground again. "You're not taking it away?" Mu Doni was surprised. "Why should I take it away?" Hua Shi looked at her as if she was an idiot. "Isn't it good to bury it here to make more money?" Mu Doni nodded suspiciously. The next day, Mu Doni asked Zhang Zhu to closely monitor the movements of the fifth branch. She also went to the old willow tree several times to check, but didn't see anything unusual with fifth sister-in-law. In the evening, Mu Doni appeared under the willow tree as scheduled. Seeing Hua Shi dig out more spirit coins than yesterday, she completely believed her. Chapter 33:18. "Hey, fifth sister-in-law, how about I join you?" Mu Doni looked at Madame Hua with bright eyes and smiled at her ingratiatingly. "Fifth sister-in-law, please agree with me." She thought happily that if the spirit coins in her hand could increase endlessly, it would be no problem to support her lover. She wouldn't have to beg for money from Old Master. Madame Hua glanced at her and shook her head. "That won't do. You didn't agree when I asked you to join us. Now that you see the effect, you want to join us. How can there be such a good thing in the world?" Madame Hua snorted. "I took the risk for a long time, the first 2 times. Mu Doni smiled obsequiously. "Sister-in-law, I'll give you some commission. I have 1,000,000 spirit coins here. Help me plant it. By the way, can the 1,000,000 spirit coins be doubled? Why are you here if you don't believe me?" Madame Hua pushed her hand away angrily. "Let me tell you, the doubled amount of this kind of golden talisman can't exceed 5,000,000 spirit coins at most. If I give you 1,000,000 spirit coins quota, won't I have less for myself? Sister-in-law, aren't we family? Just plant it for me. Just plant it for me." Mu Doni continued to coax and pester for a long time. She said that she would give Madame Hua half the commission, and then she said that if Madame Hua didn't help her, she would tell others that Madame Hua had a golden talisman. Madame Hua had no choice but to agree after being threatened and tempted by her. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, the two of them buried their money in the ground. After confirming it again and again, Mu Doni walked away, full of hope. Great, by tomorrow, she could earn 2,000,000 spirit coins. The day after tomorrow, it would be 4,000,000. And the day after that, ha ha ha. Thinking of this, she couldn't help laughing out loud. In the future, she wouldn't have to worry about money to support her lover. Maybe she could support a few more. Who said that a widowed woman would have a hard time? She would still have to live her life happily and happily. The next afternoon, boom! The flashes of lightning in the sky alarmed everyone in Dragonflame City. Damn it, these 2 days the thunder tribulations fell on Dragonflame City quite frequently. Prince Imo had just finished his discussion with the Emperor. As soon as he walked out of the Imperial study, he saw that somewhere in the southeast of the Imperial City, dark clouds were rolling. From the looks of it, it really seemed like someone was undergoing the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation. Yo, the sky is clear. Why is there thunder again? The lightning from 2 days ago had come in a strange manner and disappeared quickly as well. When some people went to check it out, they couldn't find anything. They only saw a hole in the outskirts. Mo Lien glanced at the sky and prepared to leave the palace to find his wife. However, this lightning strike that seemed to be the five spirits' reincarnation tribulation attracted the attention of many people. All the idol practitioners in the city, those who had some strength, rushed towards that place. Some were checking, some were probing, and each of them had their own ulterior motives. Arbor planned to go back to the Mu family today, but she had to wait for her husband's carriage to pick her up, and then the two of them would go back together. Before leaving, the Emperor's aunt prepared a lot of delicious food for her to eat on the way back. Arbor touched her little belly. It was round and didn't seem to be hungry at all. As soon as she walked out of the gate of the prince's mansion, her attention was attracted by the tribulation clouds in the sky. Today's tribulation clouds looked much thicker than the ones she experienced the day before. Chapter 33:19. From the looks of it, she really looked like she wanted to strike someone to death. Rumble. Louis ran, who was gorgeously dressed as she walked over from the street entrance with her servants, jumped in fright at the sound of thunder. When she looked up and saw Arbor standing at the entrance, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but curse bad luck in a low voice. Greetings to the Crown Princess. Louis Ran learned her lesson. She thought that if she didn't greet this stoic-faced Crown Princess, she would be nagged by the Princess Consort again in the future, saying that she didn't know etiquette and so on. Humph! Wasn't it just a bit of empty courtesy? Who didn't know how to act? Louis Ran squatted there with her maidservant for a minute or two, but when she didn't hear Arbor's voice, she couldn't help but gnash her teeth in anger. She raised her head slightly to look at her with an impatient expression. She was purposely giving her the cold shoulder, right? Yet she saw that the little Crown Princess was looking up at the sky, her attention focused on the tribulation clouds in the horizon, as if she didn't notice her at all. Louis Ran couldn't help but pinch the handkerchief in her hand and gnash her teeth in anger. Greetings to the Crown Princess. Louis Ran stifled a mouthful of turbid air and practically yelled out loud. After she yelled out, she heard an indifferent voice enter her ears from behind. Miss Liu doesn't know how to greet people with courtesy, so continue squatting here for 2 hours and learn properly. Louis Ran trembled all over and turned her head to look. She saw the Crown Prince, who was dressed in formal court attire and had a posture as tall and straight as jade, slowly walking down from the carriage. At this moment, he was sweeping his cold gaze over her. Louis Ran's heart became increasingly uneasy, and she hurriedly stuttered. Greetings to your highness, the Crown Prince. Lily girl, born in the countryside, has a rather loud voice. I didn't mean to speak loudly like this. After she finished speaking, she wished for nothing more than to slap herself in the face. In order to gloss over this matter, she actually slandered her own image in front of His Highness the Crown Prince. She was about to cry from her own stupidity. However, Crown Prince Mo simply ignored her. Whether Louis Ran's image was ruined or not, it had nothing to do with him. The little Crown Princess also regained her senses at this moment. She leaped towards him and tugged at his sleeve, saying in a crisp voice, Lien, look at the horizon. Is someone going through the five spirits' reincarnation tribulation? I'm going to advance to the divine realm. Mo Lien nodded hesitantly. It does look like it, but I'm not too sure. Then should we go over and have a look? The little fellow's eyes twinkled as if she was watching a good show. Mo Lien couldn't help but laugh. If you want to go, then let's go. Anyway, she was going back to the Mu family now. It was still early, just past noon. It was fine to go and see what was going on. What's the southeast direction? Looking at the direction, it should be near Fanghua Temple in the southeastern suburbs of the city. Mo Lien held her small hand and said, let's go. The two of them boarded the carriage. The coachman rode on a spirit horse that moved at an extremely fast speed, rushing towards Fanghua Temple. Before they even reached the place, they heard a clamor coming from afar. Mo Lien had the coachman stop the carriage by the roadside. Holding his wife's hand, he got off the carriage and looked towards the sky above Fanghua Temple, not far away. They saw a white figure floating in the air. Wisps of lightning circled around her body, causing her entire body to be enveloped in a faint purplish blue light. It was a female cultivator undergoing the five spirits reincarnation tribulation. Arbor looked up at that slightly frail figure. Chapter 33:20. Actually, she didn't know this woman. She heard that when female cultivators went through the five spirits reincarnation, they had a much higher failure rate than male cultivators. She just didn't know if the one in front of her would, just as he was lost in thought. A bolt of lightning struck the female cultivator from the sky, knocking her down several feet. The female cultivator barely held her breath and hung in the air. However, in less than a second, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Boos immediately sounded from all around. There were 200 to 300 cultivators watching, men and women of all ages. However, the expressions on the faces of the female cultivators didn't look too good. This female cultivator, who was at the peak of level 15 Great Spiritual Master, was also a little famous in Dragonflame City. Everyone felt that the arrival of her five spirits reincarnation was a matter of course. After all, this person had been at the peak of level 15 Great Spiritual Master for a full 40 years. It was only a matter of time before she could become a god-level cultivator. Now, the five spirits reincarnation had indeed come, but this powerful Great Spiritual Master in their eyes was so weak at the moment, as if she would be struck by lightning in the next second. Arbor couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for her. That old thing, Heavenly Tao, is up to no good again, right? It used to be so mean to my master. It didn't let my master talk to me more and threw her back. Mo Yin was a little speechless. What could he say? He wanted to say that the five spirits reincarnation test for female cultivators on the Divine Land was indeed very rare. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was 1 in 10,000. But he always felt that as long as he dared to say it, the little emperor would definitely dare to rebuke him. It was better not to say it. Mo Yin lowered his head to look at his wife. Seeing the little fellow's little face tense up, as if the little unhappy mood was rising, he hurriedly said, "Jojo, this everyone has their own luck and fate. We can't force it. But Heavenly Tao doesn't treat everyone equally. It's too harsh on us women. Why could male cultivators pass the five spirits reincarnation smoothly, but female cultivators had such a hard time even passing the lightning tribulation? But then again, the lightning tribulation that struck her the day before didn't seem to have any power at all. After a couple of weak and crooked strikes, it disappeared without a trace, as if it was just a casual strike. What kind of logic was this? Actually, the most terrifying thing isn't the lightning tribulation. The five spirits reincarnation requires one to pass through the trials of wood, thunder, water, fire, and earth. The hardest one is the fire tribulation, or even the thunder tribulation. The might of the heavenly fire is unparalleled. If we're unlucky, the lightning and fire will strike at the same time. Mo Lien didn't say anything, but the little girl's face turned even uglier. She faintly saw a trace of red light on the horizon. Could this be the great tribulation of thunder and fire that Mo Lien had mentioned? Arbor looked up at Mo Lien. The latter looked at her innocently. Naturally, he felt a little embarrassed in his heart. He didn't expect his crow's mouth to be so clever. He had just mentioned the thunder-fire tribulation, and the thunder-fire tribulation had already arrived. Aya, what a pity. I'm afraid Sister Hao will die here today. The thunder-fire tribulation is already here. My God, what should we do? Sister Hao's defensive spirit artifact has already been broken. What will happen if she can't withstand this thunder-fire tribulation? The little fellow couldn't help but shout. Mo Lien hugged her and said helplessly, "Jojo, you know." Chapter 33:21. If you can't pass the five-spirit reincarnation cycle, you'll be reduced to ashes. Sir Jojo shook his small body and then said, "Hey, catch." When the crowd heard this crisp cry, they couldn't help but be stunned. Their gazes all turned toward the source of the sound. Mo Yin and Arbor were standing at the side of the empty space outside Feng Hua Temple. Beside them, four spirit horses were leisurely nibbling on the green grass at the side. The two of them were handsome, and their eyebrows were very delicate. At first glance, one would think that they were elegant people who had walked out of a painting. Before they could recover from their shock, they saw 3 shining defensive spiritual weapons flying towards them and landing in Sister How's hands. Sister How, who looked a little defeated, was startled. She turned to look at Arbor. However, she was in the middle of her tribulation and didn't have time to say anything to Arbor. A flame landed on her body with a whoosh and enveloped her whole body. As if it wanted to burn her to ashes, the flames emitted crackling sounds. Arbor waved his small arms and legs, but was stopped by Mo Lien. Jojo, if you help her like this, you'll be implicated later. At that time, he would really be inviting trouble she dares. Arbor snorted and then rummaged through his inner world. That Mu Jingfeng fellow didn't even know to bring some good defensive spirit tools. They're all just making up the numbers. The one she threw to Sister How just now was the one she picked out from the compensation Mu Jingfeng offered. It was a pity that it was just an ordinary defensive spirit tool. Its power was really a little weak. Jojo, Mo Lien had a helpless expression. Sir Jojo wrinkled his nose angrily. Why does a woman's tribulation have to be reduced to ashes at the slightest provocation? The success rate is only 1/10,000th of humans. Since I've encountered her, I must ensure that she passes the tribulation safely, the little fellow said with an unconvinced expression. Mo Lien instantly felt even more helpless. Wife, you don't even know her. Why are you joining the fun? I don't know her, but I still want to save her, Jojo said stubbornly. I don't care. The heavenly Tao is truly vicious. By doing this, it's clearly discriminating against us women. I can't let it succeed. Mo Lien, his wife was always at odds with the heavenly Tao. What should he do? Arbor glanced at him. Are you secretly nagging Jojo in your heart, saying that Jojo is not obedient? Mo Lien couldn't help but laugh. She raised her hand and stroked her little head. Okay. Do whatever you want. However, these defensive spirit tools won't be able to save anyone. What this female cultivator needs are magical treasures. Something like the Soul Gathering Bell. Soul Gathering Bell? Arbor blinked. She was very clear that the magic treasure Mo Lien was talking about was completely different from the magic treasure that ordinary people talked about. In the eyes of ordinary people, perhaps profound armaments could be called magic treasures. However, the magic treasure that Mo Lien was talking about, like the Soul Gathering Bell, must be an item that was at least a 10th grade divine artifact. It would be best if it was a treasure that was naturally formed in heaven and earth. For example, the sun-moon wheels? If she had the sun-moon wheels, then this tribulation would be a piece of cake. Arbor calculated in her heart. Suddenly, she summoned the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron from her conscious. Her eyes flashed. Go. I'll lend it to you. Mo Lien couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. If he was the heavenly Tao, he would definitely chop this little troublemaker into pieces first. Fine, the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron was a divine artifact. Its defensive level was even higher than divine artifacts. Chapter 33:22. Naturally, the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron was much more effective than the Soul Congregation Bell. The little fellow had actually lent it to her. All right, looks like he's determined to save this female cultivator's life. At the same time, the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron transformed into an enormous cauldron that swiftly enveloped the female cultivator. At the same time, the terrifying tribulation of lightning and fire descended in a mighty manner. Everyone felt an expanse of violet light and crimson red light revolve before their eyes. It was like a 3,000 m tall waterfall that flowed down. The lightning and fire condensed into a waterfall that instantly smashed onto the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron. An enormous shaking bang sounded out by their ears as the endless lightning and fire followed along the tribulation clouds in the sky and meandered down. Rumble. All of them smashed onto the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron. 4 stars swiftly lit up on the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron. And it was even to the extent that the little fellow's sharp eyes suddenly noticed that the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron was surrounded by a glazed luster, as if it was sucking in large mouthfuls of the energy of lightning and fire. and it was so comfortable that it wished for nothing more than to dance with joy. Such a saint artifact naturally had a spirit. Although this artifact spirit was still extremely weak, the joy it conveyed to Arbor caused Arbor to instantly realize that this 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron was actually able to absorb the energy of the 5 spirits of heaven and earth. Moreover, Miss Chow was simply stunned when she saw the 5th star on the cauldron swiftly light up. So my stubbornness in wanting to save her actually allowed the tiny cauldron to obtain benefits. Sure enough, kindness was rewarded. Lord Jojo instantly felt a sense of satisfaction. This was truly a pleasant surprise. At this moment, the exhausted Hao Fei couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. She was enveloped beneath the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron, and she was able to clearly sense that all the lightning and fire that descended from the sky were all blocked by this cauldron. She didn't dare think too much and hurriedly sat down cross-legged before withdrawing a spirit pill from her inner world with trembling hands and swallowing it. After that, she hurriedly made the best use of her time to close her eyes and cultivate, as she wanted to make the best use of her time to recover some strength. For the sake of this 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation, she'd actually been searching for defensive spirit artifacts and various types of spirit artifacts to protect herself since a year and a half ago. Furthermore, she had already discussed this with the abbot of Fenghua Temple and requested the monks of the temple to protect her and strengthen her defense. However, even if he was fully prepared, he could not resist the destructive pressure of the heavenly Tao. She had gone through the wood, water, earth, and lightning tribulations. Actually, by the time she reached the lightning tribulation, she was already completely exhausted and felt that she might die at any moment. Therefore, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Finally, the lightning tribulation came to an end. Now, all she had to do was endure the fire tribulation. However, what made her despair was that the great tribulation of lightning and fire had arrived. Lightning and fire tribulations were truly rare. When the 3,000 male Xiozha went through the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation, not even one of them would encounter the tribulation of thunder and fire. However, Hao Fei, had encountered it just like that. He had to admit that his luck was pretty good. Just when she thought she was about to die, a little girl actually helped her. The 3 defensive spirit tools that the little girl threw at her were already good enough. She calculated that they might be able to resist for a while, so she had to make the best use of the time to recover. But to his surprise, the little girl threw another cauldron at him. This would be a huge help to her. Aya, the Divine Continent's 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation's harsh rules for female Xiozha made me suffer a lot in the past. Peony stood beside the 2 of them at an unknown time. Chapter 33:23. She reflexively wiped her tears and said, "Jojo, it would have been great if Sister had met you back then. You would have definitely helped me, okay?" Sir Jojo nodded vigorously. The Peony Fairy couldn't help but burst with joy. The more she looked at this little fellow, the cuter she became. She wanted to snatch Emolien for a hug. "Aya, Crown Prince, you're too stingy. Can't you just let me hug the little stoic?" Scram! Prince Emo rolled his eyes at her rudely, alarm bells ringing in his heart. What was going on? He kept feeling that not only did Rotten Peach Blossoms want to snatch his wife, but they also wanted to snatch women from him. At this time, the 3 thunderbolts that bombarded the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron were thoroughly enraged. What was going on? Why was this woman hiding in her turtle shell and not coming out? The thunderbolts in the sky instantly turned around and aimed at Sir Jojo. The Peony Fairy, who was quarreling with Emolien, abruptly changed her expression. "Oh no, that old geezer, Heavenly Law, is going to attack Jojo. Let it come." Sir Jojo wasn't scared. Arbor bounced on the spot, and in the next second, she covered herself with an eggshell defensive barrier. Then, her whole body emitted a multicolored light, covering her head, wrists, legs, waist, chest, back, and next she activated all the defensive spirit tools that could be activated. Everyone was flabbergasted as they stared dumbfoundedly at this female nouveau riche. She really was nouveau riche. If she didn't activate her defensive spirit tools, you simply wouldn't know that the hairpin on her head was also a defensive spirit tool. Mo Lien twitched her mouth, unable to bear to look straight at her. "Jojo, you're not a coward, huh?" Only then did she shout at heavenly law and activate all the defensive spirit tools on her body in the next second. Arbor expressionlessly glanced at everyone and stretched out her small hand, beckoning to the thunderbolts in the sky. "Come." On Paradise Planet, the beasts that were watching couldn't help covering their eyes in unison. "Master, don't you feel like you're courting death?" The little water child muttered weakly. "You're finished. You said that Master was courting death." The little water kid hurriedly rushed over and covered the little dirt lump's mouth. Even though the dirt lump had transformed into a human, it still looked like a black dirt lump, and its little face was full of bumps and hollows. The heavenly Tao was truly infuriated by Arbor. The lightning and fire circled in the sky and was about to rush in her direction. Xiao Mu was on high alert, waiting for this bolt of lightning to descend upon her. However, not at all. Halfway through, the lightning fire bounced back crazily. It had been forcefully twisted in an extremely awkward direction, and it continued to smash into the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with confusion. Could it be that their eyes were playing tricks on them? Wasn't the lightning fire tribulation supposed to teach the little girl a lesson? Why did it suddenly shrink back? Arbor expressionlessly looked at the lightning fire that had shrunk back and continued to strike Hao Fei with all its might. This fellow seemed to want to vent all its resentment and anger on Hao Fei, unfortunately. Hao Fei was also hiding in the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron. It couldn't burn or strike her at all. The lightning fire churned violently between heaven and earth, showing more and more signs of going berserk. Hao Fei quickly adjusted herself, then immediately crawled out of the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron and laughed at Arbor heroically. "Little girl, thank you." Chapter 33:24. When the Thunderfire saw that the main character had come out, it immediately did not hold back. It circled and formed a ball of thunderfire, like a pillar of fire to the sky, falling from the sky. With the terrible power of thunder and destroying all things, it swooped straight toward Hao Fei's head. Hao Fei used all her strength to open all the defensive spiritual weapons on her body, followed by a layer of divine power to set up a thick defensive boundary in front of her to resist the thunderfire. At this time, the spiritual power rolling around her body blew up her robe and belt. Hao Fei's white clothes fluttered, hanging above the main courtyard of Fenghua Temple. Her whole person seemed to be shrouded in a layer of light and shadow. She was so beautiful that a group of onlookers was a little stunned. Hao Fei originally had a sweet appearance. She was almost 100 years old, but she did not look old at all. She looked like a beautiful woman in her 30s. At this time, she, who was going through the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation, in the eyes of everyone, had a little bit of firmness with a touch of gentleness. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The bolt of lightning and fire in the sky smashed into the defensive barrier that Hao Fei had erected with a loud bang. Arbor saw with his own eyes that on Hao Fei's outer defensive boundary, there were cobweb-like cracks which were spreading to the surroundings inch by inch. In just a moment, it was severely shattered. "Ha ha ha!" Hao Fei laughed wildly. A trace of cold light flashed in her eyes. She held a metal-heavy sword that she had specially found someone to make with both hands to support her swaying body. Who said that the success rate of the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation is only 1 in 10,000 for us female practitioners? Today, I, Hao Fei, will prove to the whole divine prefecture that we women are not inferior to men. Before, when no one helped her, although she desperately thought that she might die, she still held on to her last breath and fought against the evil heavens no matter what. She would fight until she had only half a breath left. She would never admit defeat. Now that even a little girl she had never met before was willing to help her, what was there to be afraid of? She was not holding on alone. All the onlookers, no matter men or women, could not help but feel a trace of admiration in their hearts. Some female rogue practitioners could not help but excitedly raise their arms and shout, "Sister How, good job! Sister How, we believe that you can get through this hurdle. Sister How, Sister How." The rolling thunder and fire hovered angrily in the air for a long time. Then, it saw a gap and suddenly turned into a purple and red fire dragon. It roared and bared its fangs and claws as it rushed towards Hao Fei. At this moment, everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. Even the male cultivators who were enjoying the show couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. It was desperate. The lightning fire had taken form. For hundreds of years, no one had ever seen such a scene of a dragon charging straight ahead and being struck by lightning or fire. Who would be able to block such a bolt of heaven's wrath? Sister Hao. Several female cultivators who were close to Hao Fei couldn't help but cry with tears in their eyes. Hao Fei, his soul and body were about to be destroyed. Hao Fei laughed heartily, facing the impending death with a calm face. "What you destroyed was only my body, but it will never destroy the hearts of us women. You've gone too far." Arbor roared and pointed at the sky. Prince Mo's expression changed. He didn't even have time to grab his little wife before he saw the little thing shoot out with a whoosh. Chapter 33:25. An extremely fast figure streaked across the sky like lightning and instantly appeared in front of Hao Fei. Raising her small fist, Miss Qiao's face was filled with anger. The heavenly Tao was obviously taking revenge. Who could go through the 5 spirits reincarnation test and still face the once-in-a-century lightning fire transformation? How could the pitiful female cultivator in front of her block such a fierce lightning fire dragon? The heavenly Tao, this old thing, even if it had the intention of destroying this female cultivator and wanted to kill her. Everyone was shocked and took a few steps back. Everyone knew that when others were going through the 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation, they could indeed ask others to help them from the periphery. But if they really interfered in the tribulation of others and blocked the lightning and fire for others, the person who was going through the tribulation next might be even more unlucky. Only Amol Yin was really frightened and hurriedly rushed to the little fellow's side. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the lightning fire that had transformed into a dragon directly grabbed at Hao Fei's head. Hao Fei was also shocked and subconsciously wanted to push Arbor away. However, right at this moment, everyone was once again dumbfounded to discover that the lightning fire of heaven and earth that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws above Hao Fei and Arbor's heads, its dragon whiskers could almost touch Arbor's little face at a close distance. As if constipated, its body brushed past the 2 people's heads and rushed over with a whistling sound. The dragon's shape also gradually dissipated. There was complete silence. Everyone couldn't help but reveal an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Just now, the lightning fire seemed to have gone crazy and didn't attack the little girl. It even changed its path very unnaturally midway, which already made everyone feel that it was a little ridiculous. But most people felt that their eyes were playing tricks on them. The lightning fire could still choose to attack people. That was impossible. But now, they saw it very clearly. The lightning fire really selectively avoided the little girl, because the little girl rushed in front of Hao Fei without any reason. In order to avoid her, the lightning fire could only reluctantly disperse along with the dragon's momentum that it had accumulated to a large extent. At this moment, Hao Fei's body erupted with a brilliant light. She felt as if her entire body was bathed in holy light. The pores on her body seemed to have opened up, and the pain from her injuries was slowly being healed by this dense light. He has advanced. I've successfully advanced. Everyone looked at the virtual 5 spirits roulette disc rising from Hao Fei's feet and couldn't help but exclaim in unison. On the 5 spirit wheel, there was only one flame that was transparent and slowly burning. This meant that Hao Fei was originally a fire spirit master, and now all of her spiritual energy was undergoing a rapid transformation within her body. The spiritual ruin realm was also advancing towards the divine ruin realm. Hao Fei had really succeeded in advancing. Arbor's eyes slightly brightened. At this time, He didn't notice that the cluster of thunderfire was angrily wagging its tail and running away. The five-spirit roulette disc finally disappeared from under Hao Fei's feet. What replaced it was a bright and dancing flame that swayed under her feet and then disappeared. The brilliance on Hao Fei's body slowly faded. Her pair of eyes slowly opened. Her eyes emitted an incomparable self-confidence and infinite gratitude towards the little girl when she turned around. Those female practitioners who were on good terms with Hao Fei couldn't help but cheer. Chapter 33:26. Sister Hao, you succeeded. Sister Hao, you've really succeeded. The female cultivators surrounded Hao Fei and cheered. They were so excited that it was as if they themselves had advanced. The eyes of these female cultivators were slightly moist. It was the realization of life and death. They also felt proud and moved for their sister Hao. They felt that Hao Fei's success meant that these female cultivators who worked hard to cultivate had a glimmer of hope and hope. Sister Hao had worked so hard and succeeded in breaking through. Perhaps they should not continue to muddle through their days. In life, one had to dare to fight and fight. Only in this way could one say that one's life was not in vain at the end. Hao Fei was not as optimistic as them. She knew very well that if it were not for the little girl's help, perhaps she would have already died here. There were many people in the crowd who silently memorized the young crown princess's face. They hurriedly returned and sent people from their families to inquire about who this girl was in the imperial capital. These people were all very excited. Today's scene made them deeply discover a strange but very legendary thing. This little girl could really rebuke the heavenly Tao. It was true. It was not good luck, nor was it some dog shit luck. The little girl had rebuked the heavenly Tao twice, and the thunderfire did not dare to attack her. It should be said that the thunderfire would go far away when it saw her so. From this, it could be inferred that if they asked the little girl to escort them when they were going through their tribulations in the future. These people were inexplicably greedy and excited at the same time. They all set their sights on the little girl. Hao Fei turned around and was shocked. Where's the girl? She didn't even have time to thank that girl properly and have a proper conversation with her. Such a great kindness naturally could not be repaid with money. She made an impromptu decision in her heart. But when she looked back, the little girl had already left at some point. Just now, there were too many people, and a group of people came to congratulate her. She really could not turn around. Now that the little girl had disappeared, she could not help but become anxious. If she did not repay this great kindness, how could she be human? Sister Hao, don't be anxious. Look at that girl's clothes from Nikkang Market. She must be a rich and noble person. We will send people to ask around now. The little girl's current situation was not good. After Hao Fei was surrounded by a group of people, Sir Jojo was packed up and thrown into the carriage by Prince Mo. On the way back, Prince Mo's handsome face was tense, and his entire body was emitting a single word, Chi. The little girl obediently sat in the corner of the carriage. She lowered her head and looked at her two little fingers. Xiao Qiao's lotus was angry and very angry. Now that she had calmed down and recalled what she had done, she immediately blushed with shame. Just now, when the thunder fire had transformed, she had rushed forward as if she was seeking death, blocking the thunder fire for a stranger. It was not that she was a righteous person, but at that moment, this little fellow was inexplicably certain that the lightning fire would not dare to land on her. As it turned out, her guess was right. Therefore, she wouldn't do anything stupid that she wasn't confident in. But Jojo's lotus didn't know that the situation at that time was so dangerous. When the thunder and fire came crashing down, they might not even have a corpse left. Lien was worried because of her instinctive fear. Chapter 33:27. So, actually, she should explain it to her husband now, right? Arbor stole a glance at her husband and nimbly crawled 2 steps towards him. She placed her hands on her knees and knelt obediently for a while. She saw the man pursing his thin lips and sitting there with his head tilted to the side. He was calmly pouring tea, and his gaze never once looked in her direction. Lord Jojo hurriedly sneaked a few steps towards him and knelt obediently again. Only a glimmer of light peeked out from the corner of his eyes as he glanced at him. No reaction. Arbor stuck out a little finger and secretly poked his arm. Still no reaction. What should she do? The atmosphere was now a little awkward. Arbor did not give up and reached over again to tug at his sleeve. Seeing that he was still ignoring her, she hurriedly tugged at it a few more times. Rip! Arbor looked at the half piece of cloth in her hand and looked at him with a slightly speechless expression. She said dryly, This cloth is not very good. She did not use much strength. How'd it tear? Emolian abruptly turned his head, glaring at her with his phoenix eyes that contained a bit of anger. He grabbed her little chin with one hand and said in a low voice, Do you know how dangerous it was just now? You dare to take such a risk just to save a stranger? The moment you rushed out, did you think about me? The little fellow was shocked and hurriedly rushed over to hug him. She said in a small voice, I think nothing will happen. Really nothing will happen? Emolian narrowed his phoenix eyes. His eyes seemed to be filled with a violent storm in an instant. If you lose a single strand of hair, guess what will happen to that person today? His voice was cold and heavy. Arbor saw that something was wrong. Her husband was boiling with anger today. In the past 10 years, in the past 7 or 8 years, he was only this angry when she disappeared to Paradise Planet and reappeared. Arbor thought about it and felt that she was indeed a little wrong. She said in a small voice, I am really confident. You see, the lightning fire did not even dare to hit me before. Emolian's eyes flashed with anger. Stop talking. Just because the lightning fire didn't dare to strike you once before, you think it won't dare to strike you again? Expansion. That was the heavenly Tao. This little guy was really too bold. He closed in on her. He was only inches away from her, but she could clearly see the anger in his eyes. The little guy swallowed his saliva and felt that the situation was a little serious, but he still answered obediently. I feel that it doesn't dare to hit me every time. I just don't dare to. Emolian gazed at her deeply before asking in a low voice, Guess what I would do if something really happened to you? Although his voice was light, it felt a little heavy. In the depths of those dark eyes, there seemed to be 2 deep whirlpools spinning rapidly, and a terrifying restlessness raged in the depths of those eyes. Arbor felt his heart tremble slightly. His big eyes looked around, but he didn't dare to look at him. Jojo's Lotus looked a little scared. Now the carriage stopped in front of the Mu estate. Emolian's handsome face was gloomy. He grabbed Arbor's little hand and dragged her out of the carriage. His 5 fingers tightly clasped her little hand, holding it tightly and tightly. His hand was like a furnace. Sir Jojo's palm was a little sweaty from the warmth of his hand, but she didn't dare to throw his hand away. Chapter 33:28. She wasn't a fool. If she were to add fuel to the fire now, wouldn't she be angering this man even more? The 2 guards at the door hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully greeted, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Following that, they were shocked by the Crown Prince's cold gaze. His Highness's gaze was filled with murderous intent, as if he wanted to lash out at the heavens and the earth. The 2 guards were so frightened that they trembled all over. How would they dare to speak? They retreated several steps and stood to the side with their heads lowered. Emolian held Arbor's small hand and strode towards Jade Orchid Court. Sir Jojo's steps were small, so he could only run after him. As they ran, the little Jojo Emperor got a little angry. Sir Jojo had already explained, so why was this fellow still angry? Arbor tugged at his hand forcefully and angrily wanted to throw him away. However, that man held on tightly without any intention of letting go. He even turned around and glared at her with a warning. You're not allowed to throw me away. He exerted some strength and pulled Miss Xiao to his side, securing her in his embrace. The 2 of them had just entered the door and walked a short distance in front of the corridor when they tugged at each other. There were many people coming and going here, but when they saw His Highness the Crown Prince's angry expression, all of them were like mice that had seen a cat. They were so frightened that they retreated several steps and shrunk their heads. No one dared to go forward and provoke him. Meanwhile, Mu Ruian, who was hiding at the corner of the corridor, was secretly delighted. She was so happy that she couldn't wait to shout out loud. Heavens! His Highness the Crown Prince was finally tired of the Crown Princess? This must be because the little crown princess's unlikable personality had angered His Highness. She deserved it. Mu Ruian lowered her head to look at herself and urged the servant girl beside her. Kwana, help this miss take a look. Is the hairpin on my head crooked? No. Mississippi Kwana looked at her miss in astonishment. She didn't understand why Miss would suddenly ask such a question. Mu Ruian pushed her hand away and took a deep breath. Just as she turned out of the corridor, she wanted to walk towards the young and handsome crown prince. She saw the crown prince pick up the little crown princess with one hand. His face was full of anger as he pressed down on her little face and kissed her hard twice. Mu Ruian was dumbfounded. The smile on her face instantly froze. The servants hiding under the eaves of the corridor lowered their heads, not daring to look around. The young crown prince consort angrily used her sleeve to forcefully wipe her small face as she angrily shouted, "What are you doing? You're not allowed to wipe it." His face was filled with anger as he grabbed her sleeve and forcefully pulled her little hand away. Arbor's eyes widened as he stared at the man who wanted to rebel. He deeply felt that his majesty as a little emperor was being challenged. "Stinky Lotus, put me down." With her in his arms, Emolian strode towards the Jade Orchid Court. When he passed by Mu Ruian, he didn't even give her a cold glance. His entire body seemed to be covered in frost as he brushed past Mu Ruian. Mu Ruian twisted her handkerchief with both hands, almost tearing it apart. She was so angry that her face turned ashen. "Miss, what's wrong with you?" Kwana looked at her miss in confusion. "Let's go." Mu Ruian turned to leave, the anger in her heart continuously rising. The more she walked, the more anxious she became. When she rushed into the Fifth Branch's courtyard, her entire person was shrouded in anger, wishing that she could explode. Chapter 33:29. The young couple naturally didn't know what Mu Ruian was thinking, nor did they have the intention to find out. On this side, Emolian was rushing towards Magnolia Pavilion with his wife in his arms. Along the way, everyone who saw him wished for nothing more than to give him a wide berth. Sir Jojo was held in his arms, unable to move her limbs. She was so angry that she raised her head and bit his chin. "If you yell at me again, I'll go back to my parents' home." The crown prince felt a little pain from her bite. He didn't need a touch to know that there were a few bite marks on his chin. He lowered his head to look at her and said unhappily, "So this is your parents' home." Arbor was also confused by her anger. She still thought that she had returned to the Eastern Palace. She thought for a moment and pulled her hands out of his arms. She frowned and complained, "Don't think that Sir Jojo doesn't have a temper." Emolian reached out to hold her little face, feeling both amused and annoyed. He narrowed his eyes and said with a half-smile, "It's me who spoiled you to this extent. You can charge forward without a care in the world in front of the heavenly Tao's lightning fire." "Yes, it's your own fault," Arbor added. Then, she felt that there was something wrong with her words. The two of them looked at each other furiously. They felt that it was a little funny. Emolian looked at the little girl who was staring at him with her eyes wide open. For a moment, he was anxious and annoyed. His mood couldn't help but fluctuate. Thousands of words turned into a surging kiss, fiercely pressing down on her little mouth. "Why are you so annoying?" He leaned against her lips and murmured, "If this goes on, sooner or later, I'll get sick because of worry, fear, irritation, uneasiness, and all kinds of emotions. You're the annoying one." Arbor grabbed his hair and pulled it hard in her little fist. She shouted angrily, "I already told you, the lightning fire definitely can't do anything to me. You're annoying." After crushing her lips with his, Emolian immediately sensed that this wasn't punishing the little lady, but rather punishing himself. His entire body was about to be set on fire. His eyes were filled with turbulent black waves as he stared fixedly at her. "Do you know how many people were following us just now?" She spat out the words through gritted teeth. "Do you know how many people were following us just now?" Arbor instinctively reached out and wrapped his arms around Lucian's neck. "Someone is eyeing my ability?" After all, being able to help a cultivator at the peak of the spirit realm successfully overcome the tribulation of the five spirits was simply too shocking. Mo Lien must have sent someone to deal with those tales. I don't care if you really have extraordinary strength to resist the might of the heavenly Tao. Mo Lien drew close to her small face, his gaze roving around her face as he remarked dryly, "If I see you risking your life for some irrelevant people again, I'll do it. Die. She. All. Home." Arbor widened her eyes slightly and said in exasperation, "You're being unreasonable." "I've never been a reasonable person," Mo Lien said indifferently. "I'm just being reasonable in front of you." Why did he need to be reasonable? He only needed to give an order, and people would follow it. If anyone was in danger of losing Jojo, he would make them lose everything. If anyone wanted to consign him to eternal damnation, he would make the first move and end their life right here. Arbor. He smiled faintly and reached out to stroke her little head gently. "Remember?" Lord Jojo nodded gloomily. Chapter 33:30. She had to appease this fellow's irritable mood first. Otherwise, this fellow might really find someone to kill that unlucky female cultivator. It wasn't easy for her to save that female cultivator, Sister Hal. After going through untold hardships, she passed the tribulation and smoothly ascended to the deity realm. If she was secretly killed by Mo Lien for such a reason, wouldn't it be too unjust? Arbor felt that she shouldn't provoke a man who suddenly lost his mind. She stole a glance at him and pursed her lips. Actually, it wasn't that she couldn't understand Lien's thoughts. He just wouldn't allow her to risk her life for some idle people's business. But in fact, she didn't risk her life. She really wasn't impulsive. She just didn't know why, but Arbor was very confident that the heavenly Tao lightning fire wouldn't dare to attack her. To be honest, she didn't understand where this inexplicable fearlessness came from. "Why aren't you talking?" Arbor threw him the back of her head and put on a "I'm too lazy to talk to you" look. "Talk." Seeing that she obediently agreed to his request, Mo Lien's mood improved a little. As long as this little fellow was obedient and didn't put herself in danger, didn't make him worried and uneasy, he could do whatever she wanted. He reached out and pinched her little earlobe, and the expression on his face relaxed. Lord Jojo turned his head and glared at him unhappily. "Chirp." He leaned forward and kissed her little face. He grabbed her little hand that was trying to wipe her face with her sleeve and called out helplessly, "Jojo, don't think that this emperor will forgive your previous rebellion just because you look back at the little Emperor Jojo with an innocent look. I'm scared." He rubbed his forehead against hers and whispered softly, "My heart almost jumped out of my chest just now." At that moment, the panic that was deeply gripped by fear made him feel as if he had sunk into darkness. Only the heavens knew how much strength he used to control himself from going berserk on the spot and slapping that female cultivator to death. If this female practitioner's 5 spirits reincarnation tribulation would threaten Jojo's safety, he would not hesitate to personally deal with this insignificant person. In fact, he had always been such a cold and heartless person. His bottom line was not to hurt his Jojo. Arbor turned his head to look at him, his heart inexplicably softening, but he also felt that this guy had challenged the little emperor's authority before. Moreover, this fellow had used that kind of terrifying gaze to threaten the little emperor. She definitely would not forgive him so easily. He had to make him beg and beg until he forgave him. Humph! Mo Lien carelessly nuzzled her head twice. Just as he carried her around the flower path on the side and saw that the magnolia court was right in front of them, they suddenly heard chaotic footsteps coming from the other side of the magnolia court's perimeter wall. "I'm going to kill you." Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with chaos and chaos. Mo Lien stood in place with Arbor in his arms. The couple looked over in confusion, only to see a large group of nannies and maidservants running after the two of them, one in front and one behind, with pale faces. They kept exclaiming, "Young lady, madam, please stop." Arbor saw the madam of the 5th branch, Hua Shi, running in front of them. They had played horse gambling together before, so she naturally had a deep impression of this madam of the 5th branch. After all, she had lost a lot of money to her. Chapter 33:31. Jojo always had a deep impression of the people who gave him money. How could Hua Shi, The wife of the fifth branch. Not recognize her. As for the woman with the disheveled hair and ferocious red eyes, she didn't recognize her at all. That woman was slightly younger than Hua Shi. She raised a kitchen knife high in the air and shouted, "I'll kill you," as she chased after Hua Shi. Her expression was slightly terrifying. Xiao Mu reflexively tightened her grip on Mo Lian's clothes, and her eyes curiously followed the fiendish woman who was swiftly chasing after them. "Miss!" Zhanju quickly caught up. She wanted to grab on her miss several times, but she struggled free every time. Zhanju also knew that no matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to calm down. But this matter one was willing to hit while the other was willing to be hit. Her miss could only blame herself for being greedy for being deceived. "Miss! Oh my, what's going on? What is second young mistress doing?" The clamor in the courtyard attracted more and more female servants to rush over. When they saw the crown prince and the crown princess standing to the side, they didn't dare to act rashly. They hurriedly retreated a dozen steps and hid behind the wall to secretly peek. The crowd in front of them was so noisy that they blocked the road back to Yulan Court. Mo Lian put down his wife, who was struggling with her small hands and legs. His other hand still held onto her small hand and pulled her to his side. "Jojo, who are they?" After the crown prince calmed down, he saw that his wife wasn't in a good mood. Naturally, he wanted to tease her to talk. It was just a casual question. His thoughts were all on his wife. How could he pay attention to the noisy women in front of him? Arbor was watching the show with curiosity. A group of people in front of him were pushing and shoving to block the woman with the disheveled hair. A few of them shrunk their necks and protected the wife of the fifth branch as they escaped. The little fellow casually replied, "That's the wife of the fifth branch. I've never seen the one with the kitchen knife." After she finished speaking, she realized that she was actually talking to Mo Lian. She angrily turned her head to the side. The crown prince couldn't help but laugh. He raised his hand to rub the little fellow's furry head and said softly, all right, I apologize. Don't ignore me. It was my bad attitude just now. If there's anything in the future, I'll talk to you nicely." Humph. Arbor turned to look at him, rolled his eyes, and turned his head back. He reached out and pinched her little face. "You bit me just now. It hurts. If I give you 2 more bites, you can't be angry anymore. Who wants to bite you?" When Xiao Mu recalled that stiff and taut feeling when she bit him just now, her small face instantly darkened. She almost bit her teeth until they broke. Who would be willing to bite him? "And should I bite you?" Mo Lian blinked. "Bah, shameless bastard, you still want to bite me?" Arbor turned her head, her little face tense. Mo Lian couldn't help but smile and rub his face against hers. "Jojo, I've already apologized and begged for mercy. What else do you want? Bad person, you're right. It's my fault. I spoiled you." Arbor reached out to pinch his face. "You're not allowed to make trouble for others." Humph. Mo Lian glanced at her and said sourly, "Why are you interested in that female cultivator you don't even know?" Arbor tilted her little head and muttered to herself for a few seconds. "She's pleasing to the eye." Chapter 33-32. Haha, what an excellent reason. Mo Lian could not help but laugh. He poked the willful little guy's face. "Jojo, if you don't give me a cold war, I won't go find trouble with others." "How's that?" Sir Jojo, who had wanted to nod, glared at him exasperatedly. What was the connection between the two? Why did he have to go find trouble with unimportant people just because she gave him a cold war? That was simply despicable. Mo Lian looked at her innocently. He reached out and shook her little body. "Wifey, when I'm scared, my soul will scatter and I'll lose my mind. I'll do things that even I can't predict. You know that, right?" Arbor felt her teeth itch. She really wanted to bite him. However, when she thought about how hard it would be, she decided against it. She glanced at him and said, "Are you still going to rebel? Are you still going to yell at me?" Mo Lian secretly twitched his mouth. He did not know whether to laugh or cry as he hugged her and shook his head. "I don't dare. Whatever the little emperor says is right." Humph. Arbor reached out and hugged his waist. She put her little face in his arms and rubbed against him. She said in a muffled voice, "I'm sorry." Mo Lian was taken aback, but then he smiled faintly and patted her small head. Don't worry. Arbor looked up at Emolian. She thought for a while and said, although I don't know what's going on, but I think that Heavenly Tao should be a little afraid of my master and Uncle Master. Otherwise, back then, when I was in the lower starfield, I had already gained control of the holy water of the 5 spirits. It wouldn't have allowed me to stay in the lower starfield and turn a blind eye to my existence. Emolian thought about it carefully. He felt that Jojo's analysis made sense. He could not help but relax a little. He nodded and said, okay, but no matter what dangerous things you do in the future, you have to tell me first, okay? Arbor nodded subconsciously. Then, she said unhappily, before you do something dangerous, will you tell Chow Chow? Don't think that Jojo has forgotten. Previously, you and Duan Yu and Rotten Peach Blossom, of course. Emolian's survival instincts were so strong that she immediately responded. She then pointed to the front and exclaimed, hey, Jojo, look! That madam of the 5th household is being pressed to the ground. Arbor had wanted to take this opportunity to harshly chide him, but when he heard him yell, his gaze involuntarily followed the finger he was pointing at. His attention was diverted by this black-bellied fellow. Looking at the scene, he couldn't help but want to laugh. At this moment, the group of people in front of him was truly in chaos. Everyone was lying on top of each other like a human pyramid, tearing and beating each other. The madam of the 5th branch, Hua Shi, was at the bottom of the crowd. She could only stretch out half of her arm, twitching as if she was struggling. She let out ear-piercing screams. The kitchen knife in the hands of the unfamiliar woman on her back had already been snatched away by the old granny and thrown to the ground. She was currently using her fists to beat the madam of the 5th branch's head and body. Faint streaks of blood floated in her eyes, and she was cursing endlessly. When Mu Qingya came over with Granny Chiu after hearing the news, they saw that the entrance of Yulan Court had already turned into a pot of porridge. Her face darkened, then turned green. Mu Qingya could not help but raise her voice and scold angrily. Why aren't you stopping? Look at what you've become. Stop! 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 Granny Chiu yelled angrily. Chapter 33. Taking a step forward, Nanny Chiu pointed at the group of servants and shouted at the servants behind her. What are you all standing there for? Why don't you separate them? More than a dozen old maids were strong. They quickly stepped forward and picked up the maids who were stacked together. They slapped them twice and threw them to the side. After pulling the messy servants apart, several servants stepped forward to pull the madam of the 5th branch and the 2nd eldest aunt who were hugging and tearing at each other. After tearing the two apart, the two were still cursing each other. With disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, they kept stretching out their feet to kick each other. Mu Qingya was immediately enraged. She took a few steps forward to Madame Wu and 2nd young madam and slapped each of them hard on the face. How long are you going to make a fuss? Sister-in-law, why did you hit me? You should hit this bitch. Mu Dongni shouted in exasperation. Do you know what she did? Mu Dongni opened her mouth to speak but felt a pain in her cheeks. Her face twisted as she roared. This bitch cheated me of 1,000,000 spirit coins. 1,000,000 spirit coins. After her husband died, she was no longer single. She only had so little property. She didn't expect that she would be cheated out of it overnight. She even wanted to kill her 5th sister-in-law. What do you mean by 1,000,000 spirit coins? Mu Qingya was baffled and roared. Speak properly. Don't you see the crown prince and the crown princess are here? Look at what you've become. Mu Qingya was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She stared coldly at Mu Dongni and Madame Hua in front of her. Madame Hua's hair was all drooping down. At this time, she didn't look like a beautiful woman at all. Her clothes were torn into a mess by Mu Dongni, and half of her undergarment was exposed. At this time, she felt a slight pain in her scalp. Just now, Mu Dongni had pulled her hair and beaten her so hard that 2 pieces of her scalp were torn off. She thought she was going to die. Sister-in-law, this bitch cheated me of all my property. Who can I reason with? Mu Dongni screamed. This second miss, who had lost her husband and stayed at home, had never been someone easy to worry about. Mu Qingya felt a headache coming on when she saw her. She couldn't help but say, If you don't tell me clearly, how am I supposed to know what's going on between you two? All right, let's not talk about it here. Let's go to the Golden Garden and figure this out. Mu Dongni said angrily. No need. Let's make it clear here. She glanced around and finally saw the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess clearly. She hurriedly said, since the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess are both here, why don't you be the judge for Annie? She took out a crumpled yellow talisman paper from her pocket and held it in her hand as she said to the crowd, Hey, look. Fifth sister-in-law lied to me that it was a golden talisman and asked me to give it to her with all my wealth. You cheated me of all my assets in one night. You guys be my judge. Tell me, is there such a shameless thing in this world? Golden talisman? The little crown princess looked curiously at the talisman paper in Mu Dongni's hand. She could feel that this yellow talisman only looked like a talisman. There was no fluctuation of talisman power on it, so it couldn't be a talisman paper at all. Besides, what the hell was a golden talisman? She had the golden talisman jade tome, which had been passed down for 10,000 years, but she had never heard of such a strange talisman paper. Chapter 33-34. What gold talisman? What's it for? Mu Qingya couldn't help but press her aching head. Tell me clearly. Mu Dongni sat down on the ground, burst into tears, and told Mu Qingya what had happened in the past 3 days. When she said that she was envious of her fifth sister-in-law's success and rushed to give her 1,000,000 spirit coins, she noticed that her sister-in-law looked at her as if she was an idiot. Mu Dongni couldn't help but feel frustrated. She cried, Sister-in-law, I'm not an idiot. Fifth sister-in-law is too good at deceiving people. She's so good acting. I don't care, sister-in-law. You're the head of the family. You must help me. I only have this little savings in my life. I can't let fifth sister-in-law cheat me out of it. I don't ask for much, and I don't want any interest. Just let her return the principal to me. Mu Qingya stared at Mu Dongni for a long time as if she was a fool. She couldn't help but spit at her in her heart. Wasn't he an idiot? What? Are you still thinking that you can get your hands on the doubled interest? You know that she's lying to you. You'll be lucky if you can get the principal back, okay? You were greedy for riches and honor, but in the end, it was all for naught. Who can you blame? Mu Dongni had been paying attention to Mu Qingya's expression. Seeing that she was silent, she couldn't help but panic. She hurriedly cried, Sister-in-law, you have to help me, sister-in-law. Shut up. Mu Qingya yelled at her in exasperation. She really didn't want to get involved in this mess. But in the current situation, if she didn't intervene, she didn't know if the two of them would continue to cause trouble and eventually bring the matter to old Madam. Mu Qingya sighed and turned to look at Madame Hua. Fifth sister-in-law, is it really as second aunt said? Madame Hua's face twisted slightly, and she hurriedly defended herself. Of course not, sister-in-law. How could I lie to her? The gold talisman did give me spirit coins many times before, but how would I know that the gold talisman would lose its effect last night? Hundreds of thousands of spirit coins were taken from me, sister-in-law. Eldest sister-in-law. The fifth madam wailed. Do you think I don't feel bad? Do you think I'm willing? I also want to earn money, but I don't know what's wrong with this golden talisman. It's probably because I've used it too many times that it lost its effect. In the end, I swallowed all of second sister's spirit coins and my own spirit coins. Ask second sister. After we buried the spirit coins yesterday, I didn't go there. Until just now, he went to find second younger sister to work together with him. Was it second younger sister? The two of us dug out the stone box together. So many people are really looking at it. My heart is bleeding and aching now that the item has been swallowed by the golden talisman. You liar. You must have done something. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Oh, the first day I buried it, I got 1,000,000 spirit coins. You said a word of bullshit, and it's gone. Mu Dongni lost her mind again and wanted to pounce on Madame Hua and beat her up. Everyone hurriedly pulled her back. Mu Qingya also shouted angrily, Where did you bury it? Madame Hua's pupils constricted slightly. This subtle expression fell into Mu Qingya's eyes. Her face became even more unsightly. Mu Dongni hurriedly got up from the ground. Sister-in-law, I'll take you there. Chapter 33-35. As witnesses, The crown prince and the little crown princess were also invited by Mu Qingya, although Prince Emo had no interest in the affairs of the backyard. His little wife loved to join the fun. Looking at her sparkling eyes and her curious look, the crown prince felt a little amused. He simply agreed to Mu Qingya's request and brought his wife over to continue watching the fun. The group of people followed Mu Dongni to the place where the gold was buried. Mu Qingya waved her hand and said to the group of servants behind her, dig up the bottom of the tree. Hua, whose face was bruised and swollen, hurriedly stepped forward and grinned. Sister-in-law, why are we digging up the tree? This old willow tree is decades old. If we dig up the tree for our business, it will ruin the Mu family's feng shui. That's hard to say. Mu Dongni was not a fool. Hearing Hua Shi's evasive tone, she immediately understood what was going on. She hurriedly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Dig it up." The servants swung their arms forward and smashed the tree fiercely. Near noon, the old master and old madam's north courtyard was occupied by Mu Dongni's cries. "Mother, you have to uphold justice for your daughter. Fifth sister-in-law cheated your daughter of the spirit coins that I painstakingly accumulated for so many years and left me with nothing. I really can't live anymore. I can't live anymore." Zhanju hurriedly pulled her back, crying to the heavens, Miss, don't take it too hard." Old Madam's face was dark, and she felt that her head was about to explode from the noise of Mu Dongni and the others. This time, only the little crown princess came to Old Madam's courtyard to watch the fun. The crown prince didn't follow. Seeing Old Madam's bad expression, she squeezed forward and sat beside her. She took out a medicine bottle from her inner world and shook it under Old Madam's nose. Old Madam took a breath and immediately felt much better, and her head didn't hurt as much as before. The old lady patted her little hand and nodded happily at her. Then she turned to look at Mu Dongni, who was lying on the ground and bawling. Speechless, she roared, "Shut up! What are you crying for? You still have the face to cry? You're from a talisman aristocratic family, but you're ignorant and incompetent. You can't even tell if that talisman has talisman power or not. You were deceived, so you can only say that you deserved it." Mu Dongni looked at the old lady in disbelief. Wiping her tears, she cried, "Mother, how can you say that about me? It's not like you don't know that ever since I was young, I couldn't even draw a beginner-grade safety talisman properly. Sister-in-law saw this in me. That's why she lied to me." The old lady was so angry that she was amused. "You were ignorant and incompetent since you were young, yet you still think you're right?" Mu Dongni wiped her tears and sobbed. "Mother, sister-in-law did it on purpose." Sister-in-law dug up the old willow tree and found a secret passage that led to the small garden behind the fifth courtyard. That's how my fifth sister-in-law stole my 1,000,000 spirit coins without anyone noticing. No wonder she sent 2 people to watch under the willow tree, but they didn't see any movement. It turned out that under the willow tree, under the mud and stones, had long been dug out. "Is this your first day living in the house?" Old Madam scolded. "There are so many big and small secret passages in the house. Don't you have any idea?" Chapter 33-36. Which noble house like theirs didn't have a few secret passages? The secret passage under the willow tree wasn't dug by Madame Hua. It already existed. Okay? What a fool. Old Madame Hua looked at Mu Dongni with an ugly expression, then turned to Madame Hua and gave her a sharp look. Madame Hua's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly prostrated herself on the ground and wailed, kowtowing repeatedly. "Your daughter-in-law deserves to die. I regret deceiving second aunt. Mother, please forgive me. Mother, please forgive me." Now that the matter had been exposed and the secret passage had been discovered, it would be unreasonable to deny it now. Madame Hua hurriedly admitted it, but her resentment toward Mu Qingya rose a lot. This madam of the first branch was too meddlesome. If she hadn't ordered the tree to be dug, the secret passage wouldn't have been exposed. As long as she insisted that it was the golden talisman that embezzled second aunt's money, no one could do anything to her. Now that the matter had reached old Madame Hua, she could only honestly admit her mistake and ask for forgiveness to seek a glimmer of hope for herself. Old Madame Hua slapped the armrest and shouted coldly, "Where's the money? Return the money to Dongni. Copy the family rules 100 times and be grounded for 7 days. Then this matter will be over." In fact, this punishment wasn't too excessive, and it could be considered as giving Madame Hua a face. But Madame Hua's face turned green and white. She pursed her lips for a long time, but couldn't spit out a word. "You bitch! Didn't you hear what Mother said? Give me back the money." Mu Dongni stepped forward on her knees, slapped Madame Hua's arm, and scolded her. Old Madame Hua glared fiercely at Mu Dongni. "Shut up. Kneel properly." Mu Dongni pursed her lips and reluctantly closed her mouth, shrinking her head as she knelt to the side. "Madam of the 5th branch, do you have any difficulties? Speak." Old Madame Hua's eyes were sharp. When she saw Madame Hua's timid appearance, she knew that the money was probably no longer in Madame Hua's hands. The money was spent." "What?" Mu Dongni almost spat on the 5th Madame's face. "Did you just spend all of my 1,000,000 spirit coins just like that?" Mu Dongni screamed and wailed. She slapped Hua's arm and shrieked, "I wasn't even willing to spend my husband's money, and now it's all given to a slut like you. Give it back to me. I'm still not returning it to you. Give it back, give it back." Mu Dongni punched Hua Shi's face again and again. The two of them had long been beaten black and blue. Everyone couldn't bear to look at them. The old lady was so angry that she threw a cup at him. With a clang, Mu Dongni and Madame Hua both jumped in fright and subconsciously shrank back. "Still not telling the truth?" the old lady shouted angrily. Hua Shi hurriedly lowered her head to the ground and cried out in a trembling voice, "Mother, daughter-in-law knows she was wrong. Mother, please calm down, mother, please calm down. I will definitely return the money to second sister in 2 days." "Why 2 days?" Mu Dongni looked suspicious. She patted Hua Shi's arm and shouted at old Madame Hua, "Mother, don't believe her. She has to return it now, right away. Who knows if she gave all the money to her lover?" Madame Hua shouted angrily, "Second sister, don't talk nonsense." Chapter 33-37. You're the gigolo in the theater. Don't think everyone is like you. You swindled people's money and dug a tunnel to transfer people's property. How dare you accuse me? Mu Dongni raised her hand and glared at Madame Hua, wanting to hit her again. "Drag them away." Old Madame Hua scolded. 2 middle-aged women with round waists and thick arms quickly stepped forward and pulled Madame Hua and Mu Dongni apart from each other, forcing them to kneel on both sides. "Mother, you have to uphold justice for me." Madame Hua scolded Mu Dongni as soon as she started to cry. "Slap her 3 times. Mother, mother, why did you hit me?" Mu Dongni looked at Madame Hua dumbfoundedly and cried out indignantly, "I'm the victim. Slap, slap." "Second miss, don't say anything." Mu Qingyao wanted to roll her eyes at her second sister's IQ. "You know Madame Hua is angry, but you pretend to be pitiful and kneel on the side without saying anything. Madame Hua will uphold justice for you. What's the use of making a fuss? With this brain, it's no wonder Madame Hua cheated all her property. Tell me clearly where the money went," Madame Hua demanded coldly. Madame Hua looked up at Madame Hua hesitantly and bit her lip. I'll lend the money to someone for 2 days. Just 2 days. I'll return it in 2 days. What? Mu Dongni's face was red and swollen as she said incredulously, "You actually lend my money? You're a person who doesn't get up early if there's no profit. It must be profit. How much profit? Tell me. Tell me." Now that she was pulled to the side of the room by the women, there was a long distance between her and Madame Hua. Even if she kicked and punched, she couldn't reach Madame Hua, who was huddled on the side. She could only yell at her. "It's Stewardly from the Pink House. You go to piss me off. You actually made a deal with such a lowly person?" Madame Hua pounded the table in anger. "Go, tell Mu Jingyang to get his ass over here. This old woman wants to ask him how he manages his wife." Hua Shi jumped in fright and hurriedly scurried forward on her knees with a sullen face. She cried, "Old madam, please don't call husband over. Master doesn't know about this either." Arbor patted the matriarch's back and helped her breathe. He raised his head and looked at Hua Shi curiously. Pink house. She seemed to have heard of it somewhere before, but she couldn't quite remember where. The little fellow was curious and couldn't help but look at Mu Dongni a few more times. Mu Dongni's face was swollen like a pig's head, which made her look a little funny. She should be her second aunt. Why does she look so poor? As a member of the Mu clan, a member of a talisman aristocratic family, logically speaking, their horizons should be very broad. Why do I feel like she wants to tear the roof off just because of a mere 1 million spirit coins? In fact, the nouveau riche had no concept of spirit coins. To her, spirit coins were just a constantly increasing number. The little girl was now only interested in some strange medicinal herbs. Other than that, even if she saw spirit tools, her heart wouldn't waver. "Old madam, please don't call husband over." Washer cried and wailed, I was greedy. I cheated second miss of her money." Chapter 33-38. Elderly lady, believe me this once. I will definitely be able to get the money back in 2 days. That managerly promised me that he will return all 10 million spirit coins to me at that time. He won't miss out on a single cent with interest. You still believe that managerly? Elderly lady was about to cry from Hua Nei's stupidity. Her finger trembled as she pointed at her and scolded. You actually lent 10 million spirit coins to that person? You're asking him to help you release the stamp money, isn't that right? The moment old madam finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. Don't lie to this old woman. Although this old woman doesn't care about matters, I have heard of this stamp money before. Do you know that the imperial court issued a written regulation a year ago? It's forbidden to release stamp money among the people. Those people only dare to do it secretly. They were originally worried about not having enough funds, but they didn't expect that an idiot like you would hold a large wad of spirit coins and rush to deliver them money. Grandmother, don't be too angry. When the little stoic saw elderly lady's flushed complexion, it was clear that she was extremely agitated, so she handed her a cup of warm tea. Arbor said dryly, as long as that person hasn't run away from the capital, we'll find him and beat him up. We'll just make him spit out the money. Huane shuddered. She felt that the little girl's eyes were penetrating with chilliness when she spoke, as if she was extremely accustomed to doing this kind of thing. At this time, Mu Jingyang's voice came from outside the door. Mu Jingyang's temper was irascible to begin with, so when he was called over and learned that such a shameless thing had happened, he didn't hesitate at all. As soon as he came in, he kicked Huane's back without another word. Look at what you've done. Mu Jingyang shouted angrily. After being kicked, Huane fell to the ground and wailed miserably. Lord, you can't blame me entirely for this matter. If it weren't for the fact that I lost so many spirit coins to the crown princess a few days ago, I wouldn't have dared to offend her. This concubine also wouldn't have set her sights on second sister. We only paid the deposit for the Jade Buddha hand that we bought from Jadestone Shop, so we still need to pay the remaining 1 million spirit coins. Mu Jingyang's face flushed red. The little crown princess couldn't help but interject, "Don't talk nonsense. You guys were the ones who dragged me, the crown princess, into the fight. Madam of the first branch can also bear witness to this matter." The corners of Mu Qingya's mouth twitched. She nodded and said, "Indeed. Fifth sister-in-law, it was you who proposed to play Mahjong." At that time, Crown Princess only said that she knew a little about it. Washer was speechless, recalling that she was indeed the one who had suggested to invite the little Crown Princess to play Mahjong together. Her heart was filled with anger. She hated herself for being so stupid to have thought of such an idea at that time. Xiao Mu gazed at her coldly. Fortunately, there were many people present at the time. Otherwise, wouldn't this Crown Prince Consort have been wrongly accused by you, this fellow? Mu Jingyang was burning with rage. He wanted nothing more than to kick Huane again. This stupid woman was so stupid that he wanted to cry. There were many people present. With this woman's words, everyone now knew that the fifth branch couldn't afford to buy a gift for the old master and actually had to swindle money from second eldest aunt to pay the balance. Wasn't this the Mu family's biggest joke this year? Mu Jingyang's face alternated between green and red, and the veins on his temples throbbed. Right now, he wanted to kill this group of women. Old Madam coldly said, "I'll leave this matter to you guys to handle." Chapter 33-39. Returned second young, misses money within 3 days. Mu Jingyang felt that he had lost all face. How would he dare to argue with his mother? He hurriedly nodded and agreed. Hua Shi, stay in your courtyard for the next 2 days and reflect on your mistakes. There's no need for you to come out. Old Madam said coldly. Hua Shi nearly collapsed to the ground. She hurriedly cried, Mother, if you want to punish me, can't you wait until after Old Master's birthday banquet? Tomorrow was Old Master's birthday banquet. When the guests arrived, there would be too many people and gossip. If people were to ask around and find out that she, the fifth madam, was actually grounded in her own courtyard by the old madam, then who knew how much gossip would float out about her in the future? You still dare to bargain with Mother? Mu Jingyang chided. He dragged her up from the ground and said angrily, Come back with me. Today, he had practically lost all his face in the sea of forgetfulness. With such a scandal, how could he raise his head in front of his brothers in the future? Husband, Hua Shi sobbed and looked at Mu Qingyao for help. Sister-in-law, help me say a few words. Mu Qingyao looked as if she couldn't bear it. She turned to old madam and said, Fifth sister-in-law only had a momentary change of heart. She was most likely tricked by someone. Mother, why don't you let her attend tomorrow's birthday banquet and show her filial piety to Old Master? Old Madam sneered. What filial piety? She was just competing with others. However, for such a scandal, it was fine to punish her behind closed doors. If word of it got out, she would become the laughingstock of all the aristocratic families. Old Madam felt that she couldn't afford to lose this face. Thus, she said coldly, Since Qingya is pleading for mercy for you, then punish her tomorrow. Hua Shi heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed in thanks. Then, she was dragged out by an angry Mu Jingyang. Mu Qingyao said, Pink House actually dared to target our Mu family. Mother, I think it's time to teach them a lesson. The old madam's face was also cold as she nodded slightly. No matter what, tomorrow is the Old Master's birthday banquet. Everything will be postponed. After the Old Master's birthday, we will slowly settle accounts with them. Mu Qingyao bowed and respectfully left the old madam's courtyard. Mu Qingyao had been quite busy recently because she had to host Old Master Sheng's birthday banquet. Arbor chatted with the old madam for a while longer before leaving as well. Tomorrow's birthday banquet would be held at noon. Most of the work that needed to be done had already been done in the past 2 days. All that was left was some loose ends. After Arbor returned to Yulan Court, he ran into the side room and saw Mo Lien writing a letter at the table. She scampered to his side and reached out to hug his waist. Lien, that pink building, what kind of place is it? Why do I feel like I've heard you mention it before? Mo Lien was at the end of his letter when she interrupted him. One of the words in the letter was slightly crooked. He threw down the pen and reached out to pull her to him. He looked at her in amusement. When did I mention it to you? I didn't. The little fellow blinked curiously. You didn't? Madam of the Fifth Branch cheated second aunt of her money. She lent it to Pink House to let her deposit money. Lien, is the interest rate of deposit money very high? Mo Lien frowned. Chapter 3340. Stamp money isn't a good thing. Who knows how many families have been ruined by it since ancient times. Mo Lien hugged her and sat her to the side. The Imperial Court banned this from the start of the year. It turns out that there are still people doing this in the dark. Arbor perked up when she heard this. She snuggled into his arms and said, Then let's go to the capital's government and report this Pink House for illegal activities. Let Stubborn Chow investigate. When the time comes, we'll drag that manager Li out and make him spit out everything he took. Mo Lien couldn't help but laugh. He looked down at her. You just want to beat him up, don't you? Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. She turned her head away and muttered softly, So that Madame Hua won't tell everyone she sees that the only reason she went to release stamp money was because she lost to me in horse gambling and had no money to spend. She actually said that. Mo Lien creased his brows. With a wave of his hand, O Yi appeared before them with a whoosh. Your Highness, what are your orders? O Yi asked with a grin. Make a trip to the Fifth Branch's garden and pass on my message to Mu Jingyang. If I hear his wife spouting nonsense and slandering the crown princess again, I'll pull out her tongue. Ao immediately left. Arbor glanced at him and wiggled her head in his arms. I won't argue with them. The fifth branch's wife is also a funny person. She clearly has a lot of money. She lent 10 million spirit coins to that pink house, but she didn't have money to pay for old Ye's gift. Mo Yen's lips curled. So it's not your problem. It's her own illness. Arbor didn't comment. She poked her head out of his arms and blinked her eyes. It's going to be lively tomorrow. Mo Yen reached out and tapped her nose. Everyone's in the preliminaries now. When do you plan to go over? Big brother is drawing talismans for me. The little fellow pursed her lips. Mo Yen couldn't help but laugh. Then shouldn't you go over as well? Of course, but it's still early. Arbor wasn't bragging. With her talisman crafting speed, even if it was the last 2 hours, she would still be able to defeat everyone present. Then when do you plan to go? Mo Yen couldn't help but laugh. After dinner. The little fellow tilted her head and thought, I'll draw it for an hour after dinner, then I'll come back to sleep. When the time comes, I'll see how many the person with the most could draw. I'll draw the same number as her. Arbor really wanted to find someone to test the talisman on. She really wanted to know, with the same number of talismans and the same number of talismans, how much stronger would her talismans be compared to their peers? Prince Mo couldn't help but laugh. He nodded and said, Then I'll accompany you. No need. The little fellow crawled in his arms and reached out to touch his face. If I go, I'll distract a lot of people. It's better if I don't go. Mo Yen couldn't help but laugh inwardly. His wifey was indirectly praising him for his beauty. His wifey thought that if such a handsome person like him went over, he would definitely attract a lot of attention. It would make people stop drawing talismans and look at him. Xiaomu looked at him strangely. Why did she feel like her husband's expression contained a bit of smugness in his spurious smile? He must be proud of Sir Jojo, the little fellow thought. That's right. Sir Jojo's talisman crafting could be said to be the best in the world. Chapter 33:41. Bang, bang, bang. Firecrackers and firecrackers resounded. Today, the Mu family's doors were wide open, and honored guests were brought to the male and female guest areas by cheerful servants. According to tradition, the birthday banquet was held at noon. Before that, Mu Jingfeng led a group of brothers to receive the guests in the front courtyard. Madame Mu accompanied the old madam to welcome the womenfolk in the rear courtyard. The family competition could begin at the beginning of the birthday banquet and end before the evening banquet. Those who had nothing better to do and wanted to stay to watch could return home after watching the competition and eating the banquet. It could be said that this was an annual event for the Mu family. Among them, there were many patrician families who quite liked the banquet held by the Mu family. Not only could they test the family's knowledge of the younger generation, they could also watch the exciting competition. This kind of banquet was very popular among cultivators in recent years. Many patrician families followed the Mu family's example and began to hold birthday banquets like this in recent years. They invited many sects and patrician families to give each other pointers while celebrating the birthday. Eldest Miss Mu is here. In the rear garden, among a group of women surrounded by pearls and jade, someone called out. Everyone's gaze turned to the woman who slowly walked over. This woman wore a pure, white strapless dress with yellow gauze covering it. Her hair was simply tied into a young girl's bun, and a jasper hairpin was threaded through her hair. She had a leisurely smile as she walked over. She had almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks, and her entire body exuded a calm and dignified aura. Greetings, eldest Miss Mu. All the women came forward to greet her with smiles. Greetings, young Mrs. Mu Rochuan nodded indifferently. A clear and melodious laughter came from not far away. In the small flower pavilion, there were 3 young girls sitting there. The one in the middle had a slightly pale complexion. She was the 4th branch's young lady, Mu Roqin, with a frail body. Next to her were 2 other women who each had their own merits. These 2 were from the Mu family's branch families. The one on the left was called Mu Yuan, and the one on the right was Mu Lixiang. The one who laughed brightly was Mu Lixiang. At this moment, she was looking at Mu Rochuan with interest. With a strange smile, she said, "Oh, eldest young miss is here." Mu Lixiang smiled and smoothed the hair on her temples. With a mischievous expression, she said, I heard that the crown princess also participated in the preliminaries yesterday. Moreover, she drew 60 talismans in just an hour. Many of them are talismans that we have never seen before. Eldest young miss fainted on the spot. Mu Rochuan's face darkened at once. Thinking of yesterday's incident, she felt her chest fill with a trace of anger, and her whole person was a little flustered. Mu Lixiang looked at Mu Roxian's expression and became certain. I wonder if this is true or false, or if someone made it up. She didn't have the qualifications to participate in the competition, and she didn't want to help others stand out, so she didn't go to watch the excitement of the preliminaries yesterday. However, one of her sisters went to join in the fun. When she came back, she mentioned this matter to her. She treated it as a joke and laughed incessantly. I heard that our crown princess drew 60 peerless purple talismans in one go. Heavens, it's simply godly. Not even an hour has passed since she finished drawing, and the crown princess has already returned? Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't dare to believe it. Although they weren't talisman masters, they had heard of talismans from their elders. Naturally, they knew what a peerless purple talisman was. The crown princess has arrived. Chapter 33:42. At this time, there were many noble ladies sitting or standing in the garden. When they heard the sound, they all subconsciously stood up and stretched their necks to look over. With this look, they saw a person walking over from the garden's small path. She wore a very simple crimson robe, but with a discerning eye, one could tell that it was embroidered by Ni Chong Market. The rosy cloud brocade material flowed all the way over, and the skirt didn't get caught in the slightest when it brushed past the grass and trees. Instead, it was as smooth as the clouds in the sky. When the little crown princess came over, she was expressionless as usual. There was only a purple glazed hairpin on her head, which shone brightly under the sunlight. She was too beautiful. All the ladies present couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. She was clearly wearing very simple clothes and jewelry, unlike some of the ladies present, who hated that they couldn't hang their entire family's belongings on their body like a peddler's pole. But it was such a bright and beautiful person that just one look was enough to make people fall for her. No wonder His Highness the Crown Prince was so fond of her. Greetings to the Crown Princess. The group of ladies bowed in unison, and each of them had an obedient appearance. They all seemed to have the aptitude of a noble lady. But no one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. Arbor glanced over and saw many familiar faces. She only nodded slightly and said, "No need to be so courteous." The ladies inwardly sighed in relief. Many of them had participated in the palace banquet back then. Most of them had experienced the crown princess' anger towards Madame Voix, as well as the crown princess releasing a mechanical puppet and violently beating up Long Chong. They were very clear about the temperament of this little crown princess, and it really wasn't that great. It was the first time that he had so smoothly and gently dispensed with their etiquette like today. It was probably because she was in a good mood today that she didn't scold them. Arbor didn't know what the ladies were thinking. She walked into the small flower pavilion and exchanged glances with Mu Roqin, who had stood up to welcome her. "Crown Princess." The fourth branch's Mu Roqin smiled warmly at her, and a trace of extraordinary splendor appeared in her eyes. "Yesterday, you really only went to draw for an hour, and you drew 60 peerless purple talismans in succession." Mu Rochuan stood at the side. Her entire body seemed to be emitting a black aura. She seemed to be in a very bad state. Who would have thought that this day would come so soon? The attention of everyone in the family was taken away by this outsider. They would only sigh at her youth and how powerful her talisman techniques were. They would only praise this woman in the future and would no longer have her, the eldest daughter of the Mu family, in their eyes. Mu Rochuan's fingers curled tightly together. Across the crowd, she looked coldly at Arbor, who was surrounded by people. Her emotions were almost out of control. She forcefully suppressed the urge to go forward and give her a vicious punch. She turned her head with difficulty and then quickly walked away. Mu Lixiang, who had been paying attention to her movements, couldn't help but chuckle. Eldest miss, why are you leaving so quickly? We haven't even chatted for long." At the side, Mu Yuanyuan couldn't help but tug at her, using her eyes to signal for her to stop talking. Mu Lixiang snorted. Although she was unconvinced, she didn't refute Mu Yuan Yuan. Crown Princess, we all admire your talisman drawing skills. If you have the time, Yuan Yuan would like to ask the Crown Princess for a few pointers. Forgive my rudeness, but I am Mu Yuan Yuan from the cadet branch. You might not know me yet. Chapter 33:43. The young Crown Prince Consort nodded slightly, which could be considered a small response. Mu Yuan Yuan couldn't help but feel a little excited when she saw that Ji Yunshu was actually paying attention to her. She really wanted to ask the Crown Prince Consort for advice, so she tried her best to appear as humble as possible in front of the young Crown Prince Consort. Mu Yuan Yuan was a smart child. She knew very well that the Crown Princess talisman crafting skills were definitely above their collective level. No, it could even be said that she was miles ahead of them. If she could receive a few pointers from the Crown Princess, she, Mu Yuan Yuan, would definitely benefit from it for the rest of her life. Arbor merely glanced at Mu Yuan Yuan before turning to size up Murakin. She suddenly asked, "Do you often suffer from insomnia and can't sleep at night?" Murakin was startled, but she quickly nodded and said, "That's right. Crown Princess, how did you know?" Arbor stretched out her hand. "Give me your hand." Murakin subconsciously rolled up her sleeve and offered her wrist to Ji Yunshu. Arbor took her pulse and frowned slightly. "This is a chronic illness that you carried when you were in the womb." She pulled Murakin into the small flower pavilion and had her sit down. "You usually carry a medicine pouch with you, right?" Murakin's personal maidservant hastily interjected. "Crown Princess, you're truly godly. How did you know?" "Naturally. It's because the Crown Princess's medical skills are exceptional." Murakin smiled and patted the maidservant's hand. She turned to the young Crown Princess and said, "Crown Princess, is there any medicine that can save Rakin's body?" She couldn't help but smile bitterly as she spoke. In the past few years, she really did live up to the young Crown Princess's words. She carried her medicine pouch with her all the time and never stopped taking it. If the young Crown Princess could really cure her chronic illness, then she would truly be Murakin's savior. It's not difficult to treat. It's just that the treatment cycle is a bit troublesome. There are also a lot of things to pay attention to. Arbor said, "Come to my court tomorrow, and I'll tell you in detail." Murakin's eyes lit up. She nodded repeatedly and softly replied, "Okay. Madame Zhongli and young Madame Zhongli have arrived." The atmosphere froze for a moment. These young ladies from aristocratic families were naturally well-informed. They had long since known that the second miss of the Zhongli clan seemed to have died in the Sun-Moon mystery realm. According to the young master of the Gu clan, this matter seemed to be closely related to the Crown Princess. Also, the Madam of the Qin family seemed to have gone to the New South Garden to cause trouble with the Crown Princess, and she ended up in a pretty bad state. Madame Ma of Zhongli's residence had lost her beloved daughter. How could she let the matter rest? It was said that she had already made trouble with great General Zhongli twice, but to no avail. Today was she directly taking advantage of old Master Mu's birthday banquet to kill her way into the Mu residence to cause trouble for the young Crown Princess? Murakin naturally knew about this matter. She approached the young Crown Princess and whispered, "Crown Princess, it seems like the people from the Zhongli clan are here with ill intentions." Arbor frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Who cares if they're here with ill intentions? If they want to cause trouble for me, then let them come in vertically and leave horizontally." Mu Lixiang exchanged a look with Mu Yuan Yuan in astonishment. She inwardly analyzed this stoic-faced Crown Princess's personality traits. Both of them wanted to befriend the Crown Princess, so they wanted to grasp the Crown Princess's temperament in a short period of time. They wanted to avoid minefields and do their best to display their friendly side. Chapter 33:44. However, from the looks of it, the Crown Princess was more willing to chat with Mu Rochin, who was a direct descendant. This was probably the difference between a direct descendant and a concubine. Mu Yuan Yuan's expression flickered, and she helped Mu Rochin up. "Rochin, let's go welcome Madame Zhongli." After all, the Crown Princess could disregard the Zhongli family's madam and young madam, but they couldn't. Other than the young Crown Princess, all the girls stood up in unison and bowed respectfully. Madame Jonley was dressed in a bright red brocade robe today, and her hair was adorned with an 8-treasure golden tassel bouyao. The eldest young madam, Madame Luo, had a dazzling smile, and her gorgeous robes made her look very ordinary. The two of them came hand in hand, beaming from ear to ear. They returned greetings to the noble ladies who came up to greet them, and one couldn't tell at all that they were here to challenge them. However, the appearance of the great general's wife at old Master Mu's birthday banquet was a very thought-provoking matter in itself. After all, this was a gathering of the noble families. Why did a madam of an official's family come to join in the fun? While they were pondering, Madame Jonley walked over with a smile with her daughter-in-law. When she saw that stoic face, her eyes flickered, and she did her best to control her emotions that were about to explode. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law both appeared very dignified and magnanimous as they bowed to Arbor with very polite expressions. Arbor nodded indifferently and retracted his gaze after sizing up Madame Jonley. A cold glint flitted through Madame Neyma's eyes when she saw that the young crown princess's expression was so indifferent and had no intention of speaking to her. Today is old Master Mu's birthday banquet, so this madam also came to join in the fun, Madame Neyma said with a smile. She looked around and patted the back of her daughter-in-law Madame Luo's hand. You young people should chat together for a while. When I came over earlier, I saw Madame Gu and Madame Ming. I'll go over and chat with them. Okay, mother. The eldest young madam nodded gently and secretly exchanged a look with Madame Neyma. Madame Neyma left with a smile. Arbor unexpectedly looked up and gazed at her back before lowering his eyes to hide the mockery in them. He clearly hated her to the point of gnashing his teeth, yet he still pretended to be so gentle and amiable. The little stoic secretly thought it was a bit funny. Zhongli Jiwei kept courting death in the secret territory, and in the end, she accidentally killed herself. If the Zhongli family wanted to vent their anger on others, they would have to see if she, Arbor, was someone who could be easily vented their anger on. Madame Luo sat down in front of Arbor and the others with a smile. She seemed to be in a good mood and said with a smile, "Ladies, how long have you been sitting here? Hee, there are still more than 2 hours before the birthday banquet begins. Don't you guys feel a little bored?" A young lady on the left said with a smile, "Does eldest young madam have any good suggestions? We've all been sitting here for quite a while. Just now, when I came over from the front yard, I saw many young masters from aristocratic families crowding there to compete in archery. Why don't we go over and watch from afar? It's better than sitting around." Mu Rochin smiled with a troubled expression and said softly, "That's not very appropriate, right? It'll seem a bit frivolous." Madame Luo's expression stiffened, and then she covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. Fifth young lady really is a well-bred young lady who doesn't step out of the house. What era is it now, where there's so many rules and regulations? Chapter 33:45. Besides, isn't there an opera house in the garden? What's wrong with us going to the opera house to watch them compete from afar? We're all children of aristocratic families, so we're far more forthright and generous than those daughters of officials. Why would we be so restrained? Oh, are the young masters competing in front of the elegant pleasure house? There was indeed a large empty space in front of the elegant pleasure house. If the young masters were bored, they could set up a target to compete in archery. Madame Luo nodded with a smile. That's the place. The group of young ladies in the garden had long been tempted by Madame Luo's words, so they quickly nodded and said, "Fifth young lady, why don't we go over? It's too boring to be idle for more than 2 hours. Let's go to the opera house and take a look. It's so far away, what could possibly happen?" Sure. Everyone agreed in unison. It was unknown what they were thinking, but they all revealed yearning expressions on their faces. Madame Luo covered her mouth with a handkerchief and snickered inwardly. They're all young ladies who are eager for love. Crown Princess, what do you think? Murakin turned to ask the young Crown Princess. Not interested. The young Crown Princess's words were like a bucket of cold water that poured over everyone's heads. The excited chatter of the young ladies suddenly disappeared. Not to mention Madame Luo, who forcefully rolled her eyes Even Mu Lixiang and Mu Yuanyuan, who wholeheartedly wanted to curry favor with the young crown princess and befriend her, couldn't help but feel that they didn't want to continue conversing with this person. The young crown princess frowned. She clearly felt that the surrounding atmosphere had turned from warm to cold. How baffling. These women were always like this. They didn't want to talk to her after she spoke a little. If they didn't want to talk, then so be it. She didn't want to waste her breath with them. Humph. Mu Rockin coughed lightly and said, "Since the crown princess isn't interested, then you all can go. I'm also not that interested, so I'll accompany the crown princess and continue chatting here." Everyone immediately looked at each other. The eldest miss of the first branch of the Mu family had left in a fit of anger. Only the fifth young lady, who was born of the first wife, was the host here. If the host did not make a move, how could they, the guests, have a nerve to make a fuss and directly run to someone else's theater? Madame Luo's eyes flashed, and she suddenly laughed. "Fifth young lady, you must be joking. As the host, if you don't go, these little girls naturally don't dare to go." She turned to look at the young crown princess and said cheerfully, "Although the crown princess isn't in the mood, why don't you come with us to take a look? Who knows, maybe we'll see something interesting." What's so interesting about a bunch of idiots shooting arrows at a target? The little crown princess said expressionlessly. "Everyone, what's going on? Why do I want to chase this guy away?" Madame Luo felt her teeth itch from anger. She wanted to pounce on this little girl and bite off a piece of her flesh. Why were her words so infuriating? If the main character didn't go, the matter couldn't proceed. Madame Luo twisted the handkerchief in her hand and couldn't help but persuade. "When I arrived, I saw His Highness also there." Arbor smiled faintly and turned to look at her, sizing her up from head to toe. "You really want me to go? Don't regret it, ah." Madame Luo shuddered for no reason. She only felt that the crown princess's clear eyes were like ice beads, piercing one's bone marrow and inexplicably making one feel a chill that penetrated one's heart. Why did it inexplicably feel a bit scary? Chapter 33:46. She swallowed her saliva and hurriedly nodded. "Crown Princess, you really know how to joke. What do I have to regret?" She had invited her to watch the archery competition time and time again, and she still dared to say that she wouldn't cause any trouble? Did she really think that she, Arbor, was a fool? The young crown princess stood up with a frosty expression and looked meaningfully at Madame Luo. "Then go." She flung her crimson sleeves and took the lead to walk out of the small flower pavilion. Under the sunlight, everyone felt that the young crown princess's fluttering red makeup was extremely dazzling and eye-catching. The group of womenfolk majestically walked towards the elegant pleasure house in the front courtyard. From afar, they could hear the rowdy cheers of a group of men. The young maidens' faces were flushed red as they hurriedly walked forward. Mu Lixiang reflexively glanced at the young crown princess and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. The crown princess's stoic face and frosty expression made her look like Koth. She was going to kill someone with a sword. She didn't look like she was going to meet the young masters of the aristocratic families. Why did she feel that it was a bit strange, and she wanted to laugh? Arbor naturally didn't know what the others were thinking as she was surrounded by a group of women. When she arrived at the entrance of the elegant pleasure house, she glanced sideways. Bah, there wasn't even a shadow of her husband. She just knew that her husband wouldn't be so bored as to come watch a group of idiots shoot arrows. The young maiden's expression instantly darkened. She turned to berate Madame Luo. "How dare you, Madame Luo, deceive this crown princess?" Madame Luo was instantly dumbfounded. They had just arrived at the elegant pleasure house and hadn't had time to make a move, but the young crown princess had already made a move. Madame Luo's heart was in a mess. She couldn't help but secretly speculate. Could it be that the crown princess had already seen through her scheme? How could the young crown princess be so smart? Madame Luo hurriedly knelt down as if she was putting on an act. "Crown princess, please forgive me. Big liar. You dare to lie to me and say that His Highness is here? Do you know what happened to the person who deceived this crown princess last time?" The little crown princess looked coldly at Madame Luo. "Kneel here for me. Don't get up." "Madame Luo, what was going on? How did things change so quickly that she was caught off guard? Ah, it's my family's little stoic. A light chuckle sounded from behind, and a mocking voice said, "What's going on? Are you teaching someone a lesson again?" Luo Shi's kneeling was just an act. She expected that the crown princess would make her stand up in front of everyone. After all, this wasn't a big deal. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be so calculative with her. Who would have thought that the little crown princess was such a whimsical and eccentric person? She actually wanted her to kneel in front of the elegance restaurant and forbade her from moving? Was there any justice left in this world? No matter what, Luo Shi was still the eldest young madam of Zhongli Manor. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Arbor looked back and rolled his eyes. Qin Xian, this guy, was standing not far behind her while holding a fan and blinking at her. He was wearing a long black robe and gently fanning himself. "Your eyes hurt?" the little stoic asked expressionlessly. Puffed. A chuckle was heard from the side. It was Qin Jiao. This guy couldn't help but want to laugh. No matter how he looked at it, his big brother was throwing flirtatious glances at Miss Qiao in all sorts of ways. Who would have thought that this girl would actually say that his eyes hurt? It wasn't that Qin Xian's eyes hurt. It was that his head hurt. He glanced at Arbor, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 33:47. Long time no see, Jojo. I missed you so much. Arbor glanced at him, but for the first time, he didn't retort. Do you have time to chat? Qin Xian asked with a smile. What do you want? What do you want? Without waiting for the little stoic to reply, a coarse voice cut in and shouted rudely. The person who suggested the archery competition just now was the Gu family's lad, right? What? Are you seizing the opportunity to slip away now? You people of the Divine Province truly don't treat your guests well. How can you abandon your guests and run off to talk to a bunch of women? Disdain flashed through eldest young Sir Qin's eyes, and he turned to look at the burly man striding over. This is Prince Zulu of the barbarian tribe. Ladies, in order to avoid offending you, please go upstairs first. The group of young ladies naturally blushed as they looked at the graceful eldest young Sir Qin, and their hearts swayed. When they turned to look at the barbarian prince who was striding over, the girls hastily shrunk back and turned to leave in unison. Hey, wait. Prince Zulu of the barbarian tribe laughed with his hands on his hips. Since these little ladies have come, then let's compete together. Our barbarian tribe's women can hold up half the sky at the very top. Could it be that your women of the Divine Province are all little flowers in a greenhouse that can't be touched or looked at? Following Prince Zulu's gesture, two slender women with exposed bellies waved the bows in their hands symbolically with a smug look on their faces. A faint smile flashed through the eyes of Madame Ne Luo, who was kneeling on the ground, and she secretly lowered her head. They're here. Qin Xian turned to look at Prince Zulu with a grin. Are you really blind or pretending to be blind? The daughters of the patrician families of the Divine Province aren't interested in competing with a barbarian like you. All right, you still don't think it's enough that you have the Gu family's brothers to compete with you? Prince Zulu humphed. Are your women of the Divine Province this cowardly? These words were rather impolite, so the noble ladies of the patrician families naturally faced him with anger. Mu Raken's expression also immediately darkened. Those who come are guests. As the host, I naturally have to entertain them well. But if the guest oversteps the bounds, as the host, I have a reason to ask him to leave. Prince Zulu's face darkened as he stared at the sickly girl in front of him. She looked small, and her face was not very outstanding, but when she stood there and criticized him, she still had a bit of an imposing manner. This little girl is quite shrewish. Prince Zulu smiled darkly. I've taken a fancy to you. I'll make you my 33rd concubine. Everyone was dumbfounded. Mu Ro was so angry that her entire body was trembling. Her hands were tightly clenched together. Bullshit. A mere barbarian dares to covet our miss. Go hide where it's cool. The servant girl beside Mu Rochin was also a shrewish person. She didn't say anything else and immediately scolded her. Who do you think you are? Let your family's elders talk to this prince. I'll give you 10 level 10 spirit tools in exchange for this little girl. Prince Zulu shouted arrogantly. Mu Rochin wrung her hands. She was so angry that her face was ashen, and her heart was thumping uncontrollably. Princess Arbor glanced at Mu Rochin and lightly patted the back of her hand. She didn't know why, but Mu Rochin felt that the young crown princess's gentle pat had calmed her down quite a bit. Where the crown princess, personal guards. Chapter 3348. Eldest young Madame Ne Luo, who was kneeling on the ground, felt her eyelids twitch. She suddenly felt that the young crown princess's words were too familiar. Right? Present. Following the little stoic's shout, a dozen or so phantom-like shadows rushed over with a whoosh and appeared behind the young crown princess with a swish. Eldest young Sir Chin twitched his mouth inexplicably, suddenly at a loss for words. He glanced at Prince Zulu sympathetically, feeling that this guy's following fate would be very tragic. The more arrogant he was now, the more miserable he would be later from his experience. He inferred that basically every guy who clashed head-on with the little stoic wouldn't have a good ending. Prince Zulu frowned as he looked at the little stoic. Then, he sized her up and cracked a smile. What? Could it be that this little wife wants to volunteer to become this prince's 34th beloved concubine? Before he could finish speaking, a purple forest guard swung a slap at his face. Prince Zulu was a person with some skills and wasn't completely an idiot. Seeing the purple forest guard slap, the man retreated a few steps and punched out, colliding with the purple forest guard slap. Subsequently, his expression shifted slightly, and he retreated several steps. Prince! Prince! A dozen or so burly barbarian tribesmen surrounded him furiously. Those two beautiful concubines with their bellies exposed also dashed forward in a panic and shrieked, "What are you doing? How can you be so rude to the prince?" Prince! One of the beautiful concubines turned to glare in Arbor's direction and said indignantly, "Who are you? How dare you lay a vicious hand on the prince? Do you know who he is? He is so long-winded." Arbor shouted impatiently and waved his hand. "Throw them all out." "Yes." Several purple forest guards strode forward and picked up the barbarian tribesmen one by one, striding outside. Although Prince Zulu had dodged the first attack, there were still 2 or 3 purple forest guards attacking him at the same time. How could he possibly be a match for them? In just a few moves, the purple forest guard had completely subdued him. At this moment, Prince Zulu was being carried by a purple forest guard. His face was flushed red as he roared. "Is this how you treat your guests? In the future, when you go out, don't brag to others that the Chinese are hospitable." "Ha, hospitable my ass." Arbor coldly looked at the barbarian and suddenly raised his hand. "Wait a minute." The purple forest guards secretly glanced at the prince and silently mourned for him in their hearts. Why did she have to provoke the young crown prince consort instead of letting them drag her out? What, 34 concubines? Prince Zulu smirked at the young crown princess. "Now you finally know to be afraid? Let me tell you, I Zulu slap." Before this fellow could finish speaking, he was stunned by the scorching pain on his face. Prince Zulu's eyes instantly turned incomparably red and emitted traces of fiery light. He glared furiously at the little stoic standing in front of him with a ferrule in her hand and roared furiously, You little girl, you actually dare to hit me?" Slap. From the looks of it, hitting someone with a ferrule was very painful. After 2 slaps, 3 of Zulu's teeth fell out, and even the left side of his face became red and swollen. This fellow's hands were held behind his back, and he couldn't move. He could only twist his body in an attempt to break free as he bellowed furiously. Chapter 3349. The young crown princess stared coldly at the barbarian, who spoke without thinking. The ferrule landed on the man's face again and again, hurting Prince Zulu so much that tears, snot, and everything else flowed down. The 2 beautiful concubines were dumbstruck, and they screamed repeatedly, "Stop hitting! Stop hitting! Stop hitting! I beg you to be merciful. Don't hit." Some of the onlookers, especially those who were more familiar with the young crown princess's methods, couldn't help but look at him with "I feel sorry for you." Of all people to provoke, he just had to provoke the young crown princess's bottom line time and time again. Now that he was beaten up violently. Heh. It served him right. Although the barbarian tribe wasn't small, could it compete with China with everything it had? Since it couldn't, standing on China's soil, he didn't know how to behave with his tail between his legs. How dare he be so arrogant? Wasn't he trying to provoke disdain? At first, Prince Zulu was furious. He glared viciously at the young crown princess, wishing that he could pounce on her and bite her neck off. However, after 10, 20, 50, and 100 strikes, he didn't even have the strength to glare at her. With venomous hatred, the most abominable thing was that the defensive shield around his head, which he used all his strength to protect himself, had long been shattered by the young crown princess' repeated strikes. No one could understand Prince Zulu's current agony. He felt that this was the worst torture in the world. The two beautiful concubines' hearts ached as they watched. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged bitterly, "Miss, please be merciful. Don't hit our prince anymore. The prince was only joking with you before. You're so noble and beautiful. How could you give yourself to someone as a concubine?" The two beautiful concubines finally came to their senses. They saw that everyone present was coldly watching the prince get beaten up, and none of them extended a helping hand. It was evident that the identity of this young lady with a stoic face who made the move was definitely not ordinary. Young Madame Zhongli, who was kneeling in front of the elegant music house, looked at the scene in front of her. Her eyes flashed, and her body trembled subconsciously. The little crown princess acted too quickly. She didn't give anyone a chance to react at all. She killed the troublemaker in an instant. Who knew where she got such a way of doing things from? Filthy words can't even withstand a single blow. The little stoic looked down from above at Prince Zulu, who was kneeling on the ground with an almost unrecognizable face. She coldly shouted, "Guards!" This person offended the crown princess in public and provoked her time and time again. His actions are detestable, and his crimes are punishable by death. Pass down my orders, drag him out, and execute him. Yes. The two Violet Forest guards immediately stepped forward and dragged the pig-like prince along the ground, forcibly dragging him out of the courtyard. Prince Zulu suddenly felt a little desperate. His eyes couldn't help but shrink as he shouted angrily, "Are you all dead? Hurry up and save this prince. Hurry, quick." Prince Zulu's buttocks bounced over a piece of gravel. The pain was unbearable, and he couldn't help but cry out. The dozen or so brawny men that Prince Zulu brought with him were also extremely anxious. However, the strongest among them was merely a level 12 great spiritual cultivator. They were completely unable to resist being suppressed by the three Violet Forest guards and could only look on helplessly as their prince was dragged out. You can't do this. Chapter 3350. The prince is our great king's most beloved son. If you harm even a strand of his hair, the great king definitely won't let you off. One of the barbarian tribesmen couldn't help but shout. Everyone silently glanced at the extremely wretched Prince Zulu and couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for him again. Right now, your prince didn't just suffer a strand of hair injury. His entire body, including his hair, was injured from head to toe. Who can stop this crown princess from killing someone she wants to kill? The little crown princess looked coldly at the barbarian tribesman, who was hooting and kicked him through the air, sending him tumbling backward and sprawling on the ground with a plop. "Who gave you the guts to dare speak to me like this?" A whip sparkling with electricity suddenly appeared in Arbor's hand. With a slight flick of her wrist, a force swept out and rushed towards the dozen barbarian tribesmen opposite her with a whoosh. Crack! Sparks flew in all directions as the whip landed on several people's bodies, sweeping them away. At the same time, the whip spun in the air and emitted a row of crackling electricity. The little stoic waved the long whip in her hand as she looked at the barbarian tribesmen and said coldly, "Submit or die. Choose yourselves." The few barbarian tribesmen were startled, and at the same time, their bodies shrunk back. "If you're not speaking, then die together with your prince." If you kill our prince, then the great King Pachi." The whip carrying electricity swept across that person's stomach, sending him flying heavily and landing limply on the ground like a puddle of mud. Only then did the barbarian tribesman feel fear. At first, they didn't think that this woman from the divine continent would be so heavy-handed. Now that they saw someone die, they realized that this woman from the divine continent wasn't joking with them, nor was she threatening them. If they didn't submit, they really would die. I submit, I submit. The first person immediately crawled over and knelt at Arbor's feet, wailing in a tearful voice, Aye, I'm willing to submit. Honorable Miss, we failed to recognize the pearl and offended you. Please forgive us. Prince Zulu was so angry that he almost fainted. He managed to yell, You dare to betray me? However, at this moment, in order to save their own lives, the barbarian tribesmen no longer cared about a broken prince who had almost lost his life. Moreover, as long as one person surrendered first, it would be much easier for the others to surrender. Moreover, in their opinion, there was nothing shameful about surrendering to the strong. They couldn't beat him in the first place, so why should they continue to pretend to be strong? Xiao Mu swept them a disdainful glance, and her gaze swept over their fawning faces. Afterwards, she turned to that Prince Zulu, whose eyes were about to burst, and said coldly, It goes without saying who exactly is the coward. A faint smile appeared in Mu Rochin's eyes. She didn't know why, but when she saw the little crown princess beat up that bastard, she felt a trace of satisfaction in her heart. Perhaps the little crown princess herself didn't know, but when she was unrestrained and even a little domineering, she was so dazzling that people couldn't look away. Cough, cough, cough. Zulu suddenly laughed wildly. Chapter 33:51. You're at death's door, yet you still dare to be so insolent. Be careful, or you'll die of laughter. The young maidservant beside Mu Rochin glared hatefully at Prince Zulu. Zulu roared angrily. You people from the divine continent are all hypocrites like this. You knew you were about to lose, so you forcefully dragged this prince out. His gaze landed on Gu Yishuan, and his eyes turned. Zulu roared angrily. You brat, this woman is the reinforcements you called over, right? You knew you were about to lose, so you used this method to escape. Simply shameful. Gu Yishuan's face flushed red, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. What nonsense are you spouting? How could the young crown princess be the reinforcements he, Gu Yishuan, called over? Don't joke around. Not to mention that it was still unknown who would emerge victorious in the competition between him and this pig-headed prince. Even if he knew he was about to lose, he couldn't have called for reinforcements like the stoic face. There was still enmity between the two of them. Was this Prince Zulu beaten up by the young crown princess and had his head blown off? His words were a complete mess and simply illogical. Arbor gazed icily at the barbarian who hooted and said icily, Stalling for time is useless. At this moment, there was true silence in front of the elegant pleasure house. One could hear a pin drop. Even Prince Zulu, who was yelling at the top of his lungs, was hit by the young crown princess's icy words. He instantly shut up, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. I thought that since you dared to provoke me, you naturally had the courage to bear the consequences of this provocation. Arbor's gaze swept over Prince Zulu, who was being dragged to the ground. However, I seem to have misjudged your courage. You're executing me like this? I won't accept it. Prince Zulu shouted harshly. His shoulders were forcefully pressed down, and he couldn't budge at all. You think I'll continue to waste words with you? Arbor glanced at him coldly, and his gaze swept over to Madame Luo, who was kneeling on the side with her head lowered. A calm glance swept over, and Madame Luo was immediately dragged forward. She jumped in fright and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. What are you doing? What are you doing? Tie him up. Xiao Mu waved her hand slightly, and two purple forest guards immediately dragged the shrieking Madame Luo over and tied her to the target rack. Madame Luo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She opened her mouth wide and shouted in shock. Crown Princess, what are you doing? How can you treat me like this without asking for the reason? Madame Luo almost asked, Do you still want your reputation? You are the crown princess of the divine land. Is it really okay for you to be so cruel? The noble ladies who were watching the commotion in front of the elegant lounge were also shocked by this scene. Arbor's cold gaze shifted to her face, and he said expressionlessly, still not willing to speak, "You must be the one who called this idiot prince over. The Zhongli estate is secretly colluding with the barbarian tribes. They're up to no good," the little crown princess said coldly. "Everyone has the right to punish them." Madame Luo's eyes narrowed, and she shrieked, "Crown princess, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak nonsense like this. What evidence do you have to say this? Are you trying to frame the Zhongli family in public?" "Evidence?" Arbor sneered and glanced back at the two purple forest guards. "In the divine land, is there any punishment that can make people confess?" Chapter 33:52. "I heard that royal father has a barrel of bliss that seems to be quite fun. Why don't you lend it to this crown princess so that the prince can play with it?" If Madame Luo hadn't been tied up, she would have collapsed to the ground long ago. At this moment, she felt unprecedented regret and fear. She had only heard people say that the young crown princess wasn't to be trifled with, but it wasn't until she dared to provoke her that she finally understood how those unlucky fellows felt. She regretted it. She regretted that she had been pressured by her mother-in-law and accepted today's mission. Unexpectedly, Prince Zulu had just started his provocation and was beaten down by the crown princess with lightning speed. His current sorry state was truly frightening. Replying to the crown princess, "The common punishment is flogging." A purple forest guard cupped his fists and said, "If you want to escalate the punishment, you can start with cutting off fingers, chopping off hands, or chopping off feet. See which one the crown princess likes." Eldest young Sir Chin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This purple forest guard was rather interesting. Freaking, see which one the crown princess likes. Did they think this was cooking? The young crown princess swept a glance at the sweating Prince Zulu. "Then let's start with cutting off fingers." Prince Zulu paled and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Are you trying to beat me into a confession?" The young crown princess shook her head expressionlessly. "I only want to beat you into confessing, not beat you into a confession." Prince Zulu still wanted to spout nonsense, but the purple forest guard didn't waste time with him. He directly took out a small bamboo board about the width of a palm. On it was a slender nail that emitted a frightening cold light under the sunlight. Before the purple forest guard's hand could fall, Prince Zulu's face was covered in cold sweat as he shrieked. He spoke rapidly. "I want to compete with you in archery. If you win, I'll tell you everything. If you lose, you have to let this prince go. Otherwise, I won't say anything even if you beat me to death. Then you can go die." This idiot was rather persistent in competing with archery. It looked like he was rather confident in his archery skills. "Send someone to guard the Mu family's garden. If anyone dares to trespass, kill them." Arbor coldly issued an order. Immediately, dozens of figures flew out from the shadows and rushed out of the garden. Cold sweat dripped down the foreheads of the barbarian tribesmen. They finally realized that it was completely unwise to be unreasonable with this little girl in a place like the Divine Province. Who knew how many hidden guards were hiding around the little stoic? Arbor turned to look at Kuru, who was sweating profusely. "Your men can't get in. We're just wasting each other's time." She glanced at the pitiful creature indifferently. "Fine, it's still early. I'll fulfill your dying wish. This crown princess can compete with you in archery, but the rules will be according to my rules." A moment later, Prince Zulu's shoulder was finally released. Rubbing his aching arm, Zulu moved his arm slightly. When his gaze shifted forward, his pupils involuntarily contracted. The target had already been moved to the garden's entrance. There was a full 800 meters between the Elegance restaurant's entrance and the target. A black cloth covered Prince Zulu's eyes. He could only spread out his spiritual conscience to sense Madame Luo, who was 800 meters away and clattering her teeth. At this moment, Madame Luo was truly regretting her actions. She was tied to the target frame, and a lush green apple was placed on her head. Chapter 33:53. The rule of the competition was that Prince Zulu had to hit one of the wings of the butterfly on the little green apple to win the competition. That's right, it was this strict. This was the competition rules set by the wondrous crown, Prince Consort. Madame Luo forced herself to stay awake. If she wasn't tied up, she would have collapsed into a pile of mud. Prince Zulu was fighting for his life, and she was also fighting for her life. But she felt that both of their lives were going to end here today. There was no chance of winning. Okay, why aren't you shooting? Arbor scolded impatiently. She hated dilly-dallying the most. If you want to shoot an arrow, then shoot it. Didn't you insist on it? Now you're acting like a coward, your hand trembling while holding the arrow. What do you mean by this? I've already given you a chance. What are you waiting for? Arbor couldn't help but scold him when he saw him trembling while holding the arrow. He didn't look like he was going to shoot at all. Not like a man. Trembling all over the place, you coward. Prince Zulu clenched his teeth. He didn't know if it was because of fear or shock, but he couldn't sense Madame Luo's presence from 800 meters away, much less the apple on her head or the butterfly on it. Wasn't this a trap? Prince Zulu couldn't help but take a deep breath. With a flick of his finger, an arrow flew out, piercing through the air. With a momentum that could pierce through the sun and moon, it shot towards Madame Luo, who was about to explode. Madame Luo couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. She watched as the arrow pierced through her cheek. The sharp aura of the arrowhead scraped past her powdery face. Instantly, a burning pain spread to her heart. Her face was hurt. Her face was hurt. Madame Luo's eyes widened in horror. There were hundreds of people gathered on the field, but not a single sound was heard. Many noble ladies' hearts were still thumping wildly at this time. They all received a signal at the same time. The young crown prince consort was an extremely dangerous person. If they didn't want to die on the spot, it was best not to provoke the ruthless crown princess. This is impossible. Prince Zulu yanked off the black cloth in front of his eyes in a rage out of humiliation. He turned around and aimed the bow in his hand at Xiao Mu, who was just inches away from him. He yelled madly, "Damn woman, go die first." So, an arrow flew in from outside the courtyard and hit Prince Zulu's right wrist where he was knocking the arrow. Baloo was caught off guard and his wrist was broken. He screamed, and the arrow fell to the ground with a bang. Arbor didn't even change his position from the beginning to the end. He was still standing in the same place, staring coldly at Kuru, who was paralyzed on the ground. If it wasn't for the commotion at the elegant lounge, the crown prince would still be accompanying the old master and chatting with the other family heads. Now that he had accompanied the old man here, he just happened to see a fool shooting an arrow at his wife. He must be tired of living. What's impossible? Prince Mo's eyes were cold as he looked at Baloo's group. The Violet Forest Guard immediately came forward and whispered a few words into his ear, finishing the story in a few words. Emollien's eyes became even colder. He turned to Baloo and said, "Impossible?" He stretched out his leg and kicked the bow that Kanlu had dropped on the ground into his hand. Chapter 33:54. He closed his eyes and knocked an arrow. His movements were smooth and without the slightest hesitation. It was as if Madame Luo wasn't far away at the courtyard's entrance, but was just standing in front of him. Emollien's fingertips moved, and the arrow shot towards Madame Luo at the courtyard's entrance like a stream of light. When everyone looked over, they saw him holding the bow single-handedly. His sleeves fluttered, and his dark hair cascaded down like a waterfall. His features were picturesque. What a slender, elegant, and handsome man. Mu Ruian, who had just come out of the flower arch door, was simply mesmerized. She stood there with affectionate eyes as she foolishly stared at him, unable to take a step for a long time. Madame Chiu, who had come with her daughter, immediately noticed her daughter's mesmerized expression. She immediately became angry and slapped the back of her daughter's hand. "Mother, what are you doing?" Mu Ruian returned to her senses and glanced at her mother in dissatisfaction. Madame Chiu said with a sullen face, "Mother remembers telling you before, right? Don't think too much about things you shouldn't think about." Mu Ruian angrily flung her mother's hand away and walked forward in a huff. She grumbled, "What do you mean I shouldn't think about it?" She hadn't even fought for it, so how did she know she shouldn't think about it? Madame Chiu's eyes instantly widened, and she chased after Mu Ruian with an exasperated expression. She reached out and grabbed Mu Roshian's arm. "Mother has several decades of life experience. Would I harm you?" Madame Chiu slapped her arm and said with a stern expression, "Do you understand?" Mu Ruian hatefully flung Madame Chio's hand away and stomped her foot. "Mother, what are you thinking about?" "How am I thinking about anything randomly?" Mu Ruian flung her arm in dissatisfaction, feeling wronged with reddened eyes. "Forget it. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you." Madame Chio looked at her daughter in disbelief. "If that's the case, then that's for the best. Mother is just reminding you." Reminding. Mu Ruian forcefully suppressed the resentment on her face. Her fingers retracted slightly as she tightly clenched her fists. Why would she need her mother to remind her? She had been very clear-headed from beginning to end. If she didn't fight for it, how would she know that she couldn't do it? At this moment, in front of the target stand at the end of the court, there were already many servants cheering. "Your Highness hit the target." His Highness the Crown Prince hit him. His Highness the Crown Prince raised his hand and shot an arrow. Without the slightest hesitation, the arrow instantly hit its target. Everyone saw it clearly. At this time, someone was holding the green little apple and hurriedly ran over. He said with a smile, "I got it." Prince Zulu looked at the apple in the servant's hand with an ugly expression. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. The arrow was clearly a very ordinary arrowhead, but it really pierced through the butterfly's wings and nailed the poor little butterfly to the apple. Xiao Mu pursed her small lips and pulled out the arrowhead from the small apple. She then pinched a bit of medicinal powder before gently fiddling with that small butterfly. The butterfly suddenly moved and flapped its wings. It immediately jumped up from her palm and flew away in a daze. "Wow, still alive. The butterfly is still alive." Everyone couldn't help but cry out in surprise. In other words, His Highness' arrow didn't kill the butterfly at all. At most, it just knocked the little butterfly unconscious. It was truly a marvelous skill, superb beyond compare. Chapter 33:55. On the other side, Madame Luo was already foaming at the mouth from fright. She leaned against the target and fainted. She had truly fainted from fright. There was no other reason than the fact that the Crown Prince's sword whistled through the air. Its power was truly astonishing. In that instant, Madame Luo felt as if her head was about to be pierced through and shot to death. How could she not be scared out of her wits and pass out? "Did you see that?" Emolian tossed the bow in her hand indifferently and glanced coolly at the dumbstruck Prince Zulu. "Who says it's impossible? That's because you can't." Prince Zulu's tanned face instantly flushed red. This was the first time in his life that he, Prince Zulu, was mocked for not being able to do it. This was intolerable. Zulu's eyes widened as he glared at Prince Emo. That's because I was injured." You weren't injured, so of course you're stronger than me." "Oh." Emolian glanced at him and curled her lips in disdain. "Even if you're fine, even if you grow 8 arms and 16 legs, you're still not qualified to be my opponent," he said coldly, then raised a hand. "No need to stall for time. Your people were taken care of before they could even break in. You have nothing to look forward to. What are you waiting for? Do as the Crown Princess says." Several purple forest guards strode forward and dragged Prince Zulu out of the courtyard like a dead pig. The tribesmen of the barbarian tribe were all scared out of their wits. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and put their palms together to kowtow. "Please forgive us. We didn't know it was the Crown Prince Consort. Don't the Chinese have an old saying? Ignorance is blameless." The barbarian tribesmen repeatedly kowtowed, their faces pale as they cried, "Please forgive our prince." Xiao Mu gazed at them coldly. They seemed to be very pitiful. "But pitiful people must have something to hate," Arbor said coldly. Emolian sneered. "Oh, do you really not know the identity of the Crown Princess?" The faces of the barbarian tribesmen instantly turned as white as paper. They looked at each other and pursed their lips, unable to say anything. This prince must have abducted many women. If she was not present today, who knew if they would have abducted the 5th young lady and left? Of course, this was the Mu family. These people might not have the guts, but with this barbaric prince's style, he might come to give gifts and recruit concubines to discuss them. Prince Zulu was dragged out. As for what would happen to him, Arbor didn't care at all. Emolian walked to her side and held her little hand. He lowered his head to look at his wife's expression. Not bad. He didn't seem to be angry. He raised his hand and patted her little head. Jojo, let's walk around. We have nothing to do anyway. Arbor couldn't help but find it funny. She knew that Mo Yin saw that she was in a bad mood and wanted to walk with her to relieve her boredom. Actually, she was very calm to her. Zulu was nothing more than a fly. Could a person get angry with a fly? If you see a fly flying over, just slap it to death. Could it be that you would be so angry that you couldn't eat because of a fly? That was impossible. She tilted her little head at him and nodded. Chapter 33:56. At this time, the old man also walked over and said with a smile, Crown Prince, there's still some time before lunch. Why don't you take Jojo to the side hall to eat something first? The old man felt that it was better to let these two little fiends play together as soon as possible. Was it easy for him to hold a banquet? Now, she even had to suffer such a fright. Jojo, are you hungry? Mo Yin's eyes curved as she looked at her with a smile. I'll take you to eat some snacks. Okay. Arbor nodded with a very obedient appearance. It was like a completely different person from that frightening and murderous look from before. What's going on here? A resounding voice glided over, instantly breaking the silence. Originally, everyone's mood had already calmed down a bit, especially those noble ladies who were quite frightened. Although seeing His Highness the Crown Prince being so obedient to the young Crown Princess made them feel a bit uncomfortable, they didn't dare to blindly be jealous. After all, the young Crown Princess was an extremely dangerous person, and they were already very clear just now. The main key was to not provoke such a frightening person. Secondly, they had to befriend her. Even if this fellow could make people feel disgusted with just a few words, they still had to brace themselves and befriend her. Just as the ladies summed up their experience and decided to go and get to know the young Crown Princess from afar, this cold shout made their hearts hang in their throats. Fuck, can't you just take a leisurely stroll around and laugh? Their hearts were about to fall apart when they heard her loud and quiet voice. The person who shouted angrily was none other than Madame Ma, who had left her eldest daughter-in-law here to lure the young Crown Princess into the trap while she herself hid far away. This madam was used to hiding behind the scenes and instigating others to take action. Previously, she instigated Chun Baojia's mother to go to New South Garden to provoke the Crown Princess. In the end, Madame Chun returned in defeat, going for wool and coming home shorn. This Madame Ma hid in the shadows and watched in horror. She had been scheming at home several times until today, when she finally instigated Prince Zulu of the barbarian tribe to provoke the Mu family again. Unfortunately, he failed on the verge of success. No, it should be said that the idiot Pod Lu was killed by the little Crown Princess before he could even make a move. How could this be? Madame Zhongli was puzzled. This little Crown Princess wasn't some kind of immortal. She wouldn't be able to see through the other party's strategy. She had only just stuck out her, but could it be that she knew what they wanted to do? Their original plan was for Prince Zulu to provoke the Mu family, and then inadvertently have intimate contact with the little Crown Princess. Right after that, they would wantonly announce that the Crown Prince Consort and Prince Zulu were in an ambiguous relationship. After that, there would naturally be a series of actions to prove that this ambiguous relationship was absolutely true and effective. They were determined to sabotage the young Crown Prince Consort and His Highness the Crown Prince's marriage. As long as she ruined the marriage and made her lose her Crown Princess identity, there would be a series of good shows waiting for her in the future. Did the Crown Princess think that this matter was over? It wasn't over. Pod Lu was just the beginning. She caused the death of her daughter. Madame Ma was determined to make her die a horrible death. But all of this plan, inexplicably, before it could even be implemented, it died prematurely at the speed of light. Pod Lu didn't even touch a single strand of the little Crown Princess hair, let alone touch anything. Chapter 33:57. In fact, Madame Ma had already discussed with Kong Lu before. Her conditions were very tempting, and Madame Ma had repeatedly praised the Crown Princess's beauty in front of Kong Lu. Kong Lu was completely moved and agreed to cooperate with her plan. This had taken her a lot of effort. Everything had been so perfect, but why did it fail? Madame Ma was puzzled. At this moment, she clenched her fists and tried to suppress her anger. She walked in front of the crown prince and the crown princess and bowed respectfully. Madame Ma said faintly in a strangely calm voice, "How did this subject's daughter-in-law offend your highness and the crown princess? She was tied to that target frame and suffered such pain." These two people didn't care about the general's residence at all. A trace of anger appeared in Madame Ma's eyes. Even His Majesty had always been polite to the general's residence, but the crown prince and his wife treated them like this. Arbor looked at her coldly. "Madame Zhongli, you're not hiding anymore?" Madame Ma paused and then said, "This subject doesn't understand what the crown princess means." Arbor raised his hand and tugged at Mo Yin's sleeve with an expression that said, "I can't be bothered to talk to this person." Mo Yin was a bit amused. She looked down at her, then looked up at Madame Ma and said with a half-smile, "You don't think that we don't know what you and Konglu are up to, do you?" Madame Ma froze and felt a thin layer of cold sweat on her back. But she quickly calmed down. She didn't show it on her face, but she sneered silently in her heart. "This madam isn't some 16-year-old little girl. How can I be tricked by a brat like you so casually? Your Highness the Crown Prince is joking." Madame Ma bowed graciously and said with a smile, "What could this subject and Prince Konglu be up to? Hasn't Konglu been staying at your Zhongli residence these days?" The Crown Prince said faintly. Madame Ma was not flustered at all. The imperial city was only so big. Prince Zulu's visit to the general's residence was very open and above board. It was a meeting between friends. The general's residence was upright and not afraid of others talking about it. Besides, ever since Zulu entered Dragonflame City, he had not only visited the general's mansion, he had also visited many well-known families in the city. If His Highness the Crown Prince wanted to convict the general's estate based on this point, he might not be too inexperienced. "Hades Ba," the Crown Prince called out. A ghostly figure appeared out of thin air and threw something at Madame Ma's feet without any explanation. Madame Ma was shocked. She lowered her head to take a closer look and almost screamed out loud. Her expression changed greatly, and she took a few steps back. It was the round head of Prince Zulu and a bloody confession. "Zulu has confessed everything. What else do you have to say?" Mrs. Ma took a few steps back. She looked up with a pale face and stared at the man in front of her in disbelief. Such a crude and violent method did not leave any room for rebuttal. He directly used iron-blooded factual evidence to slap in front of you. "It's written clearly in the confession," Mo Yin said faintly. "Your plan is clear at a glance. What else is there to say?" "Madame Zhongli, go and invite General Zhongli over," Mo Yin said calmly. Chapter 3358. This Madame Zhongli was truly laughable. Did she think everyone else was a fool? When Madame Chun came to New South Garden to provoke them, Mo Yin had already sent people to investigate. She had long known that Madame Chun was a bird that stuck her head out and was instigated by Madame Zhongli, who was hiding behind the scenes. From that day onwards, Mo Yin had secretly mobilized the Yu court guards to sneak into the general's estate and keep an eye on this madam. Her every move, every little trick, all fell into the eyes of the young couple. Did they still think that their plan was flawless and flawless? She was simply a fool. Today, when Madame Luo came to provoke them, Arbor knew what she was going to do next. Thus, she repeatedly looked at Madame Luo with a meaningful gaze thus. When Pod Lu said that he did not know the Crown Princess, it was all an act. How could he not know her? In order for the plan to succeed, Madame Zhongli must have described her appearance to Pod Lu. "Take her away," Mo Yin said coldly. Grandfather's birthday banquet still had to continue. As for their private matters, they could invite the general to the Mu estate and slowly discuss it. The general did not refuse. After knowing that something had happened to his wife, he hurriedly brought people to the side hall. At this time, Madame Ma's hair was drooping, and she was lying on the ground in a sorry state. Madame Luo, who was also in a sorry state, was lying on the ground beside her. Her entire body was drenched in cold water, and she was shivering as she leaned on Madame Ma. Her eyes shrunk as she looked at Arbor and Crown Prince Lien in fear. This couple was simply the devil. They did not waste time talking nonsense with you. They immediately ordered people to bring a few buckets of ice water and drench the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. They were so sorry that they wanted to scream. However, they did not dare. The atmosphere in the side hall was frighteningly oppressive. The Crown Prince sat in the middle and looked at them coldly, as if he was looking at two corpses. When General Zhongli brought his eldest son, Zhongli Ping, over, he saw his wife shivering like a drowned rat. When Madame Ma and Madame Luo saw them, it was as if they saw their savior. They could not help but cry. "Master, master!" Ma Shi crawled over, but before she reached the general's feet, she was glared at by him. Mo Yin ordered someone to throw the confession letter in front of General Zhongli and said calmly, "General, how do you think this matter should be dealt with?" General Zhongli's hands trembled slightly. He took the blood letter and glanced at it. As if struck by lightning, he turned around and glared at Mrs. Ma. He hurriedly lifted his robe and knelt on the ground. "Your Highness, Crown Princess, please forgive me." His son, Zhong Liping, also hurriedly knelt down and lowered his head, looking very loyal and honest. "The great general has made a lot of friends recently." Mo Yin looked at him with a faint smile. She sized him up and said, "You have Prime Minister Chun in the imperial court, and you have many Jianghu friends outside the imperial court. Now, even Prince Zulu of the barbarian tribe is your honored guest, willing to work for your wife." This crown prince didn't know that the great general was so powerful. Isn't it a little too arrogant? Great general? Cold sweat rolled down General Zhongli's head. His head was lowered, and he barely managed to spit out a few words through his trembling teeth. This old subject deserves to die 10,000 times. This emperor received a secret letter. Crown Prince Mo looked at Great General Zhongli with a grin and said, "He said that Great General is in a vacant residence in a garden on the outskirts of the city." Chapter 33:59. This Crown Prince's voice was unhurried, making it hard for people to grasp his thoughts. Even General Zhongli, who had been on the battlefield for a long time and was used to seeing big scenes, couldn't help but have his emotions rise and fall with him. Mo Lien chuckled softly and continued, "I heard that General Zhongli has a dozen or so Jianghu friends who are above the godly state in that residence." General Zhongli's heart thumped. Mo Lien smiled and glanced at him. It is said that they usually make quite a big commotion. This prince heard that a few of them are great bandits who have been wanted by the imperial court. They have killed more than a dozen people in other people's families, stolen people's secret treasures, and snatched people's wives and daughters. It happens from time to time, and I don't know if it is true or false. This official is terrified. General Zhongli's head was covered in sweat, and a thin layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. What courtyard in the outskirts of the city? Those were some godly state experts that he had hidden in an empty temple in the forest in the outskirts of the city. There were as many as 30 people. The crown prince actually knew everything? This couldn't be a trick, right? General Zhongli was so suspicious that he didn't even dare to raise his head. He knelt there and thought about all sorts of things, so much that his heart was about to explode. Yuba! The ghostly figure appeared in front of General Zhongli again and threw a few large gunny sacks on the ground. A pile of round and bulging heads rolled out from the inside. They looked ferocious and terrifying, and each of them looked like they had died with their eyes open. Ah! Madame Luo and Madame Ma hugged their heads and screamed. They were so scared that their hearts were about to burst. Devil! This crown prince in front of them must be the reincarnation of a devil, the reincarnation of a ghost. Zhongli Ping, who was kneeling behind General Zhongli, was also trembling all over. From head to toe, every pore felt a layer of terrifying coldness. Xiao Mu expressionlessly looked at this family of four, and her small nose inadvertently wrinkled as she knitted her brows. Prince Mo looked at her as if he had sensed something. He raised his hand and held her small hand. His gaze was cold. "Why aren't you packing up? It stinks to his Jojo." He touched his wife and raised his hand to fan her face. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted from his palm and immediately covered the stench of blood in the hall. General Zhong Li was now fully aware that the crown prince must know everything. Although this crown prince had just returned to the imperial court, he was very resourceful. He was even able to find out about the fugitives he had placed in the rundown temple outside the city. This person was too terrifying. Great general. Prince Imo looked at him with a smile and said calmly, "What do you think we should do? This old subject deserves 10,000 deaths. 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 This Imo Lian's lips curled up as she asked with a smile, "You want me to submit a memorial to His Majesty to sentence you with the crime of having your entire family exterminated? Or will you obediently hand over the commander's seal and retire to your hometown?" "I know what to do." Imo Lian held his wife's hand. When they appeared in the banquet hall again, General Zhong Li's family had already apologized to Old Master Mu and left first. Zhong Li's family probably wouldn't be able to taste the dragon meat now. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince and Crown Princess." The women were very quiet this time. When they saw the two coming from afar, they hurriedly bowed. No one dared to provoke the little Crown Princess again. "First, madam." Song Lu hurried over and whispered in her ear. Mu Qingyao's expression changed.